It wasn't supposed to be forever. At least, that's what I told myself when I signed that lease, pen flying across the paper. 6 months, just enough time to save a little bit of money, get my bearings, and then move on to somewhere better. Somehow though, 6 months then turned into 8, then 9, and before I knew it, I was watching the first snow of the season drift lazily past my window. The little house sat at the edge of this cat-ass neighborhood, faded paint from beige to gray. It didn't scream welcome, but it didn't scream run either, which was more than I could say for some of the other places that I'd toured. Real crazy neighborhoods, barking dogs, drug deals, discharged firearms in the middle of the night, the whole thing. This house was really cold in the winter. I'm talking bone cold. That little space heater in my bedroom could only do so much, and I wasn't about to crank up the electric bill on that central heating for a place that I didn't even like that much. On top of that, the place was drafty as hell. I'd be paying the heat to the street. Most evenings, I would come home from the restaurant, bundled myself up in a blanket, and just wait for the hours to tick by. It was lonely, but there was a rhythm to it. This quiet monotony that I found almost comforting. Until the fireplace started calling to me. Not literally, of course, though in hindsight, I kind of wish it had. At least then, I'd have the excuse to get the hell out of there. No, it was just the fireplace. One of the features in the house that could have made it feel warm, cozy, even inviting. It would sit there unused though, blackened interior, mocking me every time I walked past. Finally, on one particular bitter evening, I broke. I dialed Marty, my landlord, and asked about it. His voice was pretty gravelly, throat lubed up with a lifetime of cheap smokes and cheap whiskey as well. The hearth, yeah, it's usable. Just needs a little inspection first. Liability and all that, you know. Can't have tenants burning the place down. Also gotta make sure the chimney is working. The hearth? Old guy shit. We settled on Friday. I expected to see him send some kind of professional, a chimney sweep or somebody with tools in a uniform. Instead, it was Marty himself who showed up. This big lumbering frame silhouetted against the pale winter sky. He didn't knock and I couldn't believe it. It was more of a tap tap tap, just enough to make his presence known. When I opened the door, his face split into a wide grin that didn't reach his eyes. "Afternoon, kiddo," he said, brushing past me into the house. "Let's see what you got here." Unbelievable. I stood there standing for just a moment, cold air rushing in from the open door before I closed it and then followed him into the living room. He was already crouched in front of the fireplace, head tilted at an angle as he peered inside. His coat smelled faintly of mildew, and when he spoke again, his voice carried this strange, almost mocking tone. "Yeah, I've cleaned a few of these in my time. We don't need a pro. Saved myself a fortune doing stuff like this. Sure, you know how it is." He winked at me. "Landlord stuff. Top shelf asshole. Cheap asshole." I didn't, but I just nodded anyway. Something about him being here just put me on edge, though I couldn't really say why. Maybe it was just the way he moved. Slow, just obnoxiously slow. Like he had all the time in the world to do whatever it was he was doing. Or maybe it might have been the way his eyes lingered on things, darting from the fireplace to the walls to the hallway that led to the bedrooms. It took me a few times to realize he was actually inspecting the place, almost like he was looking for something. "So, you like it here?" he asked suddenly. Tone light and conversational, but there was something in his gaze that just made my skin crawl. "Yeah, it's fine," I replied. "Just a temporary thing, but it does suit me. This winter is coming right through the walls." "Temporary, huh?" he chuckled. "Funny how temporary has a way of, sticking around." And then scratched his ass and went back to the chimney. I stood in the living room, arms crossed, watching as Marty ran his fingers along that soot-stained brick inside the fireplace. He muttered something under his breath, then leaned back on his heels to peer up the chimney. "Not bad. You can actually see the color through that thing," he said. "Could use a little work, but it'll do. Just need to grab my tools. I know what you're thinking. What kind of gobbledygook is coming out of Marty? Will it do? Does it need work? I've never heard a person be more unclear, so I just waited to see what he was gonna do. He didn't ask if I had plans or if this was a good time. He just lumbered back to his car, returning a few moments later with his plastic tote filled with brushes and what looked like a flashlight wrapped in duct tape. He plopped it all onto my coffee table without a second thought, and I winced as the edge of the tote scraped the surface. "Hope you don't mind me making myself at home," he said. The way his teeth caught the light made me think about broken tombstones, yellow ones at that. After all, it's my house, you know? I quickly told myself to relax. It's a chimney inspection, something he was technically obligated to do. Hell, it was for my safety. And yet every time this guy moved, I felt my muscles tense, as if bracing for some kind of unseen blow. Marty started tinkering with the fireplace, unscrewing a panel and scraping at the buildup inside. After a few minutes, he straightened up, wiped his hands on his jeans, and eyes darted back toward the hallway. "Anyone else here?" I shook my head. "This house, man, used to see a lot of people walking around all the time," he said, shaking his head. "Got some stories. You know, I used to live here." I blinked, caught off guard. "You did?" "Oh yeah, long before you came along, 10 years ago maybe. Had this whole place fixed up nice. Well, as nice as this dump can get." Of course, it was a different crowd back then. The kind of people you wouldn't think twice about putting a hole in the wall or throwing a party that lasted 3 days long. Ragers, bingers, total blowouts. I tried to keep my expression neutral, but the thought of Marty living here, walking these same floors, sleeping in one of the bedrooms, almost made me laugh. He must have noticed the flicker of amusement in my eyes because his grin came back. "Yeah, this old place has seen some things. You ever wonder about the tenants before you? What they were like? What they left behind? Where they went?" Not really," I said. "I just needed a place to stay, that's all." Marty hummed to himself thoughtfully, set his tools aside, then wandered toward the spare bedroom. "You mind if I take a look around and, it just brings back old memories." Before I could even answer, he was already halfway down the hall. "Hey, I called after him. "The fireplace?" "In a minute," he shouted back. "Just want to check something out." I stood there frozen, torn between following him and just staying put. Marty moved throughout the house. A few minutes later, he emerged from the spare bedroom, holding one of my framed photos. It was a candid shot of me and my sister at the beach, laughing through a sunburn. "You," he said, holding it up. "This your sister?" "Yeah," I said, snatching it from his hands. "And I'd really appreciate it if you didn't go through my stuff." "Relax," he said. "I wasn't snooping, just reminiscing. You know, I used to have a little girl, about your age actually." I stared at him, unsure of how to even respond to that. He smiled again, but this time it didn't feel like a smile at all. It was more predatory, something that made me want to crawl out of my skin. "Anyway," he said, clapping his hands together, "back to that chimney." He headed back to the living room, but I couldn't shake whatever was happening. I just hovered near the hallway, watching as Marty half-heartedly scrubbed at the fireplace. Occasionally he would glance over his shoulder, but never said anything else. When he finally spoke again, his voice was now low and creepy. You got a boyfriend?" "What?" I asked. "A boyfriend," he repeated. "Somebody to keep you company in this big empty house. Seems like you get a little lonely." "That's really none of your business," I said. Marty chuckled. "I'm just making conversation, no need to get snippy." Better be careful. People might start thinking you're a bitch," he said through that yellow smile. I stepped back and put more distance between us now. "You almost done, dude?" "Almost," he said, but he wasn't looking at the fireplace anymore. He was looking at me, up and down. "You know, I've always had a soft spot for girls like you. Independent, feisty." My throat tightened and I took another step back. "All right, I think you should leave." "Oh, come on," he said. "I'm just joking around, lighten up a little bit." He stood up, wiping his hands on his jeans once more, and took a step toward me. My instinct screamed to run, but instead I turned and bolted back into my bedroom, slamming the door shut behind me. My hands were trembling as I slid the lock into place, and for a moment I just stood there, listening to the sound of Marty's footsteps in the hallway. "Hey," he called out. His voice was muffled through the door though. "You know I got a key, right? Don't make me use it." I didn't answer, heart racing, each beat of a drum roll in my ears. I grabbed my phone and dialed the first number that came to mind, Alice.
"Hello?"
"Alice," I whispered. "You need to come over right now, please. Bring Jake."
"What? Why? What's going on?"
"Just do it. Just do it, please." There was another long pause, and then she said,
"We're on our way."
Marty must have heard me because he laughed, and that sound sent chills down my spine. "Calling for reinforcements, huh? Smart girl." He scraped something out on the other side of the door. "I used to live here, dummy. I know a million ways to get inside that room you're in." I stayed silent, clutching the phone like a lifeline. After a few minutes, I heard him moving around again, gathering his tools and muttering something to himself. "Well, this has been fun," he said. "Fireplace is all set. Enjoy. Stay warm." I waited until I heard the front door open and then close, followed by the rumble of his car engine. Even then, I remained still, staying locked in my room waiting for Alice and Jake to arrive. Doing anything else seemed completely insane to me. I stayed there until I heard Alice and Jake pull up. Her old Honda, with the engine humming, came to a stop in the driveway. I peered through the blinds and watched them climb out, Jake already scanning the house with one hand in his jacket pocket. Gun guy. I hurried to the front door, unlocking it, practically pulling them inside before I could say another word. They were going to get me out of this. "The hell happened?" Alice asked. "He was here," I said. "Marty, the landlord. He came over to clean the fireplace, but he didn't. He just walked around, looked at my stuff, asked questions, weird questions. Then he tried to..." I stopped. "He said he had a key to my room." Jake was looking around. "Is he still here?" "No, he left, but it was awful." Alice put a hand on my arm and said, "You're not staying here anymore. No way." "Yeah, I already decided that," I responded. I can't. I don't even care about breaking the lease." "We'll help you pack," Jake said. "Where are you going to stay?" With you, if that's okay." "Of course it's okay," Alice said. "You're not going to be here alone, especially not after this." We started packing right then and there, grabbing clothes, important documents, and anything I couldn't bear to leave behind. That house was different now, like all of it was dangerous. Every creak of the floorboards was now going to make me jump. I kept catching myself glancing out the windows, expecting Marty's face to appear on the other side of that glass. By the time the last box was in Alice's car, it was past midnight. The temperature had dropped even further. My breath fogged in the air as I turned to lock the front door, hands still shaking as I slid the key into the lock. Then I heard the crunch of tires on snow. I turned to see Marty's truck idling at the end of the driveway, silhouette visible behind the wheel. For a moment, he just sat there, watching us, headlights casting long shadows across the yard. "What the hell does he want now?" Alice muttered. Jake then stepped forward, placing himself between us and the truck. "Get in the car," he said. I hesitated, feet frozen to the ground, but then Marty opened up the door and stepped out. His boots were crunching against the snow as he walked toward us. "Moving out already, huh?" he called out. "I am." He stopped a few feet away. His hands were in his pockets. "You know, breaking that lease is going to cost you 3 months' rent, minimum. Sure you want to do that?" "I don't care. You're not going to threaten me into staying here." Marty then tilted his head just like he'd done when he was looking up the chimney. "Threaten you? Come on now, I was just trying to help. You're the one making a big deal out of nothing." "Nothing," I snapped. "You went through my things. You asked me disgusting questions and tried to scare me. That's not nothing." He just shrugged. "You're overreacting, but hey, if you want to leave, that's your choice. Just know you're walking away from a great deal." "If you ever come near me again, I'm calling the police, and I'll tell them everything. And I'll do way worse than that," Jake added. Marty's smile then faltered for a split second before he nodded slowly. "Fair enough. Have a good life." He then turned around and walked back to his truck. I watched as he climbed in and drove away, taillights disappearing off into the night. The three of us just stood there in the freezing cold, tension lingering long after he was gone. Finally, Alice put a hand on my shoulder. "Hey, let's get out of here," she said softly. That night I moved in with Jake and Alice, sleeping on their couch for the next few weeks. Search for a new place. Moving in the dead of winter was not easy, but it was better than staying in that house, constantly looking over my shoulder. I never saw Marty again, thankfully, but every once in a while I would hear his name mentioned in passing. He owned half a dozen houses in the area, always renting them out to people who couldn't afford anything better. That guy's a predator, and he damn near got me. You want to hear a story about a landlord? Let me tell you about Jack Carlino. I still can't say his name out loud without feeling like my balls are gonna rot off. Back in 1964, my father rented an apartment from him in Brooklyn. It was a second-floor walk-up in a building that should have been condemned 20 years prior. The windows rattled in their frames when the wind blew. The floorboards buckled. The electricity even flickered like some kind of cheap haunted house attraction. I was just a kid then, probably no older than 10 years old. And even then, I could tell that place was a dump. My older brother Teddy used to call it the Rat Palace. We would all laugh at that, except for, well, my dad. He wasn't much for those kind of jokes. There were 5 of us total crammed inside that apartment. My parents, me, Teddy, and our little sister Kate, who was only 5 at the time. We all shared one room. Kate and I in one bed, Teddy in another, while my parents slept in the living room on a pull-out couch that groaned like a dying day laborer every time they used it. Privacy was just this luxury that we couldn't afford. My dad worked these long shifts inside a dock warehouse, and my mom took office cleaning jobs to keep all of our asses covered. The apartment wasn't supposed to be permanent, just until we got on our feet, my dad would say. 6 months turned into a year, then a year stretched into 2. That's how it goes when you're barely scraping by. Time doesn't stop for you to catch up. No one does. Carlino was the kind of landlord who'd make you believe every horror story that you'd ever heard about slumlords was completely true. A real old-timey New York scumbag. He lived somewhere uptown in a nice brownstone, probably bought with the money he squeezed out of tenants like us, though I'd actually heard he had mafia money. I only saw him a few times, but I'll never forget the way he looked. He was short and thick, the face like an ugly mutt. He had this way of looking at you that made you feel small, like you weren't even worth the dirt on his shoes. The thing about the building that would make it unforgettable was the rats. They weren't those little kinds that you'd see in cartoons with beady little eyes. No, these were monsters. They had thick matted fur, tails like rope, and they moved in packs. Shit, they even kind of looked like Carlino, now that I think about it. Thick boys. You could hear them in the walls at night, scratching and squealing like pigs at the donut shop. Sometimes, if you were unlucky, you'd catch one scurrying across the kitchen floor, poking its head out of a cabinet. My mom screamed the first time she ever saw one, and after that, she just stopped screaming and started cursing. Everybody inside that building would complain about them, but Carlino didn't care. "What do you want me to do about it?" he'd say. "Rats are a part of a city living. You don't like it, move to the suburbs." He knew we all couldn't afford to leave. He knew we were trapped, and he used that to his advantage. Rent was due on the 1st, no exceptions. Late, he'd slap you with a fee. Too late, he'd threaten to evict you and slap you for real. I watched him backhand more than one tenant in our hallways. My dad called him a parasite, and I think he was on point. Carlino fed off people like us, people who didn't have the money or the power to fight back. But even a parasite can push too far. In fact, I believe it's in their nature. And Carlino, he didn't just push, he shoved and horse-kicked everybody in his way. He was like an apparition of New York, the city incarnate, a truly bad man who turned other people bad with him. The rats didn't just exist in the background of our lives, they were a constant gnawing presence. They partied in the wall, played dice under our feet, even scratched at the inside of our closet doors, as if testing our defenses. Teddy used to joke that they were trying to get their own apartment. At first, we just tried to live with them, setting up traps like mountain men, or leaving poison pellets tucked behind furniture. The traps caught nothing but air, and the poison just seemed to fatten them up. It was like they were thriving on our attempts to get rid of them, growing bolder with every hour. One night, I'll never forget it. I was lying in bed next to Kate, trying to block out all the sounds of scuttling underneath the floorboards. I was half asleep when I felt something heavy land on the blanket. My breath stopped dead like a Kennedy. Kate was snoring softly beside me, completely oblivious. I didn't dare move. My eyes were now fixed on the lump that was slowly creeping toward the pillow. It stopped inches from my face, its shape unmistakable in the moonlight. A rat, big as a taxi. I bolted upright and sent it flying off the bed. It didn't matter though. Others climbed up on the bedposts. Some fell out of the rafters. We were suddenly buried in the bastards. I fought them off as best I could, pushed them onto the floor, punched some across the room. Still, they crawled onto the sheets. Kate woke up screaming, and Teddy rushed in with a broom, shouting like a Catholic. He turned the lights on, and I could see them biting my sister, all over her legs and neck. They crawled up and down her little body, and my brother and I went into a flying rage. We knocked them all off and started punching, stomping, wrecking every rodent that failed to escape us. By the time my parents had finally come in, all the rats were gone, disappearing into the shadows as if they had never been there at all. Only evidence left behind was the blood on the walls and the bite marks all over Kate. That night, my dad stayed up with a baseball bat, sitting in the living room, jaw clenched so tight it looked like he might shatter. He didn't say a word, but the dark circles under his eyes the next morning said enough. We were all on edge. Teddy started sleeping with a flashlight and a kitchen knife under his pillow. Kate wouldn't go to bed unless my mom sat with her until she fell asleep, and me started to hate the nights. It felt like an invitation for the rats to come out and remind us who really owned the apartment. We weren't the only ones suffering though. I heard the neighbors complain constantly, whispering in the hallways about the infestation. Mrs. Gomez and 3B swore the rats had eaten through her pantry, tearing open bags of rice and flour, leaving droppings in their wake. Mr. Green in 1A claimed that he's seen one drag a slice of pizza across his kitchen floor, not once but twice. He was the local pizzeria for the rat population. Everybody was angry, but nobody was brave enough to confront Carlino. No one except my dad. I was there the day my dad tried to talk to him. Carlino had come by to collect the rent, talking from behind his usual cigar. My dad handed over the envelope and said, "You gotta do something about these rats, Carlino. It's getting out of hand." He smirked. "Rats are part of the package, Joe. You don't like it, you can move. Bye-bye." "We can't afford to move," my dad said, "but you can afford to do your damn job." Carlino took the cigar out of his mouth and leaned in close. "Think I care about your problems? I own this building. You don't like how I run it, there's the door. But if you think you're staying here rent-free, you've got another thing coming." "I never said rent-free, I said rat-free." "Rats come with the rent package deal. Didn't we go over this?" He cut my father's cheek as he spoke, as if threatening to slap him. I remember watching the way my dad's fists would clench at his sides, and for a second, I thought he was going to hit him, but then he just stepped back and said, "You're going to regret this." Carlino laughed as he walked out. "See you next month." Things seemed to get worse after that. It was like the rats knew we were fighting back and decided to punish us for it. They had chewed through some of the wires in the walls, causing the lights to flicker more than ever. It tore into our food, leaving teeth marks almost in everything. One even got into the bathroom, hiding behind the toilet and hissing when my mom tried to chase it out with a mop. It felt like we were under siege, trapped in a war that we couldn't win. And the rat shit, my God, it's the worst part about the fight. Shit everywhere. It's like fighting the dirty subway homeless. And then something happened that changed everything. It was late, maybe 2 or 3 in the morning. I was asleep when I heard Kate scream. And not the kind of scream you let out when you see a spider or stub your toe. This was a raw sound that ripped through the apartment, yanked me off the couch. My parents were already running to the room when I saw it. Kate was sitting up in bed, face pale as a sheet, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her legs were covered in blood, and the sheets around her were soaked with it too. And there on the floor was one of the rats. It was dead, body twisted and broken, but its teeth were still bared, and its fur was matted with blood. "They were on me," Kate sobbed, clutching at my mom. "They were biting me again." My dad didn't say a word. He grabbed the baseball bat and started smashing the floor, the walls, anything he could reach. Teddy and I stood frozen, watching as he let out a roar that didn't even sound human. My mom held Kate close, rocking her back and forth like she could will the nightmare away. But the damage was done. Kate had deep bites in her legs and neck. We had no choice but to take her to the hospital. This time it was far worse than before, probably because, well, I wasn't in there to protect her this time. The doctors said she was pretty lucky. The bites were bad, but the real danger was the infection. Kate ended up having a fever for days, her small body racked with chills and sweat. My mother didn't leave her side, and my dad still barely spoke a word. His face was just a mask of fury and guilt. Those hospital bills nearly broke us, but we didn't care. All that mattered was Kate was alive, struggling still every day. When we got back to the apartment that day, the first thing we see is Carlino in the hallway, talking to another tenant. My dad marched right up to him. "You're gonna pay for what happened." Carlino just sneered back at him. "Not my problem, whatever it is." My dad didn't hit him. He didn't yell. He just stared at him for a long moment and said, "You're nothing." And for the first time, Carlino didn't laugh back. We went home, and that was that. Kate thankfully recovered, though she carried those scars on her legs and neck for the rest of her life. They weren't just physical scars either. Those rats had done something to her spirit, stealing a piece of her childhood that could never come back. She wouldn't play with her dolls anymore, wouldn't even sit on the floor unless my mom scrubbed it clean in front of her. She started having night terrors, waking up in the middle of the night screaming. That next year was a slow crawl of misery. We saved every penny, eating canned soup and day-old bread just to make rent, and put away just enough to dream of leaving. My dad would start taking these odd jobs on the weekends, cleaning gutters, hauling trash, anything he could find. My mom sewed clothes for a few spare bucks, working until her fingers bled. Even Teddy pitched in, working afternoons at a corner store, slipping his wages in the coffee can that we kept under the sink. It was endless, but we had a goal: to get out of that hellhole and leave Carlino and those rats behind. Finally, after 12 grueling months, we did it. We found a new place on the other side of the city. It wasn't much better, this tiny one-bedroom walk-up, but it was clean. No rats, no flickering lights, no smell of mildew hanging in the air. Moving day felt like waking up from this long nightmare. My dad just stood in the middle of the empty apartment, looking around like he couldn't quite believe it was even real. "We're done," he said. "We're finally done." And we were, or at least so I thought. A few months later, we went out to celebrate. My dad had gotten a small raise at work, and for the first time in over a year, we could afford to sit down at a restaurant. It was this dingy Italian joint with checkered tablecloths and candles stuck in wine bottles. Kate was laughing. Teddy was teasing her about how much bread she could eat. For a moment, it felt like we were a normal family again. Then, my dad's face puckered up like he could smell the city dump. I followed his gaze across the room, and there he was, Jack Carlino, sitting at a corner table with a cigar in one hand, laughing loudly as he shoved a plate of lasagna in his mouth. My stomach twisted at the sight of him. I felt the mood shift at our table. My dad didn't say anything, but he didn't touch his food either. He just stared at Carlino, jaw tight, eyes dark. Teddy noticed too. He leaned in and whispered something to my dad, something I didn't hear. My dad nodded, just once, and then the two of them went back to eating like nothing had happened. We left the restaurant after dessert. The whole walk home was really quiet. Kate was asleep on my mom's shoulder, and Teddy kept glancing at my dad. When we got home, I went straight to bed. I don't know why, but I just couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I woke up a few hours later to the sound of the front door creaking open. I lay there, listening to the footsteps that padded down the hallway, 2 sets of them. I crept out of bed and peeked into the living room, just in time to see my dad and Teddy slipping out into the night. They didn't see me, and I didn't follow. I just stood there, heart pounding until the door clicked shut behind him. A few hours later, I heard the door again, the shuffle of their boots on the floor, and the low murmur of their voices. I didn't get up this time. I stayed in bed, staring at the ceiling and trying to pretend I hadn't heard anything. When I finally fell asleep, my dreams were full of rats. The next morning, my dad and Teddy were quiet. My dad sat at the table drinking coffee and reading the paper, like always. But I noticed his hands were shaking. Teddy looked pale, his eyes shadowed like he hadn't slept at all. And nobody said a word about the night before, and I didn't ask. 2 days later, a story broke. It was on the front page of the paper, right there in black and white. Man found dead in an alleyway. There was a picture of Carlino, his face bruised and swollen, his eyes staring blankly at the camera. The article said he'd been beaten to death, body discovered by a garbage collector early in the morning. No suspects, no witnesses. Just another statistic in a city that chewed people up and spit them out. I looked at my dad as he read the article. His face was stone, unreadable, but his hands were still shaking. Teddy sat across from him, staring at his plate, not eating anything. My mom was in the kitchen humming softly as she washed dishes, oblivious. No one was talking. No one said anything, but I don't think anybody needed to. Now, I don't know for sure what happened that night. Maybe my dad and Teddy just went for a walk and talked about old times and then came home. Or maybe they found Carlino in that alley and decided to finish what those rats had started. maybe it was just all a coincidence, because in New York, there's a lot of those. I found the room in Aaron's house through one of those old school classified ads in the local newspaper. I still remember the small boxy font and that single line that caught my attention. Room for rent in spacious home. Affordable, quiet. Call Aaron. It was like the universe handed me this easy solution to what had been a very miserable few weeks of couch surfing after losing my last apartment. The address was in this decent suburb. It had cracked sidewalks and faded shutters, but still respectable enough. I called the number and spoke directly to Aaron. He sounded distracted, like I was interrupting something, but he agreed to show me the place that evening. The house was massive, sprawling like an old Victorian relic that had given up trying to keep up with appearances. The siding was peeling in long strips. The lawn looked like it had been through a war, and the driveway had cracks big enough to swallow a small dog. But the inside, it was nice. Hardwood floors, lots of windows, a kitchen big enough to host a Thanksgiving dinner. Aaron gave me the full tour, and I noticed immediately how little he seemed to care about impressing me. He spoke in these clipped sentences. His voice was gruff and low, like he had somewhere else to be. "All right, this is the room," he said, opening up a door near the end of the second floor hallway. It was simple but clean. Bed, dresser, a small little desk pushed up against the wall. The best part was the attached bathroom, all for me. No waiting in line for a shower, no awkward encounters with other tenants. With that, I was sold immediately. "How much?" I asked him. $550 a month, he said, leaning against the door frame. He had this way of looking at me that felt both casual and intense at the same time, like he was sizing me up for reasons I didn't quite understand. "That includes utilities. I don't want a lot of noise, no parties, clean up after yourself. Good with that?" I nodded, eager to agree with whatever rules he had enforced. That place was a steal, especially for a place that size. Aaron seemed satisfied, and with a grunt, he told me to get my stuff together and move in whenever I was ready. The first few months were smooth sailing. Aaron kept to himself, and the house was quiet, almost too quiet at times. He told me he worked a corporate job in the city, but never mentioned any specifics. He'd leave early in the morning, dressed in this rumpled suit, and come back late. His tie was undone, face lined with exhaustion. I didn't pry, and he wasn't unfriendly, exactly. But he had this way of brushing off conversation that made it clear he wasn't interested in all that small talk. Honestly, that arrangement suited me just fine. I had my space, he has his. Every other weekend, his two kids would come stay with him, a boy around 12 and a girl a few years younger than that. They were loud, laughter filling up the house, but honestly, it was a good kind of noise. It made that place feel alive. Even with the kids around though, there was just something strange about this house, and I don't really know how else to explain that to you. Maybe it was the way the floors creaked at night, sounds echoing down those empty hallways. Or maybe the shadows that seemed to deepen in certain corners, like they were hiding something. Once, I could have swore that I heard somebody whispering outside of my door in the middle of the night, but when I opened it, the hallway was empty. I chalked it up to my imagination, paranoia that comes with living inside a new place. Aaron himself added to the weirdness though. He was so hard to read. His moods would shift like the weather. Some days he'd nod at me as I passed him in the kitchen, offering a grunt of acknowledgement. Other days, he didn't even seem to notice that I exist. I figured he was just one of those guys who preferred solitude. He didn't seem to have many friends, and the only visitors he ever had were his kids. Occasionally, a woman I assumed would be his ex-wife, though they never spoke more than a few words to one another. I couldn't complain though. The rent's cheap, house is comfortable, and Aaron left me alone. I told myself that whatever these weird vibes were that I was picking up on was just in my head. After all, I wasn't in any kind of position to be very picky. Even then, though, there was still a small part of me that couldn't shake the feeling that something about this whole setup just didn't add up. A few months later, things started to feel truly off. Aaron, obviously, had always been very distant, but now he was downright elusive. Weeks would go by without me even seeing him, even though his car was still in the driveway every single morning. The house seemed to feel hollow without him. Creaks, groans, that old structure amplified by his absence. On the rare occasions I did catch a glimpse of him, he would look rough, like he hadn't slept in days. Shirt wrinkled, eyes bloodshot. There was also this faint smell of alcohol always clinging to him. Cheap whiskey. One night, I was sitting in the living room watching TV when I heard the front door slam. Aaron stumbles in, movements heavy and uncoordinated. He muttered something under his breath, slurred and unintelligible, before disappearing up the stairs. I just sat there, unsure if I should say something or pretend I never saw anything. So I went with the latter, hoping this was just a one-off, but it wasn't. Over the next few weeks, Aaron's late-night entrances became a pretty much regular thing. Sometimes I'd hear him arguing with somebody on the phone, voice rising in anger before cutting off abruptly. Other times I'd hear him pacing upstairs, floorboards groaning underneath his weight. The worst was the nights he didn't come home at all, leaving that house eerily silent. And those were the nights I started double-checking the locks on my door. One Friday night, while I was home making dinner, I heard a knock at the front door. I wasn't expecting anybody, and Aaron didn't mention any visitors. When I opened it, I found two policemen standing on the front porch. Uniforms were neat, expressions unreadable. There was a tension in the air that made my stomach twist. "Is Aaron home?" one of them asked. I shook my head. "No, he's not here right now. What's going on? Can I help you?" The officer exchanged a glance with his partner before holding up a folded piece of paper. "We're here to serve an eviction notice. The property owner has not received rent payments in months. Are you aware of that?" I felt my heart drop into my stomach. No, I had no idea. I pay Aaron every month for my room. The officers nodded like they heard it all before. "Well, you might want to start looking for a new place. This house is going to be locked up in a few weeks. If you do see Aaron, let him know he needs to contact the property owner immediately." They left after that, leaving me just standing in the doorway with that notice in my hand. My mind was racing. Aaron hadn't paid the rent. How was that even possible? He had a good job, or at least he always said he did. What about his kids? Do they even know what's going on? I didn't see Aaron that night or the next. That eviction notice just sat upon the kitchen counter, a grim reminder of the ticking clock that was now hanging over my head. I knew I had to get out, and fast, so I started searching for places immediately, scouring classifieds, making phone calls during my lunch breaks. All the while, I kept those plans to myself. Aaron was unpredictable enough sober. I didn't want to find out what he'd do if he caught wind of me bailing on him. A week later, I did find a small studio apartment a few miles away. Not much, but it was clean and affordable. And that landlord seemed to be normal. I signed the lease and started packing that night, cramming my belongings into boxes as quietly as I could. Didn't want Aaron to hear me. Didn't want to risk any kind of confrontation. The day of the move, I waited until Aaron was at work. I'd seen his car pull out of the driveway that morning, and I knew I'd have at least a few hours before he got back. I loaded everything into my car in record time, heart pounding with every trip up and down those stairs. By the time I locked that front door behind me for the last time, I was drenched in sweat. I didn't look back as I drove away, but even then, I couldn't shake the feeling that Aaron was watching me, that he knew what I was doing. It was completely irrational. He wasn't even home, but that feeling stayed with me. A week later, I was fully settled into my new place, the tension of the few past months slowly starting to fade. I didn't think about Aaron too much after that, at least not until the night I drove past the old house. It was late. I just finished dinner with some friends. On a whim, I decided I'm gonna take the long way home, pass through the old neighborhood. That house looked exactly the same, peeling siding and overgrown lawn untouched by time. I noticed a man standing in the driveway, and for a split second I thought it was Aaron. But as I got closer, I realized it was one of the neighbors, a middle-aged guy that I'd spoken to a few times. I pulled over and rolled down my window. "Hey, is Aaron still around?" The man just looked up at me. His face then lit up with recognition. "Hey, no, he's gone. Got evicted a few weeks ago. Haven't seen him since." I frowned. "Hey, do you know what happened?" The man just leaned up against my car, clearly eager to gossip. Word is, he had a gambling problem, big one. Lost a ton of money and racked up debts with some bad people. The guy was practically living at the casino downtown, betting on anything he could, horses, cards, fights, you name it. I heard he owed thousands by the time he finally got kicked out. "Where is he now?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer. The man just shrugged. "Who knows? One morning the house was just empty. No furniture, no car, nothing. He must have skipped town. Either that or..." He trailed off, a grim look now on his face. "Or what?" The man then hesitated. "Or somebody found him before he could run away. Guys like that, they don't just get to walk away clean." I thanked him and drove off. Aaron had always been this enigma, but now he felt like a ghost, a lingering presence that just refused to fade. I thought about those late nights, the arguments on the phone, the eviction notice. It all painted a picture of a man unraveling, a man who had truly lost control of his life. I pulled into my new driveway. In the moment, I glanced in my rearview mirror, expecting to see Aaron's car slowly following me, but the street was empty, silent. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't all over, that Aaron's story was not finished yet. And maybe, just maybe, neither was mine. The neighbor's words stuck long with me after I got home. Aaron wasn't just a bad landlord or a guy down on his luck. He was a powder keg that had finally gone off. That thought chilled me, but it also felt like a warning, like I dodged a bullet getting out when I did. Over the next few days, I couldn't stop thinking about him. I found myself checking the news, searching for any mention of his name, any indication of what might have happened to him. Nothing. It was like he vanished into thin air. No arrest, no mysterious bodies showing up in rivers, no whispers of loan sharks taking care of their debtors. Just nothing. It was pretty unsettling to say the least. Then one night it all came back to me. I should have never visited that neighborhood. It was late, sometime after midnight, and I was lying in bed scrolling through my phone. My new apartment was quiet, save for the occasional creak of the building settling or the hum of the refrigerator in my kitchen. I'd finally started to feel safe again, like my life was finally getting back to some form of normalcy. Then a soft, deliberate knock came at my front door. It was after midnight. Who the hell was that? I froze, the sound sending a jolt of fear through me. It wasn't a friendly knock either. It wasn't the kind of knock a neighbor might make if they needed to borrow some sugar or ask about a package. It was slow, deliberate, and far too patient. I lay there, perfectly still, phone still clutched in my hand. My heart was now pounding so loud I swore it was giving me away. A knock came once more, this time a little harder. 3 slow, steady thuds. I didn't move. Whoever was out there didn't call out. They didn't announce themselves. They just stood there, waiting. After what felt like an eternity, the knocking stopped. I waited, barely daring to even take a breath, straining to hear any sound from the other side of my door. But there was nothing. I forced myself to sit up, every nerve in my body screaming at me to stay put, but I had to know. I crept out of bed, careful to avoid the spots in the floor that would creak, and made my way to the front door. There was no peephole, just a flimsy chain lock and a cheap deadbolt that suddenly felt laughably inadequate. I pressed my ear to the wood, listening for any more signs of movement. And then, in a voice that made my blood run cold, I heard it. "Hey, it's Aaron. Open up." My heart stopped. It wasn't just the fact that he was here, at my door, in the middle of the night. It was the way he said it, like we were old friends, like nothing happened. His voice was calm, almost cheerful. I didn't respond. I couldn't. "Come on, man," he said. "I just want to talk." I took a step back, legs shaking. How did he find me? How long had he been out there, watching, waiting? He had to have followed me. When I didn't answer, he knocked again, harder. The door rattled in its frame, and I could hear his breathing now. "You think you can just run off? Leave me to deal with all of this?" He snarled. "You don't think I don't know what you've been saying about me?" My mind raced, saying about him. What the hell is this guy talking about? I hadn't said anything to anybody, not even that neighbor. "I trusted you," he shouted, his voice raw and filled with venom now. "You don't just walk away from me. You don't get to do that." I stumbled back, foot catching on the edge of the rug, and fell down hard. The sound must have been loud enough for him to hear, because the next thing I knew, he was slamming his fists against the door. "Open the damn door! You killed me. You ruined my life. You took everything from me." The chain rattled violently, the frame groaning underneath the force of his blows. I scrambled to my feet, hands shaking as I grabbed my phone and quickly dialed 911.
911, what's your emergency?
"There's somebody at my door," I shouted. "He's trying to get in." The operator's voice was calm and methodical, and I barely even heard her instructions. My focus was on the door, the way it continued to shudder with every hit. I gave her all the information needed and did my best to just breathe.
"We have officers en route,"
she said.
"Just stay on the line with me, sir."
Then, the banging on the door stopped, and that silence was deafening. I stood there frozen, phone pressed to my ear, waiting for something, anything. Then I heard footsteps, slow and heavy, retreating down the hall. A few moments later, the officers arrived, but Aaron was long gone. Checked the building, took my statement, and promised to patrol the area for the next few nights, but I could tell by the way they looked at me that they didn't think he'd be back. I didn't have the money to move again, but thankfully, I never saw Aaron again, never heard from him. Whatever he was running from eventually must have caught up with him, right before he could take me down with him. I worked at a fast food restaurant when I was 17. It's definitely not a glamorous job, but it paid enough for gas and nights out, and that's really all I cared about back then. The job itself was mostly really repetitive. Cook, wrap, serve, repeat. If you've ever worked fast food, you know exactly the monotony that I'm talking about. The droning hum of the fryer, the hiss of the soda machine, the endless parade of drive-through voices rattling off orders in these tiny bursts. I guess it wasn't completely miserable. Most of my coworkers were around my age and we made the best of it. We'd all crack jokes, try to one-up each other with weird burger creations, and invent ridiculous games to make the shifts go by faster. Some nights, we'd even blast music over the speaker system after closing time. dancing around as we scrubbed grease off the counters and mopped the floor. Dean, our manager, was really cool about it all. He wasn't much older than us, maybe in his mid-20s, and he had this easygoing vibe that made him feel more like an older brother than an actual boss. He had rules, sure. No messing around when customers were watching, no skipping cleaning duties, but as long as we didn't go overboard, he let us have our fun. It was one of those jobs that felt like it would never change. The shifts would blur together in my memory, a series of identical nights punctuated by the occasional odd customer or even a prank call. But there was a night, one shift that stood out from all the rest, and definitely not in a good way. Occasionally I'll still think back on it, especially when I'm driving home alone at night. I'll still try to convince myself it wasn't as bad as I remember, that maybe I've exaggerated the details over all these years, but no matter how I spin it, the truth is it scared the hell out of me. It was a Saturday, and Saturdays were always super busy. Families came in for quick dinners, teenagers loitering around in the dining area, with the drive-through line stretching out to the street. For some reason, this particular Saturday was worse than usual though. A couple of people had called out, leaving us very short-staffed, and for some other reason, the phone just wouldn't stop ringing with call-in orders. Dean looked like he was about to lose it halfway through the dinner rush, but somehow we all managed. By the time things started to slow down, it was already past 10 and we were all wiped. The night crew was mostly girls. Me, 3 of my friends, and a new girl who barely talked to anybody. Dean was the only guy, but he didn't really seem to mind. He'd always said that we were the best team that he'd ever worked with, and honestly, we were. We knew how to handle a rush without snapping at one another, which was more than you could say for most restaurant crews. I'd say around 11, we finally started to relax. The dining area was empty. The drive-thru had gone quiet. Dean flipped a sign on the door to closed and locked it, leaning up against the counter with a tired grin. "Good job tonight, guys," he said, pulling his phone out of his pocket. "Take 5 and then we'll start closing down." We scattered, grabbing sodas and picking at leftover fries. Somebody turned the music on low and the new girl finally cracked a smile when one of my friends did this terrible dance move. It felt good to unwind after the chaos of the night. I was just about to sit down when the landline rang. "Seriously?" I groaned, glancing at the clock. Who could be calling this late? Dean sighed and then picked up the phone. "Hello?" His usual laid-back tone shifted almost immediately. His eyes darted around the room though, and his face went pale. "Yeah, who is this?" He paused, listening. His hand tightened around the receiver, and for a second I thought he was gonna crush it. "Look, man, I don't know who you think you're talking to, but..." Another pause, longer this time. I could now see the tension in his shoulders, the way his jaw clenched as he continued to listen. Finally, he hung up and slammed the phone back into the cradle. What was that about?" I asked, trying to keep my voice light, but the look on his face made my stomach drop. "Nothing, just some creep," he muttered. He reached for the lock on the door, double-checking it to make sure that he actually locked it. He said he knows it's just girls here tonight. Said he's been watching us. We all froze, the laughter dying immediately, and suddenly the music felt like it was playing too loud, too jarring. One of my friends moved toward the windows, peering out into the dark parking lot. "You see anybody out there?" Dean asked sharply. She shook her head. "No, but..." Her voice trailed off. She didn't sound completely convinced. "Look, it's probably just some weirdo trying to mess with us, you know, those stupid immature pranks," Dean said, but his voice lacked conviction. "I'm gonna call the cops just to be safe, though." He disappeared into his office, leaving the rest of us standing there in this uneasy silence. We huddled together, our eyes flicking to the windows every few seconds. The shadows outside now felt more menacing, deeper even. I None of us could shake the feeling that somebody was indeed out there, just beyond the edge of the light, watching us. Dean didn't come out of the office for a while, and the air in the restaurant seemed to grow thicker with every passing moment. The others tried to keep themselves busy, wiping down counters, sweeping the floor, but everybody's movements was jittery, eyes always darting back toward the windows. I stayed near the front pretending to straighten the condiment section, but mostly I was watching the glass for any sign of movement. The parking lot outside was still empty, just a sea of asphalt underneath the harsh yellow glow of those overhead lights. That should have been reassuring, but it wasn't. It felt like the calm before the storm. When Dean finally came back, his face was tight. His jaw was set in a way that he was trying to not freak us all out. "All right, cops are on their way," he announced, holding his phone in one hand and a wooden baseball bat in the other. I had no idea where he'd even gotten that. It wasn't the sort of thing that you'd expect to find in a fast food office, but the sight of it made me feel a little better. One of the girls laughed nervously. "You planning to play ball with this guy?" Dean didn't smile back at her. "I'm planning to make sure none of you have to deal with him." That shut us all up. The tension in the room felt like a living thing, pressing down upon us, making it hard to breathe. We tried to just continue focusing on closing down the store, but it was impossible to concentrate on anything at that moment. Every sound seemed to be magnified. The creak of a chair, the hum of the soda machine, the muffled clang of a pan in the kitchen. And that's when the bang came. It was so loud that I nearly dropped the container of ketchup packets that I was holding. The sound emanated through the restaurant, sharp and jarring, and it took me a second to even realize where it had come from. The drive-thru window. "Did you hear that?" one of the girls whispered, her voice barely even audible. Before I could answer her, another bang came, followed by this strange scraping sound, like fingernails dragging across glass. My heart felt like it was going to explode in my chest. I turned toward the window, half expecting to see somebody standing out there, someone making all this noise, but the space was empty, just a reflection of the kitchen lights on the glass. Dean was already on the move, bat gripped tightly in his hands. He pointed at me and the others. "Stay here. Don't move." He strode toward the drive-thru window, shoulders squared up, his movements very deliberate. He yanked the blinds down, blocking the view, then flipped the lock on the window for good measure. "I don't see anything," he said over his shoulder, though his voice still didn't sound confident. Maybe it was a bird. I don't know, something. A bird in the middle of the night? Nobody responded, but we were all thinking the same thing. There's no way that was a bird. We crowded together as Dean checked the other windows and doors, making sure everything was still secure. One of the girls, Sarah, whispered aloud, "Do you think that was him? The guy who called?" Dean didn't answer. He just kept moving, eyes scanning the shadows outside. I found myself staring at the door, watching for any sign of movement, any flicker of light that might suggest that somebody was indeed out there. But again, the parking lot remained eerily still. That's when the phone rang again. Everybody jumped, the sharp sound slicing through the heavy quiet like a knife. Dean hesitated just a moment before picking it up. "Hello?" His voice was hard now, edged with frustration and fear. "All right, who is this? What do you want?" He was silent for a long time, face pale and drawn. Finally, I watched him hang up again. His hands was now trembling as he placed the receiver back on the cradle. "It's the same guy," he said, voice barely above a whisper. "He said he's still watching, said he's real close." That was enough for Sarah. "I'm not staying here," she said, her voice high and shaky. "This isn't worth it. I don't care if I get fucked." "Nobody is leaving," Dean cut in. "We're staying together until the cops get here. It's the only way that everybody remains safe." We all nodded, too scared to argue with him. Dean went back into the office to give the police call once more, and the rest of us just huddled in the kitchen, keeping as far away from the windows as possible. Every little sound made us jump, even the hiss of the fryer or the distant hum of the highway outside. It felt like we were trapped inside this bubble of fear, cut off from the rest of the world. I continued wiping down the counters, trying to just distract myself. And that's when I saw a shadow at the back door, faint and flickering, like somebody standing just outside of the glass. For a split second, I thought, okay, this is my mind playing a trick on me, I'm imagining it. But then I saw that shadow move, and I saw a face, pale and round with dark sunken eyes. I screamed before I even realized what I was doing, and the others came running, their footsteps pounding against that tile floor. Dean was out in seconds, bat in hand, eyes wild. What? What is it? The door, I stammered out, pointing. Somebody was at the door. Dean didn't hesitate. He pushed past me and headed straight for the back. But by the time he got there, of course, in typical horror movie fashion, the shadow was gone. He yanked open the door and stepped out into the night, bat raised and ready. Dean! Sarah called after him, but he wouldn't stop. He disappeared around the corner of the building, leaving us all alone. The silence was unbearable. We stood there staring at that now open door, waiting for him to come back, and those seconds continued to drag on, feeling like hours. Finally, he returned. Nobody's there, he said, slamming the door shut and locking it again. But I saw, I started to say. I know what you saw. I believe you, he interrupted. But whoever it was, they're gone now. That did little to reassure us. We just stayed close to one another, too scared to now split up. Those minutes dragged on, each one more agonizing than the last, until finally, and thankfully, the police arrived. Their cars rolled into the lot with the lights on, engines barely audible. 2 officers came inside, their eyes scanning the room as they did. Dean explained everything to them, and the officers nodded along, asking a few questions, and then stepped back outside to sweep the area. And it didn't take long for them to find him. When the police let him out from behind the dumpster near the back of the restaurant, I felt my legs were about to give out. He was much younger than I expected, maybe early 20s, with this heavy-set, wild, poofy hair that looked like it hadn't been brushed in weeks, maybe months. His face was pale, almost sickly pale, and his eyes were quickly darting around almost like a trapped animal, refusing to settle on one thing for more than just a second. He wasn't wearing a coat despite the cold, just this stained t-shirt and jeans. One of the officers had his arm twisted behind his back, cuffed and immobilized, but he was breathing really hard, chest heaving like he just run a marathon. I recognized him immediately. He had been here before, maybe a week or 2 ago. He was one of those customers you kind of can't forget. Not because he did anything memorable, but just because there was just something off about him. He hadn't said much during his visit, just stood at the counter staring at the menu, like he'd never seen one before. When he finally ordered, his voice was low and mumbled, impossible to hear. I chalked it up to social awkwardness at the time, but maybe nerves, I don't know. But now, it felt like there'd been something much darker beneath that quiet exterior. He's been watching us, Dean said under his breath. We stood by the front window watching the police question him. Probably for weeks. How else did he know about tonight? The idea that he'd been planning this, that he'd been lurking somewhere nearby, taking notes on a routine, made my skin crawl. My mind flashed back to the shadow at the door, the pale face pressed against the glass, wondered how many times he'd been there before tonight, watching and waiting while we all went about our own business, completely unaware of his presence. One of the officers came back inside. His expression was very grim. We've got him in custody now. He's not really saying much, but we'll take him down to the station and see what we can get out of him. Does anybody recognize this man? He nodded. Yeah, he's been in here before, a couple of weeks ago, I think. The officer scribbled something in his notebook. All right, well, we're gonna need statements from all of you. After that, you're free to go, but I'd recommend being cautious for the next few days and keep an eye out for anything else unusual. Unusual? The word felt laughable after a night like this. What could possibly qualify as unusual anymore? We all gave our statements as quickly as we could. None of us wanted to stay in the restaurant any longer than we already had. That place that was once familiar, the routine of it all, now it felt completely different. When we finally locked the doors for the night and stepped outside, that cold air hit me like a slap. The parking lot was empty, save for the police cars and the flashing lights. The guy had already been loaded in the back of one of them. His face was now pressed against the window. I avoided looking at him, but I could still feel his eyes burning into the back of my head as I climbed into my car. My ride home was very silent. My usual routine of blasting music to myself to keep me awake felt wrong, like it might somehow invite more trouble now. Every pair of headlights that appeared in my rearview mirror made my pulse quicken. I found myself glancing at the passenger seat every few seconds, irrationally expecting to see somebody sitting there, but by the time I pulled into my driveway, I was shaking. I hardly slept that night, even with the doors locked and the blinds drawn. I could not shake the feeling that he was still out there, watching and waiting. Now, I knew the police had him, that he couldn't hurt us anymore, but logic didn't matter in the moment. The fear had now rooted itself too deep, twisting and spreading until it was all I could think about. A few days later, Dean called to let me know that the guy had been charged with trespassing and harassment. Apparently, he'd been stalking the restaurant for a few weeks, showing up late at night to watch us really closely. The police had found a notebook in his car filled with pages of obsessive notes, descriptions of our routines, our schedules, even little details about what we wore and how we laughed. There were crude sketches of the building too, with X's marking the entrances and both exits. He was definitely planning something, Dean said, his voice heavy with exhaustion. I don't know what it was, but it couldn't have been anything good. I didn't go back to work after that. I couldn't do it. The thought of stepping foot in that building, about standing behind the counter where he'd watched me so many times, it was unbearable. Dean understood, thankfully. He didn't try to convince me to stay, didn't offer any platitudes about how it was safe now. He just told me to take care of myself and hung up the phone. Years later now, I still think about that night. I think about the sound that it made as his palm hit the drive-through window, that shadow at the back door, the way his eyes had flitted around like a predator. Most of all, I think about that notebook, the X's on the map, and the fact that we'd only caught him by chance. What if he'd gotten inside? What if he found a way to corner us, to lock the doors and make sure nobody escaped? Those questions kept me awake late at night, their answers too horrifying to even imagine. I've moved on now, obviously, more or less. I have a new job, a new life, but still, when I'm closing later, walking to my car in the dark, I feel it. That creeping sensation of being watched. I'll glance over my shoulder, expecting to see him standing there again, his pale face illuminated by the glow of a streetlight. I never do, but the feeling never really goes away. When I first took the job as a garbage man, I never imagined it would be something that I actually enjoyed. Sure, it's not glamorous, and the smell had a way of clinging to you no matter how many showers you would take, but there was something deeply satisfying about the routine of it all. Every morning I'd start up the truck, check the route sheet, and head out to the same houses on the same exact streets, like clockwork. People seem to underestimate the beauty of predictability, of knowing exactly what your day holds even before it starts. That part I really liked about it, the black and white structure of that kind of job. Most of my weeks would go off without a hitch. You could set your watch by my rounds. Mrs. Jensen's house would always come first, her pristine white garbage cans set precisely 3 feet apart from the curb. Lids would be closed tight. A little further down the street was the Garcia's place, their cans perpetually overflowing with evidence of the 3 teenagers who had a penchant for takeout. It was the same rhythm, same dance week after week. Now anything that messed with that rhythm, truck trouble, a holiday, or bad weather, felt like somebody hitting a wrong note in an otherwise perfect symphony. I knew my routes so well, I could tell when I was behind schedule to the minute. If I wasn't rounding the corner on Maple Drive by 7:15, I'd start to feel it in my chest, this itch that I couldn't scratch. But that was the thing about the job. You had to be willing to keep moving, no matter what. There was always another can to grab, always another corner to turn, and if you let yourself stop for too long, you'd fall behind easily, and that's when things would start to spiral. It was December when everything went sideways. The forecasters were calling it the storm of the decade, a snow dump so heavy it would shut down the entire town for days. My boss, ever the pragmatist, decided that we couldn't afford to let the weather throw us off schedule again. So he called up a meeting in the yard. All of us gathered around in our bulky coats and gloves while he explained the plan to everybody. "We're going out tonight," he said, rubbing his hands together to keep warm. "The storm's set to hit early tomorrow morning, so we're doing tonight's pickup as a double run. Customers have been told to put their trash out early, so be prepared for some cans to be missing. I don't care how fast you go, just don't skip anything that's out. Everybody got it?" We all nodded, grumbling underneath our breath. Night runs weren't unheard of, but they weren't exactly common either. Driving the truck in the dark was a whole different animal. The headlights only gave you a sliver of the road ahead, and every shadow seemed to shift and move like it had a life of its own. But orders were orders, and I wasn't about to be the one to argue. That night, as I fired up the truck and pulled out of the lot, I told myself everything's fine. Just another route, just another rhythm to fall into. I had the radio low and the heat cranked up and tried to not think about just how empty the streets were around me. There was something unsettling about the stillness of it all, the way that snow dusted the trees and it would loom over the road. I pushed those thoughts aside though. I had a job to do. Those cans weren't going to empty themselves. The route started pretty smoothly. There were a few no-shows, empty curbs where the cans should have been, but most people had followed the boss's instructions, lining up their garbage cans like soldiers awaiting inspection. My gloves stayed on as I hopped in and out of the cab, that icy wind biting at my cheeks every time I stepped out into it. The truck rumbling behind me. About halfway through the night, I realized just how different everything felt. During the day, the neighborhood felt like it had a life of its own. Dogs barking behind fences, kids screaming as they chased each other throughout the yards, and of course the occasional neighbor who would wave from their porch. But at night, it was like driving through a ghost town. No lights and no sounds except for the truck engine and the crunch of my boots. That stillness wasn't peaceful to me. It was oppressive. It was the cold, it's the dark, it's the silence playing tricks on me. But I just convinced myself, you're being stupid. It's just the cold, it's just the dark. And the silence would occasionally play tricks on my brain. So I shook it off and forced myself to just focus on the cans, on that pleasant rhythm that I knew all too well. But as I turned onto that dead-end road at the end of the route, that feeling began to creep back, stronger than ever. That road was a dirt stretch that twisted through a strand of bare trees. I hated it. Turning the truck around at the end was a pain in the ass, especially now in the dark, but I had to be done. As I rumbled down the lane, I spotted something, illuminated by my truck's high beams. There was a man stood in the middle of the road, shirtless despite the cold, a lone cigarette dangling from his lips. He wasn't moving, just standing there with his arms crossed, staring at me like he'd been waiting for me. Beyond him, near a cluster of dumpsters, I saw two more figures. They were rooting around through the trash, pulling out bags and tearing them open like scavengers. I slowed the truck. My first thought was that they were homeless, maybe looking for food or recyclables to sell, but they were moving weird, like jerky, frantic, almost animalistic, and it put my nerves immediately on edge. I rolled down the window just enough to be heard. "Hey, you guys need to clear out. I'm here to pick up the trash." The shirtless man didn't even budge. He just stood there, breath puffing out in clouds of smoke and steam. One of the others glanced up from the dumpsters and yelled something that I couldn't quite make out, and it didn't sound friendly. So I tried again, louder this time. "Come on, you need to move. I got a schedule to keep." This time, the response was very clear. The man by the dumpster straightened up, tossed a ripped bag to the ground. "Go fuck yourself," he shouted, voice sharp and slurred. Now the shirtless guy moved, taking a slow step toward the truck. He didn't look like he was freezing, oddly enough, even though his bare skin was mottled in red. "Call the cops," I muttered to myself, grabbing my phone from the dashboard. Dialed the office first, explained the situation in hurried whispers, and all the while keeping an eye on the men. My boss really didn't seem too surprised, probably assumed it was some drunk idiots. He promised me to call the sheriff department. As I hung up, the men were closing in. The shirtless one was at the truck's bumper now. His hand was brushing against the grill like he was trying to intimidate me. The other two were circling around the sides. I didn't even wait. I slammed the truck into reverse, engine roaring as I backed up, forcing them to scatter. One of them ended up jumping onto the side of the truck, banging on the cab window with a fist. I swerved and tried to shake him off, and he tumbled to the ground with a grunt. When I reached the end of the road, I slammed the brakes and threw the truck in a drive. I wasn't out of the woods yet, literally or figuratively. I still had to turn this damn thing around. The truck's radius wasn't exactly grateful, and as I swung around into this wide arc, the headlights swept over the trees. A rock came sailing out of the darkness, hitting the windshield with a crack that spiderwebbed across the glass. I jerked back in the seat, heart hammering as I fumbled for the glove box. My hand closed in around the cold metal of my .45. The boss insisted that we keep in the trucks, just in case. I rolled down my window just enough to stick the barrel through, scanning the trees for any more signs of movement. My breath fogged up the glass as I waited, finger hovering over the trigger. But the shadows were still. The men were gone as if they'd melted into the night. I didn't waste any more time. The truck groaned as I completed the turn, the shattered windshield making it even harder to see. I kept that gun in my lap, eyes darting between the mirror and the road ahead as I sped back towards the main route. When the sheriff's car finally pulled up beside me at a gas station a few miles away, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. They took my statement, nodding grimly as I described the men and their behavior. "All right, we'll check it out," one of the deputies said. His tone told me he didn't expect to find much. And, well, he was right, they didn't. By the time they reached that dead-end road, the men were gone, leaving nothing behind but torn garbage bags and a faint cloud of cigarette smoke still hanging in the air. Black Friday was the day that I hated above all others. Normally, my job at the tech store was a predictable kind of chaos. I'd clock in and deal with a steady stream of customers, some of them being nice, and most not. I'd clock out by 6 p.m. It was the rhythm of my life, the kind of grind that was exhausting but manageable. 99% of the time, the store closed at a reasonable hour. I could go home, kick back, and forget about the gadgets, the angry buyers, and that constant stress. But Black Friday, that was something else entirely. For one, we'd have to stay open until 9 p.m., and the other,
people were just different on Black Friday. They weren't looking for deals, they were on the hunt, ready to pounce on anything shiny and anything discounted. It's not just chaos, it was savagery. It was the one day a year when my job stopped being routine and started feeling like a survival exercise. On this particular Black Friday, I was stuck on the late shift alongside Darnell. We weren't friends per se, out of work at least, but we got along enough, at least enough to work together. He was one of those guys who could keep his cool pretty much no matter what, and that made him the perfect partner for the insanity that we were about to face. We prepped for everything that evening like soldiers getting ready for battle. Energy drinks lined up, phones plugged into chargers so we wouldn't lose power halfway through the night. Some snacks even stashed in the back room. And you couldn't forget a decent playlist to set looped over the store speakers. The plan was simple: keep things smooth, keep things fast, and get through the night without losing our minds completely. The first few hours went okay. People came in and grabbed what they wanted and left. Sure, there were the usual grumblers about sold out items or expired coupons, but nothing we couldn't handle. It wasn't until the clock edged closer to 7:30 that things began to unravel. It started with this woman who was trying to pull one over on us. She had this large stack of coupons, half of them being expired, demanding discounts on a laptop that was already heavily marked down. Darnell dealt with her at first, and I could tell she was already getting under his skin. After a while, he called me over, his voice nice and low. "Man, can you handle her?" he asked. "I don't know, I just got a bad feeling about this one." I didn't argue. Darnell's gut feelings were usually spot on, so I nodded and stepped up to the plate. The woman looked at me and she'd already decided that I was the enemy, her eyes sharp and smile very forced. I explained as politely as I could that we couldn't honor her coupons and suggested she might have better luck at another store. To my surprise, she didn't argue with me at all. She gathered up her things, smiled that same tight fake smile, and then asked to use the bathroom. Well, that's weird. We don't usually let customers use the employee bathroom, but it was Black Friday and I didn't feel like making a scene. I grabbed the key and led her to the back and let her inside. She thanked me, all sugary sweet, and disappeared inside. Didn't think much more of it. When I got back to the sales floor, I saw Darnell was talking to a guy who must have just walked in while I was dealing with the woman. And this guy was off. He wasn't shopping, he was just wandering between the shelves, hands stuffed deep into his pockets, eyes darting around like he was casing the place. Something about that situation just put me on edge immediately. Darnell must have felt the same way because he was sticking close, keeping that oh-so-friendly smile plastered on his face, all the while asking this guy if he needed help with anything. I walked over to see if Darnell needed backup, but the guy waved me off immediately. "I'm good, I'm fine, I'm just looking," he said, voice low and gravelly. So we just let him wander, but I kept an eye on him. Something about the way he moved, the way it looked like he was avoiding the cameras. Again, Darnell must have noticed it too because he leaned in and whispered to me, "Think that guy's with that woman?" "With who?" I asked, but then it dawned on me. He tilted his head toward the back of the store. Bathroom lady." Oh shit. How long has she been in there? It had to have been at least 10 minutes, maybe more. Too long for somebody just using the bathroom. "I'll go check," I said, already walking towards the back. But before I could take 2 more steps, that guy moved quickly, blocking my path. It wasn't obvious, he just happened to step in my way, browsing his shelf of phone cases, like he suddenly decided they weren't the most interesting thing in the world. I tried to sidestep him, but he shifted, casually keeping himself between me and the back of the store. Alright, this ain't normal. "Excuse me," I said, voice firm. The guy didn't even look up. "What's the rush?" he asked, tone casual but with an edge that sent a ripple of fear through me. I didn't answer him, I just turned and walked down a different aisle, quickly picking up my pace. My mind was racing, a dozen worst-case scenarios quickly flashing through my head. What the hell was she doing back there, and why was this guy now trying to stop me? When I reached the back room, the smell hit me first. Smoke. My stomach was dropping as I fumbled for the key, unlocking the bathroom door and swinging it wide open. The sight inside froze me in place. The trash bin was on fire, flames licking up towards the ceiling. A woman was crouched next to it, fanning the flames with a piece of cardboard, her face illuminating in that flickering orange light. She looked up at me, her eyes were wide and wild, and for a split second, nobody moved. "What the fuck are you doing?" I shouted, snapping out of my shock. She didn't answer, she just grabbed the burning bin and tried to tip it towards me. I lunged forward, knocking it out of her hands and into the sink. Smoke filled the room as I turned towards the faucet, quickly dousing the flames. "Darnell, call 911! Fire!" Behind me, I heard her bolt, footsteps pounding towards the sale floor now. I spun around and chased after, but by the time I got there, she was already halfway to the door. That weird, strange guy right behind her. Darnell was on the phone, shouting something into the receiver as the two of them burst through the exit and quickly disappeared into the night. Cops showed up a lot faster than I expected. Darnell and I were just standing by the door, both of us jittery and wide-eyed. The smell of smoke still hung in the air, faint but sharp. When the first officer stepped inside, I felt a strange mix of relief and dread. Relief because they were here, and because we weren't alone anymore, and dread because now I had to explain what had just happened. And I really wasn't even sure I understood it. The officer listened as I stumbled through the story, nodding as he took notes. His partner wandered around the store, shining a flashlight into the corners. "So they just ran off?" the cop asked, his tone clearly skeptical. "Yeah," I said. "Out the door and then down the street. I didn't chase them or anything. I mean, look at me." I gestured to my uniform and my tired expression. "I'm not exactly built for heroics." The cop didn't laugh. He just scribbled something in his notebook and said, "And you said they tried to start a fire in the bathroom." "Not tried, they did," I corrected him. "I put it out, but it was close. Way too close." Darnell was still clutching his phone like a lifeline, and he quickly added, "She was crazy, man, like totally unhinged, and that guy, there was something wrong about him. I know you know what I'm talking about." The cop gave him this flat look. "Wrong like how?" Darnell hesitated, searching for the right words. "Like predatory, like he was just waiting for something bad to happen so he could pounce." I mean, that was it exactly. The guy clearly hadn't been there to shop. He hadn't been there for any other reason that made sense. What had he been there to do? Distract us? Protect her? "All right, well, we'll put out an alert," the cop said, snapping his notebook shut. "If they're still in the area, we'll find them." They didn't have to look too far. Less than 10 minutes later, one of the officers' radios crackled alive. The two of them exchanged a glance, and then one said, "They're at the gas station up the street, we'll handle it." They left without another word. Darnell and I were now alone again, that store suddenly feeling too big and too quiet. "You think they'll actually arrest them?" Darnell asked, breaking the silence. I just shrugged back. "I hope so, but even if they do, what's to stop them from coming back again? People like that, they just don't go away." Darnell didn't respond. He didn't have to. We both knew this wasn't over. Not really. About an hour later, the cops returned. They caught the pair at a gas station, just as they were trying to hitch a ride out of town. That woman was still wearing those same wild-eyed expressions, like she'd been caught in the middle of some kind of fever dream. The guy, he just stared at us through that squad car window, his face blank and unreadable. It was almost worse than anger. "You're sure these are the ones?" the cops asked. I nodded. "Yeah, that's them." The woman lunged forward, twisting around the grip of the officer holding her. "You think this is over?" she hissed. "You have no idea what's coming." The cop yanked her back, muttering something under his breath, but her words hung in the air. Even after they drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that she was right. We finished that shift in silence, cleaning up the mess and trying to pretend everything was normal, but nothing was normal now. The store itself felt tainted. When I finally clocked out, I practically ran to my car. That drive home was a blur. My eyes constantly flicking to the rearview mirror, expecting to see that pair of lunatics following behind. I didn't breathe easy until I was parked in my driveway and the door locked behind me.
Before landing my job as a nurse in a real hospital, I worked at a number of different gigs in different facilities in my hometown where I went to college. This includes just about every retirement center, senior living, or rehabilitation facility. So, as you concluded, I worked around a lot of old folks. For the situation I was put in, this was just a rung on the ladder if you wanted to work in medicine or even healthcare. Plus, it was major padding for my resume. I still remember my first night shift at Oakwood Retirement Facility. The nervous energy, the uncertainty, the fear of the unknown. I'd heard stories about night shifts, about how they could mess with your head, your body, and really your entire life. But I needed the job. I was willing to take the risk. And obviously, the creepy stories we all hear about night shift workers. The worst of the worst always seems to happen during these long overnighters. But because of the nature of my job, and all the death that I see on a normal basis, I naturally hold beliefs about God, the afterlife, and with that comes beliefs in spirits and entities. You can call it whatever energy you want, but I was afraid of seeing ghosts down the hallways, sounds that shouldn't be there, that kind of thing. It was entirely in my head, but was there nonetheless. As I clocked in, my supervisor Lisa greeted me with this warm smile. "Hey, welcome to the night shift. You'll get used to it, I promise." She showed me around, introduced me to the other nurses and other CNAs. They all seemed pretty friendly, welcoming, and experienced. I felt a sense of relief thinking that I was in good hands. Lisa was really nice and reminded me of my mom or older sister. Just honest, kind, funny, making little jokes and stuff to make me feel comfortable. It was easy to fall right into place on my very first day, and because of that welcoming energy, I had to ask Lisa what was on my mind. "So, I got a question," I ventured. "Sure, what's up?" Lisa said. "Any stories about this place being haunted?" I asked. She gave me a funny look and said, "Why, do you want it to be?" I quickly shook my head no. She laughed and said, "Good. No Indian burial ground, no poltergeist, no ghosts in the lounge. This building isn't that old, and no one that I know of has ever even reported anything. We all talk, we're close-knit, and it's just not even on our radar." That is such a relief. I've never worked a night shift, and I have all these kind of crazy stuff in my head about what could happen or what I could see, I explained. "You must really take care of them before they go." Lisa shrugged and said, "Or maybe there's no such thing as ghosts. Come on, I'll show you where we take our breaks outside." The first few weeks were tough. My body struggled to adjust to that new schedule, and I found myself dozing off during my breaks. But as time went on, I started to get the hang of it. I learned how to stay awake, how to stay focused, and how to manage my time efficiently. I even started to enjoy the quiet hours, that peaceful atmosphere, the sense of accomplishment that came with making it through another night. 6 months in, I was a pro. I knew every single resident's name, every medication schedule, every cork. I knew how to handle difficult situations. I knew how to calm down agitated residents, and even knew how to make them laugh. I become a part of the night shift family, a tight-knit group of people who relied on each other to get through these long hours. But then that's when something changed. At first, it was just a glimpse out of the corner of my eye. Mrs. Jobar, a sweet but frail resident, was wandering down the hall in her pajamas. I thought nothing of it, assuming she needed to use the bathroom or maybe even get a glass of water. But as the nights continued on, I would see her more frequently, gliding silently from room to room. It was as if she was sleepwalking, her eyes open but unfocused. I mentioned it to a few of my coworkers, but we all agreed that it was just harmless. Mrs. Jobar just being her usual nocturnal self, we joke. But as the nights wore on, her wandering became more and more frequent and more pronounced. She'd dart from room to room, her footsteps light as a ghost. I'd watch her just frozen, and then she'd disappear into the darkness. It started to unnerve me, even though it was subtle and just totally harmless. Just the notion of watching someone who's apparently out of control of their own body, it was strange and very creepy. It had me on edge, but it wasn't anything that ran a chill up my spine. And it certainly didn't have me treating Mrs. Jobar any differently. I can't stress just how sweet this little old woman was. Truly one of the nicest people I've ever met, and I took care of many of the other residents in her wing. But some of us were worried that perhaps this might be a sign that she would be passing on soon. One night shift, I saw Mrs. Jobar leave her room briefly, then go back to it. Curious, thinking she was awake this time, I poked my head in to say hello. To my surprise, I was all alone. Her bed was empty, and the window latched shut. I even checked the bathroom, but again, no luck. She wasn't in there. Now, I was a little weirded out, and I wandered back to the nurse's station to see if maybe I could get an eye on her again. "Hey, have you seen Mrs. Jobar tonight?" I asked Rachel during our break. Yeah, I saw her wandering around an hour ago," she replied, her voice low. "I don't know what's gotten into her." I shook my head. "Me neither, but it's kind of starting to freak me out." Rachel leaned in, her eyes very serious. "You think it's something more than just sleepwalking?" I hesitated because I was unsure, but as I looked out into the darkened hallway, I knew that something was off. Something that would soon escalate into a terror beyond my wildest imagination. I had no way to actually know this or have any confirmation other than just pure intuition, but something had wormed its way into my brain. It was probably that same paranoia that I started the job with, back to pester me about this strange old woman. "Well," I started. "I saw her leave her room, then go back in real quick, but when I went in to check on her, she was not in there. It was weird. I watched her walk in not a minute before." Rachel's eyes grew wide. "The exact same thing happened to me yesterday," she confessed. I could tell by the rapidly draining color on her face that she wasn't messing with me. I asked her to explain, and it was almost identical to my story. Mrs. Jobar left her room, only to go running back a minute later. Now, this was very uncharacteristic of her, so Rachel went to see if she was okay. And, again like me, Mrs. Jobar was nowhere to be found. When Rachel proceeded to look for her, she found her in a different wing on the other side of the building, a distance that would take that old woman 4 or 5 minutes at least to walk. From what she was claiming, it was an impossible happening that she witnessed and had been afraid to tell anybody else about it. As we finished our break, that feeling of unease crept back in. I tried to focus on my work, but my mind kept wandering back to Mrs. Jobar. What was she doing out there in the dark all those times? What was driving her to wander around like a ghost? I figured all manner of things would be keeping her awake. Lost lovers, grown children, deceased family. It made me sad to think about, but it also made me feel weird too. I knew I had to keep an eye on her to make sure she was safe. But as that night wore on, I realized I was in over my head. I wasn't even a nurse. I wasn't even that old. And I wasn't equipped to deal with something that might turn into a very different, potentially even dangerous situation. Still, I convinced myself this was the experience I needed, so I just stuck with it. Everything was pretty normal for the next couple of days, except for those strange late-night wanderings. But other than that, it was chill. It was the start of the next week that things took a weird turn. When I arrived at work, my supervisor Lisa was waiting outside of the door. Immediately, I knew something was up. Myself and another overnight worker, an RN named Sarah, arrived at the same time and got the rundown. "All right, listen up, guys," Lisa said, her voice low and serious. "We've got a serious situation with Mrs. Jobar. She's been acting stranger than normal, and we really need to keep an eye on her." I exchanged a worried glance with Sarah. "What's going on?" I asked. "Residents have been complaining that she's whispering creepy things to them at night," Lisa explained. "We need to make sure she does not wander off anymore. If she gets up, bring her back to her room immediately. I can't get another wave of complaints, especially like I did this morning. Sarah and I nodded, our minds racing with worst case scenarios. We clocked in and began our shift, our senses on high alert. But as that night wore on, everything seemed fine and normal. Residents were all quiet. The halls were empty. The only sound I heard was the hum from the vending machines. I was starting to relax, thinking that maybe Lisa had overreacted. We continued on with our nightly duties, made sure to check in on each other and Mrs. Jobar, just in case. The night pressed on without incident, and soon I forgot there'd been an issue at all. Then, at exactly 3 a.m. on the dot, I saw Mrs. Jobar peek out of her room, her eyes fixed on me with this unblinking stare. Now I did have a chill running down my spine, but I didn't look up. I didn't dare to. I was frozen in terror. My heart was now pounding in my chest. This was definitely new. She never checked to make sure the coast was clear. She was always just walking around in silence. Her peeking out like that told me that maybe she was awake, taking care to make sure nobody was watching her. I don't know why, but I remember being absolutely scared to death as she looked at me. Before I could even react though, she just took off down the hall, her tiny feet pattering against the floor. I took a deep breath and tried to calm myself down, but my legs just felt like jelly. I knew I had to go after her, but I was scared, literally scared of the unknown. Her movements seemed faster than normal, and I found myself wondering if she was having some kind of bout of psychosis. Would she attack me? Could she attack another patient? I was starting to spiral. I forced myself to stand up and my eyes scanned the empty hallway. I called out for Sarah, but there was no answer. I was alone. Without any other option, I did a quick scan of what camera monitors we had access to and saw nothing. Then I decided to go find her. Lisa was very clear that this patient needed to be kept in her room, or it'd be all of our asses. I made my way down the hall, my heart racing with every step, and I mean this literally. I couldn't find Mrs. Jobar anywhere. I searched every room, every corner, but she was just gone. I even went into other wings, the custodial closets, the lounge, the mess hall. This woman did not exist. I was just about ready to pop open the door and start checking the common grounds outside, the garden, or maybe even the parking lot, because she could not be inside this building. Finally, I returned to her room, my breath coming in these short gasps. And that's where I found her, sitting on the edge of her bed, her head twitching like a puppet on a string. I couldn't believe she was right here the whole time because, again, there was no way she could have snuck around me. I was on high alert. I was tearing up and down those hallways. There's no way she could have gotten by me. Still, I watched her head make that odd movement. Didn't know what to say. Mrs. Jobar, do you need help? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Her head snapped around, her eyes locking into mine with this unnatural movement. Margaret isn't here anymore, she declared, her voice low and menacing. Then she whirled back to face the window, went right back to twitching and making these creepy clicking sounds. This was all out of my worst nightmare. I bolted out of the room, my heart racing with fear. I found Sarah and dragged her back to Mrs. Jobar's room, my words tumbling out in this panicked rush, trying to explain everything that I just saw to her. She did her absolute best to calm me down, but nothing really mattered except for getting her to Jobar's room. Sarah's eyes widened as she took in the scene. So what? She asked. Not a single thing was now out of place, and when we looked at Mrs. Jobar, she was sleeping peacefully, her face serene and calm. It was as if nothing had just happened at all. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. She was so tucked in, it looked like she'd never even gotten out of bed, like I hallucinated the whole thing. Sarah was very cautious about what I was talking about, but when we went and found Rachel, I had her confirm everything that I was saying, so we were all on the same page. We all stuck together for the rest of that shift, our eyes scanning the halls for any sign of movement. But everything was quiet, unwavering silence. Still, we made sure to keep close to one another just in case anything more weird happened. One of us was always watching the doorway to Mrs. Jobar's room. When the morning crew arrived, we did our final checks. And when we checked on Mrs. Jobar, she was dead. Her body was cold and stiff inside of her bed. She had that same sweet smile on her face, the one she'd worn all night after her first jaunt through the halls. We'd been checking on her all night long, so we knew that she was alive and had seen her roll around a bit. When the sun came up though, she silently slipped off and we never knew until shift change. I felt a wave of relief wash over me, mixed with a healthy dose of fear. It was a very creepy couple of nights, and every single one of us had experienced some form of weirdness. Something strange had happened, something that I can't explain. I'm just glad it's all over. I'm a longtime Colorado resident, and about 15 years ago, I moved to a small outlier of a town called Grand Junction. Some of you will know it, but I suspect many have never heard of the name. It's quaint, mostly a blow-through town, and one that services the southwestern corner of the state. I fell in love with the place and called it my forever home. I worked at a mom-and-pop shop downtown in Grand Junction, where everybody knows everybody. Like any rural community, we have our seasons, and the rest of the year is a little quiet. It's the hustle and bustle of the locals, the thrum of the trains blowing through town. Time seems to slow down here a little bit, if you let it, almost like a place for a fairy tale. It's one of the reasons it was so easy for me to fall right into the place. Among the familiar faces, one stood out: Warren Barnes, the reading man. For as long as I can remember, Warren was a fixture in our community. His kindness, work ethic, and love for books made him a beloved figure. I'm not sure exactly how long he'd been living in Grand Junction, but I'd known Warren for as long as I can remember. It seemed like everyone on the block knew his name, knew his schedule, and everyone was very kind to him. Frankly, I'd never seen a homeless man generate such respect, but after having a few conversations with him, I quickly understood why. He was genuinely a sweet old man. It was like talking to your grandpa or something. He was always in a good mood, always kind and always helpful. If he hadn't met such a grisly fate, I may have thought he was an angel. Warren's daily routine was as predictable as the sunrise. He'd start at the coffee shop, then visit the library, and finally settle into his favorite alley behind the bridal shop, surrounded by his precious paperbacks. Westerns were his passion, but he devoured everything from history to thrillers to philosophy. His knowledge was just staggering. Conversations could easily last hours. As shopkeepers, we relied on Warren for odd jobs, moving boxes, unloading trucks, or running errands. Always said yes, without expecting anything in return. His Army veteran background and travels had seasoned him, but his heart was what made him really special. Grand Junction had adopted him. He'd become our very own. Warren's relationship with the community was genuine and strong. It was Mary, the baker, who saved him fresh bread and pastries, Jake, the hardware store owner, who hired him for handyman work, and Rachel, the librarian, who always set aside new releases just for him. We all looked out for Warren, and he repaid us with his kindness and dedication. On one Sunday back in 2021, Warren didn't appear, and by the late morning, all the shopkeepers and laborers on our street knew something was wrong. We just didn't know how bad. We all waited at first, but by midday, some of the other people that knew Warren a little better than I put in a call to the police department. It's hard to track a guy down that doesn't have a house, and obviously police need more suspicion before they put up missing persons reports for a homeless man. Either way, we didn't like what we heard. The gal that owned the bridal shop just across the street said that someone had found Warren's wallet out by the boat ramp, over by the... This was pretty far away from usual places Warren liked to hang out, and as I mentioned, he kept a pretty rigid schedule. The gal actually left that day to go meet investigators over by the river to help them out and help get a better idea of what might have happened to him. By then, though, it's far too late. None of us knew just how bad the situation really was. At least, not until Warren's body parts started washing up along the river. Arms, legs, chunks of his torso, just casually floating along, beaching under the bridge overpass on the edge of town, near the boat dock, that same place that they found his wallet. We were all in shock, and I mean absolutely blindsided. You have to understand, this wasn't just a hobo. This was someone I said good morning to every day for 10 years. Every single day, this man would sweep the steps in front of my shop, or bring me flowers that he found growing in the alley. A truly kind, considerate individual. And someone took the night to cut him into pieces. Someone targeted him. I could feel it in my soul. How else could this befall such a distinguished member of our community? As I now reflect on Warren's life, I realize just how much he enriched our community. His love for books and learning inspired us. His willingness to help others without expectation of reward reminded us of the importance of kindness. His presence was always there, like a steady heartbeat. It made us feel safer and more connected. But as with all good things, Warren's life was not without its challenges. His homelessness was a constant struggle. We did our best to help support him. We'd offer him a place to stay, temporarily, or help him find resources. Warren would never complain, never ask for more than he needed. He was content with his simple life, surrounded by books and friends. I honestly can't say that he was actually homeless, because he called Grand Junction home, and we took him as he was. As the sun sets on Grand Junction, I remember Warren's smile, his laughter, and his infectious enthusiasm. He didn't deserve to meet the fate that he did, and it brings me some weird distant satisfaction knowing the killer was caught. If justice hadn't been served, I probably would have never slept again. My friend, my neighbor, gutted and dismembered in the dead of night, with no one around to help him. I wish his last moments hadn't been so scary. For now, let's cherish the memories of Warren Barnes, the reading man, who brought so much joy and light to our lives. His story is over, but for today, let's honor his spirit, his kindness, and his love for life. Warren, we miss you every day. I lived in Grand Junction for a long time, and the crime that happened a couple of winters ago was one for the ages. Not a lot of stuff goes on here, and I'll admit the rate of crime in our city is a little higher than the rest of the state, but that's only because we're in a corridor community for neighboring states. Lots of drug trafficking throughout here, some robbery, breaking and entering, but not a lot of outright murder. That stuff sticks with us for a long time, usually till the next one happens. I myself am an old man, living alone on a quiet street. The Cohee house was just another familiar facade, but the son, Brian, was a different story. I noticed strange behavior from him. Sometimes I'd go outside and find him in his side yard, just staring off into space. It was weird. And the first time I saw it, I called his name to say hello. He didn't respond at all. He didn't look vacant or out of it, just deep in thought about something. I chalked it up to just an introverted young man, but over the next year or two, I'd catch him doing that pretty often, but never when anyone was around. This was something he'd do when he was all alone. Next came the animal abuse. I really only saw this happen once, but still, the kid would hurt dogs and cats in the community. I don't know if he was killing them, but again, when he thought no one was looking, he'd give them a fist or a boot, throw rocks at them, they were too far away. A couple of times, I'd go outside like I was taking out the trash, just to holler at him to knock it off or go home. He'd wave at me, act totally normal, like he wasn't just hitting a stranger's dog with a closed fist. When pressed about it, he just said he was having a bad day and didn't want the dog to attack him. Said it had bit him a few times in the past. I knew something was off, but I didn't really know what to do. I wasn't related to him. I didn't want to meddle. The other thing, it turned out, was that Brian was actually a pretty smart kid. For as weird and quirky as he was, he had his family and even some of the teachers at school pretty wrapped around his finger. He could lie like the best of them and would totally throw questioning adults off his trail.
I believe the boy was autistic, or maybe just claimed to be, and one that Brian was keen to take advantage of. It almost made him charming in this weird, creepy way. He'd casually mention how many pints of blood the human body contains, as if we were talking about the weather. He could talk himself out of almost any consequence, or even just basic chores. I'd watch him do it all the time with his parents, with adults in the neighborhood. Brian would look you dead in the eye and tell you the most logical line of shit that you've ever heard, and you'd believe it, because how could a special education boy be that cunning? Well, it turned out he was highly intelligent and very manipulative. One look at his mother's testimony will tell you all you need to know. Rumors started circulating around town. Other neighbors told me about Brian's disciplinary issues at school, bullying, even physical harm to his peers. I felt a sense of culpability, having witnessed his erratic behavior and not reporting it. Still, it's hard to inject yourself into business of somebody else's kids. I remember hearing a story from someone on our street who also has kids, who went to school with Brian. The kid was very mean-spirited. He'd hear about a student in his class prone to having panic attacks, so he'd do everything in his power to make them have one. He would construct these model weapons out of his stuff he found at school, then use them to attack special needs students when no one was looking. Behind the school buildings, vacant hallways, or even on the bus. It was some of the most heinous stuff I've ever heard. Outright abuse of people Brian deemed lesser than himself. One day though, there was a couple of boys following Brian home from school. All three of them were walking, but I could tell Brian was trying to get away from these kids. I could see plain as day that they weren't friends of his. Brian made it back to his house, rushed inside and slammed the door behind him. The boys threw rocks at the door and called out, "Hey Dahmer, come out Dahmer, we just want to play, you fucking freak." When I asked the other neighbors about this, she confirmed it. Brian was known for getting picked on at school, so it was all a little give and take. Now I definitely felt weird for keeping tabs. This has all felt like pretty average high school antics. Hell, even when I was a boy, kids were goddamn mean to each other. It's always been the case. So I backed off. I quit observing. Just figured kids needed to be kids. Then the police start showing up at Cohey's house. At first, it was for a single vehicle incident at the boat ramp in the middle of the night. I saw Brian's parents driving off, returning later with their son. This was very late at night and or early in the morning. I don't remember which. I just recall the engine roar and headlights cutting through my front windows, which woke me. And then by the time I moved myself into the living room, they were coming back, Brian and his parents. The police visits continued, and I sensed something was amiss. I mean, what other evidence does a person need? The final nail came, so to speak, when a rumor started downtown about a homeless man that apparently went missing overnight. This was a person I didn't know personally, but he apparently kept a rigid schedule downtown, wherein he would assist different stores with different jobs. When the guy didn't show, everyone knew something was up and called the cops immediately. I didn't think anything about this at first, so I didn't have a reason to connect the two. I remember hearing strange noises from the Cohey residence one day. Muffled sobs or screams. Within an hour, the police arrived, and Brian was taken away. They briefly questioned him right there in the driveway. I could see him from my own living room, standing rigid, upright, like he usually did. Slowly going through the motions of discussion, but it looked forced, like he was uncomfortable maybe. It's hard to say. The truth hit me like a ton of bricks. The story coming out was that a wallet was found down by the boat ramp, Warren Barnes' wallet. And that was when I put two and two together, that Brian's car had been retrieved from the river by the police and a local tow company. That couldn't be a coincidence, right? Well, I learned later on the news that that sobbing scream that I heard across the street was actually Brian's mother, discovering a very gruesome scene. In the back of Brian's closet, she found a plastic bin, the double-wrapped plastic bag beside it. The contents being one rotting human head and a pair of severed hands. Brian was a murderer, living just down the road from me. All that strange behavior that I witnessed and dismissed for so long finally accumulated into the worst nightmare we could have ever imagined. The weird interactions, the bizarre comments. Brian had been thinking about violence for a long time, perhaps as long as I knew him as a neighbor. I could have been his next victim, an old man, alone and helpless. I realized that I narrowly escaped a terrible fate. By the end of that week, I read that most of Barnes was discovered along the riverbank, some of him left under a bridge where he'd been sleeping. It seemed that Brian had put a lot of thought into his actions, but when it came to actually covering his tracks, he was sloppy and just relied on his ability to lie. Thank God that didn't work out for him, and I hope I never see him again. I personally didn't know Warren Barnes, but I can imagine the kind of man that he was. His fate was cruel, murdered while sleeping under a bridge, dismembered, and left like trash. The thought sends shivers down my spine, and I hope the man finds peace on the other side, as I imagine his last night was not something he'd want to remember. I heard from the locals that he just kept asking Brian, why? Why are you doing this? Why? Which frankly, makes my skin crawl. I felt a mix of relief and horror, knowing I no longer lived next to a killer. But the memory of Brian's strange behavior, his cryptic comments, and the gruesome fate of Warren Barnes will continue to haunt me. I left wondering how many other secrets lay hidden behind those closed doors. How many other monsters live among us, waiting to strike? I'm very grateful to his parents, who made no effort to conceal anything or muddy the waters. Too often, when family gets involved in diabolical matters such as these, they do everything they can to make sure justice isn't served. Terry wasted no time calling the police and turning Brian in, literally within minutes. Her loyalty to the community and personal moral compass led her to the right decision, I believe. The darkness that lurked in Brian's eyes, the evil that consumed him, is a reminder that true horror exists in our world. And I'm left to ponder, what other terrors lurk around here? Which school-grade boy or girl will grow up to be the next killer? It's a terrifying thought, but one I entertain, because it's the world we've made, and the one we currently live in. I've been a law enforcement officer for a few years now, and nothing too crazy has come across my desk or on my radio. I live in a small web of townships, with Grand Junction at the heart of it. As you can imagine, not a whole lot goes on in the backcountry of Colorado. Just about the worst call that I've ever gotten was a man who stepped out on the shoulder of a highway and was struck and killed by a semi with a trailer moving around 80 miles per hour. We pulled up on the scene and it was one of the most awful visuals of my life, one that's kept me awake for a few weeks. That was until Brian Cohey Jr. decided he wanted to murder somebody. I wasn't involved in every aspect of the case, but I can confirm what did and didn't happen per my department. This was a case that rocked our community to its very core. It had every single resident on high alert for at least a week or so. Some folks still haven't recovered fully from that brutal nature of the crime that happened. Brian Cohey is a bit of an anomaly. He has a short list of diagnosed mental disorders, such as clinical depression, ADHD, and autism, and that goes back well into his academic history. He wasn't a special needs kid. He's actually a very intelligent kid, but he had certain triggers and behaviors that most folks wouldn't consider normal. I guess I should start this story at the beginning and work all the way up to the case, at least in regard to the suspect and the crime. The earliest signs of trouble were a series of suspicions that Brian had received from school. It seemed that leading up to the murder, Brian had this habit of creating makeshift weapons, usually out of pencils and rulers or other hard-edged stuff, and then would use them to hurt and torture kids that couldn't defend themselves. I specifically remember a report where Brian and his friend had made some kind of leveraged weapon, like a mace or nunchucks, something like that, then used them to beat the hell out of this special needs student. After he was busted and suspended from school, his parents found a number of similar weapons made inside his room. Allegedly, they told Brian that if he didn't dispose of everything and throw it immediately in the dumpster, they'd call the police and make a problem out of all of it. From what we understand, Brian complied, put everything inside that dumpster,
which seemed to satisfy his parents and the teachers at school. From here, we would gather that Brian was a very smooth talker. Both the faculty and his parents confirmed it. It seemed like no matter what the discipline was, no matter what the consequence was, Brian would find a way to adapt and even worm his way out of it occasionally. Again, he was freaky smart in that aspect and was usually one step ahead of all the adults in his life. Except he wasn't. The reality, as far as I'm concerned, was plain as day for all to see. The physical torment and abuse of other students aside, Brian had a habit of talking about violent, inappropriate subject matter all the time. He'd go on at length about how to cut an artery, how to dismember a corpse or drain blood, or even the best method to pass a polygraph test. And then he would just sit and smile, maybe even laugh, and then say something like, "Sorry, that's a little morbid, isn't it?" Brian was constantly showing signs of being disturbed in his physical behavior, but his points of conversation was all the confirmation a person should really need. This kid had seriously twisted thoughts, and he wasn't afraid to share them with whoever might be around. Huge red flags, at least for me, but I'm not a parent, so it's not really my place to say. Either way, this was turning into a case for alarm. The reality was this: we would later learn from various confessions that Brian would make. Brian had already decided he was going to kill somebody. His reasoning was he just wanted to see what it felt like to take a human life, and said this without any emotion attached. If anything, maybe even a touch of a grin. This kid was totally detached from reality. The details only get worse from here. So, for 6 months, he spent all his time planning, prepping, searching for a proper victim, per his confession. He said he wanted to kill a homeless person or a prostitute, as he convinced himself that either of them turning up missing or dead would call for much less searching and investigating, if reported at all. For what it was, I guess it was a decent plan, but Brian didn't have the know-how to pull off what he would consider a perfect murder. One night, Brian spotted a victim sleeping in a makeshift fort beneath a bridge. A small little flap of nothing just to keep the wind and chill off. The bridge was near a river, and the river led to a boat ramp. I'm sure you can see the little trail of breadcrumbs. This is more of the confession, per Brian's story. He parked his car and went to his murder kit. He selected a large kitchen knife and 2 pairs of gloves, as he claimed a single pair wasn't enough for the amount of gore that a body produced. He snuck up on Barnes, who was asleep, and sank the knife into his neck, which immediately woke Barnes up and prompted him to begin pleading with Brian. The boy didn't care, and just continued to stab Barnes' neck with the blade until the man stopped moving. From there, Brian brought his car over, popped the trunk, and dismembered the old man piece by bloody piece, with nothing more than the kitchen knife. Grisly, violent work for a teenager, but he got it done, and up to his quote-unquote standards. His next move would be his undoing, as he didn't take enough care to make it work. Brian put the majority of Warren's body in the trunk of the car, drove over to the boat ramp, and let it roll into the river. We think the trunk was initially open, so Warren's dismembered body floated out and then down the river, and then filled the gory trunk with water to rinse it out. The problem was, the trunk got closed because of rushing water, and a significant amount of blood got trapped within. When we called the tow truck to have the car pulled out of the river, we could actually see thick streaks of crimson running out of the rear compartments. We called Terry Cohey, Brian's mother, because at this point we had no reason for suspicion. We actually thought that Brian might have been hurt with a cut he didn't know about, as his story was that he accidentally drove the car into the river by mistake, thinking he'd be able to get it back out. It wasn't until an officer found Warren's wallet out there in that same area, and then everything started to come together, and very rapidly, I might add. A car stuck in the boat ramp is weird, but when you couple this kid in the middle of the night and then missing person report the next morning, we knew where to look. We didn't even have to pay a visit though. Terry called us very soon after that, claiming she'd made a wild discovery. While cleaning Brian's room, which had an awful smell, she came across a large plastic container, as well as a double-wrapped plastic bag. Thinking it was an old lunch or something like that, she casually just opened it up. Inside, she found a blanket of writhing maggots, and beneath that, a pair of eyes looking back up at her. She was holding Warren Barnes' head in her hands, stored in a large Tupperware container. The bag held Warren's hands, and for some reason, it seemed like Brian thought the corpse would be much harder to identify without a face, teeth, or fingerprints to match records of any kind. It was a smart and twisted plan that might have worked if he'd chosen a different victim, and maybe hadn't kept the head and hands as souvenirs in his closet. Here are some various quotes made by the suspect, his mother, and officers involved with the investigation. Terry made this statement during questioning. "I was tidying up his room, putting things away, and came across a plastic container in his closet. As I started digging through it, I found a plastic bag. Curious, I picked it up, feeling its weight, and noticed it was infested with maggots. I took it to the sink, noticed it was double bagged. I opened up the first bag but couldn't bring myself to open up the second. Immediately I called his father and said, 'You need to come over right now.' Later, when the officers arrived at the Cohee residence, they asked Brian, 'Your parents have raised concerns about some items they may have found in your room. Can you elaborate?' Brian went on to say, 'Yes, I believe so. A human head and hands from the man that went missing. I killed him with a knife. I always wondered what it would feel like to commit murder.' He went on at length about what he did and why he did it. It was the night of February 27th. It was a full moon, and I figured I could see so well, so why not try it out? I was in a bad state of mind at the time. I have a major depressive disorder. I was driving around and I saw a shape and I was like, oh, interesting. I'm like, that's a homeless person. So I grabbed my knife. I put on 3 layers of gloves because plastic gloves can betray their users because they're so thin. I took the knife, pulled back the canvas, and stabbed his neck. At first he was in a state of panic, asking, 'What are you doing? Why?' But I just continued stabbing his neck. While giving us the rundown, Brian seemed eager, almost excited to be recounting such gruesome details, even chuckling between descriptions. To this day, the responding officers, the investigators, the judge, none of us have ever seen anything like this, and I hope we never do again. His defense after the fact was insanity, but he'd already fucked that up for himself. You can't premeditate a murder for 6 months, think about how to avoid every consequence, and then just pretend you were crazy after that. He confessed far too much, leaned into his ability to explain things away too much, and dug a hole he couldn't get himself out of. The other nail in the coffin were the murder kits. Brian had an unbelievable amount of knowledge on how to kill and dispose of a person, and kept little bundles of supplies in his room and in his car. It showed clear intent that the court was not lenient on. Brian Cohee received a life sentence of the murder of Warren Barnes, guilty of first-degree murder and tampering with the body. Boy, I've got a night shift story for you. Buckle up, boozers. This one is fucking crazy. I worked a graveyard shift for several different water treatment facilities within the county that I reside. There honestly aren't a lot of us that are certified to operate these facilities. So sometimes multiple outliers can become just one person or one team's responsibility. This was the case for us. So I worked graveyard shift for 2 different facilities. This night in particular, I was working the plant that was well outside of town, perched along a major highway that connected to cities at each end. As it goes, each city was probably 60 miles in either direction. This location was very rural and was often confused for a prison because of its middle of nowhere location. The water treatment plant loomed before me like a monolith, its steel and concrete walls gleaming in the moonlight. I trudged through the darkness, my boots crunching on the gravel path, the only sound in the oppressive silence. The barbed wire fence seemed to close in around me, a prison of my own making. And honestly, they really did have these prison vibes. Lots of big spotlights aimed down at the perimeter, and a main building with big access doors on every side. The fully encompassing barbed wire fence was the icing on the cake, though it made the place look truly unapproachable, and also contributed to the mess that I found myself in that night. You see, when I arrive at my job, I have to unlock the chain that keeps the gate shut, then lock it again behind me after I drive in. No one can come on the property without a key, so I had a habit of letting my guard down. That night and many nights before it, I rolled into the water treatment plant and made no effort to lock a single door behind me. Sometimes the work requires me to go in and out of the building. Sometimes a lot, depending on the readings. And that kind of work needs to be done. So it's just easier to leave the access doors open. Again, we have a 10-foot barbed wire fence running the perimeter, lights and cameras all over. And even then, it's a water plant. There's nothing here to steal. No vault of cash, no bricks of gold. Locking doors never even crossed my mind, frankly. I was the sole guardian of this place. The graveyard shift my solitary domain. The tasks were routine, but the isolation was suffocating. I felt like a sentinel, standing watch over a fortress of water, waiting for the dawn to come. I didn't try to spook myself with unnecessary stuff, but in hindsight, I almost wish I had. If I'd been a little bit more on my toes, I might have been able to prevent this from ever happening to me. The hours dragged on, each minute ticking by like a countdown to my own doom. My senses grew dull, and my eyes scanning the shadows for movement. My ears straining to hear the slightest sound. Nothing. Nada. The night was mine. The water levels and gauges were all good. So it was the golden hour. I whipped out my Nintendo DS and started logging some screen time on whatever video game had my attention back then. Honestly, I have no idea how long I played for, at least an hour, because I remember glancing up at the clock and then being surprised. "Get on the ground!" was the next thing I heard. My heart froze, my muscles locked in terror. Immediately I complied, my eyes fixed on the figure emerging out from the darkness. He was a specter, a ghostly apparition in tattered clothes, his eyes wild and desperate. I couldn't believe this was happening, but he continued to usher me to the ground. To speed me up, he pulled a gun out from behind his back, but the dark metal flashed under that fluorescent lighting. This was real. I don't know why and I don't know how, but I'm being robbed. I laid my face down and he came over, checked my pockets and told me to keep my nose to the floor. He had a very deep, booming voice, and the weight of his steps on that metal catwalk told me this guy had me by at least 60 pounds. It was big, so how the hell did he sneak in without me even knowing? I'm sorry, he muttered, his voice barely audible over the pounding of my heart. I didn't want to do this. Weird, almost sounded remorseful. For some reason that put me at ease, albeit only slightly. He didn't sound angry or agitated, just out of options, truly desperate for whatever he thought I had in here at the water plant. He bound my wrists and ankles with duct tape, his hands shaking like leaves the whole time. I lay there, helpless, as he rummaged through my belongings, his eyes gleaming with this mixture of fear and greed, pure desperation. He was carelessly rooting through everything that I had, and it was clear he didn't even know what he was looking for. "Please," I whispered, my voice barely audible. "Don't hurt me." He didn't respond, his eyes fixed on the gun in his hand. I watched it transfixed as he waved it around, his finger trembling on the trigger. The barrel itself wasn't trained on anything in particular, just sometimes the wall, sometimes my head. Searching every drawer, every bag, anything in sight, until he snatched it up and I heard that familiar jingle. Keys. Car keys specifically. I looked over and he was holding out my lanyard in his hands like this goddamn first place trophy, like a scene out of some kind of movie. It started to come together then. His disheveled appearance, the targeting of somewhere remote. This guy needed to get the hell out of town with a quickness. Hell, the guy wasn't even wearing shoes. I just noticed as I laid on the floor and waited to see if he was about to execute me. Then as suddenly as it begun, it was over. He apologized a few more times, saying he never wanted to do this to anyone and hoped I'd be able to forgive him. There's so much strangeness and so much that can go wrong for a person out in the desert. It's no wonder places like this are considered some of the most dangerous places in the world. There's no cover from the elements, no water. Everything around you in the dirt wants to hurt you or even kill you. This is a countdown to my most fucked up desert experience. Buckle up.
top of the list, just to start it off light. Once, a remote dirt road in Joshua Tree. I saw a decomposing rattlesnake in the road, so I pulled over to inspect it. It was 3 to 4 feet long, had been dead perhaps a week or so. It was pretty much still intact. The snake had been run over, and I found him with his neck turned sharply, biting his body. The only reason I tell you this story is to put the desert into perspective for those who haven't really experienced it. This rattlesnake preferred to break its own neck and commit suicide with a fatal bite, rather than suffer underneath the sun. It's absolutely brutal to see. Next, I was in Butte Valley for a few months after the Death Valley Germans disappeared, and explored some of the places that they went to. For those that don't know, the Death Valley Germans were a family from Germany, a husband, wife, and 2 children. They were on a vacation trip through California when they decided to take a tour of Death Valley, not truly understanding the true dangers of that location. After the father got them lost, he got their van stuck. Their family was forced to walk after that. This all took place in 1996, and they weren't found until 2009. But by then, they were nothing but bones bleached from the sun. Again, these folks were simply unprepared for the reality that is the desert. It's stories like these that need to be talked about, need to be heard, and ultimately understood to prevent it from happening again. Too many silly day trippers head out into seriously dangerous territory, only to find themselves stuck, lost, or both. And rescue services don't even know where to begin in the terms of searching for them. Without the proper precautions, attempts at retrieval will almost be always too late. It was a shame, because there was 2 well-equipped cabins they passed less than an hour walk, but they could have thrived for a month if necessary. In the opposite direction, the wash is soft and sandy, and walking it was like walking down an escalator on the few steep parts. It intersects with the road eventually, and the lights of the distant town of Shoshone are visible along that canyon as well. Instead, it turned out they made this grueling hike over an extremely difficult mountain range, expecting to run into guards that would be patrolling the remote military base that they saw on the map, when in fact it's actually a seldom used bombing range, protected by the remoteness and inaccessibility. It's really remote out there, and occasionally spooky at night if you're all alone. When I went camping out in that area, I could see fires burning off in the distance. Some looked like well-placed campsites, but others were literally smack dab in the middle of nowhere, almost where one would expect a wildfire to be. Instead, I would see little figures dancing around the flames, jumping and doing all manner of weird stuff. It looked almost ritualistic, barbaric. But I have to admit, I was squinting through the dark for possible miles. Aside from those fire dancers, the noises were really weird too. Hollers and chants out between the canyons and the rock faces. Nothing animalistic, but almost it was like they were singing. It's hard to explain. It almost sounded like the wind when I heard it. Just voices being carried on the wind. And since it's just rolling desert out there, the sound has this creepy way of carrying itself from one area to another. All of this just to set the tone for my story. The creepiest thing to ever happen to me out in the desert after decades of scurrying around those dunes. One time, I was taking my young teen nephews out to a remote but well-known desert canyon for a weekend of quadding and exploring. I went on seasonal trips in the later months, fall starting to teeter into winter. My nephews at the times were just boys, maybe 8 and 12 years old respectively. This was one of those trips to give my sister a break from her kids, but to also do my part as an uncle, make these boys into men. A little rugged dirt camping in the desert is a perfect recipe for such an order. We zipped out of civilization, quickly disappearing into the California backcountry. As we were doing so, a ragged woman was walking down the road, which was almost a mile from the canyon mouth to the paved road. Not in distress, but apparently grown bored with whatever party was happening in the hills and going to hitch a ride back to Barstow. The party favors are never running low. Cats of this variety weren't too uncommon, especially for this rec area at the time. We weren't really in the sticks yet, just barely off the main drag, so campers and day drinkers would still be plentiful. There's no room to drive around her, so I slowed down and stopped a good distance away. She kept walking toward a motorhome at the same pace until she got to the bumper and just stopped, then stared at me with this ragged tweaker face. We looked at one another, engine still idling, as my nephews waited in the back for something to happen. "Is she okay?" one of them asked. "I don't know," was the only thing I could reply with. "Should we help her?" "Absolutely not," I said very clearly. This wasn't a situation where you stopped, let alone open the door for someone with a face like that. Still, I understood where my nephews were coming from. They were good kids. This woman did kind of look distressed, like someone you might reach a hand out to help. After a minute or two, I was wondering if I was going to have to get out and move her so we could continue down the road. She had this determined look, then started marching around to the passenger side. As soon as she was clear of the front, I gunned it and drove off, before she could even start trying on our doors. It was the most unexpected place to encounter this stereotypical opportunistic urban junkie. It was clear as day the second she made that face. She was going to try to get in the car and do her best to force us to turn around, then drive her back to the city. This lady had this dried up desperation, needed to get high again. We were going to be her lifeboat to whatever poison that she was craving in the moment. We bolted by, and as I looked in my rear view, I watched her throw her arms up in defeat, screaming all manner of crazy shit back at us. But then she did something that I did not expect. She turned on her heel and started following. Not quickly, but at this slow walk, the same she had before when we rolled up on her. She was in it for the long haul. I just remember swallowing and thinking there's no way she's going to be able to keep up. But damn, we were in a camper, not going very fast, and created a lot of dust. If she was persistent, she could probably find us. I just hit the gas and moseyed on toward the campsite. I knew the area well, much better than some Barstow-bound meth head. We wound back into the desert, well out of sight of that woman, until we hit the spot that we'd call home for the next couple of days. It was well out of the way, totally out of view from the mini dirt road and other camping spots inside that area. We hadn't seen anybody else on our drive back there, outside of the obvious, so we knew we were set in regards to getting some alone time. Still, in the moment, I couldn't shake the image of that crazy junkie lady, turning and following us. Eventually, I just lost myself in the chores of setting up camp, getting the fire pit ready, gathering wood, and when we were ready, setting up a makeshift area for us to relax in. All that normal stuff. My nephews helped, of course, ignorant to the fact that that lady might still be out there looking for us. The day drifted by, and of course, I forgot about that entire encounter. In all honesty, we were something like 15 miles away from where we saw her. Much further than she'd be willing to walk, I was sure of it. Probably lost the nerve after a mile or two, turned back around and headed the other direction. That way she could take her ass back to town. Either way, we were saddled up for the weekend with no plans of moving. She'd be hard-pressed to find us out in the dark. We relaxed as the sun drifted away, leaving us with just the flames for light. Cooked hot dogs, told spooky stories. I showed the kids what constellations that we could see through the trees. We eat, relax a little more, and just as I'm starting to get tired, I hear something. The kind of thing that you don't want to hear when you're all alone in the middle of the desert. Voices. They seemed far off at first, but soon I could make out the cadence. The voices, the words. It sounded like 2 or 3 more people, a girl and at least one guy. I relaxed, thinking it was just some other campers out for a late night stroll, or maybe even coming back from the spring around the bend where a little swimming could be done if wanted. "I told you it was them!" A voice screeched from just outside view. Me and the boys jumped at the sound, unsure of who or what was around us. Before I could even get up, she strolled into the firelight, pointing an accusatory finger directly at me. It was her, that tweaker that we encountered on the road. I couldn't believe she found us, with company no less. "Hey, can we help you with something?" I asked. "Yeah, you piece of shit. You left me out on the road." She screamed over the fire at me. "So you come back to my camp and attack me? Get a fucking grip and get the fuck out of here," I explained in a stern voice. I had to make a show of this with the kids still wide awake. I gestured to my nephews and went on. I'm taking the kids out camping. I don't have time to play 20 questions with some dipshit lady who's standing in the middle of the road. You better watch your mouth, boy, some guy said as he stepped out of the shadows. Skinny, inked up and missing a good 9 or 10 teeth. He had cheap, shiny jewelry on his wrists and in his ears. Looked like your average street rat piece of shit out of Fresno, whatever part of California you're familiar with. I made it very clear to these people that I wasn't watching anything. This is my camp, my property, and my family. I wasn't obligated to help anyone out or do any favors for strangers in the woods. The fact that they tracked me down was grounds enough for self-defense, or maybe just a call to the sheriff's office. This didn't have the effect that I thought it would. Instead of tucking tail and going back into the darkness, they doubled down. They started screaming all kinds of threats and insults. I ushered both boys into the RV, who were quickly getting very upset before turning back and casually talking to the people. What I really was doing was packing up our loose belongings, all the stuff that mattered, and tucking it into the storage areas of the RV. The whole time I was just pacifying, trying to talk, but more as a distraction. That was until Tweaker Dude picked up a rock, then threatened to smash my head in. At this point, I fronted like I had a gun, which I did. It was just inside the RV. I reached into my back waistline, and that made the guy freeze up for a second. Just long enough for me to literally drive full bore through the door and inside the RV. I locked up behind me and ran for the driver's seat. By the time I got there, this asshole was smashing the outside of the RV with a rock. I was pissed, but I didn't have any other options other than flight. I fired up the engine, shifted, and then started that slow slog back to the main campgrounds. When the headlights lit up, I was in total shock. There were at least 6 or 7 more tweakers, all milling around out in the rocks outside of camp, waiting to see what happened. It dawned on me then, this was some kind of setup or something. We were in the middle of a campsite robbery out in the middle of nowhere. I gunned it at this point. There was no chance of me and the boys getting trapped out there with all of them. God knows what they'd do to us after they got us outside the RV. I had a pistol with 8 rounds in it, unchambered, as well as a 20-gauge single-barrel bird gun, also unloaded. The time it would take me to get into gear and load them up, they'd have all the windows smashed out, would be on top of me already. Driving was the best and only option for us in the moment. I looked in the rear view as I swerved out of the campsite and finally saw some good news. Not a single person tried to follow us. We rambled onward, as the meager pile of belongings I'd left behind I guess were enough to distract them all. There's a hammock, a couple of folding chairs, maybe even a small empty cooler. Stuff I could easily replace. Besides, there wasn't a cost for protecting my nephews. They were obviously top priority. We rambled out of the canyon as quickly as that RV would allow us. The boys finally calmed down once we left that chaos behind. Everything seemed to wind down. Stars twinkled overhead. I tried to enjoy our escape as much as we could. Up ahead though, as we closed in on that paved roadway, I saw some headlights cutting through the brush. I figured I'd flash them with my brights and speak to them through the window if I could. Warn them about those thieves out in the campground tonight. To my utter surprise, it was a pair of sheriffs with the game warden in tow. They'd all received reports of a group of lunatics roaming the area. I confirmed everything that they heard, told them exactly where they could find them, then proceeded on our way back home. There's no way I was going to make those kids sleep out there with the police combing the forest. It was better to go back to the lake or something, somewhere more populated and civilized. That's exactly what we did. And that, folks, is my crazy desert tweaker story. I hope you enjoyed it. I've spent countless days hunting in the southern Texas desert. It's where my family is from, and I grew up dusting critters from 100 yards under the careful supervision of my pop and granddad. And over time, I became a solid hunter all on my own. I've bagged just about everything you can along the border, and I've done every kind of trip that you can. with family, with friends, or even by myself. It's a fun, if not therapeutic investment of my time, and one that I've always really enjoyed. One trip haunts me though, and it was about 10 years ago. My buddies Tim and Carrie and I decided to solo hunt for wild pigs, boars as some folks call them. We'd been coming to this region for years and knew the terrain like the back of our hand. Probably the best hunters out there of our immediate group of friends, which was one of the reasons we all wanted to go together. Keep the dead weight off and just bring back trophies every afternoon, compare the height and weight of our kills. The desert stretched out before us like an empty grave, sandy dunes rolling out in the distance. We set up camp in this secluded spot, far from any prying eyes. This wasn't an area known for anything nefarious, but being in the middle of nowhere, especially near the border, you just never know what could happen. So we learned early on, better to be safe than sorry. Besides, getting out away from the rest of the world was where we'd find good hunting. We all settled in for the night, passing a tinfoil wrap full of tamales around the fire. We heard a strange sound, like nothing any of us had ever heard before. It started like this low hum, then rose to a piercing whine, before dropping back down to this gentle whisper. We all exchanged these uneasy glances, but said nothing yet. It was as if we were all thinking the same thing. The hell is that? It has to be just a coyote or something, Tim said finally, breaking the silence. Yeah, or maybe it's a plane flying like overhead, Harry added, though we all knew it wasn't either one of those things. That sound continued for a while, then, out of nowhere, just abruptly stopped. We sat there listening to the silence now, our ears straining to pick up any further noises, but there was nothing. Just the crackling of the fire and the occasional hoot of an owl out in the distance. All right, well, I'm turning in, Tim said, standing up, dusting off his pants. Got an early start tomorrow, boys. Yeah, I guess I will too, Gary said, following suit. I nodded, though I wasn't tired at all. I stayed up for a while just listening to the darkness, still wondering what that sound had been, but it didn't come back, and eventually I drifted off to sleep with my dreams filled with strange, unsettling images. Like I said earlier, I've spent decades out in this region, hunting, camping, generally just roughing it as a whole. I've never heard anything even close to that, and those dreams I had were even more unsettling. They were all more than likely unrelated, but at the time I thought something was trying to speak to me through my thoughts. Kind of freaked me out. As I lay there, I couldn't shake that feeling that we were being watched, that something was out there, waiting for us to venture into its domain. I quickly pushed that thought aside, telling myself I was just spooked. After all, we've been hunting in these woods for years and never seen anything out of the ordinary. As I drifted off to sleep, I wondered, what if this time it's different? It has to happen sometime, right? We woke up in the morning and everything was fine. We got a pinch just before the sun, when everything is suspended in that weird hazy blue. Camp was intact. There wasn't any kind of weird sounds, no signs of critters or humans alike. We brewed a pot of coffee and killed it immediately, then got our gear together for the hunt that day. Now, I knew how Tim and Carrie hunted. They'd follow ridgebacks at a slope and try to flush little herds of pigs out in the open. They'd walk with their backs to the sun, which was smart. But I wanted to be on my own, not just taking pot shots at pigs on the run. No, if I was going to out-hunt either of these guys, I was going to have to take a different approach entirely. We all wished each other good luck, and then wandered off in our separate directions. Tim went north and Carrie went west. Alas, started hoofing it southeast, the exact opposite direction. I wore full desert camo, but just the light stuff, nothing heavy or paramilitary. Just enough to let me disappear from vision if I stumbled upon a herd. I was going light for this first jaunt, as it was mostly just for scouting anyway. All I had on me was a 7-shot 357 Magnum on my hip, binoculars, and a Camelback water system, just the basics. I moved along ahead of a plateau until it dipped away into this long, winding gully. Even in the early morning light, I could see it snaking off for at least a mile. This was the kind of terrain feature you might find some pigs in, especially with it being so long. There might be water or little pockets of cactus fruit to eat. I dropped down, followed that gulch from the top lip, so I could easily look down inside of it rather than up and out. It allowed me a vantage point into the pockets of the ravine, but it also let me see the flatland on the other side. I kept my binoculars handy as I traipsed along those badlands underneath the brightening sky. 30 minutes later, I'm seeing a little sign from pigs. Then I heard some gunfire off in the distance. In the moment, it was kind of hard to tell which direction it had come from, but I thought maybe back west, the way my buddy had gone. It was possible he came upon something and decided to drop it. Part of me thought it sounded dead south, though. The border was only a few miles away. It's kind of an uneasy feeling for a moment as I walked out in the open. That gully wandered on, but I crossed it and started walking to the other side before eventually finding a little game trail through the brush. I abandoned the gully and followed the trail, and soon there were some scat and scratch marks, all kinds of evidence of pig. I unlatched my holster and scanned the area, followed the heaviest traffic trail around. Half a mile later, I came up over a ridge and heard some rustling. Sure as shit, a monster boar came around this huge boulder, gave me its broadside. I went still and let it wander before drawing and dropping that sucker right there in the dirt. It was almost a wide shot, but the thing was so big it was impossible to miss a kill shot on, especially that close. He whined a little, but went down in a second, then died without much suffering. I was stoked. This thing must have weighed at least 300 pounds. Wasn't sure how I'd get it back to camp, but I'd killed it nonetheless. I was fairly certain I had those boys beat too, so I holstered up my gun and got to gutting the thing. The quicker I got it broken down, the quicker I could haul it back to camp. About halfway through that field dressing, I heard something off in the distance. My eyes peeled wide when I recognized the sound from the night before. The thing me and the fellas heard right before we went to bed. Some weird droning, whining, and like whispering, yelling. Too far away to understand it still. So bizarre. After only a few minutes did I understand what it was. Got closer and closer until I could hear the whine of an engine, the chug of cylinders. Those whispers turned into lyrics from some rock song. It was a side-by-side, a Razor. It was coming up on me fast. For some reason, I took a few steps back and tucked myself behind a little brush. I wasn't totally hidden, but I was positioned in a way that I could disappear in a hurry if need be. The place that we were at, there wasn't really a lot of off-roaders. The desolate but ugly area, very far from anything else. No, I had a feeling that whoever would be trouncing around here was probably a peacekeeper or a criminal. Just a minute later, that Razor came blasting into the little clearing area that I shot the boar in. They skirted to a stop and I could see two guys in goggles looking around in every direction. They spot the pig and looked up, then quickly spot me. I waved. They undid their seatbelts and hopped out, at which point I noticed that they were both carrying AR-15s of some kind, scoped up and everything. They yelled something over to me, but over the sound of that side-by-side, I couldn't hear shit but my own heartbeat. The driver leaned over and killed the ignition so we could talk. I figured they were hunters too, looking to get directions to the herd that I just hit, something to that effect. "Hey there, you got a driver's license?" The passenger asked me. The last thing I ever expected to be asked in the moment. What? "You got ID?" I furrowed my brow. Were they border patrol? I mean, the short answer was definitely no. My wallet was back at camp, secured in my truck. The only thing I had was my hunting permit, the faded scrap of paper in my pocket. Even then, it didn't really count as ID, as anyone's name could be on it. "No. Guys with the border patrol or something?" I asked. They sort of laughed, and that's when I sized them up. Dirty, greasy, unkempt, wearing vests but only in decoration. They didn't have plates behind them, just pockets full of cheap plastic magazines. I looked at the guns and saw they weren't anything special. Hell, even the Razor was a piece of shit. Nope, these were just two good old boys. who lived in the middle of bumfuck Egypt and fancied themselves agents of the law or something to that effect. Now, we're a little different from that, one explained. You got anything to tell us who you are? My first thought was that 357 on my hip. Now it was my turn to laugh, but I thought better. I didn't want to make any moves and try to get smart. Just kind of shrugged and said, nope, I'm a Texas resident, longtime local, just out on a pig hunt. Then I gestured to that big dead boar that was between us. Yeah, we heard that. He made a gimme motion with his hand as he spoke. Gonna need you to hand that over until we can get your paperwork squared away. Now I really froze up, and I was willing to stand and talk, but this was the moment that I drew a line in the sand, literally. I wasn't going anywhere, and I wasn't gonna hand over any of my property to them either. This was all legal. My gun was legal. Everything that I was doing was well within the law. These pricks just felt holier than thou and wanted to jam people up, likely looking for illegal immigrants. Silly of them, as this area wasn't really known for that kind of traffic. Didn't matter to them though. The situation wasn't going away. I took a breath, then a single step backward into the brush. They did exactly what I figured they were gonna do, start to bring their barrels up. They looked startled, almost excited. This was probably a wet dream for guys like this. Every couple of desert rat clowns who saw themselves as freedom fighters, resisting some kind of invisible enemy. Well, now I was the only enemy out there, and I wasn't about to get juked up by a couple of racist rednecks trying to be border patrol. I took another step back and got a little brush between us. I was talking. I don't remember exactly what I was saying though. Probably something to the effect that they were out of line and didn't carry jurisdiction that anyone recognized. I remember my hand coming up to my handle of my pistol, but I didn't draw. Just a comfort. Someone did draw though. 3 sharp rapports leveled the area and sent birds and rabbits scattering in every direction. I turned to find Kerry, standing up on a ridge that overlooked us, his own mini AR-15 pointed barrel up and smoking. He then waved a hand down to me to let me know it was all good. Then I saw Tim. He was much closer, only 50 or 60 feet away from our little standoff. He was posted up behind a boulder, looking down the iron sights of that old military surplus rifle that he used on these hunts. It was a tried and true man killer and was more than enough to punch a few holes inside these dweebs. Once Tim and I made eye contact, he slipped around from the boulder and started approaching me, never taking his rifle off the guys and their razor. What's going on? He asked. Nothing, I downed a pig when these fellows rolled up on me on their side-by-side, I explained. That racket sound familiar to you? Oh yeah, Tim nodded. Same shit from last night, right? Yup, I said. Now, remind me what you boys need again. I wish I could explain their look on their faces, like a couple of kids caught with their hands in the cookie jar. I mean pale, blank faces, tears bubbling up and ready to cry. They bit off way more than they could chew. They immediately knew it. Nothing, we were just coming to check out that shooting is all, one of them stammered out. They explained that they lived nearby and had been dealing with all manner of different kind of crime, whether from the cartel members or just strangers passing through. We explained that we were hunters, and the only problem we were having with criminals was them, right there in that moment. Ultimately, we just went our separate ways. We didn't hear that razor or their loud music the rest of our trip. Nobody else bothered us. It turned out that Kerry and Tim weren't having any kind of luck, so when they heard me take my shot, they decided to come and see if anything had gone down. Just as they came over that ridge, the razor came skating up near me. That's when they jumped up into action and decided to rescue me. Kerry took up that position on the high ground, while Tim snaked down to me to put a gun in their face. Thank God they did that, because those fellas rolled up on me ready to shoot, ready to tie me up and drag me behind their little off-road machine. The scary thing is it happened. It pays to have good friends. I spent my fair share of time in the desert, traversing the vast expanses of sand and rock as a registered land surveyor. I've submitted several stories over the last year. I thought it was time to turn in another tale from the desert. Now, this one isn't as action-packed as some of my former stories, but it was one of the weirdest and most unpredictable situations I've ever seen unfold inside the Arizona Badlands. The Southwest is my domain. I've worked from the scorching dunes of California to the rocky outcroppings of New Mexico. That being said, most of my work occurred in Arizona. I helped develop almost every subdivision in and outside of Phoenix. I've seen a lot of weird stuff, a lot of violence, and a lot of inexplicable events that only myself in the desert have witnessed. Most of my days were normal, but when you spend 90% of your time in the middle of nowhere, there are going to be some off days. One job stands out in my mind, a job that started out like any other, but quickly ended into a descent into horror. There weren't any dogfighters or crazy dumpster dwellers like last time. This job was seriously in the middle of nowhere, miles and miles from the highway, and even then, the highway itself had a 40-mile stretch before it saw society again. Just me, the sun, the sand, and my pile of GPS equipment, buzzing away at base camp. It was about 15 years ago, southeast of Phoenix, in a region so remote it made the middle of nowhere look like a bustling metropolis. I was working on a surveying project, mapping out the boundaries for a new development, making pretty good time at that. The rate I was moving, I was positioned to have the job finished early and wanted to keep it that way. Way off in the distance, I could see the silver streak of the highway and reflective traffic drifting in either direction. That's when I noticed an RV peel off the main road and onto a dusty side road. Now, this wasn't a recreational area, not by a long shot. There's no water, no shade, just endless miles of sand and rock. I was taken aback, wondering what kind of tourists or campers would want to venture out this way, because the road they took would eventually lead them back to me. I paid them no more mind, just tried to focus on the job at hand. They were still a good 45 minutes to an hour from making it out this far, and I hoped maybe I could be finished and packed up by then. It wasn't 30 minutes later, I secured the last GPS coordinate, and I was done. I began that breakdown process, packing everything up before loading it back into the truck. As I packed up my equipment for the day, I kept an eye on the RV, watching it as it drove erratically, swerving all over the road before finally coming to a stop. I shrugged it off, thinking maybe they were lost, or maybe looking for a place to catch a nap, even if it was off the beaten path of the highway. But as I loaded up my gear, I couldn't shake that feeling that something was definitely off. Why were they driving so crazy there for a second? A vehicle that big and top-heavy would easily roll over. Cutting hard turns and flooring the pedal was just odd to me. I didn't know what to make of it all, so I just packed up even faster. I didn't want to be around when whoever or whatever this was came spilling out of the doorway, drunk, high, whatever it was that they were. The RV just sat there, parked on the side of the road, its occupants nowhere to be seen. I tried to focus on my work, but my eyes just kept drifting back to that vehicle, wondering what's going on inside. Were they having a breakdown of some kind? Were they waiting for somebody? As I finally finished packing up, I knew it was time to get the hell out of there. I had a long drive back to Phoenix and didn't want to be stuck in the middle of nowhere for any longer than necessary. But as I drove away, a new feeling arose, that I was leaving something behind, or that something didn't want me to go. I inched my truck down a hillside and slowly began that journey toward the RV, and hopefully and eventually, the highway. I pushed that thought aside, telling myself I was just spooked from being out in the desert too long. But as I drove, the silence and isolation closed in around me. The RV got bigger and bigger as I approached it, but something about it just had me going haywire. Probably the fact that it was there at all. And then, just as I was hitting the main road, I saw it. The RV driving erratically once again, its occupants still nowhere to be seen. I sped up with my heart racing, wondering what the hell is going on. And then just as suddenly as it appeared, the RV vanished from view, leaving me alone with my truck and the dusty back roads. They had turned around and were now heading in the same direction as me, back toward the highway. I could even see the dust cloud that they were creating just ahead of me, maybe a quarter of a mile. I didn't race to catch up, almost happy to be behind them and out of view. I came around a corner to see the last thing that I was expecting. That RV, with its wild driver and its wild handling, had got too much drift and flipped, exactly as I expected it to. I came around the corner just in time to see it complete its final rotation and settle on its roof. It had flipped at least 3 or 4 times, leaving a trail of broken plastic, twisted metal, and rivers of shattered glass. Well, shit. This was exactly what I was trying to avoid. I figured they were drunk on my first sight of them, but now it was pretty much all but confirmed. Some weekend warrior thought they were going to have a little off-road fun, when in reality, they might have just killed themselves, and I was the only one around to help. I dialed 911 on my cell, an old flip phone block piece of shit, tossed it to the passenger seat. I didn't even think it would go through with how rural we were, but if it was just an open line, they might be able to triangulate it. From there, I put my truck in park and approached the RV. Not a soul stirred within. It was like a ghost had been driving this thing or something. That was until I got up to the cab, where I saw the 2 girls belted into the driver and passenger seats. They were suspended upside down, caked in dirt and blood, totally unconscious. I tapped on the glass and shouted for them to wake up, only then to smell that first whiff of smoke in the air. It occurred to me that the RV would catch fire, maybe even explode. It had all manner of extra fuel like propane and whatnot installed within. Time was limited. These people needed out, so I did the only thing that made sense. I broke the window out. It took a couple of good kicks, but when it gave, the thing exploded into nothing, just a puddle of shattered pieces. When this happened, both women came to and started groaning and reaching in every direction. I asked if they were okay, which they asked me what happened. "You just flipped your vehicle. You've been in an accident," I explained. One of them nodded while the other girl just broke down into tears. She saw the glass in her hair and her blood pooling below her in the ceiling of the car. It was a lot in the moment, and I understood, but I explained that they seemed to be fine, but everyone needed to get out of the car immediately. I helped the girl closest to me undo her seatbelt, then half cradled her so she didn't fall face first into the glass that was just below. In fact, I even put my hand down flat so she could put hers on top of mine, crawl out without any further damage. She was around my age, smelled like tequila, and had one of the craziest sunburns I'd ever seen. The other woman needed a lot more help. She was clearly in shock, maybe even had some form of concussion. The glass in front of her head was shattered, and she had the makings of a pretty good goose egg beginning on her brow. She was out of it, barely talk, so I had to do a lot more to get her out. By the time I was done, more than half of my body was jammed in the cab, shirt full of glass and fluids dripping in my hair. "Is there anyone else in here?" I hollered out to the 2 girls. I figured they had to be alone, but I started to shimmy backward. Yeah, one of them stammered out. I stopped and looked into the wreckage of the back. The bed, the couch, the kitchen, everything had been tossed upside down, hardly recognizable. Before I knew it, I saw them. 2 or 3 guys scrambling around the back. What I dismissed as just wreckage settling in was actually these shirtless guys trying to get something all cleaned up. As I looked over the banged up equipment, I realized it was the remains of a drug lab of some kind, and that was contributing to the smell that was in the air when I arrived on scene. They were cooking something in there, and it wasn't a pot roast. It was meth or LSD or some other concoction, and I wanted nothing to do with it when the police arrived. I started to shimmy back, which is when one of the guys noticed me, and they started crawling at me. I could see that their eyes were all messed up, bloodshot and tinged with yellow. It was actually kind of scary watching them scurry through the debris, cutting their hands on stuff and not even reacting to it. "Hey, you guys need help?" I asked, pushing myself out of the cab and flat onto my ass. It didn't respond. It just came out on all fours and into the sunlight. "What happened?" he asked me. "You guys flipped your ride," I explained, gesturing to the RV. He looked it over and ran his hands through his hair, then started screaming. This dude was so out of it, he didn't even know he was in a car accident. That explained the careless nature of the girls that'd been driving too. Didn't seem to have a care in the world. The other guys started coming out of the wreckage. One of them, which had what looked like organized prison tattoos all over his chest. They gave me some attention for a second, wherein I explained I was just a passerby and was trying to help. I hadn't made them crash or anything. They focused on each other after that, even started arguing a bit. They all seemed to be in a panic about their makeshift lab, not so much the RV. I took this opportunity to backpedal to my truck and get one foot in the door. I asked if they were good, if they needed any help, to which they said no and to go ahead and leave. I didn't need any convincing. I hopped in and checked my phone. Saw I had a few missed calls from a number that I didn't recognize. Figured the police had gotten my call. Dead reception areas like that, the service just goes in and out. I shifted into drive and went about my merry way. Back at the intersection where the dirt road met the highway, I ran into the first pair of DPS troopers heading out to investigate. I waved them down and gave them a little heads up on the situation. Drunk, possibly high, and possibly had a drug lab inside a crashed RV. I gave them a rough approximation of their location and said that they definitely couldn't miss it. Officers tipped their hats to me and got my name and number, then proceeded back into the desert. Never saw any of them again. Some of you may remember from my other story, my brother is a commander for the precinct within the Phoenix suburbs. I asked him a few months ago to later follow up with any information. He gave me the lowdown. It was exactly what I thought. Two couples, middle-aged, had made contact with a friend who'd just gotten out of prison. This ex-prisoner was a friend of the cartel adjacent and knew some clever ways to make a lot of cash. These two couples quickly got involved. After their first batch of whatever they were cooking and coming into their first windfall of cash, they partied way too hard and essentially went on a bender. They ended up out in the desert where I found them. Then the police found them. Word was they were all catching charges, and at least two of them would get prison time. The rest, I'm not sure. Like I always say and still say, you can never be too careful out in the desert. Before landing my job as a nurse in a real hospital, I worked at a number of different gigs in different facilities in my hometown where I went to college. This includes just about every retirement center, senior living, or rehabilitation facility. So, as you concluded, I worked around a lot of old folks. For the situation I was put in, this was just a rung on the ladder if you wanted to work in medicine or even healthcare. Plus, it was major padding for my resume. I still remember my first night shift at Oakwood Retirement Facility. The nervous energy, the uncertainty, the fear of the unknown. I'd heard stories about night shifts, about how they can mess with your head, your body, and really your entire life. But I needed the job. I was willing to take the risk. And obviously, the creepy stories we all hear about night shift workers. The worst of the worst always seems to happen during these long overnighters. But because of the nature of my job, and all the death that I see on a normal basis, I naturally hold beliefs about God, the afterlife, and with that comes beliefs in spirits and entities. You can call it whatever energy you want, but I was afraid of seeing ghosts down the hallways, sounds that shouldn't be there, that kind of thing. It was entirely in my head, but was there nonetheless. As I clocked in, my supervisor Lisa greeted me with this warm smile. "Hey, welcome to the night shift. You'll get used to it, I promise." She showed me around, introduced me to the other nurses and other CNAs. They all seemed pretty friendly, welcoming, and experienced.
I felt a sense of relief thinking that I was in good hands. Lisa was really nice and reminded me of my mom or older sister. Just honest, kind, funny, making little jokes and stuff to make me feel comfortable. It was easy to fall right into place on my very first day, and because of that welcoming energy, I had to ask Lisa what was on my mind. "So, I got a question," I ventured. "Sure, what's up?" Lisa said. "Any stories about this place being haunted?" I asked. She gave me a funny look and said, "Why, do you want it to be?" I quickly shook my head no. She laughed and said, "Good. No Indian burial ground, no poltergeist, no ghosts in the lounge. This building isn't that old, and no one that I know of has ever even reported anything. We all talk, we're close-knit, and it's just not even on our radar." That is such a relief. I've never worked a night shift, and I have all these kind of crazy stuff in my head about what could happen or what I could see, I explained. "You must really take care of them before they go." Lisa shrugged and said, "Or maybe there's no such thing as ghosts. Come on, I'll show you where we take our breaks outside." The first few weeks were tough. My body struggled to adjust to that new schedule, and I found myself dozing off during my breaks. But as time went on, I started to get the hang of it. I learned how to stay awake, how to stay focused, and how to manage my time efficiently. I even started to enjoy the quiet hours, that peaceful atmosphere, the sense of accomplishment that came with making it through another night. 6 months in, I was a pro. I knew every single resident's name, every medication schedule, every quirk. I knew how to handle difficult situations. I knew how to calm down agitated residents, and even knew how to make them laugh. I become a part of the night shift family, a tight-knit group of people who relied on each other to get through these long hours. But then that's when something changed. At first, it was just a glimpse out of the corner of my eye. Mrs. Jobar, a sweet but frail resident, was wandering down the hall in her pajamas. I thought nothing of it, assuming she needed to use the bathroom or maybe even get a glass of water. But as the nights continued on, I would see her more frequently, gliding silently from room to room. It was as if she was sleepwalking, her eyes open but unfocused. I mentioned it to a few of my coworkers, but we all agreed that it was just harmless. Mrs. Jobar just being her usual nocturnal self, we'd joke. But as the nights wore on, her wandering became more and more frequent and more pronounced. She'd dart from room to room, her footsteps light as a ghost. I'd watch her just frozen, and then she'd disappear into the darkness. It started to unnerve me, even though it was subtle and just totally harmless. Just the notion of watching someone who's apparently out of control of their own body, it was strange and very creepy. It had me on edge, but it wasn't anything that ran a chill up my spine. And it certainly didn't have me treating Mrs. Jobar any differently. I can't stress just how sweet this little old woman was. Truly one of the nicest people I've ever met, and I took care of many of the other residents in her wing. But some of us were worried that perhaps this might be a sign that she would be passing on soon. One night shift, I saw Mrs. Jobar leave her room briefly, then go back to it. Curious, thinking she was awake this time, I poked my head in to say hello. To my surprise, I was all alone. Her bed was empty, and the window latched shut. I even checked the bathroom, but again, no luck. She wasn't in there. Now, I was a little weirded out, and I wandered back to the nurse's station to see if maybe I could get an eye on her again. "Hey, have you seen Mrs. Jobar tonight?" I asked Rachel during our break. Yeah, I saw her wandering around an hour ago," she replied, her voice low. "I don't know what's gotten into her." I shook my head. "Me neither, but it's kind of starting to freak me out." Rachel leaned in, her eyes very serious. "You think it's something more than just sleepwalking?" I hesitated because I was unsure, but as I looked out into the darkened hallway, I knew that something was off. Something that would soon escalate into a terror beyond my wildest imagination. I had no way to actually know this or have any confirmation other than just pure intuition. But something had wormed its way into my brain. It was probably that same paranoia that I started the job with, back to pester me about this strange old woman. "Well," I started. "I saw her leave her room, then go back in real quick. but when I went in to check on her, she was not in there. It was weird. I watched her walk in not a minute before. Rachel's eyes grew wide. The exact same thing happened to me yesterday, she confessed. I could tell by the rapidly draining color on her face that she wasn't messing with me. I asked her to explain, and it was almost identical to my story. Mrs. Jobar left her room, only to go running back a minute later. Now, this was very uncharacteristic of her, so Rachel went to see if she was okay. And, again like me, Mrs. Jobar was nowhere to be found. When Rachel proceeded to look for her, she found her in a different wing on the other side of the building, a distance that would take that old woman 4 or 5 minutes at least to walk. From what she was claiming, it was an impossible happening that she witnessed and had been afraid to tell anybody else about it. As we finished our break, that feeling of unease crept back in. I tried to focus on my work, but my mind kept wandering back to Mrs. Jobar. What was she doing out there in the dark all those times? What was driving her to wander around like a ghost? I figured all manner of things would be keeping her awake. Lost lovers, grown children, deceased family. It made me sad to think about, but it also made me feel weird too. I knew I had to keep an eye on her to make sure she was safe. But as that night wore on, I realized I was in over my head. I wasn't even a nurse. I wasn't even that old. And I wasn't equipped to deal with something that might turn into a very different, potentially even dangerous situation. Still, I convinced myself this was the experience I needed, so I just stuck with it. Everything was pretty normal for the next couple of days, except for those strange late-night wanderings. But other than that, it was chill. It was the start of the next week that things took a weird turn. When I arrived at work, my supervisor Lisa was waiting outside of the door. Immediately, I knew something was up. Myself and another overnight worker, an RN named Sarah, arrived at the same time and got the rundown. "All right, listen up, guys," Lisa said, her voice low and serious. "We've got a serious situation with Mrs. Jobar. She's been acting stranger than normal, and we really need to keep an eye on her." I exchanged a worried glance with Sarah. "What's going on?" I asked. "Residents have been complaining that she's whispering creepy things to them at night," Lisa explained. "We need to make sure she does not wander off anymore. If she gets up, bring her back to her room immediately. I can't get another wave of complaints, especially like I did this morning." Sarah and I nodded, our minds racing with worst-case scenarios. We clocked in and began our shift, our senses on high alert. But as that night wore on, everything seemed fine and normal. Residents were all quiet. The halls were empty. The only sound I heard was the hum from the vending machines. I was starting to relax, thinking that maybe Lisa had overreacted. We continued on with our nightly duties, made sure to check in on each other and Mrs. Jobar, just in case. The night pressed on without incident, and soon I forgot there'd been an issue at all. Then, at exactly 3 a.m. on the dot, I saw Mrs. Jobar peek out of her room, her eyes fixed on me with this unblinking stare. Now I did have a chill running down my spine, but I didn't look up. I didn't dare to. I was frozen in terror. My heart was now pounding in my chest. This was definitely new. She never checked to make sure the coast was clear. She was always just walking around in silence. Her peeking out like that told me that maybe she was awake, taking care to make sure nobody was watching her. I don't know why, but I remember being absolutely scared to death as she looked at me. Before I could even react though, she just took off down the hall, her tiny feet pattering against the floor. I took a deep breath and tried to calm myself down, but my legs just felt like jelly. I knew I had to go after her, but I was scared, literally scared of the unknown. Her movements seemed faster than normal, and I found myself wondering if she was having some kind of bout of psychosis. Would she attack me? Could she attack another patient? I was starting to spiral. I forced myself to stand up and my eyes scanned the empty hallway. I called out for Sarah, but there was no answer. I was alone. Without any other option, I did a quick scan of what camera monitors we had access to and saw nothing. Then I decided to go find her. Lisa was very clear that this patient needed to be kept in her room, or it'd be all of our asses. I I made my way down the hall, my heart racing with every step, and I mean this literally. I couldn't find Mrs. Jobar anywhere. I searched every room, every corner, but she was just gone. I even went into other wings, the custodial closets, the lounge, the mess hall. This woman did not exist. I was just about ready to pop open the door and start checking the common grounds outside, the garden, or maybe even the parking lot, because she could not be inside this building. Finally, I returned to her room, my breath coming in these short gasps. And that's where I found her, sitting on the edge of her bed, her head twitching like a puppet on a string. I couldn't believe she was right here the whole time because, again, there was no way she could have snuck around me. I was on high alert. I was tearing up and down those hallways. There's no way she could have gotten by me. Still, I watched her head make that odd movement. Didn't know what to say. Mrs. Jobar, do you need help? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Her head snapped around, her eyes locking into mine with this unnatural movement. Margaret isn't here anymore, she declared, her voice low and menacing. Then she whirled back to face the window, went right back to twitching and making these creepy clicking sounds. This was all out of my worst nightmare. I bolted out of the room, my heart racing with fear. I found Sarah and dragged her back to Mrs. Jobar's room, my words tumbling out in this panicked rush, trying to explain everything that I just saw to her. She did her absolute best to calm me down, but nothing really mattered except for getting her to Jobar's room. Sarah's eyes widened as she took in the scene. So what? She asked. Not a single thing was now out of place, and when we looked at Mrs. Jobar, she was sleeping peacefully, her face serene and calm. It was as if nothing had just happened at all. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. She was so tucked in, it looked like she'd never even gotten out of bed, like I hallucinated the whole thing. Sarah was very cautious about what I was talking about, but when we went and found Rachel, I had her confirm everything that I was saying, so we were all on the same page. We all stuck together for the rest of that shift, our eyes scanning the halls for any sign of movement. But everything was quiet, unwavering silence. Still, we made sure to keep close to one another just in case anything more weird happened. One of us was always watching the doorway to Mrs. Jobar's room. When the morning crew arrived, we did our final checks. And when we checked on Mrs. Jobar, she was dead. Her body was cold and stiff inside of her bed. She had that same sweet smile on her face, the one she'd worn all night after her first jaunt through the halls. We'd been checking on her all night long, so we knew that she was alive and had seen her roll around a bit. When the sun came up, though, she silently slipped off and we never knew until shift change. I felt a wave of relief wash over me, mixed with a healthy dose of fear. It was a very creepy couple of nights, and every single one of us had experienced some form of weirdness. Something strange had happened, something that I can't explain. I'm just glad it's all over. I'm a longtime Colorado resident, and about 15 years ago, I moved to a small outlier of a town called Grand Junction. Some of you will know it, but I suspect many have never heard of the name. It's quaint, mostly a blow-through town, and one that services the southwestern corner of the state. I fell in love with the place and called it my forever home. I worked at a mom-and-pop shop downtown in Grand Junction, where everybody knows everybody. Like any rural community, we have our seasons, and the rest of the year is a little quiet. It's the hustle and bustle of the locals, the thrum of the trains blowing through town. Time seems to slow down here a little bit, if you let it, almost like a place for a fairy tale. It's one of the reasons it was so easy for me to fall right into the place. Among the familiar faces, one stood out: Warren Barnes, the reading man. For as long as I can remember, Warren was a fixture in our community. His kindness, work ethic, and love for books made him a beloved figure. I'm not sure exactly how long he'd been living in Grand Junction, but I'd known Warren for as long as I can remember. It seemed like everyone on the block knew his name, knew his schedule, and everyone was very kind to him. Frankly, I'd never seen a homeless man generate such respect, but after having a few conversations with him, I quickly understood why. He was genuinely a sweet old man. It was like talking to your grandpa or something. He was always in a good mood, always kind and always helpful. If he hadn't met such a grisly fate, I may have thought he was an angel. Warren's daily routine was as predictable as the sunrise. He'd start at the coffee shop, then visit the library, and finally settle into his favorite alley behind the bridal shop, surrounded by his precious paperbacks. Westerns were his passion, but he devoured everything from history to thrillers to philosophy. His knowledge was just staggering. Conversations could easily last hours. As shopkeepers, we relied on Warren for odd jobs, moving boxes, unloading trucks, or running errands. Always said yes, without expecting anything in return. His Army veteran background and travels had seasoned him, but his heart was what made him really special. Grand Junction had adopted him. He'd become our very own. Warren's relationship with the community was genuine and strong. It was Mary, the baker, who saved him fresh bread and pastries, Jake, the hardware store owner, who hired him for handyman work, and Rachel, the librarian, who always set aside new releases just for him. We all looked out for Warren, and he repaid us with his kindness and dedication. On one Sunday back in 2021, Warren didn't appear, and by the late morning, all the shopkeepers and laborers on our street knew something was wrong. We just didn't know how bad. We all waited at first, but by midday, some of the other people that knew Warren a little better than I put in a call to the police department. It's hard to track a guy down that doesn't have a house, and obviously police need more suspicion before they put up missing persons reports for a homeless man. Either way, we didn't like what we heard. The gal that owned the bridal shop just across the street said that someone had found Warren's wallet out by the boat ramp, over by the... This was pretty far away from usual places Warren liked to hang out, and as I mentioned, he kept a pretty rigid schedule. The gal actually left that day to go meet investigators over by the river to help them out and help get a better idea of what might have happened to him. By then, though, it's far too late. None of us knew just how bad the situation really was. At least not until Warren's body parts started washing up along the river. Arms, legs, chunks of his torso, just casually floating along, beaching under the bridge overpass on the edge of town, near the boat dock, that same place that they found his wallet. We were all in shock, and I mean absolutely blindsided. You have to understand, this wasn't just a hobo. This was someone I said good morning to every day for 10 years. Every single day this man would sweep the steps in front of my shop, or bring me flowers that he found growing in the alley. A truly kind, considerate individual. And someone took the night to cut him into pieces. Someone targeted him. I could feel it in my soul. How else could this befall such a distinguished member of our community? As I now reflect on Warren's life, I realized just how much he enriched our community. His love for books and learning inspired us. His willingness to help others without expectation of reward reminded us of the importance of kindness. His presence was always there, like a steady heartbeat. It made us feel safer and more connected. But as with all good things, Warren's life was not without its challenges. His homelessness was a constant struggle. We did our best to help support him. We'd offer him a place to stay, temporarily, or help him find resources. Warren would never complain, never ask for more than he needed. He was content with his simple life, surrounded by books and friends. I honestly can't say that he was actually homeless, because he called Grand Junction home, and we took him as he was. As the sun sets on Grand Junction, I remember Warren's smile, his laughter, and his infectious enthusiasm. He didn't deserve to meet the fate that he did, and it brings me some weird distant satisfaction knowing the killer was caught. If justice hadn't been served, I probably would have never slept again. My friend, my neighbor, gutted and dismembered in the dead of night, with no one around to help him. I wish his last moments hadn't been so scary. For now, let's cherish the memories of Warren Barnes, the reading man, who brought so much joy and light to our lives. His story is over, but for today, let's honor his spirit, his kindness, and his love for life. Warren, we miss you every day. I lived in Grand Junction for a long time, and the crime that happened a couple of winters ago was one for the ages. Not a lot of stuff goes on here, and I'll admit the rate of crime in our city is a little higher than the rest of the state, but that's only because we're in a corridor community for neighboring states. Lots of drug trafficking throughout here, some robbery, breaking and entering, but not a lot of outright murder. That stuff sticks with us for a long time, usually till the next one happens. I myself am an old man, living alone on a quiet street. The Cohee house was just another familiar facade, but the son, Brian, is a different story. I noticed strange behavior from him. Sometimes I'd go outside and find him in his side yard, just staring off into space. It was weird. And the first time I saw it, I called his name to say hello. He didn't respond at all. He didn't look vacant or out of it, just deep in thought about something. I chalked it up to just an introverted young man, but over the next year or two, I'd catch him doing that pretty often, but never when anyone was around. This was something he'd do when he was all alone. Next came the animal abuse. I really only saw this happen once, but still, the kid would hurt dogs and cats in the community. I don't know if he was killing them, but again, when he thought no one was looking, he'd give them a fist or a boot, throw rocks at them, they were too far away. A couple of times, I'd go outside like I was taking out the trash, just to holler at him to knock it off or go home. He'd wave at me, act totally normal, like he wasn't just hitting a stranger's dog with a closed fist. When pressed about it, he just said he was having a bad day and didn't want the dog to attack him. Said it had bit him a few times in the past. I knew something was off, but I didn't really know what to do. I wasn't related to him. I didn't want to meddle. The other thing, it turned out, was that Brian was actually a pretty smart kid. For as weird and quirky as he was, he had his family and even some of the teachers at school pretty wrapped around his finger. He could lie like the best of them and would totally throw questioning adults off his trail. I believe the boy was autistic, or maybe just claimed to be, and one that Brian was keen to take advantage of. It almost made him charming in this weird, creepy way. He'd casually mention how many pints of blood the human body contains, as if we were talking about the weather. He could talk himself out of almost any consequence, or even just basic chores. I'd watch him do it all the time with his parents, with adults in the neighborhood. Brian would look you dead in the eye and tell you the most logical line of shit that you've ever heard, and you'd believe it, because how could a special education boy be that cunning? Well, it turned out he was highly intelligent and very manipulative. One look at his mother's testimony will tell you all you need to know. Rumors started circulating around town. Other neighbors told me about Brian's disciplinary issues at school, bullying, even physical harm to his peers. I felt a sense of culpability, having witnessed his erratic behavior and not reporting it. Still, it's hard to inject yourself into business of somebody else's kids. I remember hearing a story from someone on our street who also has kids, who went to school with Brian. The kid was very mean-spirited. He'd hear about a student in his class prone to having panic attacks, so he'd do everything in his power to make them have one. He would construct these model weapons out of his stuff he found at school, then use them to attack special needs students when no one was looking. Behind the school buildings, vacant hallways, or even on the bus. It was some of the most heinous stuff I've ever heard. Outright abuse of people Brian deemed lesser than himself. One day though, there was a couple of boys following Brian home from school. All three of them were walking, but I could tell Brian was trying to get away from these kids. I could see plain as day that they weren't friends of his. Brian made it back to his house, rushed inside and slammed the door behind him. The boys threw rocks at the door and called out, "Hey Dahmer, come out Dahmer, we just want to play, you fucking freak."
When I asked the other neighbors about this, she confirmed it. Brian was known for getting picked on at school, so it was all a little give and take. Now, I definitely felt weird for keeping tabs. This has all felt like pretty average high school antics. Hell, even when I was a boy, kids were goddamn mean to each other. It's always been the case. So I backed off. I quit observing. Just figured kids needed to be kids. Then the police start showing up at Cohey's house. At first, it was for a single vehicle incident at the boat ramp in the middle of the night. I saw Brian's parents driving off, returning later with their son. This was very late at night and or early in the morning. I don't remember which. I just recall the engine roar and headlights cutting through my front windows, which woke me. And then by the time I moved myself into the living room, they were coming back, Brian and his parents. The police visits continued, and I sensed something was amiss. I mean, what other evidence does a person need? The final nail came, so to speak, when a rumor started downtown about a homeless man that apparently went missing overnight. This was a person I didn't know personally, but he apparently kept a rigid schedule downtown, wherein he would assist different stores with different jobs. When the guy didn't show, everyone knew something was up and called the cops immediately. I didn't think anything about this at first, so I didn't have a reason to connect the two. I remember hearing strange noises from the Cohey residence one day. Muffled sobs or screams. Within an hour, the police arrived, and Brian was taken away. They briefly questioned him right there in the driveway. I could see him from my own living room, standing rigid, upright, like he usually did. Slowly going through the motions of discussion, but it looked forced, like he was uncomfortable maybe. It's hard to say. The truth hit me like a ton of bricks. The story coming out was that a wallet was found down by the boat ramp, Warren Barnes' wallet. And that was when I put two and two together, that Brian's car had been retrieved from the river by the police and a local tow company. That couldn't be a coincidence, right? Well, I learned later on the news that that sobbing scream that I heard across the street was actually Brian's mother, discovering a very gruesome scene. In the back of Brian's closet, she found a plastic bin, the double-wrapped plastic bag beside it. The contents being one rotting human head and a pair of severed hands. Brian was a murderer, living just down the road from me. All that strange behavior that I witnessed and dismissed for so long finally accumulated into the worst nightmare we could have ever imagined. The weird interactions, the bizarre comments. Brian had been thinking about violence for a long time, perhaps as long as I knew him as a neighbor. I could have been his next victim, an old man, alone and helpless. I realized that I narrowly escaped a terrible fate. By the end of that week, I read that most of Barnes was discovered along the riverbank, some of him left under a bridge where he'd been sleeping. It seemed that Brian had put a lot of thought into his actions, but when it came to actually covering his tracks, he was sloppy and just relied on his ability to lie. Thank God that didn't work out for him, and I hope I never see him again. I personally didn't know Warren Barnes, but I can imagine the kind of man that he was. His fate was cruel, murdered while sleeping under a bridge, dismembered, and left like trash. The thought sends shivers down my spine, and I hope the man finds peace on the other side, as I imagine his last night was not something he'd want to remember. I heard from the locals that he just kept asking Brian, why? Why are you doing this? Why? Which frankly, makes my skin crawl. I felt a mix of relief and horror, knowing I no longer lived next to a killer. But the memory of Brian's strange behavior, his cryptic comments, and the gruesome fate of Warren Barnes will continue to haunt me. I left wondering how many other secrets lay hidden behind those closed doors. How many other monsters live among us, waiting to strike? I'm very grateful to his parents, who made no effort to conceal anything or muddy the waters. Too often, when family gets involved in diabolical matters such as these, they do everything they can to make sure justice isn't served. Terry wasted no time calling the police and turning Brian in, literally within minutes. Her loyalty to the community and personal moral compass led her to the right decision, I believe.
The darkness that lurked in Brian's eyes, the evil that consumed him, is a reminder that true horror exists in our world. And I'm left to ponder, what other terrors lurk around here? Which school-grade boy or girl will grow up to be the next killer? It's a terrifying thought, but one I entertain, because it's the world we've made, and the one we currently live in. I've been a law enforcement officer for a few years now, and nothing too crazy has come across my desk or on my radio. I live in a small web of townships, with Grand Junction at the heart of it. As you can imagine, not a whole lot goes on in the backcountry of Colorado. Just about the worst call that I've ever gotten was a man who stepped out on the shoulder of a highway and was struck and killed by a semi with a trailer moving around 80 miles per hour. We pulled up on the scene and it was one of the most awful visuals of my life, one that's kept me awake for a few weeks. That was until Brian Cohey Jr. decided he wanted to murder somebody. I wasn't involved in every aspect of the case, but I can confirm what did and didn't happen per my department. This was a case that rocked our community to its very core. It had every single resident on high alert for at least a week or so. Some folks still haven't recovered fully from that brutal nature of the crime that happened. Brian Cohey is a bit of an anomaly. He has a short list of diagnosed mental disorders, such as clinical depression, ADHD, and autism, and that goes back well into his academic history. He wasn't a special needs kid. He's actually a very intelligent kid, but he had certain triggers and behaviors that most folks wouldn't consider normal. I guess I should start this story at the beginning and work all the way up to the case, at least in regard to the suspect and the crime. The earliest signs of trouble were a series of suspicions that Brian had received from school. It seemed that leading up to the murder, Brian had this habit of creating makeshift weapons, usually out of pencils and rulers or other hard-edged stuff, and then would use them to hurt and torture kids that couldn't defend themselves. I specifically remember a report where Brian and his friend had made some kind of leveraged weapon, like a mace or nunchucks, something like that, then used them to beat the hell out of this special needs student. After he was busted and suspended from school, his parents found a number of similar weapons made inside his room. Allegedly, they told Brian that if he didn't dispose of everything and throw it immediately in the dumpster, they'd call the police and make a problem out of all of it. From what we understand, Brian complied, put everything inside that dumpster, which seemed to satisfy his parents and the teachers at school. From here, we would gather that Brian was a very smooth talker. Both the faculty and his parents confirmed it. It seemed like no matter what the discipline was, no matter what the consequence was, Brian would find a way to adapt and even worm his way out of it occasionally. Again, he was freaky smart in that aspect and was usually one step ahead of all the adults in his life. Except he wasn't. The reality, as far as I'm concerned, was plain as day for all to see. The physical torment and abuse of other students aside, Brian had a habit of talking about violent, inappropriate subject matter all the time. He'd go on at length about how to cut an artery, how to dismember a corpse or drain blood, or even the best method to pass a polygraph test. And then he would just sit and smile, maybe even laugh, and then say something like, "Sorry, that's a little morbid, isn't it?" Brian was constantly showing signs of being disturbed in his physical behavior, but his points of conversation was all the confirmation a person should really need. This kid had seriously twisted thoughts, and he wasn't afraid to share them with whoever might be around. Huge red flags, at least for me, but I'm not a parent, so it's not really my place to say. Either way, this was turning into a case for alarm. The reality was this: we would later learn from various confessions that Brian would make. Brian had already decided he was going to kill somebody. His reasoning was, he just wanted to see what it felt like to take a human life, and said this without any emotion attached. If anything, maybe even a touch of a grin. This kid was totally detached from reality. The details only get worse from here. So, for 6 months, he spent all his time planning, prepping, searching for a proper victim, per his confession. He said he wanted to kill a homeless person or a prostitute, as he convinced himself that either of them turning up missing or dead would call for much less searching and investigating, if reported at all. For what it was, I guess it was a decent plan, but Brian didn't have the know-how to pull off what he would consider a perfect murder. One night, Brian spotted a victim sleeping in a makeshift fort beneath a bridge. A small little flap of nothing just to keep the wind and chill off. The bridge was near a river, and the river led to a boat ramp. I'm sure you can see the little trail of breadcrumbs. This is more of the confession per Brian's story. He parked his car and went to his murder kit. He selected a large kitchen knife and 2 pairs of gloves, as he claimed a single pair wasn't enough for the amount of gore that a body produced. He snuck up on Barnes, who was asleep, and sank the knife into his neck, which immediately woke Barnes up and prompted him to begin pleading with Brian. The boy didn't care and just continued to stab Barnes' neck with the blade until the man stopped moving. From there, Brian brought his car over, popped the trunk, and dismembered the old man piece by bloody piece, with nothing more than the kitchen knife. Grisly, violent work for a teenager, but he got it done, and up to his quote-unquote standards. His next move would be his undoing, as he didn't take enough care to make it work. Brian put the majority of Warren's body in the trunk of the car, drove over to the boat ramp, and let it roll into the river. We think the trunk was initially open, so Warren's dismembered body floated out and then down the river, and then filled the gory trunk with water to rinse it out. The problem was, the trunk got closed because of rushing water, and a significant amount of blood got trapped within. When we called the tow truck to have the car pulled out of the river, we could actually see thick streaks of crimson running out of the rear compartments. We called Terry Cohey, Brian's mother, because at this point we had no reason for suspicion. We actually thought that Brian might have been hurt with a cut he didn't know about, as his story was that he accidentally drove the car into the river by mistake, thinking he'd be able to get it back out. It wasn't until an officer found Warren's wallet out there in that same area, and then everything started to come together, and very rapidly, I might add. A car stuck in the boat ramp is weird, but when you couple this kid in the middle of the night and then missing person report the next morning, we knew where to look. We didn't even have to pay a visit though. Terry called us very soon after that, claiming she'd made a wild discovery. While cleaning Brian's room, which had an awful smell, she came across a large plastic container, as well as a double-wrapped plastic bag. Thinking it was an old lunch or something like that, she casually just opened it up. Inside, she found a blanket of writhing maggots, and beneath that, a pair of eyes looking back up at her. She was holding Warren Barnes' head in her hands, stored in a large Tupperware container. The bag held Warren's hands, and for some reason, it seemed like Brian thought the corpse would be much harder to identify without a face, teeth, or fingerprints to match records of any kind. It was a smart and twisted plan that might have worked if he'd chosen a different victim, and maybe hadn't kept the head and hands as souvenirs in his closet. Here are some various quotes made by the suspect, his mother, and officers involved with the investigation. Terry made this statement during questioning. I was tidying up his room, putting things away, and came across a plastic container in his closet. As I started digging through it, I found a plastic bag. Curious, I picked it up, feeling its weight, and noticed it was infested with maggots. I took it to the sink, noticed it was double bagged. I opened up the first bag but couldn't bring myself to open up the second. Immediately, I called his father and said, "You need to come over right now." Later, when the officers arrived at the Cohey residence, they asked Brian, "Your parents have raised concerns about some items they may have found in your room. Can you elaborate?" Brian went on to say, "Yes, I believe so. A human head and hands, from the man that went missing. I killed him with a knife. I always wondered what it would feel like to commit murder." He went on at length about what he did and why he did it. It was the night of February 27th. It was a full moon, and I figured I could see so well, so why not try it out? I was in a bad state of mind at the time. I have a major depressive disorder. I was driving around and I saw a shape and I was like, oh, interesting. I'm like, that's a homeless person. So I grabbed my knife. I put on 3 layers of gloves because plastic gloves can betray their users because they're so thin. I took the knife, pulled back the canvas, and stabbed his neck. At first, he was in a state of panic, asking, "What are you doing? Why?" But I just continued stabbing his neck. While giving us the rundown, Brian seemed eager, almost excited to be recounting such gruesome details, even chuckling between descriptions. To this day, the responding officers, the investigators, the judge, none of us have ever seen anything like this, and I hope we never do again. His defense after the fact was insanity, but he'd already fucked that up for himself. You can't premeditate a murder for 6 months, think about how to avoid every consequence, and then just pretend you were crazy after that. He confessed far too much, leaned into his ability to explain things away too much, and dug a hole he couldn't get himself out of. The other nail in the coffin were the murder kits. Brian had an unbelievable amount of knowledge on how to kill and dispose of a person, and kept little bundles of supplies in his room and in his car. It showed clear intent that the court was not lenient on. Brian Cohey received a life sentence of the murder of Warren Barnes, guilty of first-degree murder and tampering with the body. Boy, I've got a night shift story for you. Buckle up, boozers. This one is fucking crazy. I worked a graveyard shift for several different water treatment facilities within the county that I reside. There honestly aren't a lot of us that are certified to operate these facilities. So sometimes multiple outliers can become just one person or one team's responsibility. This was the case for us. So I worked graveyard shift for 2 different facilities. This night in particular, I was working the plant that was well outside of town, perched along a major highway that connected to cities at each end. As it goes, each city was probably 60 miles in either direction. This location was very rural and was often confused for a prison because of its middle of nowhere location. The water treatment plant loomed before me like a monolith, its steel and concrete walls gleaming in the moonlight. I trudged through the darkness, my boots crunching on the gravel path, the only sound in the oppressive silence. The barbed wire fence seemed to close in around me, a prison of my own making. And honestly, it really did have these prison vibes. Lots of big spotlights aimed out at the perimeter, and a main building with big access doors on every side. The fully encompassing barbed wire fence was the icing on the cake, though it made the place look truly unapproachable, and also contributed to the mess that I found myself in that night. You see, when I arrive at my job, I have to unlock the chain that keeps the gate shut, then lock it again behind me after I drive in. No one can come on the property without a key, so I had a habit of letting my guard down. That night and many nights before it, I rolled into the water treatment plant and made no effort to lock a single door behind me. Sometimes the work requires me to go in and out of the building, sometimes a lot, depending on the readings, and that kind of work needs to be done. So it's just easier to leave the access doors open. Again, we have a 10-foot barbed wire fence running the perimeter, lights and cameras all over. And even then, it's a water plant. There's nothing here to steal. No vault of cash, no bricks of gold. Locking doors never even crossed my mind, frankly. I was the sole guardian of this place, the graveyard shift my solitary domain. The tasks were routine, but the isolation was suffocating. I felt like a sentinel, standing watch over a fortress of water, waiting for the dawn to come. I didn't try to spook myself with unnecessary stuff, but in hindsight, I almost wish I had. If I'd been a little bit more on my toes, I might have been able to prevent this from ever happening to me. The hours dragged on, each minute ticking by like a countdown to my own doom. My senses grew dull, and my eyes scanning the shadows for movement. My ears straining to hear the slightest sound. Nothing. Nada. The night was mine. The water levels and gauges were all good. So it was the golden hour. I whipped out my Nintendo DS and started logging some screen time on whatever video game had my attention back then. Honestly, I have no idea how long I played for, at least an hour, because I remember glancing up at the clock and then being surprised. "Get on the ground!" was the next thing I heard. My heart froze, my muscles locked in terror. Immediately I complied, my eyes fixed on the figure emerging out from the darkness. He was a specter, a ghostly apparition in tattered clothes, his eyes wild and desperate. I couldn't believe this was happening, but he continued to usher me to the ground. To speed me up, he pulled a gun out from behind his back, with the dark metal flash under that fluorescent lighting. This was real. I don't know why and I don't know how, but I'm being robbed. I laid my face down and he came over, checked my pockets and told me to keep my nose to the floor. He had a very deep, booming voice, and the weight of his steps on that metal catwalk told me this guy had me by at least 60 pounds. It was big, so how the hell did he sneak in without me even knowing? I'm sorry, he muttered, his voice barely audible over the pounding of my heart. I didn't want to do this. Weird, almost sounded remorseful. For some reason that put me at ease, albeit only slightly. He didn't sound angry or agitated, just out of options, truly desperate for whatever he thought I had in here at the water plant. He bound my wrists and ankles with duct tape, his hands shaking like leaves the whole time. I lay there, helpless, as he rummaged through my belongings, his eyes gleaming with this mixture of fear and greed, pure desperation. He was carelessly rooting through everything that I had, and it was clear he didn't even know what he was looking for. "Please," I whispered, my voice barely audible. "Don't hurt me." He didn't respond, his eyes fixed on the gun in his hand. I watched it transfixed as he waved it around, his finger trembling on the trigger. The barrel itself wasn't trained on anything in particular, just sometimes the wall, sometimes my head. He was searching every drawer, every bag, anything in sight, until he snatched it up and I heard that familiar jingle. Keys. Car keys specifically. I looked over and he was holding out my lanyard in his hands like this goddamn first place trophy, like a scene out of some kind of movie. It started to come together then. His disheveled appearance, the targeting of somewhere remote. This guy needed to get the hell out of town with a quickness. Hell, the guy wasn't even wearing shoes. I just noticed as I laid on the floor and waited to see if he was about to execute me. Then as suddenly as it begun, it was over. He apologized a few more times, saying he never wanted to do this to anyone and hoped I'd be able to forgive him. Little did he know I'd been working on that duct tape around my wrist. I was damn close to getting my hands free. He couldn't see this as I kind of rolled over to my side. I told him just go, I'd be fine. He drove off into the night, leaving me alone and helpless. I lay there with my mind racing until I finally managed to free myself. As I did so, I could hear the engine roll off to the gate and then idle for 10 minutes or so. He had gone through all the keys to find the right one to get him off the property. I sat there and just waited, just in case he got cold feet and came back or something. Nope. Next thing I heard was the clap of the truck door, the guy peeling off the property and then onto the highway. I yanked all the tape off that I could, both on wrist and ankle. Did a quick body check. I felt like my heart was slamming hard enough to have some kind of medical emergency. I'm not in particularly great shape, and I thought I could have a heart attack or an aneurysm or something. I stumbled to the phone, my hands shaking like leaves, and I dialed 911. My voice was barely audible, especially over the pounding of my heart. I let them know who I was, where I was, and what had just taken place. The dispatcher was sterile but told me that officers were en route, not to panic and there would be someone there soon. Other than that, not a word. This was off-putting as I was really hoping for some advice or at least a little sympathy. The police swarmed the facility. Their sirens and lights were a welcome respite from the darkness. Fortunately, the bandit didn't bother to close the gate behind him, so they rolled right onto the property. I waved them in through the access door and showed them where everything had just gone down. The room was torn apart from the guy's relentless search through everything. Papers, my personal property, all just kind of strewn about. The duct tape lay in a pile, the spot that I'd been subdued. I even pulled up the camera footage of the guy entering through the door, just before 3 a.m. They checked me for wounds and then took my statement. They were very thorough and took care to search everything in the facility, high and low, as not to miss anything that might lead to an arrest. They thought it was just as weird as I did to come rob a water treatment facility in the middle of the night, no less. They nodded their heads when I told them he took the truck. A getaway of some kind with a random vehicle, I guess, kind of made sense, but even then, where the hell did he come from? It's not like he left his own vehicle behind, not even a bicycle. A few officers hung out there with me until my relief came, at which point I was dismissed. Managers were notified. They gave me a couple of days. Lots of corporate stuff, very boring. I didn't get in trouble and I got a little time off out of it. They caught that guy later that same day. It turned out that he escaped from inmate custody in the next city over before getting booked. I don't really know the whole story of where he came from or why he was originally arrested, but like I mentioned earlier, the next city was like 55 miles away. This guy must have been walking for days and days through the wilderness along the highway, just hoping for something to come along. Sure enough, that water facility would have been like a beacon in the night for an escaped convict. Bright lights, a big humming building with electricity, water trucks parked all over, maybe even a change of clothes and a locker or something. It would have been everything that guy was praying for. And my stupid ass didn't lock the doors. This guy only took a minute or so to get over the barbed wire fence, but after he did, he literally breezed right in, held me up like it was nothing. Fortunately for me, he was feeling generous in the moment. Didn't kill me or beat me with anything, just put the gun to my face. That's another thing one of the officers couldn't figure out, where he got the gun. Whatever the case, he chose not to use it, and for that at least, I am thankful. As I returned to work, the memories lingered, a constant reminder of the terror that I faced that night. But I refused to let it consume me. I worked on, my senses heightened, and my heart still racing from that same encounter. I started working out, I started locking doors, and I started taking the care and precaution that I should have been doing from day one. Even so, I developed some pretty significant PTSD from almost being shot in the head that night. This is one of the worst things that's ever happened at my place of work, and definitely the scariest thing to ever happen to me. It was night. I truly felt like I was in danger and anything could have happened. I considered myself lucky for walking away from this night shift experience. I no longer do nights, but for years I did nights in residential care facilities. One of the spookiest was a sole charge dementia facility. 15 D3 residents and no one but me to keep an eye on all of them. They were elderly, pleasant for the most part, especially if you knew how to interact with them like I did. Still, there's just something eerie in that, yeah? Spending 10 hours a day with blank, vacant, unpredictable people. I was never afraid of them, but there is a sense of being unsettled that naturally just comes with the work. Around 3 a.m. in the morning, after doing an intentional round, that's where you check all the residents are safe and well, I hear the doorbell ring. I got a sudden wave of goosebumps because this is a secure facility, and it's in the middle of the night. I cannot express to you just how strange it is for someone to be at the front door at this hour. Honestly, it shouldn't even be possible. I started to think maybe it was a colleague that stopped by to drop something off for me, and that immediately put my nerves at ease. I go and look out the window and there's nobody there. I blow it off as being some kind of hallucination because what else could it be? Someone ding-dong ditching an old folks home? Not very likely. Not in this neighborhood. I roll it around in my head as I head back to the common room and resume my duties. I suppose I hear that bell enough. Perhaps it really was some kind of trick all playing out in my mind. I try not to give it any more thought. 10 minutes later, it rings again. I'm shitting myself at this point, as it was a clear, crisp ring. I go to the window and check again. Nobody was there. But I look across the street and there's a strange car parked there now. I take a photo of it, just in case. Then go back to my station where I've been playing a game of Match the Card Suits with a delightful but very demented lady. I sit down and she looks at me and says, "What did the gentleman want, dearie? He looked like he had a bad night and needs a cup of coffee." Chills immediately go down my spine, but I brush it off because hallucinations are common with dementia. And this lady is particularly prone to not being oriented to a time and place. We keep playing our little game, and she keeps casting a long glance over my shoulder down the hallway. Definitely some of the creepiest visuals of my life. I wanted to turn around so bad, but just the front door. I knew there would be nothing there. At this point, I was almost hoping there was. The doorbell rings again, less than 5 minutes later, and this time, freaking the fuck out. Another one of my residents is up and walking the hallway, painting, with a clear paintbrush to keep him occupied. I pass him on the way to the front window and he turns to me and says, "Don't answer the door alone. He might hurt you," before carrying on painting. My blood coagulates right there in my veins. "What did you say?" I prompt him. "Don't go to the door. Feisty man is liable to hurt you," he explains to me, clear as day. "Do you know who that is?" I ask. He just shakes his head and goes back to dry painting. Shitting myself, trying not to cry. I don't know what to do. I'm a single 23-year-old female in charge of 15 people with varying stages of dementia, and the fucking doorbell keeps ringing in the middle of the night. And it's a weekend, so my on-call won't even answer the phone. She never does on the weekends. This is not up to the industry standards by any means, but what options do I have? File a complaint while I'm getting murdered? I creep down the hall, try to be as subtle and as quiet as possible. There are windows all over, so I'm trying not to give myself away as I get closer and closer to the front door. I look out the window and see that same car as before. And as I'm looking around, I see a shadow move in the front of the door, and a person walks over to the corner and then looks straight in the fucking window right next to me. We make eye contact. I scream. My residents start freaking out. I'm freaking out, and the guy just fucking bolts. I call the police and eventually they turn up. It's chaos because I have 15 residents who have all been woken up by the commotion. Now, I have 2 police officers in their space. My on-call isn't answering her phone, and I'm struggling to deal with this entire situation. Why was this man ringing the doorbell? Worse yet, why was he skulking around the side of the building? It was some kind of weird setup and I just couldn't figure out why. Who would want to target some old person with dementia? Eventually, after many cups of tea and 2 lots of PRN meds for those more challenging residents, we're mostly settled. It's now 7 a.m. and the handover shift arrives, a nurse and a caregiver. I'm beyond grateful to still be alive along with the others. I tell them what happened. They tell me there was a woman down the road whose house was broken into. She was attacked in her bed by a drug seeker, ransacked her house while looking for drugs. He came in through a window and jumped on top of her while she was sleeping. He tied her up and then flipped the place upside down. I have an internal meltdown because we have drugs in the cupboard and the med room. Good drugs too. Morphine, methadone, fentanyl, etc. I can't help but wonder if he was intentionally looking for us and just took the next best option. For a desperate drug addict, my place of work is a godsend. 15 people who don't know who they are, and 1 little girl keeping them all together. If he'd gotten it, it would have been a dream come true. They got it played out the way it did, and he never made it past the front gate. For reference, the facility was an old converted boarding house in a gentrified area, so lots of old doctors' houses in the area. Easy to mistake the home that I worked at for a regular house. But still, part of me thinks he knew what he was doing, that we were like the drug vault on the block, but he got cold feet when he saw someone in a uniform. I ended up leaving that job not long after the incident because they refused to hire a second person to work the nights, despite it being severely understaffed according to the best practice guidelines. Never again will I allow that to happen to me. I have a story for you, but I'd like to remain anonymous. This all took place back in 2022. I applied for a remote proofreading job via LinkedIn with a known company,
or at least I thought it was. I was contacted via email by a gentleman named Alex to find out my availability for the interview. I interviewed over Skype, then with Marlon, which was a series of questions. I never actually talked to him. This should have been the first red flag, I know. Marlon advised me several minutes after submitting my answers to the review team that I was hired. I completed a 1099 with my name and address only, signed the contract. I was then advised I needed to have a check sent to me, which I would sign and deposit into my account, then use the funds towards a workstation needed for the job and pay a vendor with it. All of this sounded kind of weird, but they used a lot of buzzwords that were just exactly what I wanted to hear in the moment. Signing a check, sending me cash in advance, paying a vendor, buying all my own equipment. I know it all sounds scammy, but at the moment, I was a guy looking for a job. They were a company willing to send me several $1,000s as well to hire me. What kind of scam involves sending me money directly first? I couldn't think of one. So I just considered myself very lucky, fortunate to have such a cool opportunity before me. But alas, here I am, submitting my own personal horror story. The $3,000 check from the company showed as available in my personal checking account right away. So I relied on the bank to see what the funds were available and thought they could be used. I was asked by the vendor, whose name was Kim, via text to make payments in increments to equal the $3,000. 2 were made through Zelle in the amount of $500, each to an individual, then 1 through Venmo in the amount of $1,000 to another individual. I did not know either of them personally. I know what you're all thinking. How could you be so stupid? This was money that simply appeared in my account. I thought this was simply some kind of protocol for the company to get me integrated. Everything seemed official, and there was company money in my account, or so I thought. So it all seemed very legitimate. And on top of all of that, when someone hands you money with instructions, you simply do what you're told. Otherwise, it's theft. Know what I mean? Once the money showed up, I felt like I was on the hook. Otherwise, I'd be in some form of trouble. I knew the money from the $3,000 check was not my own, but I thought I could pay the remainder of what was due to the vendor from that check and still have existing funds that were already in my account. If I knew the funds were not yet available, I would have never made any further transaction. This all took place over Labor Day weekend in 2022. So what happened is this. Because that money was so new to my account, it was technically still pending. So all the funds that I paid from my account were actually my own cash, not from the $3,000 that was holding. All good, I just figured I'd do a swap and let the new cash fill in more what I was shelling out for my savings. I received a call from the bank the day after Labor Day, advising me that the check was fraudulent. There was no hold place on the check. In the meantime, my checking account balance had gone into the negative. I was advised by them not to communicate with any of the individuals involved, and to immediately file a police report, which I did that day. The $3,000 was now null and void, and on top of that, I'd sent out every dime that I had to these vendors and then some. This was turning into a dark, hopeless situation. I received an email from Alex and a text from Kim about sending the rest of the funds, the workstation to be shipped to my home address. Needless to say, I did not respond to their request, nor did I hear from them again. I kept all the correspondence and filed reports with several agencies. I'm employed full-time and was in the midst of trying to earn some additional income during some hard times, particularly while COVID was still rampant. I failed to recognize the signs of a scam, was caught in a weak moment because of the day of my interview, was late to my grandmother's birthday. So I took my new hire as a good sign. It made me sick to be taken so advantage of by people from this seedy side of the web, especially when I'm just trying to do right by my family in a world without a lot of work. My wife and I are a one-income household. She is disabled, still in the process of applying for federal benefits. I was trying to do what I could to make ends meet, This really hurt us. The whole situation still has us very upset. It makes me feel especially like a failure after all this time. I need to reach out to 988 as the situation has been very traumatizing. I also had taken some time off from my job after it took place. I have anxiety and depression for which I'm treated, which obviously had worsened since this event occurred. For people that this has happened to, there is no form of relief, only brutal, blistering shame. All we can do is hide it. God forbid someone find out that I've been swindled, and then I have to explain that I'm both naive and penniless. The agencies that I filed the report with either did not contact me back or they were unable to help me. I was beyond defeated and had very dark thoughts after this realization. I really only saw one way out. Thankfully, I was brought back to my senses and have then just done my best to deal with the situation itself. I followed up with the police and they were really unable to do anything further for me. Just continued to advise me that I need to contact Attorney General's office, which I had already done that. I tried working with my bank, but they informed me that since Venmo and Zelle activity was initiated and authorized by me, the dispute claims for both were denied. Evidently, there's some kind of regulation known as Reg E that does not provide protection for consumers in the event of authorized payments resulting from scams. Therefore, I'm shit out of luck. As far as I know, the Skype account, the Venmo account, and the Zelle account for all those individuals involved are still active. There's something especially damning about that, how no one saw any consequences but me. These people didn't lose any sleep, didn't have to run or vanish. They still use the same accounts to pull their scams. It blows my mind that there are agencies and law enforcement and tons of paper trails and evidence to back everything up. Still, they are powerless to do anything. What kind of world do we live in where people can do this in broad daylight and never ever get caught? I do not know all the steps that the police took with this issue, what protocols were followed, or if they just concluded this likely occurred overseas, as the officer who was assigned to my case had mentioned to me. I realized this situation is not as big as many of the other issues the police encounter, but I was hoping a more thorough investigation would have been concluded. Scammers therefore continue to get away with their misdeeds. I understand that there was no unauthorized activity in my accounts, and that I initiated these payments. However, I never would have done so if I knew these were fraudsters and part of some giant scam. Electronically, the funds showed up as available on my mobile app, which is misleading. If I knew they were unavailable, it would have delayed me from making any transactions until I heard back from my bank and that the check was fraudulent. I paid a heavy price for it against my better judgment, since I'm out $2,000. I've since taken additional measures and am much more cautious when applying for and researching online jobs. I was able to since find a stable and legitimate part-time position, get back on track with my life for the most part. I'd be lying if I told you this whole issue doesn't haunt me still, whenever I think about it. I've never had anything like this happen to me before. Nothing that at least doesn't involve money being sent and stolen from me. What a creative way to bleed accounts dry. All of this was digital crime, all online of course. But there was one night in the thick of it that something happened in real life. It was after I learned the whole thing was a scam, but right before I made that official report. It was a late night for my wife and I, and even as she turned in for bed, I found I couldn't fall asleep. I toddled from the bedroom to the living room into the office before settling in a chair and just staring up at the ceiling. I was trying to clear my mind in the dead of night. And that's when I thought I heard a knock at the door. I looked down and waited. Nothing came again. I figured I was just hearing things, a symptom of my distressed state of mind. It did, however, spook me enough to bring me back to the real world, at which point I got myself together and went to bed. It wasn't until the next morning when I went outside for my morning coffee that I found a letter taped to my front door. Very unusual for my house, unusual for my neighborhood, and with the current situation going on, I was very careful. I removed that letter carefully brought it inside, and called the investigator handling my case for further instruction. He told me to wait, and it needed to go into evidence. They did whatever they do and yielded no results. No DNA, no fingerprints, nothing, just a bare white envelope with a letter in it. When we opened it up, all it said was thanks in printed letters. To this day, I have no idea if it was related, but the timing was impeccable. The cleanliness of the letter and envelope were also suspicious. Either way, it garnered no leads and just went into the evidence pile. The scariest part was that perhaps somebody knew where I lived, even knew that I was awake that one night. It made me wonder how compromised all my devices were. To this day, nobody was ever caught and probably never will be. You can all add insult to injury, but trust me, I've heard it a lot since this happened, and I wish it never did. I wanted to share my story because I don't want to see what happened to me happen to anybody else. I've always loved my neighborhood. It's quiet, friendly, the kind of place where you can leave your doors unlocked without worrying about anything. I've lived in these suburbs pretty much my whole life. They've always been cute, quaint, and exactly what people expect when they envision Midtown America. We don't all know each other's names or anything, this isn't Mayberry, but we did all have a good understanding of the community and how things flowed. Crime was at a minimum, at least from what I recall. But as we know, those kind of things can always change. During the COVID pandemic, that's when it happened for us. Strange faces started appearing. I noticed people who didn't quite fit in. This was definitely happening all over the US. People were flooding out of cities by the hundreds, if not thousands, and overflowed into the little outskirt communities and suburbs, thinking they would be more lax with protocols and procedures. And whereas they were right, that was only because we had a limited population. Once an extra 10,000 people rolled into town, filled up the hotels, and started sleeping in their cars on the streets, things changed and we had the same laws and restrictions as those big cities. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, but as the weeks went by, I realized that something was off. It wasn't anything major, but definitely found its way onto my radar. I was working from home at the time, and with less to do. I found myself keeping an eye on the neighborhood. And that's when I saw this beat-up old car with rusted wheel wells and shrouded windows. It just looked like trouble, parked in front of the Johnson house, where high school-age kids lived. I thought maybe it belonged to a visiting friend, but something about it just made me uneasy. This was the thing that had me feeling off, as I'd never seen such a questionable car inside our neighborhood. I kept an eye on it, but didn't see anyone or anything. "Hey, hun, come check this out," I called to my wife, nodding towards the window. She came over and peered out onto the street. What am I looking at?" "That car, doesn't it just look off to you?" She frowned. "Maybe it's just a friend visiting the kids over there," she asked, pointing to the Johnson house. Yeah, maybe you're right," I said, dismissing it. "I just came to this weird conclusion, it looks off." We agreed that it was out of place, but there was nothing else really to do, not unless we wanted to call the police, and I wasn't that invested. It just felt definitely overboard in the moment, crossing a line, so to speak. It's probably nothing anyway, but we made a note to keep an eye on the street and see if it left. It did, sporadically, coming and going at random intervals, and all without ever seeing the driver. It was mysterious, but not the end of the world. So I ended up just forgetting about it. It was probably just COVID paranoia clouding up my brain. Fast forward a week. I noticed the police are now patrolling the neighborhood. Now that was unusual.
We never saw cops around here unless it was a speeding ticket or a lost cat. I didn't put two and two together at first, just figured it was a random patrol. Or maybe they were looking for some troublemaking kids. Not the first time a group of high schoolers would tear through backyards to get away from whatever nonsense that they had orchestrated. They patrolled one day and then the next. And by day 3, I remembered that weird car and thought, maybe something is up after all. Then I saw an officer taking a report from the house next to the Johnsons. My curiosity was piqued at this point. What else did I need, you know? It was pretty obvious that something was going on at this point. And I was being nosy and wanted to know the severity. I watched from my window as the neighbor explained something in what looked like vague detail to the officer, who was writing it all down. "What's going on?" I asked my wife, as we watched the officer nodding and taking notes. "Maybe somebody reported a suspicious person," she suggested. "Or maybe they were having a party over there. Aren't we not supposed to have gatherings larger than 6 or something like that?" She was right, this was pretty early on in COVID, and we did have those stupid rules in place like that. Suddenly put back at ease. It probably had to be something with COVID, probably something really stupid, and here I had myself all worked up. Still though, I kept an eye on the scene until that cop left and everything went back to quiet. My wife and I settled in, hung around, had dinner, and forgot about the weirdness just outside. We sat down to watch some Netflix for the evening and found that we couldn't get anything to work. The internet was connected, but the speed was non-existent. Nothing would load, only spinning buffer circles. After a few minutes of tinkering, we didn't know what else to do. A couple of calls to friends, to customer service, and nobody had an answer. We tried resetting the router, and that worked, but only for a minute. Finally, we gave up and just hung out on the couch. As the night wore on, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was definitely weird and off. I kept glancing out the window. That's when I saw them out there again. An unmarked police cruiser, parked down the lane, partially hidden. My heart began to race as I realized whatever was going on, it was serious this time. Could that have been what knocked out the internet? "Hey, hon, come take a look at this," I whispered, nodding to the police car. She peered out the window, her eyes widening. "What are they doing out there?" I shook my head. "I don't know, but I'm definitely going to find out tomorrow." We huddled at the window for a little bit longer, waiting to see if anything else happened. It didn't. Nothing stirred, no lights, no sounds. We talked about it amongst ourselves again, maybe thinking it could be connected. And if it was, how? And above all that, why? Why was all this weird shit happening all of a sudden? Again, I know we were probably just a little on edge from being literally invaded with COVID refugees and all kinds of other awful stories about squatters and the like, or even the whole communities being taken over by wackadoos. As we went to bed, I couldn't shake that feeling still. Something's going on in our quiet neighborhood, and I was determined to get to the bottom of it. "I'm gonna talk to the neighbors tomorrow," I told my wife as we settled in. "Maybe even the police too." She nodded with her eyes still fixed on the window. "All right, hon, but be careful." I nodded, but as I drifted off to sleep, I couldn't shake that feeling. The feeling that we were caught up in something that we definitely shouldn't be. The next morning I popped up, got myself ready for the day, and then just bided my time until I thought it'd be appropriate to cross the street and start my line of questioning. I almost wanted to see if the neighbors were up and about, maybe even come outside before I went out and bothered them. I was nervous about what I might discover. Also, I was nervous that I wouldn't discover anything at all. I walked over to the neighbor's house just a minute later, feeling this sense of unease. The street was empty. No sign of that strange car or the police car. That was kind of annoying because they were like my go-to pieces of that weirdo evidence, the cars on the block. Without them there, I was without anything tangible to show them, if that makes any sense. Either way, I went up to the door and knocked, and after a brief moment, it opened to reveal my neighbor, all clean cut and looking sharp. Least suspicious guy in the world.
"Hey man, what's up?" I asked, trying to sound super casual. "Not much," he replied, stepping aside to let me in. "Just dealing with some weird internet issues." I nodded sympathetically. "Yeah, we've been having some trouble too, but the police were here, right? What was that all about?" He hesitated, looking around nervously. "To be honest with you, I'm not really sure. They just asked us some questions about our web activity and then took a statement." I frowned. "That's weird. Did they say what it was about?" He shook his head. "No, they just said it was some kind of security matter." We talked a bit more and I mentioned the car, but he didn't know anything about it. He said he was just having web trouble, pretty much the exact same issues that we were having. And then his internet service provider actually reached out to him, advised him to unplug his modem and his router, everything that made the network, and wait from there. He thought it sounded like a scam or something, but it turned out it was a legit company, so he did as instructed. The next day, the police showed up, confiscated the equipment, and that's the last he's heard. We said our goodbyes after that, and then I went on my way. I left his house feeling more perplexed than ever. As I walked back home, I decided I'd try my internet again. Maybe it was working now. But when I connected, I found that it was still not working properly. It said connected, but I couldn't access any websites or send messages. Whatever it was like it didn't want anything outbound at all. I spent the next hour troubleshooting, scanning for viruses, and checking for any possible hiccups that might be causing any issues. I didn't find shit, so as a last-ditch option, I unplugged everything and let it sit for a while. And then, when I plugged it back in, I reset the network and changed both the name and the password. For some reason in the moment, I thought this might help. As this was all going along, I just happened to take a look outside, and there, I saw that dingy piece of crap car. I knew it had to be involved in what the hell was going on. 2 houses with no internet, police patrolling at all hours. It sounds like a straight-up conspiracy, I know. But I finished up my network stuff and hopped on my phone, which still worked without Wi-Fi. Started looking for answers there, mostly just on Reddit. Most of the posts and comments that I was finding talked about compromised internet security, but that couldn't be us. My wife and I didn't open spam or visit funky websites or anything of the sort. Just then, there was a heavy knock at our door. I hesitated, feeling a sense of dread. Who could that be? The police coming to take my modem now? I thought about my neighbor and the cops coming to take his stuff. It's definitely a spooky feeling in the moment, so I sympathized with him. I thought maybe he was up to something no good, something private. Maybe the cops caught him and were in the middle of a bust or something. I knew I wasn't up to anything nefarious, but someone was here anyway. I slowly make my way to the door and open it, to find a disheveled young man walking away from my entryway. It was like he knocked and then all of a sudden got cold feet. Remember, it took me a minute to actually get up and answer the door. I figured maybe he just got tired of waiting. Figured I wasn't home. Either way, this dopey looking kid definitely wasn't the cops. "Hey, wait!" I called out, feeling a sense of unease. "What'd you need?" He turned back and his eyes were sunken and skin pale. "Why'd you do that?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. He then stopped in place and kept his beady little eyes on me. Do what?" "Why'd you do that?" he asked again, but this time he almost screamed it. It was like some truly unhinged psycho stuff, eyes bulging out of his head, spit flying out of his mouth. I could tell whatever this kid was talking about was pissed, definitely feeling some kind of passion. Still, I'd never seen him before, I've never dealt with him, so I didn't really know what to say or how to respond. He shook his head and walked away, leaving me even more confused and uneasy than ever. As I watched him disappear into the distance, I realized that I was definitely out of my element with all this. Internet issues, the police visit, the strange car, it has to be connected. It was all closing in on us. I'm not a cop, I'm not an investigator, I'm not even really a fighter. I just felt the weight and proximity of something potentially dangerous. I wanted out. I wanted police on site immediately. I stepped back inside, my heart racing with fear. What is going on and why am I now being targeted? As I waited for my wife to come home, I couldn't shake that feeling that we were in grave danger. The slow burn of unease had turned into a raging fire of dread. I figured the cops would show up any minute to throw me in the slammer, but for what? Who knows? Maybe someone was framing me right then and there, loading all kinds of crazy illegal shit onto my computer and tablet, without me even knowing about it. Because that could happen, right? My wife got home and we talked it out. I filled her in on all the weird happenings. She agreed that we needed to contact the authorities and find out exactly what's going on. They were all too eager to come over the next day, and from our little meeting, got the scoop. The police were trying to pinpoint a person they were building a case against. It turned out to be the guy that knocked on our door that day. His name was Kevin or Keith, something like that, and he was a newly displaced COVID refugee, homeless and half out of his mind. The thing about Kevin was that he was a techie, and he had an overflowing well of knowledge on computers and computer science. Kevin had been driving around the Midwest, bumming internet here and there. It started with coffee shops and random stores, gas stations, really anywhere without an unprotected link. Some of these networks blocked access and permissions though, so Kevin got pretty good at routing these firewalls and restrictors. Over time, with prolonged drug use and a dwindling relationship with reality, Kevin started going down all kinds of rabbit holes of conspiracy. He also stopped sleeping apparently, just aimlessly driving from town to town, state to state. As it went on, he started using private networks, as he figured out how to get into most of them. Some kind of weird backdoor access, with all the people who hadn't changed their stock network password. He wanted to use private networks because Kevin was looking at crazy shit on the dark web, conspiracy stuff, and mountains of illegal images. I don't even want to say what kind. That's when he landed on our street. No one knows why he came here, or where he came from, or what his actual plan was. The guy was using uppers every chance he got, mostly pills, as he had a prescription but also had meth in his car. Kevin had worked his way through 3 states just to do drugs and steal internet while parked out in front of my house. With his windows shrouded just enough, we couldn't see him in there. Although after the cops finally busted him, they said he opened up the space between his backseat and trunk to further cut it out, so he could hide out in there without people seeing him. After they had the case built up with enough evidence and surveillance, then had him pretty much cornered out there on the street that afternoon, they sprung and arrested him. When they got the car opened, it almost looked like something out of Mad Max or RoboCop. Wires running everywhere, batteries hooked up to all kinds of things, light bars and power packs. Even had this little fan rigged up inside the trunk. It was incredible and actually impressive to see. This kid was probably a legitimate genius, but didn't have a useful capacity for it. Got arrested, but not for very long. Car was towed away, never to be seen again. I hope trying out got that kid on the straight and narrow. Drugs do weird things to people. World events do even weirder things to people, like COVID. But I guess nothing gets a person more out of whack than the internet does. I have a story that's about the dark web or something adjacent to it. I'm not really sure, but it was definitely one of the scariest things that's ever happened to me. This was in 2013 or 2014, my sophomore year, because none of us could drive yet. I'm a girl and most of my friends were girls at the time. We liked to wander around downtown until our parents just made us go home. We all kind of lived close, so it wasn't a big deal to meet up at the corner and then just harass all the nice people out for an evening stroll. The art district downtown was our playground in high school. We'd spend hours exploring the vibrant streets, admiring murals and sipping coffee at elected cafes. There wasn't a lot to do where we lived, so it was either roaming the city or getting kicked out of the mall. We all preferred to be outside, so we stuck to the sidewalks. One evening, as we strolled by a dimly lit alley, we stumbled upon a group of kids that were huddled up around something on the wall. With our curiosity piqued, we decided to return later and investigate for ourselves. It was really weird, whatever they were doing, because as we walked by the alley entrance, they all stood upright, acted all nonchalant like we couldn't see them. As we continued onward though, they went right back to the wall and kept fidgeting with whatever was back there. Again, with there being hyper-limited activities for kids downtown, we were beyond invested in whatever those people were up to. We posted up at a streetlight down the road, just a bit, and waited for them to come back out. After like an hour, they finally did. The hell could have kept their interest for so long? We waited for them to walk out of sight before we ventured back the way they came. As we made our way back to the alley, the sun was dipping below the rooftops, casting long shadows. The air grew thick with this eerie silence, like the brick and mortar cut off the rest of the world from us. We knew the sun was going down, but it was dark back there, darker than I was expecting it to be. It's kind of hard to make out any of the finer details. We approached the spot, our hearts beating in unison. What do you think they were doing back here? My friend Emily whispered, her eyes scanning to the walls. I shook my head, my gaze fixed on the spot where the kids had been. That's when I saw a USB port, sealed between the bricks, gleaming in the fading light. It's totally sealed in the brick, just a port for someone to come up and hook up to. Guys, look at this, I called out, my voice barely above a whisper. They all gathered around me, their faces reflecting in my own mix of fascination and trepidation. The port seemed out of place, like a secret hidden in plain sight kind of thing. The hell could it be for? One of the strangest things I'd ever seen. Who put it there and why? Why make it accessible? This is freaky, Emily said, her voice trembling. I laughed and pushed her shoulder, trying to make light of it. Oh, come on, Em. Those kids were messing with it. It's probably anime or some kind of nerdy stuff. Everyone then shared a collective laugh. It's true, we did see other kids playing with it, so it's not like some greasy guy in a trench coat was loitering back here, trying to get us to hook up to it. Still, I was super curious, so I had to ask. Should we see what's on it? I don't know, Emily said. Come on, it's probably nothing, I shot back. My friends exchanged nervous glances, but I was resolute. Rummaged through my backpack, producing a couple of adapter cables. Are you sure this is a good idea? My friend Sarah asked, her eyes widening with concern. She was already known for being a buzzkill, so I didn't really pay her any attention. I smiled, my heart pounding with excitement. Come on, it'll be fun, guys. With a deep breath, I plugged the USB into my iPhone. The device buzzed to life, downloading gigabytes of data. I couldn't wait to see what kind of weird stuff we might discover, or maybe some secret diary. Who knows? Looking back, I feel like a total dumbass for just hooking up my personal device to some random port in the middle of the city. Either way, my phone restarted, and we waited in silence, our eyes fixed on the screen. What would it show? Whose secrets would start playing across my screen now? We all started talking and laughing, feeling the fun bleed back into the group. It started as a worry, but now that the phone hadn't blown up, we went back to giggling. The phone booted up again. We all exhaled collectively. Nothing seemed to happen though. We laughed, relieved, and began to walk away. I tried to access the gig of whatever I just downloaded, but I couldn't. We were on the move now. I told myself I'd look at it later and delete it if necessary. We carried on the rest of the evening without incident, till it was curfew and I had to go home.
I made the solo march back to my place, tinkering with my phone, and found that literally nothing was different. Whatever had been downloaded has apparently erased itself because there was nothing in my history nor my downloads. Satisfied, I went to bed thinking nothing more about it. As the days passed though, my phone's erratic behavior was escalating. Apps opened and closed on their own. Messages sent to my friends made no sense. My financial apps were useless. I couldn't even check my email. I felt like I was losing control, but my embarrassment kept me silent. Out of everything, my banking apps were the weirdest. I mean, I was a kid back then, but I still had access to an ATM card and stuff like that. Was worried that whatever had gotten into my phone might be able to get into more delicate areas of my life, and from there, God knows what. Still, being a dumb kid, I took zero precaution. Just forgot about it like I did everything else. We had a good laugh about the random texts my phone would send, as they were either wordy or total gibberish and would fire off at any hour of the day. Super weird and funny for whatever reason. Then, my laptop joined in on the chaos. It froze one day, then rebooted. The login screen taunted me with the same menacing message. All your secrets belong to us. I felt like I was being watched, like someone was waiting for me to make another mistake. I stared at the screen in silent horror and wondered what they were talking about. Secrets? Belong to who? What secrets? My stomach flip-flopped at the notion. Again, young and stupid, I just closed the screen to the computer and imagined it would all go away. It would be back to normal again in the morning, if not maybe after school. Just have to fix itself. But I wasn't the only one experiencing strange issues. My dad mentioned his phone was acting up. My mom was struggling with the internet. As the week went by, I was hearing more and more about the weirdness in our home. Internet going in and out, smart things acting up, apps doing whatever they want on the phones. It was like the Wild West for technology in our home, and it happened all at once. Only I knew where the problem had come from. I knew then I'd brought something sinister into our home, something I couldn't handle all by myself, but what options did I really have? Telling meant telling on myself. One night as I lay in bed, our security system blasted to life, and I can't express how terrifying it was to be woken up by something so overwhelming. Alarm systems like that are so loud they rattle your teeth. They thump inside your chest, displace every piece of hair on your head. It's a very uncomfortable feeling, even when you're awake, so for that to go off in the middle of the night had me on borderline hysterics. The alarm sent us scrambling into the living room, our hearts all racing. My dad quickly checked the doors, but there was nobody there. Tried to disable the alarm, but it wouldn't budge. I could see his face getting frustrated in the red glow of the screen. Punching his code in over and over, nothing happening. It was like a nightmare, but it wasn't going away. Then the unthinkable happened. The alarm ceased, and a voice spoke through the intercom, its tone very chilling.
Hello? Can you hear us?
What? Who is this? My dad screamed into the intercom.
Hi. We just wanted to say that all your secrets belong to us now.
My eyes peeled open and I went numb, literally collapsed against the wall and slumped to the floor. My mom came over to console me, screaming for my dad to call 911. He killed the power to the security system somehow and the speakers went silent. It was then I broke down, confessed everything to my parents. They were shocked, but quickly sprang into crisis mode, taking down notes on everything that I could tell them. They're furious, naturally, but we were already in the thick of it. There's nothing else to do. We all slept in the same room that night, just to be sure nothing else crazy was going on. The next morning, they contacted the police and all kinds of different damage control experts, namely their personal taxes and financial people, even a cybersecurity guy. They made a report and then got the lowdown on everything that could go wrong and how bad it actually was. Ultimately, we had to replace all our devices and some smart tech around the house. From there, we needed all new logins, emails, and super strong passwords. Everything was on VPNs and encrypted in our house, way before there were ads about it online. It's a huge pain in the butt, very long, strenuous, and expensive, but came as the recommendation. The USB port was extracted from the wall, but it yielded nothing. The investigators said it was nothing but a dead drop with some angsty essays written by teenagers and young adults. Even some crappy poetry, a couple of random codes for random things. No malware, no virus, no nothing like that. It was as if it jumped onto my phone and wormed its way through our stuff, and it only existed there. It was all very creepy to think about. We had to replace every device, change every password, and endure a long, grueling process to secure our digital lives. It was a nightmare, one that I foolishly invited right into our home. As we struggled to rebuild our digital security, I realized how lucky we were. Our finances were intact, our private lives remained private, and we avoided the shame of being hacked. There are some true horror stories of people losing everything to scammers and hackers, so to come out unscathed was really a blessing. I learned a hard lesson. Never mess with things you don't understand. Never underestimate the power of the unknown. It was almost like taunting a raging bull, and I was powerless to get out of its way. The internet is much the same. You don't ever want to turn its eye on you. From that day on, I treated electronics with respect, never taking their security for granted. The memory of that USB port and its sinister message remained etched into my mind, a constant reminder of the dangers lurking in the shadows of the digital world. Dangers we can't even perceive. You wouldn't want all your secrets belonging to them as well, would you? I picked up a hitchhiker once during my years in college, and it was one of the weirdest days of my life. I was born and raised in the same town for 19 years, only moved away for college, to the big city, about an hour and 20 minutes away. After completing my freshman year, I packed up my dorm and hit the road for home, where I'd spend the next couple of months relaxing, maybe working, before the next semester picked up again in the fall. The highway stretched out before me like a familiar friend, its twists and turns etched into my memory like a well-worn map. I'd driven this route countless times from my hometown to the city and back again, the miles blurring together like a well-rehearsed script. But on this particular trip, something different stood out. A lone figure standing out on the side of the road, thumb outstretched in a futile bid for attention. He was almost standing on his tippy toes, really waving that arm out into the road. Never had I ever seen anything like it, so I figured it was just his method of waving down a car. At first, I really thought nothing of it, assuming it was another hapless soul trying their luck on the busy highway. But as I drew closer, something about that guy's demeanor just struck a chord with me. He looked lost, not just stranded, but genuinely adrift, like a ship without an anchor or a rudder. His clothes were clean, if not a little rumpled. His eyes held this hint of desperation that tugged at my sympathies. He couldn't have been much older than me, and for a moment, I envisioned myself out there, desperate in the sun, hoping a kind soul might stop, even just for a second. Before I knew what I was doing, I was pulling over, tires crunching on the gravel shoulder. The hitchhiker's eyes lit up with gratitude as he approached my window. As he got closer, I could start to see some of the finer details. Indeed young, right around my age, very clean, as if he showered this morning, but just very fidgety. Something a little off about his demeanor. "Hey, thanks for stopping, man," he said, his voice laced with relief. "I'm just trying to get to the next town over. I had this stupid fight with my girlfriend. need to get home before before she does something stupid. I raised an eyebrow, intrigued despite myself. Sorry to hear that, I said, trying to sound non-committal. But I guess I am headed that way, so I can give you a lift. His face relaxed into this grateful smile. Thank you, man. I owe you one. As he climbed into the passenger seat, I couldn't help but notice the faint scent of sweat and anxiety clinging to him just like a shroud. His eyes darted around my car, taking in the familiar surroundings with this mixture of curiosity and unease. He looked like an animal caught in a trap or something. I didn't really know what to make of it. So, what's your name? I asked, trying to break the tension. John, he replied, his voice a little hesitant. And you are? I gave him my name, and that seemed to put him at ease, at least a little bit. As we pulled back onto the highway, the silence between us grew thick and heavy, like a fog that just refused to lift. I glanced over at John, his eyes fixed on the road ahead, his jaw clenched in this tight line. Something about this guy just didn't add up, but I quickly pushed that thought aside. It's the worst thing that could happen, right? It's only an hour away. So, what happened with your girlfriend? I asked. John just looked over at me with this pure disdain. It's not really any of your business, he said back. I nodded and bit my lip, already feeling like this was a huge mistake. Why the hell did I bother to pick him up anyway? I was a young man with relatively new age ideals, and I thought I was doing a service for my fellow man by just giving him a ride. Looking back, it was stupid, because I know I only picked him up because he was young. Figured young people were safer. The reality was, there was no one more dangerous or unpredictable than some 19 or 20-year-old kid. We rode in silence for a bit. I felt put off, like I'd lost control of the interior of my own car. I felt like I was being held hostage by this guy's weird, brooding presence. So I did the one thing that I was good at. I kept talking. So, your girlfriend, what's she gonna do if she beats you home? John scoffed and shook his head. What won't she do? Fucking crazy bitch, he said, looking out the window. She'll flip the whole place upside down, steal all my shit, even the dog, and then break anything she doesn't seem valuable enough to take. Damn, was all I could say. Yeah, so if you could hurry the fuck up, that'd be great, John said a little louder than necessary. I settled into my new seat, rolled my new problem around in my head. How the hell was I going to deal with all this? There was probably no way to get him out of the car now that he was inside it. And it's not like I could call the cops to my car out here in the middle of nowhere over a person I voluntarily allowed to get in my vehicle. I had very limited options to deal with this asshole, but I fancied myself a college student, a pretty smart guy, so I resolved just to figure it all out. As I punched the gas pedal around the corner and cruised from 65 to 75, the answer hit me. Do exactly as he said, just hurry up. We were already 15 minutes into the drive, well outside of city limits. There was less than a half an hour of driving left. I'd drop him off the second we hit town and call it a wash. No harm, no foul. As I started hauling ass, he got a little bit more normal. It was almost like I was on his level now. We started talking a little bit. He told me that he and his girlfriend were from Washington or somewhere far away, but had been scoping out my state to see if they'd enjoy living here. They were staying with John's cousin in some small town out near where my hometown was. While checking out the neighborhoods in the city, they had their disagreement. John's girlfriend left him on the side of the road. He walked to the edge of the city, where the heat and nothingness took over, jammed his thumb out, and that's where I found him. I pressed a little further for some juicier details, as I could tell this guy was a chronic asshole. Was wondering if he'd done something to warrant being left behind. Sure enough, totally copped to it. He said that while they were looking around at houses, they ran out of drugs. Meth, I would assume. And she had a desire to re-up the supply. John wanted to keep looking at houses, still riding his high, and that's when it all started. Within an hour, they were having a shouting match, and apparently, John slapped his girlfriend around a bit because she knew what she was saying. It was really unclear, kind of very vague, but the gist was that John claimed his girlfriend to have some secret way of talking shit to him. Because it was so hurtful, he had a good reason to put hands on her. It was some of the most batshit craziest stuff I'd ever heard. The guy that was sitting next to me was like Joe Cool, literally bragging about smacking around a girl. I suddenly felt very guilty for bringing him closer to her at all. Still, I ponied at a cool 80 miles per hour, rocketing to my hometown and hopefully away from this crazy situation. I didn't do much more talking that last 20 miles, just gripping and ripping the wheel, went as fast as my car could allow. It was going so fast that John was literally sliding around in the seat, gripping the handle above his head. We blew into town and I drove to the first place that I could think of, the local police department. It was an old brick building on the corner of Main Street, very inconspicuous. So I just talked a bit to distract John as I pulled in. I shifted in reverse and quickly gestured to the building and said, "Here you are." "The fuck is this?" he asked me. "I thought you said you'd take me to my house. This isn't even the right town." "Sorry, man, this is where I live, so it's as far as I'm gonna go. I figure you might be able to get a ride or use a phone here." "The fuck is this even, a police station?" I nodded. "I am not getting out of the car," he said with a smile. "No way." "Okay, fair enough. I wouldn't either if I was a woman beater piece of shit," I said, adrenaline in my voice, chest pumping hard. I'd never spoken to a stranger this way, and honestly, thought it was going to come to blows. "What? Is that what this is about? I told you to mind your business." "I am minding my business. Now get the fuck out of my car." John nodded and looked around for an option of any kind. All he found was the door handle. "You're lucky you're smart too. If you pulled this shit anywhere outside of town, I'd saw your head off and steal your car," he said with a smile. "It's what I did to the last guy." At this point, my legs were shaking. He was out of the car, so I wanted to quickly create that distance. I looked behind him, at the police station, doing something of a pump fake to make him think that there was cops coming up behind us. Totally worked. He whirled around and I punched the gas, backed up and rolled onto the street. Didn't even check for traffic behind me. I drove off, did circles through town for a bit just to make sure there was no chance this guy saw the direction I went home in. He didn't really tell me or do anything crazy after that. He was in a police parking lot after all. He just stared me down, and that was the last time I ever saw him. The weirdest part of it all to me was that he didn't look or even really act like a drug addict. He could have passed for a totally normal guy, totally sober. It probably helped him when he needed to lie about whacking his girlfriend around. I honestly hope that asshole never made it home. When I look back at one of my hitchhiking adventures, I now realize just how lucky I was that I wasn't raped or murdered. At the time, I was having fun in the 60s. Never considered anything really bad could ever happen to me. I mean, come on. It was the decade of free love and acceptance. New agers and hippies were trying to see the beauty in life, not the heinous. Sometimes being naive could blind someone to the realities of life, or even certain situations like hitchhiking. I have to give you a little background before you read about the truly scary part of my story. The summer after high school, I worked at my parents' gas station and traded for tuition at a business school in the fall. I tried to be good, but got myself kicked out shortly after I mastered typing and lost the art of shorthand. Whereas this has always been a valued skill, it was really all I learned. So I didn't apply, finding another job. In 1969, the lure of sex, drugs, and rock and roll, coupled with this teenage angst and hormones, gave me one choice: grab life by the balls and run as fast as you can. I kissed the hippie lifestyle and embraced every romantic notion to become a full-blown hippie. Headbands, smoking pot, listening to music the society deemed unacceptable, entertaining ideas of a different age. I moved down the road a little bit to Eugene, Oregon, a university town with a football team and everything. It was a bit of a culture shock, but with my new perspective on life, a culture shock was kind of what I was looking for. I wanted things to be new, different, and above all, exciting. My very first communal house was on a gate street, just blocks away from the student union, also known as the Cannabis Campus. I didn't hitchhike around town much because I was young and walked or just got a ride with rich friends that had cars. I saved myself for the righteous times at the coast, and that was only about an hour away. I stick out my thumb, hitch a ride in a slug bug with hippies that share their brew and pot. Sometimes I would even get invited to gnarly parties with hunks and jamming music. What a gas this is. True story, my best friend and I decided we were stoked to go to the coast and watch the sunset. A big hulking greaser type guy picked us up in his Dodge Charger muscle car and took us the final 20 miles. He'd recently come home from Vietnam, and even though we weren't warmongers, he thought we'd be stoked to show him a groovy time. We partied for a long time with a bonfire on the beach, wieners on a stick, and some boss weed. She married that man. And you know what else? After her brother came home from Vietnam, I married him. We both got divorced, but she's still my best friend after 50 years of growing up and now growing old. I hitched mostly alone, went to places like San Francisco just to say I did so. Other times, when someone would want to go somewhere, I'd offer to be the freak in charge, guiding us down a major highway with our thumbs out. It never soaked in past my drug-dilated eyes that something bad might have happened to us on one of these trips. I was, and still am, naively confident that I can take care of myself. Nevertheless, sometimes things happen that scare me now a lot more than they did back then. This was another time, and a different friend that wanted to go down to Cucamonga, California. When she said the name, I thought she was screwing with my head, and I told her I needed to see the sign before I believed it was such a stupid name. That's how easy it was to find somewhere out of sight to waste our time. If it had a weird enough name, that was a reason to spend a weekend hitching there. We beat feet on a hot summer day. The rides were short, but so was the wait time. I suspect our perky, youthful attitude was apparent in her big boobs and my cute ass. I know what you're thinking, that I'm exaggerating, but these were the real bartering pieces of the road. When we hitchhiked with a man in our company, we had to do our best to hide the freaking guy, because we knew girls were more likely to get picked up. Once we got a car to stop, put our bubbling faces up in the window, the driver didn't care if it was a guy or two, as long as a lady sat up front to do the entertaining. But if it was just me, or one or two of my pretty friends with nice bodies, we were flying down the highway, having people fight to give us a ride. That is such a scary thought to me now. What the hell were we doing? Exposing our bodies on the street in order to get a stranger to stop. Like I said at the start, I'm truly amazed that I was never murdered. Around Medford, we could see the Siskiyou mountain range and was ready for cooler temperatures and a change of scenery. Our last ride was a bug with working windows and primo weed. We were having a blast, excited about catching some California rays. Along comes this fancy new F-100. We peace signed each other for luck. This truck would surely have some AC, and the chrome dome would be safe. I slid to the middle. My friend squished her tall frame next to the door. Less than 10 miles down the road, this guy starts talking in riddles. I love the way this generation accepts everybody, is open-minded about new things. He said some stuff about how it's okay to smoke that wacky weed, even though he preferred getting blitzed on bud. He rambles on and then explains how he's into flower power, free love. Out of nowhere and in a flash, his dick's out, and he asked, "You don't mind if I beat off, do you?" My face turned towards her. My eyes got so big they nearly popped out of their sockets. What the fuck? I said whatever, turned to look out the window. This was slowly turning into a nightmare. This was real danger, and I don't have any means of escape. I'm literally sitting right next to this psycho. We were flying down the road at 80 miles per hour. Even if we had to jump, we'd be nothing but a blood stain on the road when it was all said and done. He's booking it at freeway speeds. His right hand is doing the Johnson jerk at the speed of light. Thankfully, it's over pretty fast, and he goes right back to talking about politics or music or something else. He was all smiles, completely polite when he dropped us off a few miles down the road. When his sperm white truck disappeared over the hill, we dropped to our knees in a laughter that was mixed with hysteria and a little paranoia. We still had a long way to go, needed to flip-flop our head away from Peter Guy and towards the bitchin' times ahead. Whenever I swap stories with hitchhikers, this is definitely the most common one that I hear. It's like everybody who's ever stuck their thumb out, man or woman, has ended up on the wrong end of some driver wanking it. It's super weird. I think it has to do with the power of actually driving the car, but who knows? It's fortunate that most of my trips were playful and exposed me to some interesting people. I was pretty insulated inside my rural community. The college town itself had very little diversity. I know how naive it sounds, but I met my first out-of-the-closet gay as a 19-year-old. It was the wee hours in the morning on the outskirts of Chicago. I figured I would be standing by the exit rail till dawn. It was bone cold. I was dead tired. A misery level 4 had just kicked in. Then, I see a car coming out of the fog. It slows down and stops directly in front of me. I didn't even have to run down the road, wondering if they would take off again when I got close. Sometimes assholes thought it was fun making the stupid hippie run because, well, they always did. Anyway, they were cool heads, only a few years older than me. At first, they started to banter like they were movie mobster types. I'm not scared, I'm wearing my gifted paracord bracelet. I'm just an organ hick, and these boys were deciding to educate me in the moment. It turned out one guy was an actor, and they were coming home from a play. They were going to a party at home with wine and hash and offered the couch if I wanted to rest. At this time of night, it sounded like a utopian dream, and I sure as hell hoped that they shared that hash. We continued driving through the well-lit streets to where the worn-out buildings are kept. I remember the stairwell was so narrow that my backpack banged against the walls. My goofy giggle echoed my awkwardness. I don't remember exactly how far up it went, but I do remember that they had this tiny window that looked out onto a neighborhood that before tonight I never knew existed. God, I was so young and unseasoned about big city ways. The night unfolded with some wine, and they didn't bogart the hash. It was weird how these guys never mellowed out. They geared up and became the most outrageously campy gays I've ever met, like right out of a movie. They got more and more wild, more and more feminine, before eventually clothes start flying off. I partied as long as my hazy brain could last, but too much too soon, and I had to crash. I lay on the couch loaded to the max, trying to absorb all the groovy expressions and stories being flown around. I felt so grown up, hanging with all these city people, and wanted to season myself with their worldly ways. I tucked that memory in tight, and felt like the flavor of me had just gotten a little spicier. This experience was only scary because at one point I woke up and two of them were trying to tie my hands behind my back. I yanked free and asked what they were doing, to which they both got very embarrassed and started acting weird. They gave some form of excuse, something like they were practicing for another play scene, and involved tying up a person on the floor. I said whatever and went back to bed, but part of me thinks I might have interrupted something spooky back then. I do have another trip that got way too hairy. It was made worse by the Buffalo City Pigs, calling my parents in Oregon at midnight. What had their freaky firstborn done now? It was barely dark and a passenger car had picked me up just outside of Buffalo. He said he was going to Albany, which would be a choice ride. Usually the truckers are the only ones with the long freeway stretches. The locals were the hip-hop around or go through the big cities. To get into a nice, cozy car and get told it's going to be for a few hours, that's good luck, man. The guy was just a typical dude. It didn't bother me when he said he had to jump off the freeway for a minute, check a construction site that he was running. He went down the exit about a mile or so, pulled into this little closed business parking lot. He turned off the car and as fast as a rattlesnake, grabbed my wrist. The fuck is going on with this guy? What happened next is one of those many impossibilities that have happened in my lifetime. My right hand grabbed for the door handle. At least one leg was reaching for the ground. Out of nowhere, a cop pulls up on my side. The guy immediately lets go. I yanked my backpack over the seat and was safe outside of the car in just a moment. I should have felt grateful. I was saved from getting raped or even murdered, but mostly I just felt panic. Oh shit. I got a joint in my pocket. How do I get rid of this? Since nothing really happened, I thought when I told the cop what the guy did, he would let me go. Maybe slap the guy around a little bit. No, the fucking pig decided I was lying about everything. Told the guy to take off and he would take care of me. This nightmare scenario was getting worse, as the guy that was clearly about to hurt me had just got let off the hook. Whatever consequence was coming had my name written on it now. I wasn't handcuffed, but I sat in the back of the car. I never found a time where I could eat or ditch the joint. I expected I'd be going to jail, well, forever. I was really sweating back there, as I knew there wouldn't be a quick way out. There was no sticking my thumb out this time, or getting carried away in a stranger's car. I was already in a stranger's car, and that act alone might fuck up my life forever. Thankfully, he didn't search me, but did call my parents and let them know what their daughter was doing. I can only imagine the helpless anguish they must have felt, as they didn't tell my parents that I was hitchhiking. They told my parents I was a hooker, soliciting sex in back alleys. I mean, that's what it looked like with the guy in the car, I guess. Now, my relationship with my folks is on the line. This was actually the scariest part of the story, though. Being alone with that cop. It was just me and that one officer. After he got done with whatever he needed to do to secure the scene, he came back and opened up my door, told me to get out. Whoa, no way. I guess this is my lucky day. Maybe he is letting me go. Wrong. He looked me up and down a couple of times, even asked me to spin around, then made some of the most disgusting threats I've ever heard. Explained exactly what he wanted to do to me, how hard he'd do it. Just that typical slimeball stuff. It was scary again because I was powerless in this situation. This guy could do whatever he wanted to do, shoot me even, lie, and he would never see the inside of a jail cell. All I could do was take his threats and hope to God they stopped right there. After that, he put me in the back of the car, drove me to the station. While we drove, he reached a hand in the back seat like he wanted to cop a feel. But I was done being a pushover. I'd scream, bite one of his fingers if one of them wormed their way over to my legs for a little touch. We got to the station unmolested, where I was led into a holding room. I sat in a hallway for a few hours. Eventually, they let me walk out the front door and down the road. I found a little hidden spot behind this dumpster, decided just to lean back, smoke the evidence, and let well enough alone for the night. There was clearly no help to be had in the city, nobody I could turn to, so being on the street kind of frightened me. I wouldn't be caught walking around in the dark, so I just hid back there till sunrise, then did my best to hustle a safe ride home. I was young, clueless about how dangerous hitchhiking could be. I was so mad at that cop in the moment for getting me in trouble with my parents that it didn't even dawn on me what predicament I had just escaped. Clearly that man had driven me to some seedy back alley area of the city. It's gonna hurt me back there. How bad, I can't say for sure. But I will say, I later learned and found out that that area was a known site to dump off prostitutes. There were probably dead girls back there while I was getting arrested. It's how bad that area was. When you read this or hear this, I'm sure you're yelling or saying to yourself, "Stop. What the hell is wrong with you, girl?" It's true. I had a lot more miles notched in my backpack than friends, but it seemed like my niche. Also, these were much different times when peace and love was the slogan, and challenging the status quo was the decree. I indulged in lots of pot and hallucinogens, but never really got caught up in the hard drugs. I didn't trust myself. Still, I wouldn't change 1 minute during this 2.5-year stage of my life. Honestly, I wish I had the stamina and a long weekend to do it all over again. Even if I still look back and shudder. While hitching from London across to France, my girlfriend at the time and I made the mistake of trying to catch a lift on the M20 off-ramp. We'd seen plenty of people hitching here before, didn't really think much of it. It was the busiest roadway leading in the direction that we were attempting to travel in. The issue is, we'd never actually hitchhiked before. We ultimately had no idea what we were doing. A security car pulls up with wailing sirens. The yellow-jacketed man jumps out, barks at us to put our bags down, and wait for the police. Not long after that, a police car comes along, and 2 friendly young policemen get out and tell us that we're not allowed to hitchhike here. They ended up giving us a lift to the port at Dover, where we caught a ferry across to Calais. Those police lads seemed to be pretty understanding, especially after we had words face to face, and they could see we were just a harmless couple trying to travel for free. They offered what advice they could give us while they drove us to the port, even gave some more advice after we landed in France. They were very understanding, got us on the right foot towards our ultimate destination. Our real mistake was not finding an onward lift from our fellow travelers whilst on the ferry. You see, the boat was packed to the brim with all manner of cars and travelers, most of which were paired up. We were the only people on the boat that didn't have a ride the second we hit the port in France. Instead of networking during the ferry ride and securing a ride to the next township, we just sat with one another and chatted. By the time we crossed the channel, the other travelers were loaded up into their cars and ready to hit the road. Getting off the ferry at Calais, we walked out of the port and stood on the on-ramp with our thumbs out, holding out a cardboard sign with our destination stenciled on it in thick black pen. We're headed for Austria ultimately, with a deadline to meet family, traveling more conventionally in Salzburg. Definitely a naively optimistic idea to have a date in mind when you're hitching long distance. As we walk out to get into our hitchhiking position, we watch with this growing realization as everybody just simply rolls on by in their car. By the time we got set up to begin our song and dance, literally everybody with the car had already driven out of the port. The problem, our problem, immediately becomes obvious. The port is designed to get cars straight off the ferry and onto the motorway. It doesn't lead anywhere else, so once every half an hour or so, we'd get a single wave of cars rushing by. The rest of the time, zilch. And again, these are people with a schedule of their own, trying to quickly race off the ferry, through town, and into the mainland. We don't have much of a choice, so we just stand there, watching each pack of cars stream past us, no one even slowing or looking in our direction. We'd arrived early in the afternoon, and soon it began to get dark, making hitching impossible, even dangerous. At this point, we were along a coast in a country that we aren't from. No one seems interested in lending us a hand. This is when the trip started to take a turn and our energy teetered on that of defeat. We debated trying to get back into the port and catch a bus into Calais, but it's getting late. So we decided to camp on the coast and just try again the next day. This was kind of scary at first. We didn't know what to expect, it being dark. But we were committed to whatever lay in store for us. I was doing everything in my power to remain positive, even if it was just for my partner's sake. But I could see the situation starting to take a toll on her. Once we reached the dunes along the coast, we realized that this stretch of coast is where all the migrants and refugees who want to get across to England camp out. It's a huge space for temporary travelers of every variation. Some folks had been there for weeks or even months, it seemed like. A whole little community with its own economy, literally thriving right there on the fringes of the desert. It gave us a little bit of comfort, as there were plenty of women and children around. There didn't seem to be a huge cause for alarm from bandits or even thieves. just generally good-intentioned people waiting for their turn to travel. So there we are, 2 young Israelis in our little tent, surrounded by Arabic-speaking families and lots of young men. I'm sure we're completely safe, but we don't feel it inside that tent, with so many strangers around us. It was unsettling, but also kind of disarming because none of them seemed to be dangerous or scared themselves. We just relaxed, cuddled, and slowly drifted off to sleep. In the dead of the darkness, though, I heard the last thing that I wanted to hear. Somebody fumbling with our zipper. I awoke and just laid there, listening for a moment, before my girlfriend then woke up and jostled me, urging me to take some form of action. I cleared my throat and shouted at the top of my lungs that our tent was occupied. We were armed inside and prepared to call the police. The person outside immediately let go of the zipper once I said this, and I could tell they were alone. No speaking, no communication otherwise. I told them to leave and not return to our tent, and that's what they seemed to do. No more issues for the rest of that night. I don't know what they wanted, but it was beyond bizarre. It had to be a thief of some kind, right? Perhaps even worse. I think the fact that I was so loud drove them off immediately, not so much the threats. We were camped by some families that seemed to be good-natured, so yelling of any kind would be sure to get somebody else's attention. A few months later, we read in the papers that the police had raided the Calais encampment. People were beaten, tents trashed. This didn't happen to us, but I imagine it was terrifying for anyone caught in the chaos. The next morning, we woke up not feeling very refreshed. Decided to try out hitchhiking again. We chose a spot where there was room to pull over, enough of a straight for people to see us and then slow down. It was the most logical place for us to stick our thumbs out. It also got us away from the majority of the desert dwellers that we just spent the night with. We spent that morning getting cleaned up and presentable, as that was key in my mind. Clean travelers seemed to be more likely to get picked up. 8 a.m., whoosh. Dozen cars whizzed by. 8:30, whoosh. 9 a.m., whoosh. 9:30, 10, 11, noon, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. We were getting seriously demoralized by now. Out of our 4 days to get to Salzburg, we spent the first day and a half standing in Calais. This is before cell phones. No way to let our family know that we were running late or even if we're okay. It was starting to dawn on me that this was a mistake. We were potentially stranded without any idea of how long it would take us to get back. 1 p.m. comes and goes. 2 p.m. the same. Nobody even slows down. My girlfriend at this point is just sitting dejectedly on our bags, while I try to look cheerful. Nobody's gonna stop for miserable-looking hitchhikers. At this point, though, there are large enough gaps in between the rushes of cars, and for some reason, the ferry traffic was slowing down, and with it, our chances of getting a ride anywhere. I could feel the hungry, prying eyes of the desert-dwelling campers behind us, eager for us to return to the camp for the night, so they could try their hand at raping or robbing us. This isn't any kind of racial slight, it's just the reality on the road. Bad things can happen to hitchhikers going international. 2:30, nothing. 3 p.m., nothing. The usual wave of cars just whizzing by us. But then, out of nowhere, a squealer brakes. A big black BMW at the rear of the pack comes to a complete stop, a good 300 meters beyond us. Everybody else disappears over the horizon as our savior slams into reverse and accelerates the whole way, then squeals to a stop right next to us. Get in! Our Czech hero, his wife beside him, handed him a Red Bull every 100 kilometers. I don't remember their exact business, but the couple seemed pretty well off, affluent, and very, very busy. In hindsight, I think they were high, probably on coke or some other stimulant. They talked loud and fast, and were interested in any kind of discussion. I will call the driver Jacob and his wife Kat. Jacob's foot is lead heavy. He has a radar jammer to foil police speed traps, and he does not go below 200 kilometers all the way through France and Belgium to Frankfurt, which is where he dropped us off. And I'll admit it felt only like 10 minutes later, but was actually 600 kilometers closer to our destination. To say that we were flying was a drastic understatement, but we were grateful either way. Jacob decided to stop here and stretch his legs, while Kat used the toilets inside. While we unloaded and eyeballed the area, another big black BMW came over, and Jacob started having words with the driver in a language that we didn't speak. Before Kat even returned, both hatches lifted. Jacob and that stranger began unloading duffel bags and suitcases from the car that we were just in, then loading them into the other BMW that had just rolled up. Some kind of bait and switch. The cars were literally identical. Even the drivers looked similar. It was honestly kind of funny to watch, like a pair of cartoon characters. As we unpacked our own stuff and slowly moved across the parking lot, we watched as a nearby policeman took interest in the pair of blacked out BMWs. At first, it just started out like a basic line of questioning, but within 10 minutes, a whole fleet of investigators descended on the checks and their suspicious vehicles. My wife and I watched in horror as the police exposed Jacob and Kat as drug runners or illegal transporters of some kind. I never saw what was in the bags, but by the sudden turnout of the law enforcement, I knew it had to be drugs or guns getting taken over the border, and we were just sitting in the car with them. Had we pulled over, especially with Jacob's erratic driving, we'd all be under arrest. And God only knows for how long until things got cleaned up. Jacob was a godsend for us, but by the end, the real fortune was being able to step away before he went down in the books. Our next lift came much faster now that we were on real roadways, with a friendly truck driver pulling up not 30 minutes later. He welcomed us in, and the cab actually smelled fresh and clean, with hints of herbs that he liked to cook in there. My wife was run ragged by the road, and she wore it all over her face. So the truck driver was kind enough to let her sleep in the bunk in the back of the cab. She did not hesitate to climb right in and promptly fall asleep. That just left me and the trucker, and we'll call him Johann. He was, I believe, a German citizen based on his looks and dialect. But across the sprawling board of Europe, it's hard to be sure of anybody's heritage. We listened to music at first, but he quickly grew bored and decided to talk with me instead. We shared our basic pleasantries, where we were from, how we started trucking, and why we were hitchhiking. It was all a very simple discussion, and as we talked, Johann asked me some basic things about my wife as well, which I answered, not thinking much of it. We rolled on to Munich, and the driver explained to me that this was all a very healthy hub for travelers going in any direction. Getting to Austria would be what he called smooth sailing. We'd easily find a ride within a couple of hours. Finally, this trip had turned into everything I wanted it to be. He then explained he was headed in a different direction, so he could no longer help us. I thanked him a million times over, explained that he had literally saved our entire trip. And he was very fortunate to have the company still. I tipped him what I thought was a respectable sum of cash, the least I could do. Except from the driver's perspective, it really wasn't. He rolled his truck into a service station, further explained that we could possibly find a ride even without leaving the parking lot. Lots of truckers would be going through Austria and would even be able to help for free or for a decent price. I slowly was getting my things together, half listening, also preparing to wake my wife. It wasn't until I turned my focus on Johann for a minute that I noticed he'd unzipped his pants and began stroking himself. I sat there, completely stunned, unsure of what I was seeing was actually real. He didn't even blink, just continued to talk, casually looking at me and out the window. I didn't bother asking, clearly this was part of whatever plan the trucker had in place. I gathered all of our bags and shouted my wife's name to wake up. It's time to leave. Johann becomes immediately agitated, saying he let her use the bed. The least we could do was stick around to break it in with him. I honestly wasn't sure if he wanted to have sex with me or my wife or both of us. Maybe he just wanted to watch. Whatever the case, we were literally trapped inside the cab of this man's truck as he continued to pleasure himself and slowly undress. My wife hopped up, confused but alert, simply followed me through the passenger door.
Johan never shouted, he didn't grab at us. I guess he knew better. He knew we were already creating a scene. He even kind of apologized through the door as I closed it in his face, turned my back on his truck, and hurried my wife to the trucking station. There were all manner of what seemed like normal people to create this buffer between ourselves and that creepy truck driver. From there, I guess it really was smooth sailing. We reached our destination well before the deadline. After that trip, though, my wife and I swore off hitchhiking forever. She still to this day doesn't know how close we came to trouble in that cab. She just knows something was about to happen. It's my job to protect her, just like it was that day, even if it's just from the strange, ugly truths. I went to camp every summer throughout most of my youth, even my teenage years. Myself and others from school went to the same program, so we all became very close. This was like our own little getaway, because the camp that we attended was outside of our home country, tucked away in the beautiful rolling hills just over the border. It was something that I looked forward to every single year. I would always drive with the same organization every year, from the time that I was 7 all the way up until I was 18 years old. Me and the other campers spent a lot of time together on these car rides, singing and playing games to pass the time. Because of all that time together, it may not be very surprising what happened to us. We would always drive together as a group, in buses to get to different campsites, and of course, to and from our city. Now, this youth program was actually in Hungary, and I'm from Germany. So it was this really long ride and we drove overnight. At around 1 in the morning, we make a stop at a gas station on the highway. I was 11 years old at the time, back together with my summer camp friends, and very, very awake. We all went to the toilet, then to the shop and the gas station. We're all giggly and happy. You know how kids are during these trips. We perused the candy aisles, looked over a book nook, then found a drink cooler with stuff that we liked in the back. It was like this little midnight wonderland for us kids. All the glowing fluorescent lights and sweet treats as far as the eye can see. As we shopped though, I remember hearing this very, very loud sound, like a big metal block falling onto the asphalt. Even felt the ground shake a little bit when we heard it. It was somewhere outside the building, but still so loud that it snagged everybody's attention for just a moment, but no longer than that. No one really asked about it. Nobody said, "What was that?" Nothing. We all just continued to explore that little roadside store, stretch out our legs as much as we could for as long as we could. I remember everybody kind of laughing about it for some reason, and heading back to the bus thinking nothing more of it, really just ready to hit the road again. When we arrived at the bus though, the energy was off. Everything was now weird. What at first had been all giggles and smiles, kids playing in the dark, was now a dreary sort of detention feel. No one seemed to be having a good time anymore. In fact, anytime the kids got a little too loud, one of the counselors would come over and shush them, ask them to be quiet. We all just flopped into our seats and waited for the bus to start moving again. I'd say around a half an hour of nothing more happening, we slowly realized that something was indeed very wrong. A story would go around about a boy coming out of the woodland up ahead, right near that gas station. A large box truck coming around the corner failed to stop and ran him over. The story that we heard was that the road ahead was full of blood. Apparently that boy had come out of nowhere, attempted to cross the highway. The truck lost control and toppled over, killing him instantly. All the camp counselors seemed to be in a panic, talking in hushed whispers and doing a head count over and over again. The next story that would go around the bus was that a pair of boys were missing from our roster. One of them I personally knew from the camping program, as he and I had been attending this forever. Suddenly I felt sick at the idea that he could possibly be dead, mercilessly crushed along the highway. Dark thoughts continued to plague me as the idea just set in. Maybe I would never see him again. Many of us just grew quiet, as we waited to hear the news of what was actually going on. Nobody was allowed to leave the bus. An ambulance was called to the scene, giving us all some hope. I think we waited there till early in the morning, 5 or 6 a.m., when the sun was just coming out to illuminate the truth of whatever had gone down. The police were there and everything. We saw them working from the bus. They put that caution tape up everywhere. Sparse crews working to clean up the shattered glass and spilled motor oil in the roadway. It was surreal to see that scene so close. In the dark of the night, the accident may have well been on the other side of the world. But with the sun up, we could see it really just down the road from the gas station. Whoever had been run over, it happened just 100 feet up the road. Now that I had a visual, the smell of everything started to fill the air. Through the night, it had just been that of nature and the woodland. Now I could smell the industrial metal, the chipped asphalt, the oil and the seared rubber, and of course, could smell the gore. This gritty iron smell wafting in the breeze. Many of us began to gag on the bus. Out of nowhere, the boy reemerged with an officer, the one who allegedly had come from the woodland. It was the one who had rumored to have been crushed, but here he was, seemingly okay. He was one of the campers, not just some random kid who came out of the forest. He'd been walking behind the other 2 boys, the ones who were still missing. He explained the truck indeed skittered right out in front of them. It almost killed him. He wasn't sure if the others survived. He'd been driven to the hospital to get stitches, and now he wanted to continue the drive to camp. Instead, they drove us to a community center, where we all got there and gathered up, and then told that the 2 boys that were missing were indeed dead. Nobody reacted at first, not even the boy who survived, the one who'd been with them. We all just stood there, silent and shocked. It was my friend and another boy from the program, one I didn't personally know. In just a single moment of my life, my entire childhood changed for good. Summer camp was like a peacetime. Many of my best memories were tied directly to the very notion of packing up all my belongings and going away with my friends for a whole season to some faraway land. All the hours spent awake through the night, waiting to hear who'd been killed, had spoiled anything good I had to remember. It turned out that those boys had snuck off in the opposite direction when we stopped at the gas station. They were lurking around the woods, smoking cigarettes and just messing about. The boys got too close to the highway though. Just as they stepped out onto the road, a transport truck came barreling down the road from the opposite direction. Its brakes were going out. The driver had been steadily losing control for a minute or two. He swerved to miss them and instead rolled over and smashed them into nothing. They didn't even have an opportunity to scream. They turned that community center into this little triage for the kids who had to stay. There was a sectioned off sleeping area lined with cots and pillows, clean blankets for us to huddle under. There was an office space that they reconfigured after a few psychologists showed up, a place for us to go and talk about what happened if we got upset if we wanted to. They also had a recreation room with movies playing on a television and board games in the back. It was weird. It's on the news and everything, and I don't really like to think about it. I remember informing my parents that me and my brother were alive and well. We actually drove to Hungary, to the camp, after a day at that community center, because most children still wanted to go. Some children literally couldn't go anywhere else. Even the boy that survived, who was the cousin of one of the dead boys, insisted on continuing with the trip. Looking back now, it's absolutely baffling. Half of us were locked up with trauma. The other half literally didn't care. They just wanted to continue on with their summer. If you didn't want to go, you would have the opportunity to drive back home or call your parents to come get you. At first, I didn't want to go. I was too torn up by my friend's death, but ultimately, I made the decision to press on. The trip back was long, and the idea of sitting in my room alone for 3 months wasn't really a comforting thought. I decided that having a good summer to honor my friend might be a good way, or a better way, to start processing what had just taken place. I went. It was actually a pretty good summer camp retreat, because all the people there were going through the same thing I was. We had psychologists on site and everything, as some people's nerves gave out later in the program. After the adrenaline and shock wore off, they crumbled under the depression,
There was supposed to be ultimately 50, I think, or 60 kids. By the end, there was only less than half of us left. Still, I think we shared a tighter bond that year because of that incident. Damn near every night we would cry together around the fire. That's also not to say it didn't have its strange occurrences that year too. People were claiming they saw and heard things that nobody had ever reported before. This was a highly trafficked, highly respected summer camp. Not some dingy, scary, allegedly haunted campsite full of druggies and alcoholics. To see and hear strange things, supposedly, was definitely out of the ordinary for this retreat. There was an incident where one night 2 of the girls had come back from the toilets, screaming their heads off. They were younger, part of the elementary group. It took us supervisors a good 10 or 15 minutes just to get them to calm down. By then, one of the older, real counselors had found us and was taking over the situation. Once they finally calmed down, they told us what had happened. It was dark. They both had to use the bathroom. Not wanting to walk alone, as the toilets were a good jaunt away, they decided to go together. While stepping inside and doing their business, somebody started tapping along the outside of the restroom. Simple, single taps. The girls were spooked at first, but just assumed it was one of the boys following them, playing some form of prank. When they exited the bathroom, though, they both claimed to see that dead boy standing at the head of the trail. He waved and then ran off into the dark. We ended up setting both of them off with therapists for the night, who only said it was just a method of coping with that accident. Some people did claim that the tapping was a classic prank of the dead boy, who used to do it every summer to some of the younger kids. Very strange stuff. There was another kid who claimed to have been chased back to camp by a shadowy figure, one that kept saying his name. He went out to pee among the trees, as boys do. Just as he picked a tree, somebody came barreling out of the dark, literally said boo, and then the chase began. The kid didn't even have time to zip up his pants, just turned and fled back toward camp. All while the thing behind him kept saying things like, "You're fast, Anton," or "I'm gonna get you, Anton." By the time he got back to camp, he was ghost white and babbling nonstop. Didn't even bother to zip up or correct himself. Again, we eventually got him to calm down, and after he explained what took place. He ended up going off with therapists to work through whatever trauma was affecting him as well. It was a long, dreary summer that year, one that shook us up for the worse. Writing this, I guess I realized it traumatized me way more than I thought. Rest in peace, my friend. I was about 10 years old and went to a summer camp in Oregon named Camp Harold. I'd gone to this camp once before, but really felt like a pro with this being my second summer. I knew the program, I knew some of the camp counselors, and I knew the woodland around the camp like the back of my hand. This was the kind of place where you could actually cut loose, have some fun, throw rocks off cliffs into the creeks, whittling with knives, axe throwing, all manner of cool stuff. It was the summer of 1994. The camp is a Catholic youth camp, but feels more like every traditional summer camp you might see in the movies. Sneaking out in the middle of the night to go skinny dipping, over-the-top campfire horror stories, all manner of activities. It's a blast. This story concerns said late-night skinny dipping. 4 of us boys really hit it off. Nothing erotic though, just as a disclaimer. Just that we all had similar thoughts and comfort about being nude around one another. Mostly like, I won't look at yours if you won't look at mine type of compromise. We just wanted to swim, but didn't want the evidence left behind. Swimming was strictly prohibited after dark, especially without supervision. If our swim trunks were still wet in the morning, they would know that we swam, and they would keep us out of the water for the rest of the summer as a punishment. Swimming naked was kind of the only guarantee we weren't going to get in trouble. Our cabin was near this old pool, dating back to World War II. It was concrete, old, and mostly still with moving water. They had a proper lake, but
none of us felt comfortable walking that far in the dark. They also had a brand new swimming pool, but it was fenced off and had security buoys that would screech if something disturbed it too much. I'd say it was around 2 weeks into my stay when my new camp besties decided some midnight skinny dipping was in order for tonight. For the purpose of the story, I'm gonna name them Sean, John, and Eric. Sean was like me in both looks and attitude. Both loved pretty much the exact same things. John and Eric were both friendly, but open-minded. Our interests were a bit off outside of swimming without clothing. John loved country music, horseback riding, model building. Eric was into hardcore gangster rap, basketball, and DC Comics. Those things were fine to me, but not anything that had any of my interest. Sean could have pretty much been my brother, though. Both of us were raised in very nurturing and progressive families. We both loved the same type of music, video games, comics, books, the works. We even kind of looked the same, like a couple of doppelgangers trouncing around through the night. Regardless, the four of us got along more than any of the others. We naturally just gravitated towards each other until we formed this clique of our own. The four of us snuck out like ninjas in the night. I was skinny as a rail back then, quite adept at sneaking too. My eyes have always been pretty exceptional in anything other than total darkness, meaning no light particles at all. So I didn't really need a flashlight, though we took one just to be safe. Our plan was to go strip, swim, then get out and walk the trails just a little bit, just to air dry, then return to our beds unnoticed. We all make it to the pool undetected, chucked our clothes, and began to swim. Sean and I sat next to one another. We were talking about stuff back home, like girls at school. Eric and John were in the middle of a who can hold their breath the longest contest. Sean was telling me about this girl in class that he was sweet on. I was too afraid to ask her out or anything though. I said we're still 10, let's worry about dating in high school. He agreed, worried that there might be some law or something he'd be breaking anyway. Very shortly after this, Sean put his hand on my chest, like really hard. Again, I want to restate this. It wasn't a romantic advance. It's that, oh my God, type of slap to the chest. Much like a parent would prevent someone from walking into danger. What? I said. Oh my God, somebody's out there. Sean shivered. No, the water was cold, but not freezing. It was still around 80 degrees outside. So I figured if I wasn't shivering, then everyone else should be fine, right? Where? I said. Sean pointed. He even grabbed my chin to point me in that direction. Sure enough, he was right. Even in the dark, at around, say, the 6 foot to 6.5 foot height, were a pair of eyes and a shadowy shape of a man. The eyes almost behaved much like a cat's would when it reflects in the light. That animal-like yellow and green in the dark. It was at the height of a man, though. And it was unmistakable. The longer we looked, I could actually start to see the heave of the chest from the breathing. I could see this crazy kinked hair atop his head, and what looked like a jumpsuit. Something right out of a horror movie, except it was happening in front of me in real time. Sean and I whispered to John and Eric to get over to us. They do, and we quickly show them that shadow. John damn near screamed, but just did that kind of squeak, slapped his hands over his mouth. Eric uttered some obscenity, wondered if it was a counselor on night patrol. We asked why they wouldn't have said anything to us then. Shine a flashlight and yell, "Hey you kids," or something like that. Eric insinuated something fairly dark, to the effect of maybe he was a voyeur or a pervert of some kind. That was an even scarier thought. Sean asked what we should do. I said, we grab our clothes and run. Nobody gets lost. I'll take the lead since my night vision is the best. Once we get close to our cabins, we throw our clothes back on, climb back into the cabins, and get into bed. We all agreed. I counted to 3, and we ran. We grabbed our clothes. I hadn't thought to put my sandals back on, so let me tell you, running on that trail hurt for days after this. We ran, looking over our shoulders.
All the while, that figure seemed to be following us, but also at the same time getting further and further away. We make it to the rally point, got dressed, and then climbed back into our cabins. We slipped back into the bunks and nobody was the wiser. Every now and again, while walking to the campfire, we'd swear we'd catch a glimpse of that figure. All summer long, it was just this eerie presence. My counselor one night sat all four of us down. He noticed a drastic change in our moods and behaviors. We said that we would tell him, but we didn't want to get into any trouble. He said that we wouldn't, on the contingent that we fess up. And so, we told him the whole thing. We admitted about sneaking out, skinny dipping, and that shadow figure. At first he just laughed. He told us that he started going to Harold back in the 70s. Sneaking out to skinny dip was practically tradition among the young boys, and we shouldn't do it, but he also said it was kind of a no harm, no foul type of instance. His expression darkened after that. He confessed that as far back as 1978, the last year that he attended as a youth, he also saw that same figure. He told us that he told his counselor roughly the exact same story. He and a much larger group of boys had snuck out for a skinny dip, and they saw the figure themselves. My counselor said that his counselor told roughly the exact same story from when he was a camper there too. Turned out that there's this whole history of kids sneaking out to swim, only to spot a creepy figure lurking in the bushes. It had been going on for at least 30 years now. Did it talk to you? He asked us. What? No, I said. It talks? Oh yeah, it's a real trickster, the guy explained. At this point, I was certain he was messing with us, but something about his face just kept me on the hook. Tried to lure some of us into the woods that summer. My mind was racing. The hell are you even talking about? A ghost? A specter? No, the guy laughed. I don't think it's that kind of insidious. We practically begged him to tell us the rest, but he just told us to keep to the rules and stay with the others at sundown. We agreed. It wasn't until I became an adult that I think I figured out what he was trying to say without actually saying it. I think what he was trying to convey was that people that worked at the camp were periodically weirdos, potentially predators. Somebody spied on him and his friends back in the 70s, and now somebody was spying again there in the 90s. I know it's a stretch, but I think it makes more sense than anything else. He just didn't want to admit that one of his colleagues might actually be a creep. Either that, or it was a ghost with the same predilection for children. Super creepy either way. In the end, we've learned that as far back as the 1960s, that phantom appeared near the upper pool, very, very late at night. Imagine spending an afternoon in a cave, waist deep in hot water, as a man lectured you about how fossils, the whole lot of them, had been planted by scientists as a part of a massive conspiracy. And then I want you to also imagine, if you will, anytime you tried to excuse yourself, this same man would stand up and threaten to kill you. Suffice to say, that was the least crazy part of what he told me. Come, let me regale you with the tale of mystery and violence. My encounter with the man in question took place when I was around 12 years old. My parents had sent me to a summer camp in a remote part of New Mexico, which just happened to be located near a collection of natural hot springs. A couple of times a week, campers would have the option to visit the springs in question, explore the surrounding area, and then come back smelling rather strongly of sulfur. My favorite part of the attraction was a fairly large cave that housed a single pool, about the size and shape of a hot tub, inside a secluded corner where the only light came from the cracks inside the walls. It was the first place that I'd visit whenever I found myself in the area, but on one occasion, I discovered that it was already occupied. At first glance, the man looked harmless enough.
He was average height, thin, and bespectacled in a way that made him look rather like a high school art teacher. He had long hair and gray streaked beard that might have helped with that as well. When he saw my friends and I hesitate at the mouth of the cave, he beckoned us in, assured us that there was plenty of space for everybody. Now, had I been on my own, I would have quickly turned tail and fled from that creepy figure in the darkness. But with the group of other campers who were accompanying me, it felt like it offered some semblance of protection. We strutted inside the cave, crammed ourselves into that natural jacuzzi, then listened in with ever-increasing bewilderment as our strange host regaled us with this truly insane theory. "You know," he said to us, apropos of nothing, "dinosaurs didn't exist. Scientists." He spat out that word like it left some kind of bad taste in his mouth. "Have miles and miles of laboratories hidden beneath the Earth's surface. They make all of these fossils. They stick them around the planet for people to find, so nobody will dig any deeper into those spots." Why?" asked one of my friends. The man then smiled in this way that almost might have felt grandfatherly, had it not been for the insanity in his eyes. "Well, there's lots of reasons, but mostly, they don't want people to find the laboratories, do they? That's where they make the chemicals, you see." Of course, somebody had to ask, and it might as well have been me. "What chemicals?" That's the big secret," replied the man. "Humans don't actually need to eat solid food. It's there in the Bible. The only reason that we get hungry is because the scientists spread these dangerous chemicals throughout the air. Solid food makes us slow and dumb, and it makes us easy to control." As ridiculous as all this raving was, it was also kind of fascinating. "Why do they need to control us?" I pressed on. "Also, what about before those scientists existed? Haven't we been eating solid food for a really long time?" "No," the man replied. "In fact, we only started eating solid food about 100 years ago. The scientists changed our history books so that we think we've always been eating solid food. That's why they need to control us, so that we don't ask questions." "Oh," my buddy said, "this guy is crazy." That turned out to be a huge mistake. "The hell did you just say to me?" he started, standing up out of the water. He was actually pretty corded up for an old dude. "I invite you into my peaceful waters and you spit in my face. You know, I could crush your skull with nothing but my hands and never think about it ever again. How'd you like that? Perhaps I'll turn you into nothing but bones. Another fossil for the scientists." We all just sat there, stunned into silence. The older guy smiled, then casually sat back down in the water. He even kind of playfully splashed at us before leaning back and closing his eyes as if nothing had just happened. Yeah, certifiably crazy, 100%. The issue now was that we were in the water. There was no quick way to subtly leave without him noticing. It was all or nothing. Nobody had started to move yet. The scientists, well, this is all racially motivated, you see. He just rambled on, as if he didn't just threaten to kill us. He talked about the alien influence from the hidden planet in some distant galaxy, one that was perfectly aligned for some sort of telepathic link, one that he used to have, but had been severed because of his damaging upbringing. Too many haircuts and foods out of plastic cartons. All seriously weird, deranged shit. Anytime that any one of us spoke or moved, this guy would jump out of the water and simply tower right over us, hands shaking at his side, as if he was about to strike one of us. It was all enough to keep us from running or doing anything. That's when we noticed his clothes was sitting off in the corner in this neat little stack. Resting atop those was a big, sheathed straight knife. Just even more layers of "you gotta be kidding me"
every second you spend with this guy. So my friends and I wound up sitting there for the better part of a half an hour, and we only departed when one of our camp counselors came to find us. We left the man sitting in that cave, no doubt ready to offer his wisdom to the next group of unsuspecting visitors. Learning that humans weren't meant to eat solid food was definitely enlightening, although even then I suspected that the man had been consuming too many liquids and too many vapors. Of course, we quickly told our camp supervisors, who quickly sent us on our way and went back to deal with the situation themselves. They couldn't just have some armed crazy guy lingering so close to their camp. It wasn't even 5 minutes later, we heard some kind of hooping and hollering from back in that cave, which was apparently on state land just outside the camp. They had left us under the supervision of one counselor, who now had to make that decision: continue and take us back, or turn around, go assist her fellow supervisors. More screaming quickly filled the air, and then it just stopped. We all pressed to the camp. Once we got back, the counselor got on the horn, called the local police department. The sheriff was on site within a half an hour. Just some random dude that was on patrol in between towns. She guided him back along that back trail that would lead to the cave and those hot springs, as the counselors who went to deal with that whack job still had yet to return. Rumors were now going around the camp about a crazy hippie monkey man out in the woods. He'd killed a group of kids, eaten them down to the bones, and that's when the counselors had found them. Only one of them had escaped the encounter. The rest were left screaming in the cave. It was absolutely wild to hear a rumor about myself in real time going around camp. I was allegedly dead, along with all my buddies, by the hand of some backwoods inbred genius monkey man, which honestly wasn't that far off. Everyone ate dinner and gossiped about the craziness at hand. It wasn't 45 minutes later, the sheriff came back through with a conspiracy guy in handcuffs. Turns out he was a local and very well known among law enforcement. He had had a lot of weird opinions, many of which landed him in trouble. He didn't think that he needed permission for anything that he did, and people in the area didn't hesitate to call the cops on him pretty much on sight. He found that spring by the camp. He'd been spending quite a few days there, but now, threatening children, it was going to be a long night for that guy. Thankfully, we never saw that guy again, but what a trip that memory is. All the kids watching him get hauled through camp to the squad car, shouting all kinds of crazy shit at the top of his lungs. Long ponytail, hairy chest, spectacles. He did look like a crazy monkey man. It was hilarious and scary as hell at the same time. Glad I only had to meet you once, caveman. I was a camp counselor for a 6th grade science camp. I'm keeping the actual name private for obvious reasons. 5 days, 4 nights in the Santa Cruz Mountains with a ton of mostly well-behaved 6th graders. This was a pretty well-structured program, but still, weird stuff was known to happen from time to time. I was in charge of a group of boys in one of the cabins. One of the campers, we'll just call him Matt, was a very odd bird, to say the least. That perpetual 1,000-yard stare, unkempt. You couldn't understand any of the mumblings that fell out of his mouth. People would avoid Matt, and that seemed to be just how he liked it. Everyone would just totally ignore the guy, and it didn't seem to faze Matt in the slightest. In fact, it was when people tried to socialize with him that he would start to get upset. He did not want to talk, did not want to play games with the others, nothing of the sort. Being around the other kids seemed to put him in a mood, so we just let Matt kind of just do what he wanted, as long as it was appropriate and followed the rules, of course. After the first night, some of the campers in my cabin were huddled up, discussing something amongst each other. I asked them what was going on. They explained that Matt had left the cabin that previous night, very, very late, and didn't come back until around 6 a.m. What was he doing? I asked them. We don't know, they said. Did he seem okay? They all got quiet and awkward, so I knew something was definitely up. I pressed more, trying to get some more details, but the kids were just locked down. Nobody wanted to talk. All they said was that he looked dirty and smelled something awful when he came back. This was, of course, very unsettling, so I asked Matt about it. Through the course of that very cumbersome conversation, Matt denied any allegations. I told him it was not safe for him to be out of the cabin at night, and that he and everybody else needs to stay inside after lights out. What were you getting into out there? I asked. Did you go shower? His head snapped to face me, but he didn't respond. Just made a long, eerie look, like he was sizing up my soul. It was fucking weird, but there was nothing else I could do. If he didn't want to tell me, so be it. That night, I made sure to do a pop-in well after lights out. Matt was where I expected to find him, in his bunk. That gave me at least some sense of relief. He may not be talking, but at least we were communicating and getting through enough. It's not like I had it out for the kid. I didn't think anything negative about it. He has issues, we all do. I just couldn't have him sneaking around the facility at night, getting into God knows what. My real fear was that we'd wake up in the morning and he'd just be gone, vanished without a trace. That next day, I get to my group. They tell me that Matt had left again, shortly after my inspection, was gone all night once again. We're talking hours and hours of absence. Part of it had shook me up. I've worked this camp for a while. I know the Sierra Nevadas well, and I know what's out there. Mountain lions and coyotes running laps throughout the canyon, eager for a 12-year-old boy to come stumbling along in the dark. Predators aside, there was also superstitious legends around here that also burned in the back of my mind. I personally didn't want to entertain anything paranormal, but let's just say there was a small part of me that was at least a little bit fearful that the boy coming back at dawn was not Matt at all, something pretending to be him. But I digress. I wasn't really sure what to believe at that point. Were these kids just picking on Matt, or was he really out, doing God knows what the past 2 nights? We'd run into this before. Entire groups of kids just straight up lying about one of their peers, purely just to fuck their camp experience up. Sadly, sometimes it would work, so I was careful with what I heard and what I believed. I talked to some other authority figures at the camp, and they talked to the boys. Matt denied again, but the other boys were adamant that he did indeed leave. There wasn't really proof one way or the other. Everyone was told again about staying inside, yada yada yada. There's a caveat this time though. Whoever went to tell next time had to have proof, or else they were the one who would get in trouble. No ifs, no ands, or buts. I called it for what it was, tattletaling, and made it clear that if everyone wasn't following the rules, I'd be coming down on everybody. Night 3, I remind them again of our conversation from earlier. Look Matt directly in the eye and tell him I'll be checking in later. Stay put. I get the usual grumble, a nod from everybody else, and they all toddle off to bed. No whispers, no stories. They just try to do their best to follow the orders. It was sad to see, but these kids needed to learn a little life lesson here, and I was the one who had to give it to them. Instead of checking in, I posted up a position on the porch, right outside the cabin door in my sleeping bag. Nobody touched that door all night long. I was in and out of sleep for most of the night. Being a camp employee for that long, sleeping out in the open air didn't bother me at all. It was actually incredibly nice, and I can confidently say I didn't hear a damn thing that night that I slept out on the porch. I go in and get my campers for breakfast, and they are all abuzz the next morning. Matt had done it again, and this time he went out the window. I was in disbelief, having spent the entire evening not 10 feet from that window that they were talking about. I racked my brain for anything, a sound, but I drew a blank. There was no way Matt had snuck around me like that. Matt mumbles his innocence. The other boys are furious, exasperated that they aren't being believed. It's a crazy situation. Here's the deal though. Each cabin window has 2 locks, one on the inside and one on the outside. This is to prevent exactly what the kids are claiming. Somebody sneaking out in the middle of the night. Both locks have to be undone. I know each window was locked up that night as I checked them myself. If Matt went through that window, he would have to sneak out and unlock it from the outside first. The camp leaders pull Matt and I into an office, along with his school leader, a teacher if I recall correctly, that was at the camp. Another discussion is had, mumbling denials, and a call to home to Matt's parents. Based on what I heard of the conversation, the apple didn't seem to fall far from the tree with Matt. His parents seemed a little strange, didn't speak much, ultimately said they understood, even spoke to their son a bit. Warnings were issued and we went about our day. It's the last night at camp. One of the camp leaders gathered me up and 2 other counselors. Told us that we're going to be staking out the cabin all night if we had to. We were all going to take positions, watching a corner of that cabin, and if we saw anything, alert the others through the walkie-talkie. If he was sneaking out, we want to know where the hell he's going. Honestly, I still wasn't sure if this 11 to 12-year-old boy was in fact sneaking out or if the other campers were just making up the story, Matt being the butt of the joke. Around 1 a.m., I get alerted by one of the other counselors. He just saw one of the windows open. About a minute later, somebody is climbing out. My heart starts beating faster. It's on. Sure enough, it's Matt. He was out and on the move. We're all staying back, giving him plenty of space to do whatever he's gonna do. It was actually pretty wild to be stalking this little kid through the night. All the lies and all the hours spent in the wilderness. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't invested in whatever we were about to discover. Matt walks to the edge of the clearing and makes up the camp area and heads off away from where we are. He's skirting the edge of the woods and after about a quarter mile or so, starts to come back to camp. He's headed directly to another one of the cabins, one of the female cabins, walks right up to it, dropped down on the ground, and scurried underneath it. The 4 of us were huddled up at this point, maybe 50 to 100 yards or so away. We all looked at one another like, what the fuck did we just see and what the fuck did we do now? The camp leader guy that was with us says, all right, we need to go get him. We head towards the cabin. He busts out his big mag light and gets down on the ground where Matt had entered. Calls out, Matt, we know you're in there. Just come on out now. After a few minutes and a few more demands and threats, Matt crawls out, doesn't say a word, doesn't make eye contact, will not look at any of us. No amount of anything we said to him was getting any kind of response or any reaction. It was almost as if we weren't there at all. Very, very creepy. We walked him back to the cabin, got him in bed, and saw some pretty smug faces on the other boys in his cabin as we were getting him situated. I stayed in the cabin the rest of the night, sitting in a chair and keeping an eye on Matt. He never moved or made another peep, just stared at the ceiling with this level, metered breathing, as if he were running calculations in his mind, almost like he was running back to what went wrong and how he got caught. The next day, all the schools were leaving. Matt was not allowed to partake in any activities and had to sit in the office until his school left. The camp guy told me later they'd gone under the cabin early that next day and found Matt's nest. There was some trash like candy bar wrappers, chip bags, a dead bird, a dirty towel under there, situated directly under a small gap or hole in the floor. Nobody knows exactly what he was doing under there. I'm sure you can theorize exactly what he was doing, just like we did, but it just creeped me the fuck out. Get this though, that dead bird had been gnawed on,
and not like in an eating way. If a scavenger had found the bird there would have been pieces missing. This was as if a little kid was just sucking and lightly chewing on the upper half. Super weird. Some of the maintenance guys that went under there later said they found a bunch of dead mice too, with that same kind of chew marks. No idea what happened to Matt, but I'll never forget that experience. It made for one hell of a summer camp memory. I worked for a massive American retailer for many, many years. Honestly, it was my first serious job out of high school, and as time went on, I secured enough bonuses and pay raises that it became a lucrative job for quite a while. Not only did it keep my bills paid, but I had some savings. I could afford vacations, all that kind of basic stuff. Overall, it wasn't a terrible job. I've read a lot of horror stories on Reddit about things that happen to people while they're at their jobs. I just can't conceive most of it happening at Walmart, of all places. Besides that, I've never witnessed problems with working off the clock or was even asked to work off the clock. I felt generally paid appropriately for my job. All that being said, it doesn't mean I didn't hate the shit out of it sometimes. And it also doesn't mean that nothing bad ever happened. I had scores of shitty managers, worked in stores that were run very badly. I feel like we all do. This is a problem that comes from the top down. Having said all of that, the worst thing to ever happen to me was this. I recently inherited the toy department. This was around 10 years ago. It had gone without a manager for like 6 months, and the one they had before that was utterly incompetent and just really lazy. So the department itself was just a complete mess. The toy department took up 15% of square footage of the store, so for it to not have a manager, it was kind of like having the whole corner of the store be the Wild West. Kids would come in and absolutely annihilate the displays. Older kids would come in and do pranks, throw stuff all over, even damage some of the merchandise. It was a seriously challenging position to take on for myself, but at the end of the day, I figured that if anybody could, I could handle it. You see, I'm a toy department professional, literally. I can take any toy department and make it look like somewhere that you want to shop. Clean it up, stock it right. I worked my ass off to fix it, and the back room too. So it was daunting, but I had a lot of confidence in myself. And I knew I'd pretty much be doing it alone, because Walmart doesn't really give a fuck about toys. But I figured if everybody just left me alone and let me work my department, it would all be fine. Again, it's just plastic and cardboard. It's not like I'm dealing with expiration dates or things that can spoil. It really isn't rocket science. So here's to what actually happened. I decided the first thing that I want to do is physically clean the place up. There's overstock everywhere. The bike rack and Power Wheels rack was just a dumping ground for any kinds of crap that you can imagine. Small cars were piled up, bikes in a jumble, huge bouncy balls thrown into the mix. The more I cleaned up, the more I would find. Though I soon was bagging up trash, candy wrappers, and all other kinds of nonsense. It's like there was a homeless person living in that department somewhere. Anyway, it takes me days, but I finally get the Power Wheels rack cleaned up. I can actually start moving the Power Wheels boxes around, back to where they're supposed to be. As I grab one, it sounds all rattly. I thought maybe some other toy had fallen in or a bag of screws inside the box had busted. But then as I move the box, I see that there's a wet streak where I'm moving it. Then there's a hole in the corner. These things generally run from like $75 to $300. And this is not what I expect to see on some kind of expensive item like it is. Oh no, it has to be mice, right? Well, no sooner did I have that thought that 2 mice come bursting out of the hole, go sliding across the tile floor right in front of me. I scream, jump back, and recompose myself. This is a personal nightmare for me because I know the facts that are involved. There's 1 mouse, there are hundreds somewhere else. I saw 2,
So I know in my heart there's probably 200 lurking in the toy department, the department that I was handed over on a silver platter. I could literally feel my body get coated with sweat as I realized that I bit off way more than I can chew. Perhaps I really didn't want to deal with this. I push the box some more and it sounds like a fucking rain stick. It's all like psh, 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 like there's sand inside. I'm like, what the hell is going on in this box? But I'm not curious enough to open it yet. I know whatever's inside is bad, and the more I'm around it, the more I can start to smell it too. Holy hell, how has this been sitting here for this long? A few weeks, maybe months? The reality of the situation dawns on me. I realize I could get sick from just touching the outside of that box. There's a lot of factors at play, and none of them are beneficial to me. Then I think, well, fuck it. I have to get this off the sales floor. We obviously can't sell it in this kind of condition. And I don't really want to break this open right on the sales floor because I don't really want any customers seeing whatever's inside. It's just bad business, and like I said before, I consider myself a professional, and I can handle some damn mice. So I get a cart, try to load up the box. The bottom of the box basically just gives way, and mouse poop cascades out. Bits of paper, liquid, the most wretched shit that I've ever seen. Every time I moved the box, it was just shit everywhere. Mounds of it, piles of it, rivers of mouse shit running right out the bottom. You ever see Jurassic Park? Remember when they found that dying Triceratops next to that absolute unit of shit next to it? It's like that, except pure black and dribbling this weird mucus. It was definitely enough to turn my stomach just at the sight. The smell was 100 times worse. It's both a home and a cesspool for mice, active decay in real time. At this point, I'm about to hurl, and I get that stupid box onto the cart finally, go grab my personal protective equipment, and clean the shit out of the shelf, the floor, the air, my hands, everything that was exposed. Usually, I'm not the sort of person to even get gloves for most of my jobs, but I wish I could have gotten a fucking biohazard suit for all that. It was absolutely disgusting. There was zero chance of getting anybody else to help me too, so I just knuckled down and told myself I'll do whatever I gotta do. I take the stupid box to the back. It's like 5 feet high, 3 feet wide, and 2 feet long. Just imagine how much potential there is for all the shit in this box. It's everywhere, pouring out of the bottom, flowing into the hole in the corner, and the liquid, whatever it is, oozing down the cart and leaving a trail from the wheels. Once I get to the back, I go to the area where we take all of our damaged goods. Tell the woman that's there that I'm gonna throw this thing out. Explain to her what was going on with it. Mark it down, but don't touch it. This is a legitimate biohazard and should not be inside our building. I explain everything to her pretty calmly, pretty clearly. I'm doing everything by the book. But just how wrong I turned out to be. She throws a fit. She says that we need to talk to the manager. So we wait. Once he finally comes and eventually decides what we need to do is open the box and wash the merchandise. I say absolutely not. No way. This is for children. It's filthy. I'm not touching it. It's not safe or sanitary. Nobody should have to clean this thing. We go back and forth for a while until finally I pull out the facts for him. Mouse poop is a toxin. It affects children the most. There's a reason they say to check nurseries and baby rooms for mouse poop or evidence of any kind of rodent. They carry all kinds of bacteria and diseases that kids simply just don't have an immune system for yet. I then explained that if we wanted to be the first Walmart experiencing that kind of lawsuit, go ahead, put the toy back out on the floor. I really put my foot down and inadvertently embarrassed the hell out of my manager. He finally agrees, says to leave it and we'll get rid of it ASAP. And then he has this very dismissive demeanor about it. I don't even think anything of it though. I had a problem and now it seems this problem has been handled. I call that a true blue victory. I filled out the proper form with the cranky old woman from before, washed my hands and returned back to duty. I think to myself, thank fuck, and I just go back to work. The next day, that filthy box is back on the sales floor. I full on raged out. I threw it back onto the cart and took it back again. Mouse shit was still falling out of it. It was crazy to have to do it all over again, take those same exact steps. I felt personally insulted. I knew those two schemed together and put it back out there to make it my problem. It's unbelievable, unprofessional, and honestly, I was ready to square up with the first person who looked my way. The claims woman says the manager said we couldn't mark it down, and we definitely couldn't throw it away, so we just try to sell it as is. It was like something out of a dream, a nightmare, the dumbest nonsense I'd ever heard. I made a point to let her know that too. That just the simple act of trying to reason was the equivalent of mental weightlifting for her poor brain. I didn't hold anything back. I kicked that shit-filled box and let some more of those mouse turds rattle right out, at which point I'd look down and say, "See? That's exactly what your brain does." We get into an actual screaming match. Seriously, why can't she see that a toy filled with rat shit is not safe for anybody? She's crying and I'm fuming. The store manager comes by and says that he told a maintenance guy to clean the box up, and he's sorry it looks like he didn't do a very good job. I take one look down at that box again before glaring right at the manager. Clean the box? There is no cleaning this box. It's a living, breathing pile of excrement. I shake my head and go off, laying into both of them about how they're going to get a child sick or killed, just purely out of being cheap and lazy. I don't care how good of a job he did. That thing needs to be gone. Like, if it's in my department, I'm leaving. I will never come back. It's sick. Walmart is disgusting. I can't even believe I'm having this argument with them right now. He said that's my choice, but he'd have the item cleaned up properly by this afternoon. I point a finger in his face and told him he better clean it himself. That way, he might have a change of heart when he sees how truly disgusting the situation was. So I slice open the end of the box and stuck my hand in and yanked the whole fucking thing out. I nearly fell over. Not only was it filled with shit, it was a huge nest. There were corpses all over the fucking thing, all over the floor. Dead mouse babies stuck to the cardboard inside the flap. The store manager looks disgusted. He gets on his walkie and calls the bike assembler. The guy arrives and says he'll clean it up and sell it as a display. The bike builder looks like he's about to faint. I said I'm done, bye-bye, and I left. I didn't know what else to do. I honestly thought about calling corporate, OSHA, the news, the health department even. What I actually did was went home and cried. The next day I ended up going to work whatever the fuck time I felt like it. I clock in, go to my department, and there's the power wheel. Who knows how long it took that poor assembler worker to work on that, but it did look like 1,000,000% better, but I didn't care. I dragged that motherfucker straight to the compactor, but it wouldn't fit. So I had to rip the wheels and mirrors off to cram it in. I was back there raging at the compactor for like 40 minutes. I took the battery out and then took it to automotive to recycle. Then decided, they fire me, fuck it. Everybody in the store saw me practically the last 3 days, fighting about this stupid toy with management. Everybody saw me literally throw that piece of merchandise in the garbage. Nobody ever said a word about it again, except the store manager who came by and said, "Where'd you end up putting that display at?" I said, "In the garbage." And boy, he fumed. He just turned around and walked away. In the end, I did turn that toy department around. Got our pest control guys in thanks to the assistant manager who made the call for me, since I guess debt managers can't do that. Rocked the shit out of that department for several years. I won a few awards for sales and improvement, and nobody questioned my shit again. Luckily, I never had a problem remotely like that again though. The store manager was demoted and shuffled around the store soon after. The creepy part happened after everything went down. One day I came into my shift, I went to my locker to drop off my belongings, and right away I got this weird vibe. There's nobody else in the entire area, which is unusual for our back facility. It's almost always crawling with employees. I open my locker and what do I find inside? A dead baby mouse, placed perfectly atop my vest, badge, and lanyard. Every day for weeks, maybe even a month or two, I would find these dead mice in my belongings. It started in my locker, then eventually progressed to the areas that I worked in, before finally, I started finding them in my pockets, taped to my vest. All kinds of disgusting, creepy shit. You better believe I was bringing this up to corporate, to my management. But unless they caught the person, there was really nothing they could do. I kept my head down and didn't make a stink about it. Never showed a reaction. I'm sure that pissed off the culprit even more. I knew it had to be that former manager, maybe even the claims and damages lady. Either way, I kept an eye over my shoulder for the rest of the time I worked there. Thankfully, it eventually stopped. I moved on with my life. But being harassed with dead rodents was one of the creepiest things ever. Some of them weren't even dead, and that told me whoever was doing this was getting down on their hands and knees, locating baby mice all by themselves. Somehow they knew where to find them, and that grossed me out even more. I was a cashier for 2 years, and it was pretty much exactly what you expect. Slow, dull, tedious, very mindless work, encountering all manner of different people at different times of the day, at different points in their own lives. When you work retail, you really see it all. Blow-ups, breakdowns, psychos, weirdos, you name it, they're walking the aisles. It's honestly just part of the gig, though. Dealing with people comes with any customer service job out there. That's exactly what retail is. Honestly, I actually enjoyed it for the most part. I know, weird, right? But the worst experience I had at Walmart was the night that I referred to as the comedy of errors. It's a long story, so forgive me. I'm writing this on my phone. It happened about a year or so into my experience behind the register. I call it the comedy of errors because ultimately, it should have been a harmless interaction. Instead, I got caught in the crossfire of a misinterpretation, and that further spiraled down this rabbit hole of stalking and eventually assault. Firstly, I was the only lane open, and you know exactly what I'm talking about. It's been a busy day, the store's packed to the gills, and for whatever stupid reason, there's only one bottleneck to siphon these people out, and that bottleneck is through the funnel that is me. If you were shopping in the store that day, I touched your items. I sent you on your way out the door. It's just one of those days where only one register was available. Now, there is a lot of people that say that in their own stories, but usually it's not true. Why? The company uses data from last year to assign shifts from the current year. So, for example, if a snowstorm came in on January 2nd, 2014, and we were bombarded, the computer would assign a bunch of cashiers to work on January 2nd, 2015. This system leads to days where there are very few cashiers and days where there's many. On this day, it was a slow day of the year, so there were fewer than usual. Also, there were more people that had already called out. I was alone, and I kept the entire store on my shoulders that day. It was kind of a perfect storm, now that I'm explaining the context. We were severely understaffed, but the callouts really made it a problem for that specific day. So, I enact time-saving measures to help us get ahead. Firstly, I would, in between orders, give people in line their own dividers so they could start putting their groceries on the belt while I was helping the person in line before them. Constant flow. This made sure there was always somebody in the bullpen, so to speak, and then get ready while I raced through the current cart of items. It made my job faster paced, but that's what we really needed in the moment. Well, this woman, who for the story's sake I'll just call Ellen, comes in my line with her son. He was transitioning from female to male. I had no way to know this, besides the way they presented themselves, but as you can imagine, I was too busy to engage. I failed to notice there was a potentially trans person in line. This is neither here nor there. It's just merely the first error of the series of errors. I'm actually pretty open to that kind of thing, so I use male pronouns for him and will do so here. As I give the customer in front Ellen her divider, I overtoss it. It bounces off the items on the belt and lightly hits the woman in line. Ellen then claims I assaulted the customer out loud for everybody to hear. Goes on to make a bit of a scene out of it. I asked the woman I threw it to and she denied Ellen's claim. Exactly what I said is I did not hit her, I did not.
I apologized regardless, and the woman's husband made a joke about knocking me out. He was clearly joking. This really helped to clear the air, at least for me, because I was stressed and everybody was annoyed in my line. I went on with the joke and they enjoyed it and went about their way. Throughout this time, I'm paging for my manager to help me with the line. It reached dairy by this point, the back of the store. There were probably, no joke, 75 people stretched all the way back, all just staring at me, waiting for me to hurry the hell up. Just that amount of eyes on me alone had me nervous to the point of sweating. It's like working and performing at the same time, with these short patience of customers, and you better not forget a line. It's Ellen's turn now. Everything goes all right until I ask her about a shirt without a tag. Now, by the book, this isn't really that hard. Just ask the customer the price in the department and fill out a little slip. But you needed another slip to show the accountants where the shirt was manually added as a source document. It's literally just a bunch of boring protocols to account for the item after it leaves the store. Now, I asked Ellen what department the shirt was from. She refuses to answer me. I took the shirt off the hanger and unbuttoned the top. Men's shirts have buttons on the right, and female shirt buttons are on the left, due to this historical thing that I'm not going to get into here. I determined the shirt was in the female department, explained what I did for the bitch Ellen, and then moved on with her order. It was all very weird because of my breakneck work pace. Didn't have time to analyze anything. Didn't have time to size up the crazy. Her son, the one who was transitioning, was buying liquor. He looked under 40. Walmart's policy is to card every freaking person in the damn party. So I carded the guy and Ellen. Both were pissed. Both of their energy changes immediately. Their body language. I could just tell that I just fucked up with them. Again, I'm just following protocols. I'm trying to be fast. This Ellen woman wants to fight, have words over every little thing. It's blowing my mind and I just couldn't handle it. Ellen was now more pissed when her check wasn't going through. Little known fact, paying with a check at Walmart can be a bitch when the scanner ain't working. Well, it wasn't. Sometimes even, the bank issuer asks for verification of the person's identity, which adds 5 minutes to the transaction. To put it plainly, it's the slowest way in history to pay for something, and it's even slower when you're at Walmart. Hell, dragging in a goat and trying to barter it in exchange for items would have been faster than what she was doing. To top it all off, she's complaining at the top of her lungs, all while it's going down. Ellen is pissed, her and her son leave. I see them complain to my store manager, literally pointing right at me as they do. Ellen was much more up in arms. Her son wasn't quite as fired up, but still, they both did some talking. I went back to work, assumed it would blow over because, just as I explained, I didn't do anything wrong. The next part is a bit confusing. The store manager pulls me aside, accuses me of committing sexual harassment and assaulting the customer. The manager was a complete jerk and abused me just to show off his power. He sends me back with a lovely threat, and I quote, "If you receive another complaint tonight, you're fired. And I'll make you unhireable, to the point of cleaning shit on the sidewalk will be a dream job. Now get back to work." Of course, the line is still out to dairy. I'm traumatized with fear. I work another hour or so, my hands shaking as I ring every single item up. All eyes still on me. Now management and potentially corporate will be keeping tabs on me. Ellen and her son could be causing God knows what kind of damage to my life, even outside of work. Going on paper, blasting me around town, who knows? I really had no idea what to expect, so I finished my day and clock out. Once I got home, I poured myself a drink, all the while wondering, how did I commit sexual harassment to Ellen? I understood the assault, she just denied the woman from before, claimed the divider that I threw hit her instead. Then it occurred to me, well, remember that shirt? Because I had to put it in a department to sell, I somehow offended Ellen on behalf of her son. Apparently the shirt was for him and not Ellen as I surmised. But by having the button on the left, I misgendered that person even though the shirt was undeniably from the woman's department. I immediately Facebooked my new work associates, Ellen and her son, reached out to them.
This was way back before that kind of thing would get you in a shitload of trouble. They agreed that my actions were okay and not sexual harassment. Hell, Ellen's son told me how professional I was, which I thank my college for. Apparently, I only offended the mother. Well, somehow something got confused in the conversation, and then they both turned on me, snapping and talking all kinds of shit, making threats. I honestly have no idea what was going on, so I just stopped replying. This was my second error of the night. I should have never reached out to them, as it gave my identity and ultimately my location. I logged out of social media for the night and went back to contemplating the weirdness of that whole situation. I didn't have to work the next day, but I did have to go and vent about the whole thing. The main manager was there, and he got an earful, but he was an asshole. He didn't really care. So I just avoided him the rest of the time that I was there. Then went and bitched the assistant managers and department directors. All of them totally understood where I was coming from. Couldn't believe how out of proportion everything was blowing up to. I ended up leaving the store not long after, ran a few errands, and then went to get lunch. I just picked something up and then buzzed home, sat in my car while I was eating it. I like to be alone when I'm thinking, so I spent some time sitting behind the wheel and just thinking before I went back into my house to get back with the chores or relaxing or whatever else I was going to do that day. Before I finished my food though, I noticed movement on my driver's side window. Who did I turn to see? Ellen from the grocery line. I couldn't believe it, but after a few seconds of reasoning, it all kind of made sense. She probably got my address from the store or somebody I worked with. Maybe came to apologize. I dusted the crumbs from my hands and opened up the door to see what she wanted. Big mistake. What I should have done was actually lock my door and call the police like my gut had told me to. I got out to greet her and say hello, got zero response. For whatever reason, I continued to walk forward, going so far to extend my hand for a shake like we're old classmates or something. Again, no reaction to any of what I'm doing. It isn't until we take like 3 steps apart that I realize she's got her hands behind her back. It's like walking into a snake pit. Froze up, got tense, just waited for whatever crazy shit was about to go down. One of my final errors was returning to the store that day, then greeting Ellen in my driveway. It turned out she'd been staking out the store. When I rolled in the next day, she spotted my car and waited for me. She followed me around town all morning until I got to lunch, then followed me directly back home, where she watched me eat my food like a total psychopath. At some point, I guess she got fed up with waiting and decided to just approach me with the hatchet. She brought it out from behind her back at a full swing, clubbed me upside the head. Fortunately for me, she failed to turn the blade out, so it was a dull side that whacked me, but still, seeing stars as I ran from my porch and dove into my house. She screamed all kinds of obscenities, threats, insults, even threw a rock at my door. Then after all that, she just left. Obviously, I called the police. I had a whole paper trail from work and from Facebook of my interactions. Now, I had blood running down my head from the assault. They came by, got my statement before rolling over to her house, at which point shit really hit the fan. She apparently had a history of stalking and harassment, so they didn't even hesitate to pick her up. From there, I don't really know what happened. Never saw Ellen again, but management made it sound like she was going away for a long time. They ended up dropping all that stuff with me at work, but I moved on quickly from that job not much after this event. Running a register isn't worth all that kind of danger. My very first job was at a Hot Topic in a dying mall. 16 years old. I feel like this was a milestone for my generation. Almost an iconic gig back then. Working at one of the many alternative stores found within these shopping centers. It was always fun, great music, and those discount perks were dope as hell. I'd usually get something almost every day. That being said, the hours were kind of long. Customers usually pretty weird. One of the worst parts, at least to me, about that job was folding t-shirts. It seemed like every person who touched a t-shirt would just ball it up, throw it somewhere out of place completely. I folded thousands and thousands of t-shirts. So tedious that I would have nightmares about being buried in them. Other times, I'd wake myself doing the motion of folding, and the jolt would just shock me. Whatever, right? Just part of the job. Shit, I was a kid. Not like I knew what work really was yet. I started there when they first began the rewards program. My manager was always on my ass, trying to get me to sell memberships. Nobody wanted a damn membership, or maybe I was just the shitty salesman. Either way, I rarely signed anybody up. This was reflected on the weekly report that was sent to the district manager. I even got written up over it all. This in turn would create a bit of a stressful atmosphere. I found myself having second thoughts about it all. The corporate aspect can kill the vibe at any job, and having somebody breathing down my neck about something people didn't want to buy, shit, it was almost depressing. It convinced me I was bad at what I was doing. I started working there because I loved the music. Their album rack was always down my alley. They're a musically oriented company, so they had this sound system integrated with central server that played a selection of maybe 25 songs to be updated every month. It'd be bangers from every genre, usually alt and metal stuff. Though back then we had like Hollywood Undead and Broken Side lighting up the rap scenes. It's a dope ass time to be working in a mall. Well, the playlist didn't update for close to 3 months. Every day I would hear those same songs 5 or 6 times over for months. It drove me insane. To this day, I still get burned out on music faster than anybody I know. I think it had something to do with that 3-month stint. It's almost like being in prison. I actually hated coming to work. The downfall of what I considered to be a cool gig. During my breaks, I would hang out in the rundown, barely open mall. Grab a bite to eat from Auntie Anne's. Their pizza pretzel was my shit, and the cute cashier would hook me up with the free marinara. We would flirt and chat all the time. This was another great part of the mall culture that I don't think kids today know about. The mall was like the day club for teenagers. Nothing but smoke shows walking from one end to the other. Half the employees stacked and fine as hell. The melting pot for different people, different age groups, but everybody socializing, just vibing together. Super fun time, 10 a.m. till 7 p.m. every single day. Eventually I got her number. Once I texted her, it was on my black and silver flip Motorola. We planned to hang out. Fortunately, we didn't have a single day off together, which was like this weird pandemic in the early 2000s. It was like everybody worked all day. It's a weird memory I have. Even my parents wouldn't get home until like 8 p.m. most nights. I had my older friend buy me a Four Loko when they still had caffeine. I drove to her place around 10 p.m. to pick her up. We shared the drink in the car on the way back to my house. We barely talked, and like at the mall, very awkward and very quiet. Didn't really have any game now that it was just me and her. She was super cute. I was used to flirting with her in her uniform. For some reason, I was just out of my element, and I think she knew right away. She turtled up a bit. Even when I started talking, she'd either laugh or nod, which made it even worse. I settled into the seat and focused on my alcohol. My head's starting to swim a bit. The overlap with the caffeine made me anxious too. Really wasn't a good crossfade. I take her to my sparsely furnished and unfurnished basement, and immediately we went at it. To put it plainly without driving too far into it, it was not good. I know I was young and not a perfect partner, but she didn't really give me anything to work with. She pretty much took her clothes off and just flopped around. She wasn't upset or anything, she just acted very, very strange. Cleaned up, got dressed, and fooled around a little more, and finally called it quits. When we were done, we just sat there awkwardly. I took her home just after midnight. Again, a very long, quiet car ride. I get to her house and she crawls into my lap, starts making out with me like we're in love. Being a kid and this being originally what I wanted, I gave in. We made out in her driveway for a long time.
long enough that the porch light came on. One of her parents came out to wave her inside, and we said our goodbyes, and she hopped out and bolted in. For whatever reason, I vowed to never speak to her again on that drive back home. Chalk it up to toxic teenage thinking, but the whole thing just weirded me out. We were so good and flirty at the mall, I didn't get why she was so weird in person. Maybe I was weird too, and if that were the case, it's just even more of a reason to cut it off. We probably weren't a good fit. I could live with that. I didn't go to Auntie Anne's for a week or two, just hoped it would be the end of it all. That's the only spot we ever really saw each other, so I figured if I avoided it and went somewhere else for lunch, we would no longer interact. Well, that second week, I could see her prowling around outside the door, peering in through the front windows. She's got the hat and uniform on and everything. I squatted behind the register and rushed to the back, where our little office was, shut the door behind me. My manager was all tripped up and asked me what the hell I was doing. I gave him the rundown, albeit a censored version. He starts just to laugh and laugh. All right, I'll go out there, you stay back here until she's gone, he explained to me. Nothing worse than a scorned lover, am I right? Really? Shit. Thanks, man. No problem, I've been on both sides of this thing and it's never fun, he explained. Least I can do is help you out. With that, he went out and took over the floor. We didn't have any customers at the time, so me abandoning the register wasn't a big deal. I could see the entrance on camera in part of the register area. Sure enough, she came in and starts talking to my manager. They exchanged some words, and I found myself sitting on the edge of my seat, gripping the armrests. I felt like she saw me, like I was gonna get busted. But after a few minutes of going back and forth, she turned around and wandered out of the store. My manager was a good dude, especially in that moment. He waited a full 10 minutes to make sure that she was gone. She even came back sneaking by. If I'd just come out, she totally would have seen me. Seriously owed him after that. The next few weeks was the most intense game of cat and mouse that I've ever played in my entire life. The consequences were real, and I did not want to deal with them. I felt bad for what I was doing, but shit, she made me feel bad on our date, and I didn't want to feel like that again. I know, young, dumb, immature shit. Shallow, but again, we were like 16 or 17. I knew this wasn't going to be the end of the world for either of us, so yeah. It went on like this for a while. I avoided her entire wing of the mall, came in through the furthest entrance I could. My manager and coworker always gave me the heads up when to hide. At first, she came by daily. After a while, it reduced to 1 week, but man, when she came, it was for a long time. Just prowling around outside, pretending to be on the phone, staring with this vacant expression through our glass. Sometimes she would stand out there for an hour, cut herself short to check if she could see if I would come by. Honestly, I was starting to feel bad, but there's another part of me where it kind of scared me. And then one day she just stopped coming by. I don't remember exactly when, but it was at least 6 weeks into this whole ordeal. She didn't come by anymore. No calls, no texts. All was clear on the Western Front. Finally felt like I could breathe again. And after a bit, I started venturing the mall. I'd slip into the food court to grab some grub, shop at GameStop, all my usual antics. I chanced it and walked by Auntie Anne's a couple of times. Neither time was my stalker there. Really starting to regain my confidence and come back to being myself again. Well, I guess you could say I started slipping. One night, I ended up working way later than expected. I ended up leaving the mall sometime around 8 or 9 p.m. It wasn't a big deal, just had one of the security let me out. But once I was beyond that door, I was on my own. My car was one of the only ones left in the parking lot. I'd parked right up next to the door that day. Up until this point, I've been kind of parking at random, just trying to hide my whip, because obviously this girl knew what I drove. But when I got out there, I see my car's been messed with. A couple of my tires are flat and my windshield is vaporized. Just a field of broken glass on my dashboard. I stood there dumbfounded, wondering what the hell just happened. I approached the car, investigating the rest of the damage. I pulled out my phone to call my parents and find out what the hell I should do.
I stepped off the curb, got a few steps in when it all happened. "Hey, bitch," somebody said from behind me. I turned and saw a guy there, a little older, much bigger than me. "What?" I asked him. I stopped walking and just stared at him for a second. As I did, another one came from the side, smacked my phone out of my hand. At that moment, everything screamed for me to run, but I just continued to stand there, thinking surely these guys have me confused with somebody. They start talking all kinds of shit to me. I tried to get away and back inside of security, but it couldn't happen. They snatched me up and started to put the beat down me right there in front of my car. I covered up as they wailed on my back and shoulders, telling me I shouldn't hurt girls, and stuff like this doesn't happen to nice guys. It all clicked. My stalker, these guys were with her somehow. One guy punched me directly in the head with both fists. The other guy kicked me in the ribs. His knuckles caught my ear a couple of times and exploded, starting to swell right away. Bar none, one of the worst pains I've ever experienced. When they relented for a single second, I made a mad dash for the mall entrance, and this time I made it. They weren't quick enough and a couple of security dudes waved to me. I waved back and started banging on the door, screaming for help. Thankfully, those guys never came up behind me again. The security opened the door and got me inside, then went out to investigate the parking lot. Nada. Whoever had kicked my ass was now long gone. They further smashed up my car too. I made a police report, but without any suspects, there was little to go on or do. They told me they'd follow up, but I didn't hold my breath. I got my car towed to a shop. Mom and Dad were pissed, but generally, life went on. I told everybody what happened at work. My manager took it pretty seriously. He actually went over to the Auntie Anne's, requested to sit down with the manager and the girl. He came back an hour later, told me she'd been fired and wouldn't be allowed on the premises, effective immediately. They even had her picture up in the employee-only wings of the building. I never saw her again, but she called me off and on for another year and a half. I never answered. She never left a voicemail. It was weird, but I get it, I guess. Young love, and I was being a total dickhead. I never figured out who those guys were that she sent to beat me up. Her brothers maybe her new boyfriend and one of his buddies. Didn't really know a whole lot about her, so I guess it really could have been anybody. Thank God they weren't really super skilled at whipping ass, because I got away with just some bruised ribs and a bloody nose. I left the mall job for a different gig by the end of high school. By then, my car was fixed and I had a different phone number. Wild, wild times back in the early 2000s. Thanks for listening. I worked as an EMT during the summers in college, as I was certified through the little med schooling that I had underneath my belt. Being a first responder was not really my goal. Definitely wasn't my dream, but it was adjacent to the career field that I had in mind. I was going to school to be an X-ray tech. I figured padding my resume with some hands-on experience couldn't really hurt, right? I applied through a couple of different hospitals, till I got a call back from a servicer that was willing to give me a little training. I'll never forget those nights that I spent as an EMT in the downtown district. The city was a different beast after dark, its towering skyscrapers and rolling business parks transforming into this labyrinth of shadows and secrets. The streets were always alive, but at night, they pulsed with this rhythm that was both mesmerizing and terrifying at the same time. As an overnight EMT, I definitely saw it all. The drug addicts, the homeless, the stray animals roaming the streets like ghosts. Every call was a potential nightmare, every siren a harbinger of doom. On that particular night, I was paired with Otto, as usual, a seasoned veteran who had seen it all. I mean that literally too. He told me stories about having guns drawn on him, having to put people out that were on fire, decapitations, the whole shebang. He told me one time about rolling up on a guy that was riddled up and down with bullet holes, left in a back alley just to bleed out. He died in transit, but after a few minutes, he started screaming all kinds of crazy, incoherent shit at the top of his lungs, before dying again. Otto was full of all kinds of ghost stories. We were both preparing to take our lunch break, which was actually around 3:30 in the morning. Usually we both pack something, but this was one of those weird one-offer things where we both forgot to. So we settled on a 24-hour sandwich shop that just happened to be our favorite. You can only get this place downtown too. We got our orders and slogged back to the Ambo, which we had parked a block away from the precinct just so it wouldn't get messed with. We were in between the railroad tracks, which in my city means anything can happen after dark. The crowds down there are very aggressive and seriously unpredictable. We were both about to dig in, huddled inside the cramped quarters of the ambulance, and the radio crackled up to life. Hit and run just around the corner. Otto raised an eyebrow, and I knew what he was thinking. Another drug deal gone wrong. Another life lost in the crossfire of the city's never-ending chaos. We didn't hesitate. We hit the lights and then the sirens, as Otto expertly navigated through that heavy trafficked area. Cabs, BMWs, dingy pieces of shit. They all rolled together in the same oil-streaked roadways, funneling one direction or another. Even if we threw the lights on, not a soul would move out of the way. Besides, with the crossroads delayed over the radio, we weren't in a real hurry to get there. This was literally the heart of the scummiest ghetto that you can imagine. As we turned the corner, I spot a figure laying in the middle of the intersection, a few streetlights ahead. My heart began to race, my senses on high alert. Something about this call just felt a little off, like a whisper in the darkness that only I could hear. Otto's eyes immediately met mine, and I knew he felt it too. That tinge of unease that came with responding to a call in this part of the area. Nothing good ever happened here, and usually, the emergency responders caught on a scene out here ended in trouble. We pulled up alongside the victim. I could see that he was a man, his body twisted at this unnatural angle. Otto and I exchanged another glance, our training immediately kicking in as we leapt from the ambulance. The night air was heavy with the smell of exhaust and grease. The only sound was the distant hum of traffic and the soft moan of the victim on the ground. I felt a shiver run down my spine as I approached him, my eyes scanning the surrounding streets for any signs of danger. This was the moment of truth, the point of no return. Little did I know, this particular call would be the start of the descent into madness, a journey into the very heart of bullshit. Cars were flooding the area with additional lights, beeping their horns and literally yelling out their windows. We ushered them in other directions, laid out a few small cones, and got to work. There was nothing we could do to clear the roadway, as we didn't know how bad the guy's injuries actually were. We didn't bother asking for additional help as we knew law enforcement would be on site at any moment. "What do you think?" I asked, as I started removing the clothing so I could get a good look and better eye on the wounds. "Internal bleeding, a lot of broken bones," Otto commented. "This guy got fucking blasted trying to cross the street." We went to pull off his shoes and found that they were already off, laying 10 feet down the road. I looked around, took in the placement, what that victim was wearing, all that good stuff, you know. Otto was right. This wasn't a deal gone wrong. It's definitely a cut and dry hit and run, or so it's what it looked like at least. Down here, who knows? Maybe he was trying to hold somebody up in their vehicle, got run over in the escape. It didn't matter. We treated him as best we could, but there were some open wounds and he was losing a lot of blood. We got him on a gurney and loaded up into the Ambo, just as we saw the first cop siren cutting down the roadway. Typically, we sat off-site on scenes until everything was cleared, but we beat every cop there by a full 5 minutes. Right place, right time, or something like that. Either way, we weren't obligated to wait for them. It was actually more dangerous just to sit there along the roadway. Otto shifted into drive and started jamming towards the hospital. "Dispatch, be advised. We have a patient loaded from on scene and are in transit to ER receiving," he said.
Copy that, ETA.
A girl said back. 15 minutes.
Patient status?
"Not fucking good," he said, dropping the radio. "Dispatchers and their details." Meanwhile, Otto literally has blood and sweat on the cuffs of his shirt, all while navigating the bullshit push and pull of traffic. I was in the back, handling vitals and trying to keep the patient as still as possible. This guy's wounds were traumatic. Very little that we could do that hadn't already been done. And what we couldn't treat was all internal. He needed the hospital, a real doctor, and he needed it right now. Otto hit the gas, weaving in and out of traffic as we sped towards the hospital. The radio crackled to life, and we caught snippets of strange stories unfolding. A dark sedan, a car chase, a man attacking a vehicle for unknown reasons. But we were already committed, our patient's life literally hanging in the balance. A cop car flew by us, going in the other direction. It seemed too fast to be responding to the scene. From what I could put together, the victim had been obstructing traffic before he started attacking a dark sedan. The motorist wasted no time in running him over and then gunning down an alley onto another street. It shed a new light on the situation, one that had already run through my mind earlier that night. Very rarely do we find a situation this late downtown where one party is completely innocent. As we continued to swerve through the streets, I felt the victim start to stir, his vitals changing, his heart rate spiking. I called out the codes, grabbed the AED and defib unit, but before I could react, he sprang right up from the gurney, eyes wild, face twisted in this snarl. He lunged at me. I had no time to defend myself, and his head smashed directly into mine, and everything went black. I came to, my head spinning and my body limp, rolling across the floor of the ambulance. The machines and monitors were going haywire, the sounds of a struggle and screams filling the air. Otto was wrestling with the victim, trying to subdue him, but he was no match for the man's strength. The ambulance jerked and swerved, brakes screeching as Otto fought to maintain control. I tried to move, but my body just would not respond. I was trapped, unable to do anything but watch as the horror just unfolded in front of me. The victim's wounds were bleeding profusely, blood dripping onto me, the floor, and Otto as he screamed for help. I wasn't really watching though. For anyone that's ever hit their head hard enough, you know exactly what I'm talking about. It wasn't quite an out-of-body experience, but close. All the lights, sounds, sensations rolled up into one overwhelming force that I just struggled to make any kind of sense of. It wasn't that we just collided heads. This guy headbutted me as hard as he could. And after that, I fell backward, clocked myself again on the wall of the ambulance. Double whammy that resulted in a serious concussion. After I hit the floor, the attacker, our victim, started screaming and then turned on Otto. The ambulance finally came to a stop, and Otto fully engaged the victim in a wrestling match. I could feel the adrenaline coursing through my veins, my heart racing, my mind reeling. This was madness, pure and simple. That victim was not human. Could he be not human? Felt like he was a monster, a creature from the depths of hell. I say this only because I was the tech treating his wounds. I know what this man's body should have been capable of, and standing was not one of those options. He'd shattered bones from top to bottom, organ failure, shredded muscle and tissue. If it ripped or broke, it happened to this guy. And yet here he was, kicking the absolute shit out of us. Now, granted, he did have a hell of an advantage getting the jump on us, but still, he shouldn't have had the strength or energy to get up and move like he did. Not even with adrenaline. His wounds were that severe. As I struggled to regain consciousness, the blood dripping from the victim's wounds brought me back to life. I sat up, head spinning, body aching. Otto was still wrestling with the victim, still screaming out for help. I knew we had to get out, had to escape, but how? The doors were locked, and even if I threw one open, we'd just be spilling out into a street where we could get run over. I did my absolute best to try to clear my head before I jumped back into the fray. I grabbed that guy by the shoulders, and I could actually feel where his collarbone had snapped. It didn't affect him at all. He continued to use his arms with full mobility. I got really scared in that moment. It was like fighting Frankenstein. I knew right away there was nothing we were going to be able to do to this guy that would matter. Still, I couldn't just let him keep attacking Otto, so I dug in, yanked as hard as I could. Surprisingly, he rocked back toward me and fell down. This was short-lived though. He grabbed all the stuff hanging from the walls and hauled himself back to his feet. Now, he was my problem. Blood was leaking out of his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. A truly frightening visual. I looked over his shoulder and saw Otto fumbling with the radio. Let dispatch know where we were and what was going on. Then my line of sight got cut as this guy pounced on me, screaming like a banshee. I pushed him off and did my best to turn and get away from the wall, but he managed to pin me in the corner. He was unbelievably strong. As you can imagine, he was dosed up on PCP, some other crazy drugs. I could tell as his eyes rolled around in this way that told me he wasn't really seeing reality, just hallucinations and pure craziness. That's when I realized he wasn't really doing anything to Otto and I, and when I followed his eyes, he seemed to be in the same panic. He didn't know where he was or how to get out. I couldn't blame him, I guess, but in the moment, I couldn't explain anything either. It's when I noticed Otto behind him with the best weapon available to us. "Get that door open behind you," he hollered at me as he unslung the hose. I reached for the hatch but couldn't quite get there, so I had to push him off me to adjust. I grabbed the mechanism and yanked the bar, and found myself spilling out the back of the ambulance. I caught myself at the last second, otherwise I would have fallen on my back and potentially injured myself even more. The guy didn't fall out of the truck either, just standing on the edge of where the door popped open. "Over here, dipshit," Otto said loud and clear. The guy turned just in time to get a full blast from that fire extinguisher. Otto took his time hosing him up and down, but mostly in the face. Thankfully, I was outside of the truck, so I took a few steps back and let the cloud fill the air before drifting back up into the night sky. The attacker wasted no time whatsoever, turned and barreled down the road, leaving a trail of bloody footprints behind. By this point, his wounds had ruptured worse. He was springing leaks all over. I could see some of his broken bones starting to break through his skin. It was making this situation so bad that I didn't even know how he'd survive at this point, especially with the extra work of his heart and lungs. He hobbled down the road and then disappeared down an alley. Otto and I took a brief inventory of ourselves and each other, the ambo, and then waited for the police to finally show up. My head was pounding, vision blurred. Pretty standard head injury. Otto had some pulled muscles in his arms and shoulders, twisted his ankle during the scuffle. All in all, we were alright, just shaken up. As the minutes ticked by though, we realized something was up, and somebody should have been here by now. Otto got on the horn, learned there was a new situation divulging. Our friend just up the road was only a couple of blocks now, and literally causing the same disturbance he initially had, obstructing traffic. Problem this time, the cops were on him immediately. He was duking it out with the officers on scene. "Is there anyone down here that can get on scene?" Otto asked. "We're worse for wear over here. Nearest unit is 29 minutes out. We need you there now," the voice explained. Otto sighed, made the motion for me to get the ambulance secure, and then hopped back in the passenger seat. At this point, the swelling and bruising is becoming apparent on our bodies, the places we took the brunt of the exchange. Regardless, we were being called to duty. We actually could hear the chaos just a few streets over. Shouting, cars honking. More of that same general madness. I swallowed all logic and reason as I gripped that oh shit handle just above my head and grimaced as Otto turned the truck around and barreled back into the bullshit. We made 2 rights and were pretty much there, and this scene was way crazier than the first. Cars were sidelined all over. Suspect was moving between cars and other barricades, like mailboxes and fire hydrants, taunting the police, who all had their guns drawn. Besides all that, there was an officer down the roadway. It was all starting to click. Why they needed us on site, regardless of our status. Who knows what had happened to the cop? We pulled in and Otto actually used the ambulance as a buffer between us and that crazy guy. We got the scoop from an officer that was still upright. He explained that first cop on site tried to detain the guy. A scuffle broke out. And the cop was actually hit by a passing car. It was like a redo of the first call, except this time it was a policeman down on the road. It was getting wilder and wilder every second, and I couldn't wait to be just done with it all. You have to remember, all this crazy shit started right when Otto and I were about to have lunch. That felt like a lifetime ago as I hopped out of the ambulance and started working on that cop. His injuries were much less than that suspect's, but the guy was totally down for the count. This was a testament to just how fucked up that attacker was. His wounds were worse, yet he was still able to run around. I explained this to the cops around me, that he was on something. He needed to be approached with extreme caution. I gave that psycho one glance before getting back to work on the officer. One of the creepiest sights I've ever seen. The guy's ghost white eyes were just bugging out, teeth grinding. His whole body had a layer of white on it from the fire extinguisher spray. He looked like a rabid ghost across the street. Otto and I put our faith in the policemen around us and just did our job. It's a good thing too, because the cop was teetering on code blue. Again, we got him loaded where we could better work on him and do it in a safer capacity. I won't leave you hanging on his fate. We did a good job and he fully recovered. The guy was walking around back on the job inside 6 weeks. The victim turned suspect miraculously survived as well. Otto and I were stunned to see him get loaded into another arriving ambulance. Not much later, he was still kicking and screaming, fighting every inch. I couldn't imagine just how badly his bones had fragmented, and his veins had all popped. There were whole portions of his body going from purple to black, gore leaking from everywhere. Nothing like that night ever happened to Otto and I again, and we look back on it as one of the craziest nights of our career. It actually spurred me to get through school a little faster, so I could leave that EMT gig behind. I made it into the X-ray field, made the transfer, and got the job of my dreams. Now I take pictures of people that they wheel in, and I don't do any wheeling. Otto, he's still working that truck. I think he can retire in a couple of years. The job never broke him down, never got the best of him. The guy's an absolute unit. Probably helped keep all of us alive that night. I have an EMT story from my first few years of service. I worked for a hospital in the suburbs, so most of my job was what management would call routine. That being said, I saw my fair share of pretty wild stuff, usually by the way of car accidents or the occasional bar brawl, or even suicide. A lot of my stories just end with one gruesome scene or another. That's the case for many of us in the field of emergency response. One story that I have for you was a wild ride from start to finish. As I mentioned before, I'd been an EMT for a couple of years at this point, and been part of a couple of different teams and been through a few different partners. I have this little secret anxiety about driving myself, so typically, I kept partners that didn't mind taking the wheel every shift. The partner that I had during this story was a girl named Sasha. Her and I were close to the same age. I've been working with Sasha for around 6 months, and we developed this rhythm, a sense of anticipation that's kind of hard to explain. We know each other's quirks, our habits, our strengths, and even weaknesses. We've saved lives together. We've lost some too. Through it all, we've developed this unspoken agreement. Safety first, always. We weren't getting paid a whole lot to respond to some of the craziest stuff happening in town. It's all for about minimum wage. We had the same philosophy as most EMTs. We don't get paid enough to put ourselves in harm's way. So we made sure the scene was always secure before stepping out of the truck. We weren't like some of those hero teams that you'd hear about. We were consistent and realistic at the beginning and end of every shift. So when we got this call to a private residence inside a decent neighborhood, we approached it with what we normally do, a sense of routine. A woman had taken a blow to the head and body, and that's all we knew. I asked dispatch if there were officers at the scene already, and they assured me that it was all clear. That put us at ease. We arrive at the house, and I notice immediately something's off. There's no police cars, no other officers in sight. Sasha gave me this uneasy glance, and I knew she was thinking the same thing I was. We didn't know if there was a miscommunication between the dispatch and the caller, or dispatch and our ambulance, but there wasn't anything secure about this area. We were definitely the first on scene. I reached out via radio and asked dispatch to clarify. Everything is clear. The residence belongs to a police officer. This put us at ease again, but we were also scratching our heads. If this was indeed a cop's house, why wasn't there more information? We approached the house cautiously, our eyes scanning the scene. That's when we saw them, a man and woman arguing in the garage. The woman's face was smeared with blood, and my instincts kicked in. Something definitely wasn't right here. The man saw us and quickly composed himself, approaching with a firm handshake and a reassuring smile. "Hi, my name's John," he said. "My wife fell coming out of the house and got banged up pretty good." He had that stereotypical cop energy. Crew cut, polo shirt, upright posture, wide direct stance. Made sure to introduce himself before his wife. Builds credibility. It's weird stuff that I'd learned responding to different calls. I made sure to keep an eye on John while he filled us in on the whole situation. We knew how to handle this, but something about the scene just didn't quite add up. The lack of police, the nervous energy emanating from John. It all added up to a sense of unease that I couldn't quite shake. "All right, thanks, John," I said. "Go check on your wife for us. We'll bring our equipment over," I explained. No, she'll come over there," he started, waving his wife over, who was huddled in one corner of the garage. "No, that's not necessary, sir. We don't want her walking around in her current state. Go make sure she's all right. We'll be right behind you," I explained to him. He gave us a very ominous look, myself and then to Sasha, before backing up and going over to his injured wife. We slowly gathered what we thought we'd need and then discussed the situation. "All right, so what do you think of this?" I asked. He didn't want us alone, didn't want us talking. I looked over my shoulder when I said this, and through the windshield, I could see John staring bullets at us. "Yeah, I caught that too," Sasha said. "Super weird call. I don't know." "You really think she fell?" I asked. Sasha shrugged. "What are you thinking?" I bit my lip and shook my head. It's hard to say. He made sure to approach us first though. Gave us his name, but not his wife's. But we're here for her. I've seen a lot of domestic violence calls, and they all started like this, I said. Sasha's eyebrows raised as she put all the pieces together. "All right, well, let's go see." As we left the truck and then moved into the garage, I noticed the woman was sitting on the floor. Her face was pale, eyes wide with fear. Sasha and I glanced at one another, our senses on high alert. Something's off here, something that didn't quite add up. And as we began to assess the woman's injuries, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were only hearing half the truth. and not getting the full story here. Her head was cracked pretty good. She had a black eye to boot. Not the strangest thing, I guess, but it was out of place for the story her husband had given us, which was a simple misstep in the garage, a sideways fall. Her ribs and thigh bruising was even stranger. They were both forward-facing, along the front of her body. But again, the story was a sideways misstep. Either way, we nodded along with the story, got her treated and as comfortable as possible. "What about this here?" Sasha asked, gesturing to the woman's face. "I told you. She tripped right there. Damn little shift in the concrete gets us tripped up all the time," John explained, pointing to the little slight elevation change in the flooring. I nodded. It almost made sense. Nah, the bruise is here," Sasha explained, lifting the woman's head, around her throat. Oh shit, Sasha was about to call this guy out. She turned and looked him dead in the eye and waited for him to answer. I don't know, I didn't see that. That happened during the fall." "Sir, these are hand marks. Somebody was choking her." Sasha turned to the wife, whose name was Lila. "Did somebody choke you?" The woman went a deep shade of red and looked directly at the floor. "We don't know anything about that," John started. "Hey, I'm asking her. She's the patient," Sasha said sharply. Lila unconvincingly shook her head no. It was all starting to come together, and it looked like I was right. John was beating his wife up. Then it got so bad that he decided to create an alibi and get medical here. I could feel my anxiety filling up my stomach like a toxic syrup, rising, bubbling up between my organs. My eyes flicked at John, and I could see his veins coming to life along his throat and forehead. Not good. "What do you think happened, sweetie?" John enunciated with each letter through his teeth. "I don't know," was all she said. "All right," Sasha said with a smile. "Sometimes those falls do get pretty crazy." I could see the tension in the room diffuse between everybody, but I couldn't relax, knowing how off the hip my partner could be. She could say anything, get this guy fired up right again, literally any second. I just kept working on the patient as we found the blood all over her face was from a broken nose. Again, not really factoring in the fall that was described. The egg swelling on the side of her head was really starting to get big, so I knew she impacted there. "I'll be right back," I said. I had an idea. "Where are you going?" John asked very suspiciously. "I just need to grab an ice pack and my clipboard," I lied. "I'll go get it for you," John suggested. I visibly scoffed at him. He didn't work our beat, didn't know our truck. This was seriously getting weird, and I could put my finger right on it. "Nah, I'm afraid I can't let you do that. Against company protocol." "But I know," I cut him off. "You're a cop. You still can't be in my truck." With that, I turned and exited the garage. I listened for steps behind me, but didn't hear any, letting me know I'd be in the clear in what I explained. It also didn't help that for an EMT, I was a pretty large guy, definitely bigger than the police officer behind me. I went in the ambulance, climbed through the back to stay true to my lie, just in case John was watching. Then I climbed up front and grabbed the radio. I quietly contacted dispatch, let them know we were on scene and the patient was being treated, but there weren't any other officers on scene.
"Be advised, the residents..."
"I know, he's a cop." I cut her off the radio. "But he's off duty. He could be drunk for all I know. We need somebody in uniform down here, preferably somebody from a different department. Can we get a sheriff down here?"
"What's going on?"
the dispatch asked. I grit my teeth. I didn't know how much to disclose, but I needed to get back in the garage before John got any more suspicious. "There's a situation on scene that we really aren't equipped to analyze. Potential domestic violence. Law enforcement is more appropriate for what's going on, I explained. There's a silent fuzzy static for a few long beats. The dispatcher was female, so I figured I said the right words to get her immediate attention.
Copy that 451. I'll see what I can do. Be advised, ETA may vary.
I nodded, satisfied, and looked up to find John peeking around the edge of the ambulance door at me. Gave me the most sinister smile I've ever seen, then let his whole face come around to see me. I thought I heard a voice, he said, nodding to the radio in my hand. What's going on? Routine stuff, man, I said breathlessly, adrenaline slamming up and down my chest. Gotta update the office. You really love the rules, huh? He asked me. Well, they're like half my job, half of what we do. Aren't you a cop? Figured you'd know that if anyone. Who the fuck was speaking through my mouth? Something about the way he was talking down to me, just keeping tabs on me. It pissed me off, so I said something back. And I could see the veins bursting back to life along his face as a direct result. And what was your update? Well, the patient's injuries conflict with the report, I said, as I climbed out of the truck and clapped him on the shoulder. They're gonna get the sheriff out here for us. Come on, man. We don't want your wife thinking we're ignoring her, right? My heartbeat slowly filled every crevice of my body, pounding in my throat and ears. John's thunderous footsteps seemed to shake the very earth behind me, and I knew he was giving me that same furious stare as before. We stepped into the garage just in time to see Sasha packing up our equipment and Lila putting on her shoes and a zip-up. Both John and I stopped, confused as to what we were seeing in front of us. What's going on? John asked before I could. I was able to talk to Lila here for a minute. I convinced her that she needs to go to the hospital. There's just no way to set... Fuck no. Now it was John's turn to interrupt. She ain't going anywhere. That's why I called you here, paramedics, to avoid the hospital trip. Look at your wife, sir, Sasha demanded. She's got a concussion, possibly fractured nose. Who knows what else? She needs more than what we can offer. We're going to the hospital. John just shook his head. You're a dumb bitch, huh? He asked. Our jaws just hit the floor. Couldn't just mind your business, could you? He went on. We're all on the same team here, and I'm not the bad guy. There aren't any sides. You called us here. We're doing our job. Anything else would just be brushing your bullshit under the rug, Sasha explained. She was probably half my size, but she was a badass with unfazable energy, and she was far more intimidating than I ever was. John then goes ballistic, hollering and getting in everybody's faces. He claimed it was all a setup. Somebody was trying to get him from the inside the department, blah, blah, blah. None of it was true. The truth was that he was an asshole who beat his wife. We just showed up and just did our job. It's a slimy task too, as John's department and fellow brothers in blue have been covering for his abusive ass for 5 years or so now, at least at what we've been told. He didn't want to take her to the hospital because they had a history there, mostly of this unexplained body trauma. He threw shit around the garage and then pigeon-chested me a bit, but eventually the sheriff arrived and John turned in this completely different person. It was actually kind of terrifying to watch. I imagine he did the same thing in front of Lila and Sasha when I showed up earlier. Sure enough, he smoothed his hair, wiped his sweat, and went to greet the officer in that same extended hand that he did to us, trying to make alliances before shit would hit the fan. It didn't matter. Between what we saw, with Lila's report, and then the sheriff on scene, the truth would come out. I didn't follow the story too closely as I had a life of my own. They were strangers to me. But I did hear that she divorced him and got out of town. The whole thing kind of creeped me out, as it was something out of a thriller novel just happening right where I lived. It honestly made me look at my neighbors and acquaintances differently. You literally never know who you're dealing with. I never planned on becoming an EMT, it just kind of happened. A chance encounter that led to a career that would span several years. I was young, looking for some kind of meaningful job, and the requirements were low. A few trainings, a 1-year cert, and I was in. I thought it would be a way to make a difference, to help people in their darkest moments. And, well, it was, at least for a while. You see, I was in a committed relationship pretty early on, and because of that commitment, I wanted that to bleed over into other aspects of my life. I didn't want to rent a house, I wanted to own one. I didn't want to work customer service at some job I didn't care about. I wanted to wake up excited for my day, eager to start the duties at hand. Being an EMT seemed like a no-brainer for that outlook that I had on life at the time. During the first few years, it was routine, calls blending together in this haze of blood and sirens. But the stress and long hours took their toll. I found myself turning to alcohol to unwind. At first, it was just a beer or two after a shift. But soon, it became a habit, just a way to cope with the trauma that I saw every day. This started about 6 months into the job and was a slow departure, further encouraged by my friends and colleagues. They were all drinkers or smokers. It was just part of the job, stuff that you see and hear about every day. As those years went on, it got worse. I tried to hide it, tried to pretend like everything was okay, but my wife and kids knew. They saw the change in me, the way that I would just withdraw into myself after a particularly tough call. I wasn't really doing anything to keep myself upright or healthy, just bottling and bottling, boozing and boozing. I struggled with that alcoholism, trying to get it under control, but it was a constant battle. And then one day we got a call that would change everything. It was a disgusting scene, one that would haunt me for years and years to come. My partner, a grizzled old EMT named Mike, looked at me with a grim expression. "This one's gonna be bad," he said. And it was. It was the call that would break me, that would send me spiraling into the depths of my own personal hell. For now, let's just say that I was a man on the edge, a man struggling to keep his demons at bay. The job was just taking its toll, and I was starting to fray at the ends. I just didn't know how much. Not yet, at least. Mike and I rolled down the street to this crappy apartment complex on the west side of town, one known for that all kinds of nonsense. We usually came out here for overdoses, the occasional domestic violence, or maybe even a stabbing. This one, though, was something else. I could tell by Mike's body language and the way he handled the wheel. Hell, just the fact that he wouldn't tell me what was going on was just a red flag. We arrive on scene and find all manner of sirens on site, police, fire crews, even a team of paramedics. Everybody looked gaunt, haunted, pale, and wide-eyed. They looked nervous, slow-moving, like they were trying to kill time. I could tell nobody wanted to go in whatever buildings the patients were in. Mike and I gathered our gear and hopped out, then got the scoop. There was a woman being escorted out of one of the ground units. She was handcuffed, unkempt to the point of being visibly filthy, was talking to herself. She was obviously mentally ill, a potential drug user of some kind. She was led right on by, in the back of a squad car. Well, weird. I figured maybe we were there for her. As I listened to the briefing Mike was getting, it all started to click. I didn't know exactly what we were going to find, but all we were told was this woman had assaulted her child inside the apartment. To what extent, I didn't know. I saw the color bleed right out from Mike's face, though, and soon he looked like everybody else that was on scene. Regardless, he ran a hand over his brow, shouldered through the crowd, and led me inside. I will say this is the most graphic and horrendous call that I've ever got, so I'm not going to get too detailed. All I will say is that this woman, accidentally or otherwise, put her 1-month-old baby in a boiling pot of water. The baby did not survive and was deceased on scene. I won't get into what I saw any more than that. We just did our job to our best of our ability. We were escorted out, asked if we needed a psych eval, which we declined. Literally went right back to work. The routine. I was a changed man after that incident, though. I started drinking every moment that I wasn't on the clock. It was the only way I could drown out that sensory experience of being inside that apartment. I had children at the time, was watching them grow, and that call almost ruined all that for me. I lost hope for humanity, hope for myself, and found that I was growing detached not only from everybody around me, but from the very thought of being alive. Seeing such cruelty, such careless evil, and I had to just keep clocking in for it. I became the infamous nightmare partner for a stretch. Retrospectively, I was a loose cannon, unpredictable due to my mental state. I hate to be the guy to bring this one down a notch, but it feels like the right time to give a little dose of reality. At the time, I was heavily drinking outside of work, just like I said. At the time, I was heavily drinking outside of work, just like I told you, and I had no regard for my own personal health, and was having frequent suicidal ideations. One shift in particular was bad, like really bad. I had made several references to self-harm, including, I swear I want to drive this fucking truck right into the bridge embankment. All of this was stemming from that incident with the innocent baby. I could not get it out of my head, out of my ears, nostrils. Every time I closed my eyes or thought about my children, that baby was all I could see. And if it wasn't that, it was that crazy mother being casually led to a squad car and eventually a prison cell. It just wasn't the justice that I wanted. I daydreamed every single day about bashing that woman's head in all manner of different blunt objects. I was at the point where I believed the only cure for the situation that I was in was to either find that woman and kill her or kill myself. There was one night where I'd come on shift. I'd been drinking prior to clocking in. By the time Mike and I climbed into the ambulance, I was teetering on shit-faced, drinking water and snacking on pretzels to try and help sober up. I don't know if he could tell that I was messed up or don't know if he smelled whiskey or something, but he knew my habits were bad outside of work, and it probably didn't take much. I made another comment about sometime near midnight, about 18 hours into our 24-hour shift. My partner had enough. He called supervision, demanded to be moved off my truck, and told the supervisor all the things I'd said. I was offered the choice of going to the ER for psych eval willingly and then possibly keeping my job, or going under a petition, which is legally forcing a psych eval and then likely being fired. I chose option A, and thankfully they even took me to the hospital closest to my house. I'd like to tell you that was a turning point in my life, but I basically played the game to get back to work, lying as needed and acting like everything was fine. But it was not fine. My wife found me later on with a pistol in my lap and an empty six-pack next to me in our bed. She told me that if I had any love left for her or our kids, I would get help. She said she would do whatever it took to protect our girls, including walking away if need be. The job turned into one long, endless night that took me to my worst. It was the most scared I had ever been because I didn't feel like myself anymore. The lack of sleep had me seeing shadow people, hearing voices down the hall. The scariest part was the shadow people that I saw were akin to toddlers, crawling up and down the walls, taking teetering steps from one room to another. It was haunting and made me nauseous when it happened. Obviously, this was hands down the worst time in my life, and it all stemmed from that job. It's been 7 years. I'm not even in EMS anymore. I hang around because I still have my license, and I've said that I wouldn't mind doing special event coverage or volunteering, but I'll never do it as a career again. I'm in software engineering now, making about 3 times the money I was, even with a ridiculous amount of overtime. My mental state is magnitudes better, and my family life is better than I can imagine. EMS was the best job that I ever hated, but it was also the worst job I ever loved. My older sibling and I were staying at home, inside a small town in Ohio with fewer people inside it than my mom's graduating class of the city that we came from. My sibling is grounded. Both the house phone and their own phone are locked in my dad's gun safe, which neither of us had the combination to. The reason for being grounded is something silly and arbitrary. I can't exactly remember why. Our grandparents live down the street. Our great-grandmother lives in a small house they built on that property, so she could be independent and they would still be close by. Our parents told us they were going to go check on my great-grandma, as our grandparents were out of town that day. They told us when they got back we would order pizza. That sounded good to 7-year-old me, and to my 15-year-old sibling, who I'll call Emily. We played video games for a little while, and we both started to get hungry, quickly wondering when our parents would be back. I'd say after around 2 hours of them being gone, we heard a knock at the door. I went downstairs, pretty excited for the food. My sibling followed close behind. I walked up to the door, which had this large window in it, and it's not our parents. It's a very tall, lean, white guy with some short black hair and scruffy facial hair. I'd say maybe 24 or 25 years old. It's pretty jarring because everybody knew everybody in this small town, and we had no clue who this was. I held up my finger like 1 second to him, and then closed the curtain. I turned to see Emily staring at the door in a bit of disbelief because she'd seen that person too. A few seconds later, that knocking turned into pounding, then turned into shaking and rattling of our doorknob. We're both now terrified with no way to call our parents. Emily grabbed my hand and ran me into the kitchen. She grabbed a knife, and I distinctly remember it breaking in her hand. It broke as in the little blade fell like right out of the handle. Back then, for whatever reason, our kitchen was just ramshackle. Lots of rusted utensils. Things were jimmy-rigged together. And of course, all kinds of stuff broken or breaking. Regardless, we both hid inside the laundry room and just held each other, still hearing that banging and pounding on the door. It went on for about 5 minutes, which felt like hours. Then we heard the front door open. One thing that I will say about my sibling is she's always been ready to protect me at a moment's notice. They were ready to jump up with that shitty knife and defend me that moment the dude was upon us. Instead, it was my mom rounding the corner, holding up 2 pizza boxes and wondering why her 2 kids were in this crumpled up heap of tears on the floor. We both stood up and ran to tell her about that man outside, but we were met with laughter. My dad was outside talking to him. She said he was asking about buying a broken down car that's been in her driveway for a few months. He was apparently a mechanic. My mom felt terrible, but found the situation a bit amusing. Apparently, she went out and told the man, and he said he felt bad for scaring us. We were given hugs and promised the phones wouldn't be locked away when they were gone again. Spent the rest of the evening eating pizza with choked up sobs. Something still bothers me, even though it didn't as a kid, and it's something that I just never thought about. Why would a grown man pound on the door like that, shake the handle, try his very damnedest to get into a house, whether the parents were home or the youngest child had held up their finger like 1 second to go get their parent? Why would someone want to talk about a car that didn't have any sort of for sale sign on it, especially at 9 or 10 p.m. at night? It's kind of scary that my parents just brushed it off so lightly, but something in my gut, especially being an adult now, just told me that that's not the way adults, at least normal adults, act. The guy's name ended up being Chris. He came by the house a few more times that week to inspect that car. The first time he came by, our parents were home. He got the hood up and went underneath it, checked out pretty much everything from what I can remember. Everything was, I guess, friendly that first visit, except sometimes I would notice him looking over at me and Emily, giving us this weird, creepy smile. He came over a few days later, that same week. The next time was at an odd time again, and our parents weren't home. Now that we knew this guy, Emily opened up the door for him. "Hey, sorry to bother you," Chris started. "It's no problem, but our parents aren't here. You'll have to come back tomorrow," she explained. "Oh, it's not a big deal. I wanted to check out the tires and wheel wells real quick. It won't take long. Emily gave him the okay, then closed the door. We watched him from the living room window as he went back to his own car, this crappy old thing, and rummaged around. Then went over to the car that he wanted to buy. He did proceed to do exactly what he said he was going to do, and after a few minutes, we kind of got bored. We almost left the window, went back to whatever we were doing, but he did something weird that immediately caught our attention. He turned and walked right at the house, snapping photos of the exterior. He got the sides, the front, the second story, and he almost went into the backyard. That's when he noticed us staring wide-eyed through the main window. He put the camera away and waved, then pointed at the front door as if to suggest to meet him there. Emily went over and told me to stay by the phone. If anything happened, she told me to call 911 and then Dad. This was back in the day where everybody had landlines, so even being in first or second grade at the time, I had all my close friends and our parents' numbers memorized. It was just part of being social back then. They talked for a minute before Emily closed the door again and came back. She was white like a sheet of paper. She looked hollow, gone, totally unlike herself. I asked her what happened and if I should call, and she shook her head no. To this day, I still don't know what Chris said to Emily. She's always been private about it, but it definitely gave me the heebie-jeebies for years after the fact, especially with my imagination going wild with all manner of theories. She said something to our parents once they got home. I remember my dad going to his office to call Chris. He went in angry, all big and heavy-footed. We could hear his stern voice through the door, but eventually it softened up. He hung up and came back out. He explained it was some sort of misunderstanding, much like that first experience that we had with him. But he was taking pictures of the house, I said. My dad quickly gave me this funny look. He what? He took photos of the house with one of those paper cameras. Emily immediately backed me up. Paper cameras? My dad asked for clarification. Like a disposable camera with the wrap-around cardboard on it? My mom asked my sister. Yeah, like that. She almost screamed. It felt like we were actually getting somewhere now. Well, my dad said, I'm sure there's some kind of explanation, but I'm not calling him back now. I'll just talk to him later. That was that. We were ushered off as kids that didn't know better and just told to go to bed. I remember just lying there in the dark for most of my night, staring at the window, wondering if I'd see a flash come through the blinds. Why the hell would he come by and take pictures of our house? Emily said something like it was probably so he could break in. He'd have an outside layout of all the entrance and exits. And I guess in my kid brain that made sense, but it really, really freaked me out. The next time Chris came by was the following Monday. I was actually home alone. We'd gotten out of school around the same time, rode the bus home like normal. But when Emily and I got dropped off, she unlocked the door for me and walked a couple of streets over to her friend's house. It wasn't super uncommon for her to leave me alone for 30 or 40 minutes, at which point she'd run back over, get in the house right before our parents got home from work. It was harmless. I didn't mind being home alone because I got to watch whatever I wanted, have some snacks, all that good stuff. Well, not 5 minutes after sitting on the couch with my juice box and gummies, there's a knock at the door. I froze in place and willed myself to actually disappear into the cushions. I remember trying hard not to actually wet my pants. You gotta remember I was 6, maybe 7 at the time. It shouldn't have been unsupervised. Fortunately, I knew better than to answer the door, so I did the only thing that made sense and pretended that nobody was home. Whoever it was would move on shortly, right? Except they didn't. There was that pestersome knock that turned into a banging. I'll be damned if it wasn't familiar. It was that same aggressive knock from our first encounter with the man. I knew something was wrong, and I knew it was him, so I didn't even bother to go to a window. I just continued to sit on the couch until finally, to my relief, it stopped. I'd been staring at the clock on the radio for 9 minutes, and it ticked by while he banged on the door. Even longer than that first time. Chris was truly unhinged with that. He didn't go away though. I watched in horror as I saw him creep around the far side of the house, checking the dining room window, the biggest one that he could get to. I remember my throat nearly swelling shut from anxiety as I heard it slide open. I felt the warm air blow in from the yard. He leaned in and peered into the living room. We locked eyes. He brought a single hand up and then waved at me like he was a puppet or something. Then he gave me this horrific smile. "Hey," he started. I didn't say anything. "Mom and Dad home?" he asked. Still nothing from me. "Yeah, I didn't think so." He crawled the rest of the way through the window frame. Still, even with him in the house, I couldn't move. To this day, it was the most fear-inducing experience of my life. I couldn't see what he was doing as he moved through the house, somewhere down the hall on the other side of the dining room. The only things down there were Emily's bedroom and my parents' bedroom, and the front door to the outside, before eventually circling back to me in the living room. He never came back down the hall, so wherever he went was in one of those rooms. Eventually, he comes back out, waves at me, says goodbye, and then slips back through the window. I'll never forget seeing his arms snake back through that opening and pull the shade closed behind him. Truly nerve-wracking, just covering his tracks right behind him in front of me. He knew I was just a kid, that it was possible nobody would believe me, and I think he was counting on that. Eventually, my sister gets home and finds me in hysterics on the sofa. I started shaking after he left from the fear, spilled my juice box on the couch, which sent me spiraling even further, thinking I was now going to get in even more trouble. Anyway, I told her what happened, or tried to. I watched her face twist into worry, and then she finally understood what I was saying. Chris came, banged on the door before just letting himself into the house. "Did he touch you?" she asked. I shook my head no. Emily nodded and ran to the phone, called my dad, and before I knew it, both parents were spilling in the front door. They questioned me pretty thoroughly, assured me that you staying on the couch was not a big deal. All they wanted to know was what happened with Chris. Finally, I told them what I could and where he went in the house. "Which window?" my dad asked. I pointed to the one in the dining room. "Okay, and then where'd he go?" "Down the hall," I said. "Okay, and then what?" I shook my head and started crying again. My folks and Emily all shared a look, and then they quietly agreed to go check their bedrooms. They understood he must have gone in one of them. A few minutes later, I heard Emily make this weird sound, like a yelp. Our parents quickly rushed in. In the moment, I really wasn't sure what they found, but later, it was all kinds of weird stuff of hers that went missing. Panties, a hairbrush, pictures from her corkboard. Super creepy and stalker stuff. My dad called Chris nonstop for the next 24 hours. Never got him to answer. He never came by for the car. He never paid us. He never picked it up. The whole thing was a ruse just to get close to us girls. Chris would end up being arrested years later, by the time I was in high school. We all had that moment of what the fuck when we saw his photo in the paper. Turned out that Chris wasn't even his real name, and he certainly wasn't a mechanic. He was a career-peeping Tom and a sexual assailant, known for targeting families. I consider us super fortunate to get off the hook when we did. Knowing I was alone in the house with somebody that was so violent, creepy, and unpredictable is just a sickening thought, and everyone in my family shares it. His history of crimes and abuse is appalling, and it only seemed to escalate after our initial encounter with him. As for our incident, my parents called the police and filed a report, but never saw him again. Not until that mugshot in the article like 10 years later. I remember my dad would periodically call the number Chris gave us, just to see if anybody would answer. He did that for years. Part of me wonders what he would have said. Chris would have picked up. went to a college in a small town called Sheridan, up in Wyoming. I moved there in the fall of 2009, just after one of the worst crime sprees rocked the entire community from top to bottom. The crazy part of it all is I actually moved into a house just 2 doors down from where this happened. I was living with my grandparents at the time, and they were really shaken up. I remember my grandpa just sitting awake at his desk until 2 or 3 a.m. every night, glass of whiskey in one hand and a gun near the other. He's a Vietnam vet, takes security very seriously. After that crime wave, he just went back to his survival instincts. I was new to the community when all the information was rolling out, so it was a little hard to follow. I'll give you the breakdown the way that I understood it all. There were 3 boys in Sheridan that ran together and were known for causing trouble, petty criminal behavior. Their names were Wyatt, Darmy, and Dennis, who was the oldest at 18 at the time. To me, these names meant nothing, but for the people of Sheridan, they were well known, and usually the first to be fingered for a lot of the basic crime that happened around town. From what I gathered, it sounded like these 3 had been on a bit of a tear in regard to shenanigans, created so much whirlwind destruction that they had it in their heads they needed to get out of town. This was all in their heads as they were teenagers, 15, 16, and 18. Nothing they were doing was actually really that bad. Still, they convinced themselves they were career criminals and about to go on the run. So they start allocating the stuff that they thought they would need, namely money. A series of overnight robberies landed them with a small pile of cash, a few items of value, and a handgun. Wyatt procured the weapon from a car that he'd broken into and handed it over to the group. From there, they felt like they'd reached it big time. They could start robbing people for real now. I believe it was within the same 72 hours of stealing the gun, they broke into the Ernest house in the middle of the night with the intent to take everything of value. They weren't expecting to find Bob and his wife asleep in bed, but they were prepared for it, now strapped with a handgun. They ordered Bob and his wife on the ground, but Bob did not like that. He rolled right out of bed and approached the boys, telling them to get out of the house. One of the boys pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bob took the bullet to the chest and died right there on the floor of his own bedroom. His wife stayed in bed and just watched the whole thing happen, which easily was the most tragic part of the story. The boys immediately realized they fucked up. They just discharged a firearm in the middle of the night in a township with less than 14,000 residents. They could have just left town that night and they would have never been arrested. With their rap sheets, there wasn't a scenario where they escaped now. The reality was, they didn't have a means of travel, so it was essentially hiding out around town until their inevitable discovery. All 3 boys were rounded up within 24 hours. The investigation was cut and dry. They were given life sentences, or at least that's what I heard. Rumor was the life sentence got overturned for the 2 that didn't pull the trigger, but I personally never looked into it. I can't say that my time there was tarnished by the event. The community was still beautiful, still had little great social pockets, but I can't say that I wasn't affected. Sheridan is a tiny little town, a place where murder just doesn't happen very often. Being a new face around town, I could tell when old-timers were cautious around me. There was a shadow over the longtime locals, one of suspicious and unknown fear, true paranoia. Like I mentioned earlier, my grandpa would walk the house every night, check the windows until the sun came up some nights. The neighbors were reserved, elderly folk around town the same, but the college was even stiffer. All the staff were a little uptight, worrisome, the students kind of the same. The student body was big for being such a small town, because many of them were transplants from other areas, like myself. We were all shocked to hear about something so heinous going down just a couple of streets over. It made us look at other students with caution, like anybody could be a thief or a murderer. I remember that first semester being some of the most uptight energy I've ever felt, not just at school, but everywhere in town. Rest in peace, Bob. I actually went to high school with Wyatt, Darmy, and Dennis. I won't say that they were nice guys or anything, but when I heard what they did, I was shocked. I mean, these were the kind of kids that shot spitwads in class,
made loud noises to distract the teacher. It was hard to imagine them breaking into somebody's house and murdering them. We were all in shock that next morning, especially when all the details came rolling out. They stole a gun, entered a house, forced themselves on a sleeping elderly couple. It was like we were discussing details from a case from Los Angeles or New York City. What we were talking about just didn't happen in Sheridan, and yet it did. And some of my classmates were responsible. I remember Darmy being funny, almost like the class clown type of kid. He had jokes and always wore a smile across his face. He was the type of kid you actually watch in the hallway just to see what he would do. He came from a good family. I think they did pretty well financially, so to hear about him getting caught up with Dennis and his crime spree was heartbreaking. He was the last one I ever would have guessed to be involved. But just like everybody else had said, something about the energy of those three boys. They encouraged each other in a way that made it seem like they could do anything and never get caught. Poor Wyatt. The thing that I remember most about him is that he loved the outdoors. He liked camping, fishing, all that kind of stuff. But what he really loved was the rodeo. If he had more access to outlets and preferences, maybe he would have never gotten involved to the extent in which he did. And of all three of them, he seemed to have the healthiest lifestyle, actually had his own hobbies and interests outside of causing trouble. To think he threw it all away just for an evening of what he thought would be fun, it's just crazy to think about now. Dennis, he's the only one that doesn't surprise me. He had quite a rap sheet, but aside from that, he seemed to thoroughly enjoy creating chaos. He did school, he stole from stores and people's houses. Sad to say, but he was probably always going to be going down the road of imprisonment. He had a history of being a hothead, fighting, making threats. There were even rumors about him hurting animals. Being kids, we did the only thing we could and just avoided him. It's sick, I know, but I'm grateful it wasn't any worse than that night. My friends and I had nightmares the rest of the school year about that group of boys breaking into our own homes, killing our parents in the same exact manner. And I guess it really wasn't totally out of the question. A boy like Dennis, he had enemies. Kids at school he didn't outright like, and all it would have taken was just one little suggestion. He might have broken into a different house that night. Maybe even my house. As hard as it is to think about, I was there the night that Robert was killed. I lived next door to the Ernest for years and years. Would have never thought that something like this could happen to Bob. There's no warning, no lead up to the strange events or confrontations, nothing. And that honestly to me is the scariest part. This one really hits hard because of the outright randomness of the act itself. These boys just picked a house that looked dark and empty and even wealthy and just fully committed to the robbery. It was well after dark, but I don't remember the exact time. I was actually asleep when I started hearing something weird outside. Walking, talking, voices. I could tell they were trying to be hushed, but weren't doing a very good job. This actually put me at ease that night. I figured it was just somebody getting home late. Surely somebody committing a crime would take much more caution and be quiet in their actions. Whatever the case, they made a few laps to the Ernest home before slipping through a window. I believe one of the ground floor slats to the basement was it. A lot of the homes around here have basements. The windows are pretty easily forced in with enough pressure. Ours had previously blown out with a hard enough windstorm. Well, being half asleep inside my own house, I figured whoever it was had gotten into their own home. I didn't think they'd slipped in through a window. It was quiet after that. I almost fell asleep until the yelling started. Suddenly there was commotion next door. I had no idea what was going on. I thought maybe a fire or some other kind of emergency until I realized I was hearing lots of different voices, none of which I recognized. Don't move! Stay in the bed or you'll get hurt! Don't fucking move! Tell us where the jewelry is. Tell us the code to the safe. This, as well as other manner of threats, were being screamed at the top of their lungs. It felt like a lifetime that I listened to it all, but in reality, it was probably just 90 seconds. The hollering went back and forth, most of it just being outright demands.
Then I heard a bit of a scuffle. At this point, I was getting out of bed, thinking about reaching for the phone when I heard it. The unmistakable blast of a gun being discharged. I remember immediately hitting the floor, thinking bullets might stray through the walls and pass through my own home. We were close enough that it was a real possibility, as the light from the gun blast flashed through the windows. I crawled to the phone and dialed 911. I found the line busy. Everybody on the street was apparently calling the police as well. This was a good thing, as whatever I chalked it up to a late-night neighborly excursion was obviously something much more dangerous. I dialed again, had the same result, so I just waited. This was a huge mistake, as the things I heard are still with me to this day. I could hear Bob going through the motions of death, even a whole house away. A thud, a grunt, another thud, then haggard breathing and gurgling. It's horrendous. This was a guy I knew very well, a pillar of our own community. Couldn't imagine what could have led somebody to kill him. Then I could hear his wife, sobbing, screaming, pleading for help, probably also trying to call the police. I could also hear the killers, whoever they were, panicking and running desperately around the house, knocking stuff over, scrambling for valuables, before ultimately spilling out through the front and back doors and bolting in different directions. I sat there in a panic and waited to see if anybody would break into my own house. It might be a natural hiding place after such a crazy crime. Fortunately, nobody tried my doors or windows, so I figured they were just trying to run and not hide. Next thing I knew, my house was being lit up with red and blue sirens, cruiser after cruiser pulling into the Ernest driveway. An ambulance, EMT crews, even the medical truck from the fire department rolled up. Again, this is a very small town. Something so out of character for us was a full-scale call to action. Everybody wanted to be on scene, make themselves available after such an evil act. The boys didn't get far. Hell, Bob's wife knew a couple of them by name. They were rounded up by night or in the morning without incident, booked, and then justice was served. They all made many attempts to overturn those lifetime sentences that they received, to which the Supreme Court denied. As for the rest of us, the town was not the same after it, at least not for a few years. We're like Mayberry before the murder. Some of us literally didn't lock our doors to our homes, cars, or anything. We just didn't have that kind of criminal here. Since that killing, times have changed. We actually had a few more since. People seem to react less and less now. The younger generation just aren't as fazed, don't seem to care what happens in their own community, as long as it doesn't happen to them directly. A very strange way of thinking, one that I don't understand, but hey, I'm an old-timer. What do I know? I've been retired from the police force for nearly a decade, but I was on duty the night those boys killed Robert. It was a truly tragic incident. Almost an accident, honestly. Those boys were stupid, wild, and up to no good. But I can't say that any of them have the heart of a murderer. I think one thing led to another, one bad decision after the next, and soon they were just in too deep. And to this day, I've never gotten a call like the one I did that night. We got radioed for the Ernest house just like everybody else that night. I worked for the local precinct, not the county sheriff's department, so I was one of the first to get there. The street was lit up from all the neighbors coming outside, half of them armed themselves, standing alone on the street, waiting to hear what was going on. We taped off the property and let everybody know to stay back and put their guns up. Sheridan Police Department has it covered. First thing was securing the scene and getting poor Linda out of there. His wife was in absolute hysterics, and Robert was actually still alive. Just as we got the scene cleared and everything taped off, EMTs arrived, got the victim loaded up and transported to the hospital. Unfortunately, he died there that night. The gunshot wound was just too much for him at close proximity. Bob was an old guy, a military vet, so it was just tragic for us to see a guy like that from our community get gunned down in his own home. Linda gave us the name of one of the boys, and it was just downhill after that. The second that she said Dennis, I knew he'd only have certain individuals with him during such a high energy crime. Like I said earlier, these kids were dealt with a lot, but we never saw anything like this coming. Dennis grew up with a history of poor behavior. Getting in fights at school was a big problem. We'd caught him vandalizing stuff before, as well as a lot of theft and burglary. That being said, all the times we busted his ass, he was under 18, so couldn't really do anything and not much happened. His family didn't discipline him in a way that mattered, so Dennis just kept having this latchkey lifestyle right up until turning 18. At that point, I think he knew the reality of the situation had changed for him, and because of that, he decided to up the caliber of the crimes. And that was a shame, because none of the kids were that cutthroat of their own. Something about them being together just made them constantly up the ante. In fact, while they were solo on their own, they were actually pretty good kids. Great senses of humor, good work ethic. But the second they all got in the same room, it just turned into hijinks, chaos, dishonesty, and trouble. Unfortunately, Robert and the rest of the Ernest family had to pay the sacrifice for those boys to understand the weight of their own reality. We scrambled that night and had them all by morning. 2 of them just went home, Darmy and Wyatt both. They were easy to locate and folded under the pressure of questioning almost right away. The story very quickly started to come together. Dennis had somehow convinced the other 2 that they were some kind of street gang. They needed to allocate their means of getting out of Sheridan. This is a common thinking up here for our delinquent youth. There's a couple private school facilities for troubled kids. Many of them have that same outlook. Sheridan is just a place for kids to escape. The scary part is that our township is very isolated, tucked along the Montana border, so the options for these kids are pretty minimal. Most of them end up stealing cars or wandering off into the wilderness. And if it's wintertime, temperatures can easily plummet to what most would consider fatal. Many truck drivers up here report seeing kids trying to hitchhike down the roadways, in and out of towns. Usually one escapee or criminal trying to get to the next town. It's a very weird problem to deal with living in such a rural community, but it's better than having a bunch of tweakers and junkies around, I suppose. So that's where it all started. Dennis convincing the other boys it's time to skip town, become real-life criminals. Darmy and Dennis start stealing cash from all over town, literally any place they can find money or valuables. Wyatt had a different idea. Knowing this is the quaint little town that we all know and love, he starts checking door handles, knowing that he'd find a number of them to be unlocked. It only took him a couple of tries, and soon he had his own little wad of cash, as well as a fully loaded firearm. When he brought it to Dennis, it changed the entire perception of these kids. They were in it now. Finding that gun was a whole new avenue of options for these kids. Like I said, we might be the capital of runaways for the entire country. Very few of them, perhaps none, had ever had the idea to secure a firearm before hitting the road. Nothing would secure a ride faster. Could you imagine stopping for 3 boys, hitchhiking in the cold, only for one of them to pull a gun on you, tell you to drive until the tank was empty? Spooky, because that's where they were headed. But it never got to that point. Dennis fucked that up for them before they ever got a chance. He dropped the gun after pulling the trigger and fled like the others. We knew he wasn't armed, or at least hoped he wasn't, as we combed all of town for him that night and the following morning. He knew going home wasn't a smart move, so he hopped from one friend's house to another, doing his best to avoid all the usual places he might be. One tip came from one local walking their dog in the park that morning. They said that they spotted Dennis cutting through the area. We swarmed the whole park, but he vanished. Those kids that wander at night know every little avenue of escape. Still, it wasn't even an hour later we had him cornered between a nearby neighborhood and some businesses. He surrendered, agreed to come with us, and proceeded to dodge every question we threw at him. Once we explained that we already had Wyatt and Darmy in custody, they'd flipped and ratted him out. Then he started to talk. Did his best to try to pin it on the other kids too. It didn't work though. Wyatt had carefully laid everything out for us, even admitted to finding the gun and handing it over. We even had Dennis's fingerprints on the gun, as well as Linda Ernest's witness testimony.
All 3 boys received life sentences, but Darmy and Wyatt later had their sentence adjustment, 25 years for the killing and 10 years for the break-in, a total of 35 years behind bars. They'll be 50 when they get out, and many of the locals around here didn't care to hear about the lighter sentence. Bob was a local businessman in town. He had the respect of just about everybody you can think of. The craziest part of it all to me is that it happened 15 years ago. I've been retired for a while now, but for many of us long-timers, that murder still feels like it happened last night. Hell, to this day, nothing like that has ever happened again. There may have been 2 clear-cut killings since then, but they were both like parking lot disputes, or both parties were aggressive until somebody went too far. No one has been gunned down in their own home since Bob. If we hadn't arrested them as quickly as we did, who knows what that body count could have actually been. I moved to New York City with the same crazy aspirations as many others did. I didn't know exactly what I wanted to do, but I had this general idea. I've always felt like a creative person, so I envisioned myself working on sets or running errands for a production company. I couldn't even get an interview with the few companies that I found in the phone book. I ran out of money, started to slip into that lower class lifestyle that was waiting for me. I realized I had to find something fast. I took the first job that would have me. Got hired at a pound, something like an animal shelter, where I washed dogs and sprayed out kennels for 8 hours a day. It was miserable. I hated every second of it, as they weren't friendly animals. They were kind of scrappy fighters picked up from the streets of New York City. Every shift was this battle of supremacy inside this animal shelter. Getting nipped, bit, pissed on was just part of the gig. The other issue was that I smelled like wet dogs pretty much all the time. It made it hard to book interviews after my shift, as I always had to run home, shower, and then change. By then, all the offices that I was trying to get to were closed. Honestly, it was just a lose-lose situation on both ends for me. Some time went by and I just wasn't adjusting well. Keep in mind, I was 22 years old at the time, and I think this was back in the early 2000s. So, unfortunately for me, my living conditions created a situation wherein I started drinking every day. I had a few friends that I met from bars and my place of work, as well as neighbors in the building. It wasn't uncommon for us all to get shit-faced on our days off, blast music, and play beer pong. We were all broke as fuck, but we got together. We would always scrape some cash together just to party. This wasn't what I moved to New York for, so it dried up pretty quickly, especially since we were all tight when it came to budgeting and having our bills paid. As I drank more, I started showing up late for work, started performing poorly and complaining. Then a couple of weeks, I got shit canned. Par for the course in the city because there's a line of people waiting to replace you. I think I got fired in October, had just enough money to scrape by for another month, maybe 2. I remember hitting rock bottom that winter, the one that left me shivering in the darkness of my own making. I was already living in a real slum, a truly scary place, and I couldn't wake up from the nightmare. Struggling to make ends meet, working as much as possible just to keep a roof over my head, but it never seemed like it was enough. The city was this cruel mistress, always demanding more, always taking everything I had, without ever so much as giving me another opportunity. That's just the way of life in these busy metros. If you aren't already established or at least have your ducks in a row financially, the city itself will swallow you. It happens to folks every day, falling by the wayside. And I'm not even talking about the COVID times. New York City has been hard living for a century, and I'll bet the bank on that. That being said, moving there was my choice, and now my mistake too. I should have never moved to such a fast-paced, high-economy city with nothing but daydreams inside my pocket.
As you can imagine, I was evicted from my apartment, a dingy little hole in the wall that I'd called home for a few months. The landlord did not care that I was struggling, that I was doing everything I could to pay the rent, just wanted me out. He wanted my stuff gone too. I was left with nothing, no place to go and no one to turn to. The anxiety was suffocating. The fear of being alone and vulnerable in a city that did not care. It was a fear that I'd never dealt with before, honestly. Once I ran out of money, all the people that I called friends quit fucking with me. Wouldn't even answer a call or an email. But I guess it's not like I had a phone for much longer after getting served those eviction papers. It was scary because someone could come along at any moment. Police probably. Literally forced me out of the apartment that I was in. I couldn't eat, I couldn't sleep. Just biding my time. Looking for any kind of option to get the rent paid. The other thing was all my stuff. If someone came to actually get me out, I wasn't prepared to leave. All my shit would just be tossed out on the street. The vultures that were my neighbors would steal it all before I could even save an armload. I realized that I would lose everything if I didn't start making a move of some kind. I scraped together what little cash I had. I'd say maybe $200 from that job at the animal shelter. On top of that, I had some various items that had value. I lowballed them just to secure the funds. Stuff like a metal detector, an electric drum kit, literally the most random stuff you can imagine. Either way, it got my savings up to over $1,000. It was enough to get me into a new place, a studio apartment that was a step below the one that I just lost. I didn't even walk the place, just called and reserved it. Said I would have the cash on hand in the moment, and walked in. The guy on the phone liked that, so I knew I was getting ready to live in a serious dump. I imagined the place was in disrepair. Maybe even have leaks, faulty pipes, hell. Some of these old New York buildings are known for black mold, asbestos, and even gas leaks. But the fear of transporting my belongings alone through the inner city was almost too much to bear. Way worse than all the shit that I just mentioned. I was a target, a vulnerable soul carrying boxes of stuff through the streets, just begging to be robbed or worse. It's New York, baby. Worse shit happens every day. And being an out-of-towner, I bought into all the myths about violence on the streets. What options did I really have, though? Just made sure to do it during the day so normal people would be out too. I made the move the next day, my heart racing with every step, my eyes scanning the crowds for any sign of danger. There were shady characters lurking in the shadows, sizing me up, wondering if I was worth the trouble. But nobody robbed me, nobody attacked me. It took me around 5 or 6 trips, and anything that was really heavy was unnecessary and I just left it behind. Carried my mattress down the street was one of the most embarrassing things to ever happen to me, but hey, I needed a place to sleep. I make it to my new apartment, a dingy little studio that smelled of mold and despair. It was home for now. The place was beyond disgusting. When I turned the sink on for the first time, I literally flushed a family of roaches out of the pipes. Beer was my solace, my comfort in the darkness. I spent the afternoon just lounging on the couch, watching TV and drinking alone. The apartment was loud. The sounds of the city bled right through those thin walls like a diseased heartbeat, but I didn't care. I was too busy drowning my sorrows in that sweet golden nectar of beer. It wasn't until I cracked open the last one that I remembered the fridge full of goodies. A 6-pack of beer, some Chinese food, and who knows what else. I kept the key, planning to return it in the morning, but I wanted it all, and I wanted it now. The walk back to my old apartment was this gauntlet of shadows and fear. The darkness almost seemed to writhe around me, like a living thing. The streetlights casting these long, ominous fingers across the sidewalk. I pressed on, driven by my thirst for beer and my own stupidity. I make it back to my old apartment unharmed, slide the key into the lock with that satisfying click. Stepped inside, my eyes quickly adjusting to the darkness. The air was thick with the scent of decay and rot, the remnants of my old life just lingering like a ghost. There was even unclean vomit in one corner, piles of empty beer cans, evidence of a true dirtbag. found what I was looking for, the beer and Chinese food, and did my final walkthrough with my footsteps echoing off the walls. I turned up with nothing else, no hidden treasures or forgotten memories, just the echoes of my own footsteps, haunting me like a specter. Part of me was honestly hoping to find a forgotten paycheck or maybe even an envelope with a birthday card and a crumpled up $20 bill in the folds. Nada, just that stuff in the fridge. I left my key on the kitchen counter, a symbol of my complete abandonment, and then locked the front door behind me. The night air was cool and crisp, a welcome feeling from the stifling darkness of the apartment. Cracked open a beer on the walk home, with the sound of the tab popping like a tiny explosion in the stillness of the night. I was completely oblivious, just lost in my own little world of beer and darkness. And this is where I believe it all started to go down. I wandered the last stretch to my building, which was an absolute dump smushed between two larger condo complexes. The windows were barred on many of the ground units, as well as the main door to the building, which was this rattly little piece of shit anyway. There was a punch code to let residents in, as well as a key to provide some meager security over the employing doorman. I struggled to unlock the door. My hands were full of beer and Chinese food. I finally managed to squeeze inside, but my relief was short-lived. The floor was slick with some kind of liquid, and I didn't notice until it was too late. I slipped and fell, my body crashing to the ground with a sickening thud. Just laid there for a minute, dazed and disoriented. My hip, my back, and my knee were all screaming in agony. At first, I waited for somebody to come and help me, but nobody ever did. I realized this was a new building, a lower class building, and banging around was pretty common around here, so I was on my own. Panic began to set in as I realized I could be laying here for hours, alone and injured. The floor smelled like rancid, like rat shit and human piss. It's the only place that I could lay. As I lay there, I felt my knee and ankle swelling up, the muscles constricting with pain. I knew I had to get up, but I couldn't move. I was trapped, helpless, and alone. Then I saw it. The front door still partially open, stopped by one of the Chinese food boxes. I realized I could potentially get somebody's attention from the street if they happened to walk by. It's pretty late at this point though, closing in on midnight. So my chances of somebody walking by or walking through the building were a lot lower than normal, especially in the dangerous neighborhood that I was in. But when I looked up at the door, I saw a shadowy figure grab it from the outside and pull it open. My heart skipped a beat for a moment as I felt a rush of fear. Who was this person? Why were they coming in? I tried to speak, but my voice was barely even whispering. Maybe they saw me fall, or just noticed me on the ground and were coming to offer some assistance. It was the best case scenario and one that I was desperately hoping for. I smiled and said hello as best I could and started to explain what happened to me in slurring and drunken stupor. The figure loomed over me, his features obscured by darkness. Clearly, this person didn't have any good intentions. I tried to scramble to my feet, but my injured body just wouldn't cooperate. I was trapped, at the complete mercy of this stranger. And then, just as suddenly as it appeared, the figure fell on me. I fought back at first, but the guy grabbed my head with both hands, then slammed it into the floor. Nothing but stars after that. He rummaged through my pockets, took my shoes off, checked every little nook and cranny that might have something to offer. And get this, he even took my beer. As I lay there getting rifled through and robbed, I realized this was probably just some random homeless dude going through the area, and no call to the police would really yield a result. Either way, I just did my best to fight back, but in the state I was in, I couldn't even give him trouble. He emptied my pockets out and took everything, then disappeared back through that door. He didn't assault me anymore besides that initial headbanging, but he was filthy, smelly. The whole encounter was seriously grossing me out. I ended up having to lay there for another hour, until one of my new neighbors had gotten off work, discovered me just lying there in the lobby, She called the cops, but that was it. She left me out there too, after learning I was mostly okay. The whole thing was a terrifying experience, one that opened up my eyes to a lifestyle in the heart of a big city. I got myself together and saved some money. Ended up moving out of state not much later after this. Being robbed while I was incapacitated on the floor was a thing that I needed to happen to me, to give me this real perspective on life. You live alone, even in one of the most populated metros in the world. Anything can happen to you. I live in LA, in the suburbs. It's a pretty nice neighborhood. Most of our neighbors are pretty wealthy, but it's still not unusual to hear those ghetto birds late at night. On the night the story takes place, an airship was right over our house. The spotlight kept shining back and forth. I had my wife and toddler son asleep in the room with me. Neither of them had woken up. I thought it might be best to pull out my shotgun out of the safe and get her loaded up, just to be sure. I grabbed my Remington pump and just loaded it up with double-aught buck and slug. Went out to the living room and locked the bedroom door behind me. Yes, we have a house lock on the bedroom door. I turned off all the interior lights and then turned on all our exterior lights in the yard. I just stood there shirtless in my pajama bottoms with a shotgun, occasionally walking up to the windows on either side of my house. The halo just kept circling. The spotlight kept darting back and forth quickly. I sat down in my chair and within a minute started to doze off again. This is when I saw a figure run by me on our sliding glass door from our backyard toward our side yard. I sat there in disbelief, waiting for it to happen again. When it didn't, I thought maybe I just caught some kind of shadow casted by that spotlight. But still, it didn't account for the footsteps that I definitely heard blowing by the back door. I kept my eyes open, trying to remain as alert as possible. Sure enough, I see him run back by the opposite direction, checking the opposite perimeter of my house. I slowly stand up and watch him peek around the corner of my house and down the side yard. It was really impossible to deduce anything about him. He was standing in the dark with a hooded sweatshirt. He could have been maybe 15. He could have been 50. Either way, he was standing in my backyard when he definitely shouldn't have been. I watched as he silently crept back the way he went before, and then around the closer side of my house. This side was less illuminated and had access to the garage, and even the front yard via the gate. The other side yard was just a straight shot to a dead-end wall, something similar to a dog run. This guy was definitely casing my house for the best possible route of escape, but he also seemed to be looking for something too. Maybe a weapon or a vehicle, anything to improve the situation. I ran through my kitchen and realized my side door to my garage was open. I had a habit of always leaving that door unlocked because of the ease of access. Also, the hardware was a little finicky. Honestly, it needed replacing. I was just being lazy. Either way, that night, it almost cost me a heart attack, or maybe even something worse. I unlocked the door to the garage and went in. I tried to lock the door to the side yard. He was already at the door, turning the knob and pushing it though. The knob is tricky, even when it's unlocked. The door itself was swollen from rain exposure and old framing. It's difficult to open. I racked the shotgun, pointed it at the door and yelled, "Stop!" Reached forward for that tactical flashlight that was mounted on the shotgun, and of course, my batteries were dead. Maintain your weapons, folks. I recoiled back towards the water heater. I figured if he came through the door, I'd have to shoot him. There'd be no choice. If I didn't, he'd overpower me. The door behind me was unlocked. He'd have access to the house and a shotgun. So I just used that water heater as cover, as I realized I really didn't know anything about this person. He could potentially be armed. I realized then that I had to pull the trigger the moment that door opened up. If he had a gun and I hesitated, he could blast me first, get to my family that was sleeping upstairs. We all think we're going to be heroic and steadfast and resilient in those moments. And I probably would have stood my ground because I had my wife and son to protect. But the last thing that I wanted right then was to pull the trigger, hear the blast, and have a man die violently in my house. What would my life be like after that? Would I have to get lawyers and lose my house, worry about retribution, have to look over my shoulder? Sometimes I'd lay awake at night, thinking about blunder that I said in conversation or a mistake that I made driving. Would I relive that moment I killed that guy over and over again while I was trying to fall asleep? The problem ended up solving itself though. The guy stood there, hand on the door but looking behind him, as the cops rushed up to the side gate. Flashlights and lots of yelling. 10 different commands all being screamed at the same time. They reached over and got the gate unlocked. The guy was on the ground. I put my shotgun down on the other side of the door. A female officer shined her light through the side door window and yelled, "Sir, get inside!" I went back into the kitchen and locked the door behind me. I then cracked a beer and took this long pull off a bottle of tequila. They arrested that guy. Then the helo carried off about an hour or so later. Then they were all gone, except for a few neighbors who were now awake. I went outside and locked the gate. Went back to bed with a dry mouth and heart racing. My wife finally woke up, asked why I'd been sleeping. I'm fine, it's just insomnia. I didn't want to tell her then, not at 3 a.m. She'd freak out, and that was the last thing that I wanted. I called the next day to see if I could get any more details. The watch commander told me the guy was a 16-year-old kid from the neighborhood. Later, I found out he ran away with my neighbor's kid, with no previous record, who had wealthy parents. Got caught breaking into a friend's house. Took the cops on a chase, ditched his car a block away, and then ran like hell. My yard was probably the darkest and most shaded, so he hid there. I never mentioned the shotgun or almost killing him. The less they know, the better, as far as I was concerned. The kid would be a man now, in his early 30s. I've never seen him, but the kids he ran with all definitely have kids of their own now, and drive minivans and careers. Wherever he is, I hope he's doing better. He may or may not know that he was one door's threshold away from a violent and painful death. I want him to know, but I don't want him to know now, you know? I grew up as a bit of a nerdy kid. I loved to read. The Boxcar Children, Hardy Boys, and all those other latchkey kid mystery stories. They would spark a curiosity in me from a young age, wherein I wanted to explore all the time. It started out with just deep parts of the attic and garage, and by the time I was in high school, I was letting myself into abandoned houses around town, seeing what there was to see. I used to be obsessed with mysteries, the thrill of finding something unknown, something buried just beneath the surface of our mundane lives. Those were the days that I lived for, and it all started with those silly books that I read as a kid. My friends often called me crazy, but to me, urban exploration wasn't just a hobby, it was an addiction. I can still remember the exact moment it would change my life forever. Do I regret it? No, but I don't like urbex as much as I used to. It was a cool October evening when I first heard about the old farming facility on the edge of my town. It came at the perfect time that I was looking for a new place to check out too. It was just one of those passing comments from a guy at school. You know the type, shrouded in that air of self-important mystery. Like he knew this secret that he wasn't quite ready to share. He was talking to somebody in the library. I stood just one shelf over and listened in. He mentioned the abandoned farm, a place nobody had talked about for years. Naturally, my curiosity piqued. I was on my way to check it out. I literally left campus that moment. The place was supposed to be near the library at the end of town. Our main street went so long that it dead ends at a bypass bridge for the local interstate. I remember driving out there, seeing the large rusting fence that marked the boundary of the facility. Sure enough, it was across the lot from the old brick library. The fence was bent and battered, a large hole where somebody had snipped through the wire. Right there, I planned my return. I'd slip through that gap inside the fence, use the overgrown bushes to sneak onto the property, and see what's up after that. My gear was minimal: a flashlight, a few tools, a ski mask, and it was enough to get me started. When I arrived at the farm the following night, darkness seemed to be thicker here, like it had its own density. Honestly, I'd love the eeriness to many of these places. I would have given anything back then for an opportunity to explore an asylum or something similar. But still, in the moment, this would have to do. The moonlight cast long shadows across the crumbling concrete. The wind taunted me through the ruins. I found my way through that hole in the fence and began to explore. There wasn't really much at first, and I didn't use my flashlight yet, just in case there were people around. It was very possible the place wasn't abandoned and maybe had some kind of overnight security. The facility was vast, though, sprawling in a way that spoke of a past grandeur. It reminded me of a small city, the Vatican or something. Chutes and trowels, now rustled overgrown, and lay scattered about. It started to give the place identity. It really was a farm. The pens were empty, save for the occasional stray cat that darted across my path. I saw some more chutes, and it dawned on me then. This was a massive pig farm, the likes of which had never existed in our town. Why had nobody ever mentioned this place to me before? I have lived here literally my whole life, and there was zero local history about a pig farmer. For some reason, thinking about that creeped me out, like there was some form of conspiracy at play. As I wandered deeper, the farm revealed itself as a ghost of its former self. Everything was old as shit, rusted, trash everywhere. The buildings were dilapidated, the windows shattered and boarded up. There definitely wasn't anybody out here. Inside one of the barns, I found remnants of human activity though. Graffiti splattered across the walls, darts embedded in one of the old wooden boards, a collection of empty beer bottles. There was even a pile of golf balls and a golf club, which seemed kind of oddly out of place. It was all in one corner, on a table, and there was what seemed to be a pile of homework dated 1983, all with the same first and last name in the top right corner. Super weird. I entered one of the big stall buildings, where I think the pigs slept. It smelled awful. There was mouse and bat poop almost up to my ankles. There, I stumbled upon a sleeping bag. It was small, very used and dirty. It was surrounded by scattered toys, stuffed animals, and a few worn-out books. There was a few nubs of crayons laying together in this small pile. I was about to inspect the area more closely when I heard a voice behind me. "You shouldn't be doing that." I froze. This was not something I was ever prepared for. The voice was soft, young, and tinged with this accent that I couldn't place. That in itself gave me a little confidence, but still, there was something strange behind me. Slowly, I turned around, and there, emerging from the shadows, was a child. It could have been no more than 6 years old. What the hell? My heart raced. This was definitely not part of the exploration that I had planned for today. This wasn't part of anybody's plan. I forced a smile. "Hey there, do you live here?" The child nodded. Yes. He looked up at me with these wide, curious eyes, and I couldn't help but feel a shiver of guilt. It was so small and dirty, bright blue eyes, these little fingers. This truly was a little kid. The hell was he doing in here? It's unsettling to see a kid in living such a place. Do your parents live here too?" The child's expression shifted, his eyes becoming distant. Not a good sign. "They come and go," he said, his voice trailing off. He took a couple of quick glances over his shoulder. The whole visual was very unsettling.
Before I could ask more, the child scampered off, led me through the farm. I didn't know what else to do but just follow him, assuming whoever else lived here with him was not around. He pointed out old pig pens and saw where the animals used to sleep, now just empty spaces of overgrown with weeds. There were still these huge bags of animal feed around, the corners gnawed through from mice and rats. He mentioned that stray dogs and cats, sometimes even packs of coyotes, came into the farm. He slept in the biggest, smelliest building because the animals didn't like to go in there. My unease grew with every single step. I was constantly expecting something to lurch out from every corner. The child's nonchalance about their living condition was really disturbing. The thought of anybody, let alone a child, existing in such squalor made my skin crawl. Still, I paddled along behind him. I knew I had to do something to get this kid to safety. The authorities needed to know about it. There wouldn't be anybody else coming along to alert them either. The child led me to this dingy basement area. The walls were dirt streaked, the smell of mildew completely filling the air. It was even more putrid here than the stall building that I found that kid in. There was more recent evidence of people here though. Empty cans, discarded clothing, and a few makeshift beds. A pair of oily overalls hung from a clip on the wall. It all turned my stomach into a knot just to see it. The child looked up at me with this hopeful smile. "Would you like to meet my parents? I think they're home." He even reached out and squeezed my hand. You better believe I was shocked to see that he only had 4 fingers. The hell was all this? My stomach twisted into a snake pit. I could hear a strange sound, a tuneless hymn, sung with an eerie fever. To this day, it's the most ominous, unsettling sound that I've ever heard a human make, and it made my skin crawl. There wasn't anything natural about it, and I felt a cold sweat forming as that sound grew louder and more insistent. It was like a deaf person trying to sing. I think I need to go," I stammered out, and the kid let go of my hand. The child's face fell, but he didn't say anything. This was going to be my only chance, and even now, the singing was getting closer. I backed away, my eyes darting down the narrow, dirt-streaked hallway. A light came on way down the stretch, showing me how long the hallway actually was. I looked upward, and as I reached the top of the stairs, I turned to glance back. And that's when I saw him, a man at the bottom of the stairwell, glaring up at me with that look that could freeze blood. His eyes were hollow, dark, filled with this kind of malice that I'll never forget. I almost froze right there when I saw him. Instead, I bolted. The hell else was I gonna do? I sprinted through a maze of crumbling buildings, my heart pounding in my chest. I never turned around once, but I swear I could hear footsteps thumping right after me. The shadows seemed to close in. The hissing of the wind grew louder and more mocking. I scrambled through the hole in the fence and didn't stop running until I stumbled back into the parking lot of that old library. The buzzing lamppost gave me a sterile sense of safety. The next morning, I went straight to the police station and reported those squatters. I wanted to go that night, but I was exhausted. Just needed to be in the insecurity of my own house. I didn't know what else to do. That kid needed help though, so I went back first thing. They took my report and said they'd look into it. There had been other reports of weirdos coming and going from that property. By the end of that week, there was a newspaper article about a child being rescued from the abandoned farm. The story was brief, focusing solely on that child's rescue. Again, this gave me some sort of conspiratorial vibe, as there had been others in there with him. I know there was. But there was nothing else about those strange people living in that basement. Nothing about a woman singing or a big pair of overalls. No arrest, no descriptions, no follow-up. It was as if they vanished into thin air. It was unbelievable. But that kid was safe, and that was my sole intent. Still, the parents knew they'd been exposed and had fled, leaving behind the child as cover.
That boy, whose name was Martin, got taken in, ward of the state type of thing, and still lives in the county. I personally don't see him or anything, but it was a case that I followed for quite some time. Nobody knows about what happened to his family or how long they lived inside that pig farm. Sometimes, I wonder if they're still out there, hiding in the dark corners of forgotten places, waiting for the next curious soul to wander way too close. God knows that was the kind of thing that I was looking for on my urban tours of the underbelly. The child was rescued, but the horrors that lurk in the shadows of our abandoned spaces, those, it seems, are never fully unearthed. Some to never see the light of day. I grew up in a rural crap town in North Texas. As a kid, there was a bit of urban decay around the town. I remember an old abandoned brick factory downtown, but nothing crazy interesting, I guess. There was, however, this huge abandoned structure on the outskirts of town. I grew up driving by it all the time, like anytime my family went out of the city or out of town for anything, I'd see it. It was just this weird piece of old life, an old abandoned building that wasn't even finished. Had ghostly empty windows and no doors on it. Well, as I got older, I got more curious. I learned more about it, and one day my buddy Ethan and I decided it was time to explore it. I remember the wind whispering a warning that night as we stood at the edge of that forsaken place. The abandoned condominium loomed before us, a decaying monolith of shattered dreams and forgotten lives. Ethan and I had grown up with tales of its grim history, a so-called failed investment, some shady dealings, rumors of weird cult-like activity going on within its walls. "You think we'll find anything?" Ethan's voice trembled, his flashlight casting these eerie shadows on the overgrown grass. We were so-called urban explorers, fueled by teenage curiosity and a dash of reckless decision-making. As our driver dropped us off, she did so with a smirk. She said she'd already explored this place with a few other seniors before, end to end, finding nothing scarier than some satanic graffiti. But Ethan and I wanted to see for ourselves. We were sophomores, she was a junior, and she could drive. So she agreed to drop us off and then pick us up 2 hours later. We watched as her brake lights disappeared down that winding off-shot dirt road that led back to town, and then she was gone. Tonight, we were on our own. I adjusted the strap of my backpack, the weight of the handheld tape recorder pressing against my spine. "Only one way to find out," I replied, my breath visible in the chill night air. "Let's capture this shit." I fished out my handheld camcorder out of my backpack, along with my own flashlight, and got myself together quickly. I wore a tight backpack and running shoes, so I could book it if need be. Kept simple stuff inside the bag: a spare battery for the camcorder, spare for the flashlight, some bolt cutters, a hatchet, and for whatever reason, a handful of M80s and a lighter. Just trying to be prepared for anything, you know? The building stood like this wounded beast, its windows shattered, its walls sagging. Graffiti adorned its surface, twisted symbols scrawled by hands that reveled in the darkness. Tiff had warned us about it, but we were undeterred. We'd seen worse in horror movies. This was almost just like a real-life set for our own twisted tales. She wasn't kidding, though. The poorly painted devilingo was everywhere. Layers of it seemed. And this was just the outside. We stepped through the loose chain-link fence, its rusted metal groaning in protest. The moon hung low, casting elongated shadows across the crackled pavement. Our flashlights cut through the darkness, revealing more broken glass, some discarded beer cans, and remnants of teenage escapades. The air smelled of damp and decay, cockatoo of mildew and just forgotten secrets. The closer we got, the weirder the debris became. Discarded shoes, shredded books, pile of used condoms. It was absolutely vile. "Remember, no paranormal crap," Ethan muttered, his eyes scanning the graffiti-covered walls. "Just real-life horror." "Oh, there's your real-life horror," I said, pointing at the rotting latex. "One misstep and it's STD City." "Try to focus, dumbass," Ethan laughed. I nodded with my heart pounding. We were trespassing, but the thrill of the forbidden just pushed us forward. We followed the building's perimeter, seeking some kind of entrance. The windows were boarded up, the doors were sealed shut. But near the back, a gap, a jagged hole where plywood had given way. This was our portal into the abyss. I know I said nothing was finished, but because it was condemned, everything was plugged up with a stiff layer of plywood. I used my hatchet to open the hole just a little more, chipping away as quietly as I could. Ethan went in first, squeezed through the opening. I followed, my backpack catching on the splintered wood. Inside, the darkness seemed to swallow us whole. Our flashlight danced around peeling wallpaper, revealing faded floral patterns and stains that hinted at long-gone leaks. It was rank with mold and mildew, so we threw on those little masks that we carried for those gross explorations. The air was thick, suffocating, as if the walls held their own breath. I found myself wishing that we brought goggles, as the dust and debris inside the air was so thick that we kept getting stuff in our eyes. I think it was sawdust that we were disturbing, but I couldn't be quite sure. "You think there's anybody else in here?" Ethan whispered, his voice echoing down the narrow hallway. I shook my head. Tiff said it was empty, but who knows? Maybe the ghosts of bad investments linger on. We both laughed at that. We explored room by room, our footsteps muffled by the dust and decay. Broken furniture lay scattered around, a toppled chair, a shattered mirror. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the distant hum of crickets outside. We found remnants of lives once lived. A child's drawing on a crumbling wall, a forgotten shoe beneath a rotting bed frame. And then something occurred to me. This condo was never completed. What was all this live-in decor doing here? The more we explored on that first outer ring of rooms, the more evidence we'd find of squatters. And not just one or two, entire families it seemed. And it's been a considerable amount of time, at least from what it looked like. Aside from the little makeshift houses, there was endless streams of trash from parties, beer cans, shattered liquor bottles, graffiti, even some loose syringes. Then, randomly, we heard something that we couldn't really explain. Something like a cough in the walls, followed immediately by a person clearing their throat. All in all, it was probably only 5 seconds of audio, but it was enough to freeze us in place. We were curious about there being people inside. Now, we had our answer. "You hear that?" Ethan stammered out. I nodded with my skin prickling. "It's just the building settling," I lied. But we both knew better. As we followed the sounds deeper, it drew us towards this central staircase. The steps groaned underneath our weight, and as we climbed, the air thickened. Shadows danced along the walls, elongated figures that seemed to writhe and twist. The creaks grew louder, forming syllables, sentences. If there was anybody upstairs, they knew we were coming. I swear at one point we heard somebody holler out, "Fuck off," from much deeper in the building. But as we climbed, I recreated the layout in my mind. It seemed this building had 16 individual units, all connected internally with hallways and staircases. The structure was much bigger than we initially guessed, and now that we were so deep, it would take us a few minutes to navigate our way back. Each step took us further and further from safety. We pressed on though, driven by this morbid curiosity. There wasn't much to do, especially for kids with interests like Ethan and I. This is where we wanted to be, and what we wanted to do. The top floor revealed a gaping hole where the roof had caved in. Moonlight was spilling through, illuminating a room at the end of the hallway. We stepped inside, our flashlights flickering. And there, etched into the floorboards, were words, faint, desperate, and unmistakably human. "Time devours," Ethan read aloud. "The hell does that even mean?" I asked. We both shrugged, continued to search the room. Just a few steps in, and something knocked a sheet of plaster loose from the wall. It fell, cracked, and honestly scared the shit out of both of us. It wasn't the plaster moving that scared us, though. It was what we saw crawling through the wall behind it. It's a rat, a colossal one at that. I swear to God it was the size of a small dog, and from the nose to tail, it had to be 1.5 feet long. It scurried off into the darkness, careless of what it had done to the loose piece of drywall. Ethan's scream echoed throughout the empty halls. He didn't like anything that crawled. We both stumbled back, crashing into one another, our fear feeding the unseen presence. Tiff wouldn't be back for an hour, and even then we were stuck inside the building, trapped, ensnared by the very walls that we'd come in to explore. I swung my flashlight around and looked for any kind of quick exit. As we took in a few calming breaths, the sound of the animal dissipated. We sobered up and just got our shit together. We actually collapsed into the wall behind us, so now we were covered in ash and all kinds of other crap. We dusted ourselves off and took a second to look around the room again. Time Devourer stared back at us with this oddly menacing tone. There was other stuff painted on the walls, but those words were the one that stood out the most. The room that we were in now didn't seem lived in like many of the other rooms that we had encountered so far. If anything, this seemed like the room that rituals would go on in. It had that same look and feel as church. Weird little totems and items nailed to the walls. Weird creations made from sticks and leaves on the floor. The spooky words, just all of it. It was one of those things you'd have to see to really understand, though. "This room is creepy, man," I said. "Record it," Ethan replied. "All of it." I went through and took slow, sweeping shots of everything. When I got to where the roof was blasted open above me, I turned and recorded what I could see. Up above us, something weird jostled back and forth. It looked like a tarp or fabric of some kind, blowing loose in the breeze. That being said, it was so dark I couldn't really tell, and I didn't think to point my flashlight at it. My adrenaline was amped. I was so focused on recording everything in the moment. We left that ceremony room and went back the way we came, trying doors and looking for a way onto the roof. Another hall over, we found access through this maintenance door. A slender ladder went straight up about 10 feet where there was a hatch. Lots of names were written all over cinder blocks, along with dates and words of wisdom. Sally and Kenny, 1998. Lori loves Mike, 99. Call this number for a good time. Man who goes to bed with the itchy butt wakes up with a smelly finger. Classic high school graffiti, most of it in marker or chalk. Lots of cigarette butts rested at the bottom of the ladder, telling us kids would conglomerate on the roof to smoke cigarettes during their party, which implied some sense of safety. People had clearly been up here before. What we discovered was an unstable, incredibly dangerous field of pitfalls. No part of that roof was safe, but still we wanted to see what was around. The whole point of being out here. There were avenues along the rooftop that were clearly worn with use, so we did our best just to stick to those. But even then, some of them gave out on the slightest amount of weight on top of it. The whole pitch of the roof seemed to be at a slant, so not much was really actually up there. Some graffiti, but no actual artifacts, as whenever the wind blew, the tilted angle sent it all sailing to the ground or out into the woods. Just as we turned back to head for the hatch, something caught our eye. A pile of rags or trash along the lip of the roof. Only once Ethan hit it with his flashlight did we see boots jutting out from the bottom, beady little eyes staring back at us. It wasn't a pair of linens, but a man wearing a mountain of wasted clothing. His hair was filthy, sticking out from his head. His fingertips were black from rot or just stain. "Holy shit," I whispered. Oh my God. Ethan already sounded like he was expecting certain death. Before we could say anything else, the man simply stood to his full height. It was one swift motion, incredibly fast. The guy was very, very tall. Very skinny as well, so the entire movement was just unsettling. Watching it through the feed of my camcorder was even more terrifying. I looked over the edge of the camcorder. To my horror, found that man looking right back at me. His clothing seemed to be going haywire, shuffling in every direction. As we took careful steps backward, both away from the man and from the hatch, we saw what was making his clothing move. It was the huge rat that we saw earlier, crawling through the layers of clothing. It was this guy's pet, apparently, and pushed its head right next to his and swiveled to have a look at us now. It was all too much. Ethan started immediately barreling backwards, and after he took 8 or 9 steps, part of the roof collapsed and he disappeared right through the floor. I couldn't believe it, and in that moment, I was sure that he was dead. He crashed through at least 2 floors, and if not, he landed on something awful and would shatter his legs. All kinds of fucked up possibilities were running through my head. As they did, I heard that tall man behind me, taking steps to close in. I turned and found that he was only a couple of feet away from me, almost on top of me. The rat looked down from the hole it chewed through his collar and hissed. The man himself didn't really have any kind of expression, just these big white eyes that were bugging out of his head, this drooping frown. I couldn't tell how old he was, but with his movements closing in, I felt like he was going to try and pick me up. This made me so scared I thought I was going to vomit, so I did the only thing that really made sense. I ran for my life over to that hole in the floor, the collapsed ceiling that I'd been recording earlier. To my surprise, I actually made it across that quaking rooftop, with the tall man only a few steps behind. Ran until I reached that slanted hole into the floor below. In just a brief second that I stood there, my brain had put something together. You remember when you peered up this slant earlier? There's a big bag or linen blowing around up top? Whatever that was, should have been where I was standing. And as I looked down to access my chances of making it to the bottom, there wasn't any fabric of any kind. Whatever tarp or bag that I perceived earlier was gone. I realized the sound that I heard and the motion that I caught on the camcorder was that tall man behind me, scrambling up the collapsed slant to get away from Ethan and I. I collapsed to my bottom and slid down the incline. I started end over end about halfway down. My legs and hip caught a groove or something. It just sent me flying. I crashed into the bottom, rolled into the corner, and found myself locked up and upside down. My back and shoulder were absolutely fucked. I was seeing static. It was going to take me a minute to get upright. I blinked a couple of times, and what did I see? That tall man slinking down that collapsed roof toward me with this practically predatory grace. For some reason in that moment, I realized that that guy had never spoken a word to us, never issued a threat or warning. He just came right at us. Because of his silence, we didn't know what his intentions were. I scrambled to my feet and realized I was still holding that camcorder. When I looked down at it, I knew it was broken for sure. It smashed into the ground a couple of times during my tumble down that slant. I shook it free and dropped the whole unit, ran the best I could into darkness on that top floor level. I left the ceremony room again, turned a corner, and to my surprise, ran directly into Ethan. He was down the hall maybe 25 feet walking the other way. I bolted at him, but then realized my mistake. It was a person, but it wasn't Ethan. Whoever they were, they turned around and started running at me too. This was a true nightmare. Every joint, every muscle screamed as I turned around and dashed in the other direction again. I found the staircase that would take me to the ground floor. Decided, unfortunately, Ethan was on his own. I needed to get out with my battered arms and legs. I didn't think I was going to make it either. I hobbled as best as I could to freedom. I heard shuffling and footsteps below. I looked over the railing and there, I saw Ethan 1 floor below me, jumping down the stairs 3 at a time. Turned out he collapsed through the roof, laid there in a shock for a moment before doing the same thing I was doing, trying to make an escape. "Hey, you asshole!" I hollered over the banister. Ethan froze in place, turned to look up at me. "Dude, come on!" he yelled back. "I can't, I'm all fucked up," I said, limping down the stairs. I could see the apprehension in his face, and to his credit, Ethan turned around and blasted back up to me. He threw an arm underneath mine and helped carry my crippled ass back down to the ground floor. As we scooted along, we filled each other in on what happened to one another. He fell and tried to escape. I got chased, slid down the roof into the second floor, and got chased some more. As we turned the corner on the second floor, just 1 flight of stairs away, we saw him standing there. Somehow, the other person that I'd seen upstairs had beat us down to the second floor. He wore these weird old Victorian clothes and had no shoes on. He paced back and forth between the 2 doors, staring at us. Then we heard a sound behind us at the top of the stairs. It was the tall man and his rat, sitting at his feet like this loyal dog. The creepiest shit I've ever seen, and frankly, I just couldn't believe it. Who's able to train a rat like that? They quickly began to descend the stairs, eyes still wide, white, and buggy. Ethan and I turned and bolted down that last staircase as quickly as we could. We turned and pulled an old pallet down that blocked our way, then went screaming for the door. We could hear all kinds of shit crawling around down there in the dark. Those creeps probably had secret passages between the floors, shortcuts that the average person wouldn't know about. We spilled out into the night. To our surprise, saw headlights coming down the way. We almost screamed in victory when we saw it was Tiff's old beater sedan. Adrenaline took over and I sprinted myself over the fence, wiggled through the gap, and then yanked Ethan out behind me. He was zapped from carrying me for so long. He hopped in the car and told Tiff to punch it. She thought we were messing with her, but the more we told our story, she started to nod along. It was just too creepy. She asked some of her friends who went out there more often, but nobody had ever encountered the creeps like that before. Obviously, they'd seen some big-ass rats, but none that were quote-unquote domesticated. The whole thing just felt like some kind of horror movie one-off. For obvious reasons, Ethan and I never went back to that abandoned condo. But I can tell you for a fact, it's still out there, and I know kids still venture into it. Sometimes I hear stories about their encounters, but I've never heard anything like what happened to us. I wasn't really a thrill seeker by nature, but when you're 15 and trying to catch the eye of a boy that you like, you do things you wouldn't normally do. The boy that I was crushing on was into all this edgy stuff, and Urban Expo was really all the rage that year. Everybody talked about sneaking into abandoned buildings and finding secrets buried inside the decay. Dylan, of course, was the mastermind behind half the excursions at our school. I didn't really understand the appeal at the time, but I wanted to get closer to the boy who'd been occupying my daydreams for months and months. So I decided to tag along on one of these nighttime escapades with him and our mutual friend Derek, Amber, and also Gary. Derek and Amber were dating. Gary was old enough to drive, so it was a perfect little crew. I'd heard the stories, of course. how these outings were a mix of adrenaline and danger. But I hadn't really grasped what that meant until that night. I didn't prepare at all. I was just simply along for the ride. And I remember meeting them at the park, my heart fluttering with a mix of excitement and dread. I was a bit out of place in my flip-flop sandals, shorts, and spaghetti straps, but I was determined. Gary's old sedan was our chariot, and as we drove towards the outskirts of town, I couldn't shake that feeling that something was going to go terribly wrong. The air was thick with anticipation, the scent of damp earth. We turned on some music, and that did calm my nerves a little bit, as Dylan gave us the rundown about what to expect. The destination was an abandoned strip mall. It loomed in the darkness like a skeletal remnant of better days. Its boarded up windows and sagging roof, a sign of how bad the decay really was. I'd seen the place during the day, but never at night, and never this close. The rumor was, one of the back doors was always ajar, so the group was eager to see if we could slip inside and explore for ourselves. Gary parked the car and we huddled together, our breath forming clouds in the chilly night air. We took inventory of our meager equipment, then pressed on around the back of the building. Dylan looking more confident than anyone had a right to, and led the way. I followed, my flip-flops slapping against the pavement with every step, their casualness starkly contrasting the grim scene before us. Everybody else had on running shoes or boots, face coverings, flashlights. I literally didn't have anything, and it made me a little self-conscious. The door was indeed ajar. Dylan pushed it open and held it that way with a big grin. We slipped through and were immediately swallowed by the darkness. It was overwhelming, almost suffocating. The flashlight Dylan handed me barely cut through the gloom, revealing creepy graffiti that seemed to writhe on the walls as we passed it. There were remnants of small campfires, ashen remains of a testament to others who'd explored before us. Did they party out here, or was it hobos sleeping in the walls? I had all kinds of creepy crap running through my head. As we moved deeper inside the building, the eeriness of the place seemed to grow and grow. The units were in shambles, contents scattered and forgotten. A couple of stores still had some merchandise on their shelves. It's a trip to see in the dark. I remember stumbling upon a wedding gown and tuxedo laid out side by side in one of the rooms. It definitely didn't belong there. It looked so out of place, like a mockery of what it once might have been a celebration, now abandoned and decaying. They both looked super old, like they were forgotten by time. The strangest discovery, though, was a pile of empty bullet casings scattered across the floor, brass gleaming ominously across our flashlight's beams. They were all one size, all in one place. We didn't linger on them for very long. Our attention was soon drawn to something else. There weren't any holes in the walls, so we didn't know what they'd been shooting at. It looks like somebody had made their last stand here, Derek said. The shells leading up a hall a few steps, like they were shooting as they walked backwards. Super weird. Figured Derek was just making stuff up to impress his girlfriend. As we looked over the evidence of his weird theory, we heard something that nobody wanted to hear. It started as a strange noise, a sound somewhere between a cough and a scream. It echoed out through the dark corridor, making all the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. Of course, I would come along and something like this would happen. We all froze, with our breaths catching up in our throats. From the corner of my eye, I saw something dart from one room to another. It was quick, just like a fleeting shadow, but it was enough to send our group into a collective panic. I couldn't believe it, and before I knew it, the rest of the group had retreated down the hall. I turned around and they were all already running around the corner, leaving me behind. Meanwhile, whatever lurked down that hallway was making this hacking noise. "Run!" Dylan shouted. I turned to sprint and catch up behind them, but the building seemed to close in around me, the flashlight beam flickering erratically as I ran.
casting these long, twisting shadows that almost seemed to chase after me. The darkness swallowed the corners of the room, making every turn feel like a leap into the unknown. I could see Dylan and the others just ahead of me, but my poor taste in shoes prevented me from being able to catch up. I barreled through one particularly wrecked room. A sharp, searing pain shot through my foot. I stumbled and looked down. My heart was sinking. There, sticking out of my big toe, was like this grotesque trophy, a syringe. The needle had gone in long ways, piercing through the entire length of my toe, lodging itself painfully in the flesh of my foot. I couldn't move my toe, the metal shaft holding it rigid. I instantly went into shock, collapsing to the floor and pretty much going numb. I wanted to scream, but found I could hardly even breathe. I was hyperventilating to an extreme. Would it become infected? Could I get a blood disease? I wrote myself off as dead the moment it broke my skin. "Help! Help!" I screamed, my voice echoing through the abandoned mall. The agony was overwhelming, a hot pulsing throb that made it hard to think. Then Dylan was at my side in an instant, his face pale but determined. "Hold still," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. He carefully pulled out that syringe, as I gasped as the pain intensified momentarily before slowly subsiding. My foot felt like it was on fire. The terror of the situation was almost more than I could even bear. The others appeared over his shoulder. Gary and Dylan gathered me up and helped me further down the hallway. Further behind us, though, we could hear that scraping sound of whatever it was that had put us on the run. The boys took turns carrying me back to the car. It was mostly Gary and Dylan, but Derek had to take a shift as well. My body just wouldn't operate on its own. My foot was literally DOA. Every step was a jarring reminder of the pain, and I could hear the slow shuffling behind us. This sinister presence moving throughout the darkness. Never fully visible, but always there. Nobody actually saw what it was, but it was always just a few steps behind. We burst into the cool night air, my cries of pain cutting through the quiet. They loaded me up and everybody piled in behind. Gary floored it and we sped away from that strip mall, leaving that unsettling gloom behind. The drive to the hospital was a blur of agony and fear. We peeled in and did the same song and dance to get me inside. The emergency room treated me for infections that I probably had. The nights following were filled with a haze of antibiotics and regret. I remember having an awful fever for a while. The nurses suspected I was going through a drug trip or something. Dylan stayed by my side through it all, though. Despite the horror of the night, he was my rock, offering comfort and support. He was super apologetic for taking me out there, and I was grateful for his presence. And in this odd twist of fate, we ended up dating after the whole ordeal. It was a strange kind of solace in the wake of such a terrifying experience. Exactly what I wanted, I guess. To this day, I regret ever stepping foot inside that forsaken place. The thrill of urban exploration had a high price, and I paid for it in pain and fear. Also, medical bills. I had to work all summer to pay them back. The mall remained a silent witness to our intrusion, its secrets untouched and its shadows unlit. Whatever creep that we encountered there ran us off and did a good job of it. While I left with a punctured toe and a new perspective, I was left with a chilling reminder as well. Some places are just better left undisturbed.
My wife finally got pregnant, but it came at a cost. The hardest part about waiting was the emptiness. It wasn't just the physical stillness, it was the kind of hollowness that wraps around you like a heavy blanket, squeezing the air out of your lungs. Each second dragged endlessly, stretching minutes into what felt like hours. I sat next to Emily in the clinic's waiting room, the faint buzz of the fluorescent lights overhead adding to the oppressive silence. Emily, my wife, sat stiffly by my side, her hands clenched in her lap, her knuckles white from the tension. The toll of the last few years was etched deeply into her face. Every line spoke of the sleepless nights, the dashed hopes, and the unspoken fears we carried together. We'd been trying for nearly 3 years to have a baby. 3 long, grueling years filled with countless doctor visits, invasive tests, and heartbreaking disappointments. There were moments when we considered giving up, accepting that maybe this wasn't in the cards for us. But hope, relentless and stubborn, always pulled us back. No matter how many times we told ourselves we'd had enough, it would creep in again, pushing us to try one more time. That hope, or maybe desperation, had led us to Dr. Edward Palmer, a fertility specialist working out of an obscure clinic just outside Boston. The clinic was tucked away in a part of the city that felt like it had been forgotten by progress. The building was old, red brick with ivy creeping up its walls, and the narrow windows gave it a strange, watchful quality, like a pair of eyes that missed nothing. It felt out of place, sitting among the sleek glass towers of the financial district, but in a way, it mirrored how Emily and I felt, isolated, out of step with the rest of the world. We'd heard about Dr. Palmer from a close friend, someone who had once walked the same path we were on now. She had struggled for years to conceive and finally succeeded at this very clinic. I remember the way her voice took on a peculiar edge when she spoke about him. "He's not like the other doctors," she said, leaning forward like she was sharing a secret too big for the room. "Dr. Palmer doesn't give up, and he doesn't fail. If anyone can help you, it's him." Her words stuck with me, even though I wasn't sure if I believed them. Desperation outweighed doubt, and we booked an appointment. Now here we were, sitting in that dimly lit waiting room, our hopes hanging by a thread. Emily shifted in her seat, picking at the sleeve of her sweater, her anxiety practically radiating off her. It mirrored my own unease. There was something about this place that set my nerves on edge, though I couldn't quite put my finger on why. The door to the back rooms creaked open, and Dr. Palmer stepped out. He was tall, with neatly combed gray hair and thin wire-rimmed glasses that caught the light just so. His smile was polite, almost practiced, and it didn't quite reach his eyes. He gestured for us to follow him, and we did. The consultation room was as outdated as the waiting area, with faded wallpaper and creaky wooden furniture that looked like it had been around since the 70s. Dr. Palmer wasted no time with small talk. He sat behind his desk, his hands folded neatly in front of him, and invited us to explain our situation. "We've been trying for 3 years," Emily began, her voice soft and weary. "We've done everything, medications, treatments, even IVF, but nothing's worked." Dr. Palmer nodded, his expression calm, as though he'd heard this story countless times before. "And now you've come to me," he said simply. I cleared my throat and jumped in. "A friend told us you're a specialist. That you help couples who've tried everything else." Leaning back in his chair, Dr. Palmer steepled his fingers and regarded us with a cool, analytical look. "That's true," he said. "I use methods that most other doctors won't even consider. My techniques are unconventional, some might say experimental, but they've yielded incredible results." He paused for a moment, his words deliberate. "Of course, with any experimental approach, there are inherent risks. But in my professional opinion, those risks are outweighed by the potential for success." My heartbeat quickened, each word sinking in. "Risks?" Dr. Palmer waved a hand dismissively. "Every medical procedure comes with risks, Mr. Chris," I said. "And this is Emily." "Well, Chris," he continued smoothly, "the risks are usually minor, things like fatigue, nausea, or general discomfort." He paused, his expression unreadable. "In rare cases, pregnancy can trigger unusual reactions in the body. But don't worry. With the proper care, everything is manageable. Something about the way he phrased it sent a chill up my spine, but before I could say anything, Emily's hand slipped into mine. She squeezed it tightly, her eyes filled with quiet determination. She wanted this more than anything. Truthfully, so did I. We'd been through too much to give up now. After a long, weighted silence, I nodded. What do we need to do? Dr. Palmer's lips curved into a smile, but there was something unsettling about it, something that didn't quite reach his eyes. Just leave everything to me, he said. We signed the papers that day, putting our faith in a man we hardly knew. Desperation can do strange things to a person, clouding their judgment and making them cling to any shred of hope. We agreed to the treatments, letting hope override caution. The treatments started immediately. They were unlike anything we had ever experienced before. The medications were stronger, the injections more frequent and intense. But Dr. Palmer assured us that it was all part of the process. At first, it seemed like he was right. Emily's body responded to the treatments faster than we'd ever seen. Within weeks, we received the news we'd been praying for: she was pregnant. The first few months were a whirlwind of cautious joy. For the first time in years, Emily looked radiant, her happiness shining through in a way I hadn't seen in ages. The nausea and fatigue seemed like a small price to pay for what we had gained. But things began to change. It started with the rash. One morning, as I was getting ready for work, Emily called me from the bedroom. There was something in her voice, an edge of worry that I couldn't ignore. I rushed to her side and found her standing in front of the mirror, her shirt lifted to reveal her growing belly. At first, I didn't see it. But as she turned slightly, my stomach sank. Beneath the surface of her skin, a faint web of veins spread out from her navel. They were dark, almost bluish, and far more visible than they should have been. It looked like something out of a medical journal, the kind of image that makes your stomach churn. It itches, she said quietly, her fingers hovering just above the skin. She didn't dare touch it. I tried to mask my concern, my mind racing through possible explanations. Hormones? Stretch marks? An allergic reaction? It's probably nothing, I said, forcing confidence into my voice. But let's call Dr. Palmer to be sure. When we called the clinic, the nurse on the other end dismissed it almost immediately. It's a normal side effect, she said flatly, as though she had repeated the phrase 100 times before. But it didn't feel normal. In the days that followed, the veins darkened and spread further. They began creeping up Emily's sides, wrapping around her back, until her torso looked like a map drawn in dark lines. And the itching, she said, it was unbearable. Dr. Palmer reassured us again. Some patients experience more visible side effects than others, he explained with a calm, clinical tone. It's just a reaction to the medication. It will pass. But it didn't pass. The symptoms only worsened. Emily began to experience sharp, stabbing pains that came out of nowhere. They started in her abdomen but soon spread to her arms, legs, and even her chest. Sometimes the pain was so intense she'd double over, clutching her stomach, her face twisted in agony. At night, I'd wake to find her sitting on the edge of the bed, her hands pressed against her belly, her eyes wide and unblinking. It feels like something's moving, she whispered one night, her voice trembling. I tried to comfort her, tried to tell her it was normal for the baby to shift and kick, but deep down, I couldn't shake the unease building inside me. Something wasn't right. I could feel it in my gut, in the unshakable sense of dread that had taken root in my chest. But we were in too deep to turn back now. We had already committed. Every time I called the clinic, trying to convey my growing fears, I was met with the same sterile, detached responses. Their calmness only fueled my unease. One night, around the 5th month of Emily's pregnancy, she woke me in a panic. I could hear her labored, uneven breaths before I even opened my eyes. When I sat up, I saw her standing in front of the full-length mirror on the other side of our room, illuminated by the pale glow of moonlight seeping through the curtains. Shadows stretched across her figure, but even in the dim light, I could see the changes in her body, and they weren't normal. Her belly was grotesquely large, far too big for just 5 months alone. The veins that had started as faint lines beneath her skin were now thick, dark cords, twisting and branching like a black web across her torso. Her skin had taken on an eerie, almost translucent appearance, and beneath the surface, I could swear I saw something move. It wasn't just the gentle shifts of a baby, it was something more, something unnatural. Emily's hands hovered over her belly, trembling. Her voice was barely audible, strained and on the verge of breaking. "Chris," she whispered, "it's not just the baby. There's something else. I can feel it, it's moving differently. It's not right." My chest tightened, fear clawing at the edges of my mind. Every rational thought told me to dismiss it, to chalk it up to hormones, anxiety, or even exhaustion. But I couldn't. Deep down, I knew she was right. Something was horribly wrong. I got out of bed, crossing the room to her, and wrapped my arms around her trembling shoulders. Her skin was ice cold, slick with sweat. I whispered as softly as I could, "We'll go to the clinic tomorrow. We'll make them listen, make them do something." She nodded stiffly, her body rigid against mine. But I could feel her doubt, it mirrored my own. That night neither of us slept. I sat upright, staring at the ceiling while listening to Emily's shallow, uneven breathing. Her hand rested protectively over her distended belly, and I couldn't shake the gnawing fear growing inside me. The next morning, I demanded an emergency appointment at the clinic. Emily was too weak to argue. She was deteriorating before my eyes, her energy draining away with each passing hour. By the time we arrived, her steps were slow and labored. Dr. Palmer was waiting for us, calm and composed as always. His cool demeanor felt even more unsettling now. He ushered us into a private exam room that smelled of antiseptic and metal. The silence in the room was suffocating, the kind that made every small sound echo. "We'll run some tests," Dr. Palmer said in his smooth, clinical tone. "Everything is progressing as expected." I couldn't hold back anymore. Weeks of bottled up frustration and fear boiled over, and my voice came out louder than I intended. "Expected?" I shouted, the words almost shaking. "Look at her! This is not normal! She's in pain, she's dying!" Dr. Palmer didn't flinch. His icy gaze stayed locked on mine, unnervingly calm. "I understand your concern, Mr. Chris," he said evenly. "But I assure you, everything is under control." "No," I snapped, shaking my head, my fists clenched. "It's not under control. You've been lying to us. You've been keeping things from us. I want the truth, now." For the first time, his mask slipped. It wasn't much, just a flicker of something dark in his eyes and a slight tightening of his jaw. His gaze flicked to Emily, who lay on the examination table, her breast shallow and her face pale, before returning to me. "There are things you don't understand," he said, his words slow and deliberate. "The treatment you agreed to, it's not just about fertility. It's about something much greater." A chill ran down my spine. "What the hell are you talking about?" Dr. Palmer stepped closer, his voice dropping to a low, almost conspiratorial whisper. "We're on the brink of a monumental breakthrough, Mr. Chris. A discovery that will redefine what it means to be human. Your child, Emily's child, isn't just a baby. It's the first step in a new evolution, the future of humanity." I stared at him, my mind struggling to process the magnitude of his words. "You're experimenting on us?" I shouted, my voice shaking with rage and disbelief. Dr. Palmer didn't even flinch. Instead, he smiled, a cold, calculated smile that sent a chill through my entire body. "Your child isn't just a child, Mr. Chris," he said evenly. "It's a breakthrough. A new step forward in evolution. Something beyond anything we've ever known." I felt like the air had been sucked out of the room. My chest tightened, and my heartbeat roared in my ears. "You're insane," I said, my voice cracking. "You've put something in her, something that's not human." Dr. Palmer's smile grew wider, more sinister. "Not yet," he said, his voice disturbingly calm. "But it will be." Before I could react, the door opened, and 2 nurses walked in. Their faces were blank, devoid of emotion, like they were machines carrying out a program. Without hesitation, they moved toward Emily, who was too weak to resist, and began preparing her for some kind of procedure. "No!" I shouted, surging toward the table. "Don't touch her!" One of the nurses grabbed my arm with a grip that was shockingly strong. "Sir, step back," she said in an eerily monotone voice. "Let me go!" I yelled, thrashing against her hold. My panic rose with every passing second, my desperation mounting. Dr. Palmer stood calmly in the corner, his hands folded behind his back, watching the scene unfold with an unsettling detachment. "You need to trust me, Mr. Chris," he said. "Everything I'm doing is for the greater good." "Greater good?" I spat, my voice trembling with anger. "You're killing her!" Before I could say another word, I felt a sharp prick in my arm. One of the nurses had injected me with something. My vision blurred instantly, the edges of the room swimming as my body grew sluggish and heavy. I tried to fight it, forcing myself to stay conscious, but the darkness was relentless. My limbs went limp, and the world faded into nothingness. When I woke, the room was dim, illuminated only by the glow of medical equipment. My body felt like it had been weighed down with cement, every movement slow and labored. Panic surged through me as I realized I was strapped to a chair, thick leather restraints binding my wrists and ankles. Across the room, Emily lay on the examination table, her chest rising and falling with shallow breaths. Her skin was almost translucent now, and the veins that had spread across her body were as dark as ink. Her belly had swollen even more, grotesquely large, as if something enormous was struggling to break free from inside her. Dr. Palmer stood beside her, observing her like she was a specimen under a microscope. His expression was one of quiet satisfaction, the detached gaze of a man who had achieved exactly what he wanted. The nurses were gone, and the room was eerily silent aside from the soft beeping of the machines monitoring Emily's vitals. "She's nearing the final stage," Dr. Palmer said softly, almost as though he were talking to himself. "It's almost time." My throat was dry, but I managed to croak out. "Time for what?" Dr. Palmer glanced at me, his brow lifting slightly as though surprised I could still speak. "For the birth, of course," he said, his tone disturbingly casual. "The culmination of my work. Your child, Mr. Chris, will be the first of many. The dawn of a new era." "No," I gasped, struggling against the restraints with every ounce of strength I had. "You can't do this. You're playing God, and you're going to kill her." "She's a vessel," he replied coldly, as if those words justified everything. "A means to an end. Emily accepted this, even if she didn't fully understand." Tears burned in my eyes, blurring my vision as rage and helplessness consumed me. I had trusted him. I had brought her here. And now, I was watching her die. Suddenly, Emily's body convulsed violently. Her back arched off the table as a guttural scream tore from her throat. The machines around her erupted in a frenzy of beeps, their monitors flashing erratically. Dr. Palmer moved quickly, adjusting the equipment with a calm efficiency that made my stomach churn. He wasn't surprised. He had been expecting this. "It's happening," he said, his voice tinged with satisfaction. I could only watch in horror as Emily's swollen belly bulged and shifted unnaturally. The skin stretched grotesquely, rippling and distorting as something large moved beneath the surface. Her screams echoed off the walls, raw and piercing, and all I could do was beg. "Please," I sobbed, my voice breaking. "Stop it. Please stop it." Dr. Palmer didn't even glance at me. His attention remained locked on Emily, on the horrifying transformation unfolding in front of us. Suddenly, her convulsions stopped. The room fell into an unsettling stillness, broken only by the faint, rhythmic beeping of the machines. Emily lay motionless on the table, her chest barely rising and falling, her once radiant skin now drained of all color. For a fleeting moment I thought she was gone, that whatever nightmare had gripped her had finally taken her life. But then I saw it. A subtle movement at first, almost imperceptible. Her belly rippled unnaturally, the skin stretching in ways it wasn't meant to. Then something pushed outward from within, pressing against her abdomen. I could see it, the shape of fingers, of an arm, of something far too large and too alien to belong to a human baby. My breath caught in my throat as the horrific realization struck me. This thing wasn't waiting. It was coming. Dr. Palmer stepped forward, his expression alight with a grotesque mixture of awe and anticipation. "This is it," he murmured reverently. "The birth of the future." Emily's body twitched violently, her back arching one final time before the grotesque culmination began. With a sickening, wet tearing sound, her stomach split open. From the bloodied gash, something began to emerge. At first, it was hard to make out, slick with blood and moving in a way that defied logic. Its limbs twisted unnaturally as it pulled itself free of Emily's body. But as it fully emerged and stood under the dim light of the examination room, its form became all too clear. It had the general shape of a child, but there was nothing human about it. Its limbs were impossibly long and thin, its skin an unnatural pale gray, stretched taut over protruding bones. Its eyes were the worst, massive, black voids that seemed to swallow all the light in the room, their emptiness drilling into my very soul. The pulsing veins that had covered Emily's body were etched into its flesh, faintly glowing with a sickly light. The creature stumbled forward, dripping blood, its movements jerky and uncoordinated, like a marionette yanked by invisible strings. It opened its mouth as if to cry, but no sound came out. Instead, it stared at me, its black, soulless eyes locking onto mine. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. It was as if those eyes were pulling me into some endless, dark abyss. Dr. Palmer moved closer to it, his arms outstretched as if he were greeting an old friend. "Magnificent," he whispered, his voice trembling with reverence. "Do you see, Mr. Chris? This is the future. This is the next step in evolution, a life form beyond humanity's limits." He turned to me, his tone jubilant, as if expecting me to share in his twisted triumph. "Your child, Emily's child, is the first of its kind." I couldn't speak. I couldn't process the horror standing in front of me. This thing wasn't my child. It couldn't be. This wasn't what we had wanted, what we had fought so hard for. It was a nightmare given form. And then it smiled. Not a human smile, not the innocent smile of a newborn, but something far darker. Far more deliberate. It tilted its head, studying me like I was the experiment, and then its gaze shifted. Slowly, it turned toward Emily's lifeless body on the table. Its elongated fingers reached out, brushing against her still form with an eerie gentleness. "No!" I croaked, my voice barely audible. "Get away from her!" Dr. Palmer didn't even look at me. His focus was entirely on the creature. "There's so much more to be done," he murmured, almost to himself. "So much to learn." I don't remember much after that. The drugs they had injected into me must have taken full effect, because the next thing I knew, I woke up in a hospital bed. The room was blindingly white, sterile, and filled with the low hum of machines. My head throbbed, my body ached, and the weight of everything I'd seen pressed down on me like a boulder. Emily was gone. I didn't need to ask. I felt it in my bones, in the hollow ache in my chest. The creature, the abomination, was gone too. Dr. Palmer, his clinic, everything about that place had vanished, as if it had never existed at all. But the memories remained. The images of that night were seared into my mind, haunting me every time I closed my eyes. That thing, its smile, its black eyes, those memories would stay with me forever. If this was the future, I wanted no part of it. When I asked the nurses and doctors at the hospital about what had happened, they stared at me like I was out of my mind. They told me I had been found unconscious in my apartment, completely alone. There was no sign of Emily, no trace of her anywhere. They claimed there was no clinic, no Dr. Palmer, no record of any fertility treatments. It was as if everything I had experienced had been erased, wiped from reality. But I knew the truth. I knew what I had seen, what had been done to us. The months that followed were a foggy, disjointed blur. I tried desperately to uncover the truth, to retrace my steps and find the clinic, the doctor, anything that could prove what had happened. Every lead I chased evaporated into nothingness. It was as though the entire place had been scrubbed from existence. No records, no staff, no trace of its ever having been there. It was like Emily and I had been part of some secret experiment, buried so deeply that no one could ever find it. Eventually, I couldn't stay in Boston. The city felt haunted, every corner whispering reminders of what I'd lost. I packed my things and left, moving far away to a quiet apartment where I could try, and fail, to leave it all behind. But even here, far from the place where it all happened, I can't escape the nightmares. Every night I see Emily. I see her on that table, her body jerking violently, her face frozen in terror. I hear her screams, raw and desperate, echoing through my mind. And I see it. That thing. That grotesque creature that came from her, a thing that wasn't, and could never be, human. But the worst part, the piece of it all that gnaws at my sanity the most, is knowing that it's still out there. Somewhere, that creature, my child, if I can even call it that, is out in the world. It's walking the earth, growing, learning, evolving. And I can't stop wondering what Dr. Palmer meant when he called it the beginning. What horrors has he unleashed? What other experiments is he conducting, hidden away in the shadows, beyond anyone's reach? I don't think I'll ever find peace. Be careful where you camp in Australia. I've done my fair share of traveling around Australia, and let me tell you, there's no better way to see this incredible country than by car. Sure, you can take a bus, train, or hop from city to city by plane, but you'll miss out on so many hidden gems, those little pockets of paradise you never even know existed. For the most part, my road trips across the country have been unforgettable, filled with great memories. Of course, there have been a few bumps along the way. That's just part of life, isn't it? You take the good with the bad and keep moving forward. That's exactly what I've always done. But one stop still stands out to me, and not in a good way. This particular experience was so unsettling, it almost convinced me to hang up my adventurous hat for good. I'll do my best to recount it. It was late September a few years back, and I was driving from Barrage Bay up to Narooma. If you've never made the trip, it's a stunning coastal drive, with the exception of a short detour inland as you pass Wallaga Lake. One of the best parts of a road trip is the freedom to be spontaneous, especially when you've got a camper van like mine. I could pull over just about anywhere for a break, as long as camping there wasn't against the rules. That's exactly what I did as I wound my way along the curves of that lakeside road. I came across the perfect spot to park for the night, secluded, quiet, and surrounded by nature, just the way I liked it. I set up camp, brewed myself a fresh pot of coffee, and leaned back in my deck chair to soak up the last rays of the day. I'd timed it perfectly, arriving just as the sun was setting. The weather was ideal. September can be warm, but the evenings and early mornings are absolutely perfect for camping. As I stared out at the crystal clear water, taking in the serenity of the scene, I heard a voice. Anwaranani! I jumped, startled. I could have sworn I was completely alone. There wasn't a soul in sight when I arrived. Anwaranani! It happened again, the same voice. That's when I realized something that made my skin crawl. The voice wasn't coming from outside. It was inside my head. What the hell? I thought. Maybe I was overtired from the long drive. Then it came again, louder this time. Anwaranani! It hit me like a drumbeat inside my skull, a deafening bass note that reverberated through my entire head. The pain was sharp, and I clutched my temples, trying to make it stop. And that's when things got seriously weird. Out of nowhere, 3 kids burst through the tree line behind my camper. They were shouting, waving their arms, and pointing at the road. Go! Get out of here! Leave now! They looked to be indigenous kids, maybe from a nearby town or campsite. Don't get me wrong, I don't mean some outdated, stereotypical image of indigenous Australians living in the bush. These were just local kids, but they clearly knew something I didn't. Their urgency, combined with the voice in my head, sent a chill down my spine. I decided it was best to listen. Whatever was going on, I wanted no part of it. I scrambled to pack up my gear and climbed into the driver's seat of the camper. My hands were shaking as I started the engine and switched on the high beams. As soon as the lights pierced the darkness, they illuminated something massive in the bush ahead. It was enormous, easily 12 feet tall, maybe more. Its body was gangly and spider-like, with long limbs sticking out at odd angles. Its face was a pale, unnatural white, and it reminded me of Slender Man, but much worse. Its expression was twisted into a deep scowl, its beady eyes glowing red in the beam of the headlights. Its body was a shadowy, shifting mass, like tar come to life. Then I heard it again, the voice from earlier, but this time, it didn't form words. Instead, it let out a low, guttural growl. The kids started pounding on the sides of my camper, shouting frantically. They weren't trying to harm me, they were urging me to leave. Dooligal! Dooligal! They screamed over and over, their voices rising in panic. Then the voice inside my head came again, this time louder than ever, so loud it felt like my brain might split in two. Andwara Nanyi! I watched in frozen horror as this thing slowly pivoted on its right foot, then began an awkward, deliberate shuffle toward my van. It didn't walk normally, it kind of toppled from one short, stumpy leg to the other, moving sideways like a grotesque crab. But its pale white face stayed locked on me the entire time, those angry red eyes narrowing and its twisted expression becoming even more menacing with every step. That was it for me. I was done. My fight-or-flight instincts kicked in, and flight won out. I slammed my foot down on the gas and shot off down the highway. Even as I sped away, I couldn't help but glance in the rearview mirror. There it was, still following me, wobbling down the road in that bizarre sideways motion, step by slow, jerky step. Thankfully, it didn't seem capable of moving fast enough to close the distance. As I put more and more miles between us, the thing finally disappeared into the darkness of the night. That was the first, and last, time I've encountered something on my travels that I would call truly otherworldly. I didn't have to search far for answers about what I saw that eerie September night. A simple Google search for the word those kids shouted gave me all the information I needed. Dooligal. According to Wikipedia, the Dooligal is a large spider-like creature from Aboriginal Dreamings. Known for its glowing red eyes, it is said to stalk the area around Mount Gulaga. On dark nights, one might catch a glimpse of it, moving sideways across the plains. Where I was camped that night? It was a straight shot south from Mount Gulaga. So yeah, it fit. Why this thing was down by the lakeside instead of sticking to its usual haunt around the mountain, I couldn't say. Maybe it sees all the land surrounding the mountain as its territory. Maybe it was hunting. Who knows? That search led me to investigate something else I heard that night, the words that echoed inside my head over and over. They're from the Gunyandi language, and they roughly translate to, "Please go." What I still can't figure out is whether that voice in my head belonged to the Dooligal itself, or if it came from something else entirely. Maybe it was a protector spirit, warning me to leave before it was too late. Because let's face it, nothing about the Dooligal seemed friendly or protective. Everything about it, from its menacing gaze to its jerky, sideways shuffle, screamed malevolence. It looked like it wanted to harm me, no doubt about it. And the kids? Their frantic shouting and banging on my van made it clear they were trying to save me. They knew something terrible would happen if I stayed. If it weren't for them, I might not be here to tell this story. But no, I don't believe that voice came from the Dooligal. That thing would have been perfectly content to sneak up on me, given half the chance. Still, even now, I can't shake the memory of its bizarre sideways walk. That eerie, lumbering movement as it emerged from the trees remains etched in my mind. This story unfolds in a tiny rural town up in northern Michigan, smack in the dead of January. It's one of those places you wouldn't believe existed unless you were born there, a real blink and you'll miss it kind of spot, with barely 300 folks calling it home. The whole town consists of just a rundown old church, a small convenience store owned by this ancient woman who somehow keeps defying nature, and the local dive bar that's seen better days. You might spot a cop cruising through during daylight hours, but even that's a rare occurrence. People don't move to this town. Most are just itching for a chance to leave. The only reason I stuck around was that I'd inherited my parents' house down a long, dusty dirt road. That night, I was out on the town, if you can call it that, with a few of my buddies celebrating my friend Jake's engagement. The four of us had been roommates back in college, and those days left us with memories that were as wild as they were nostalgic. Jake, the soon-to-be groom, had asked me to be his best man, and I'd already started brainstorming ideas for his bachelor party. We tossed around all sorts of plans, camping in the Upper Peninsula's Hiawatha National Forest, renting an Airbnb in Tennessee, even hitting up the Great Wolf Lodge in Sandusky, Ohio. But reality hit hard. None of us had any vacation time left. So, we decided to keep it simple and head to the local bar. We ate, we drank, and we laughed until our faces hurt. Let me tell you, there's nothing quite like a greasy dive bar burger. It's comfort food at its finest. We swapped stories about Jake, relived the glory days of bachelorhood, and soaked in the warm camaraderie. The bar was nearly empty, save for a few gruff bikers, a cop on their break, and this strange guy eating alone in the corner with his back to the rest of the room. Though none of us were sloshed, we weren't about to risk driving home with alcohol in our systems. Responsibility won out, and we called an Uber to take us to Jake's place. The plan was simple. We'd crash there and grab our cars from the bar the next morning since Jake had come along with me in my car. When the Uber rolled up, there was only space for 3. I volunteered to stay back since my house was just 5 miles away. It was a clear night, I had a heavy coat, and the walk sounded like a nice way to unwind. They protested a dozen times, but I waved them off and told the driver to go. Little did I know, that choice would turn my life upside down. The first leg of the walk was peaceful enough. About 20 minutes in, I'd already covered a mile and was feeling great. The air was crisp, my jacket kept me warm, and I was humming a tune to myself when, bam! Out of nowhere, pain exploded through my body, and I was sent flying like a rag doll. I hit the ground hard, skidding across the asphalt with a sickening scrape. My ears were ringing, and my head felt like it had been spun in circles. When I managed to lift my gaze, I spotted the taillights of a silver sedan. The car slowed for a moment, as if its driver was deciding what to do, but then it sped off into the night. My best guess? They realized I was still alive and didn't want the trouble. Somehow, I was alive. Shaking, I sat up and took stock of my injuries. My arms were raw and scraped to hell, my head throbbed, and my back felt wet, likely from blood. But it was my legs that terrified me. They were twisted into unnatural shapes, and my jeans were soaked with crimson. As the shock started to fade, the pain surged to an intensity one didn't know was possible. Desperation took over. I twisted my body around to scan for help. In the distance, headlights appeared, growing closer with every second. I waved my arms frantically, screaming at the top of my lungs. My heart leapt when the vehicle slowed down. It was a big, 12-passenger van, the kind you'd see at a church outing, with First Baptist Church of Brighton painted on the side in peeling letters. Relief washed over me so fiercely, I started to cry. But when the van got close enough, I caught the driver's eyes. He glared at me with pure disdain, then hit the gas and drove off. I was dumbfounded, screaming and pleading for him to stop, but he vanished into the night. I fumbled for my phone, my last shred of hope. But it was shattered, completely useless. No amount of praying or pleading was going to turn it on. That's when pure survival instincts kicked in. I was closer to the bar than to my house, so I made up my mind to drag myself back there. My hands scraped along the icy road as I inched forward, and the agony was unbearable. The combination of freezing cold and my fingers tearing apart from the friction was pure torment. Blood seeped from under my fingernails, which were peeling back with every painful pull forward. I'd barely made it 30 feet when I noticed headlights coming toward me. The moment I saw those red and blue flashing lights, a wave of relief washed over me, almost as powerful as the moment I held my son for the very first time. The police car slowed as it approached, and the officer rolled his window down. "Officer, what are you doing out here?" "Me. Please, I need help. Someone ran me over and just took off. My legs are broken. I can't move." "Officer, have you been drinking tonight?" "Me. What does that even matter? I need help." "Officer, this town's a dump. Just a bunch of drunks and tweakers." And then he drove off. Just like that. I screamed as loud as I could, yelling and begging for him to come back, but it was no use. He had already decided I wasn't worth the trouble, just another drunken idiot who couldn't handle his liquor. What he didn't know was that I'd only had 2 beers that night and was the victim of a hit and run. Cops around here? They're hard and jaded, seeing the locals, not just folks like me but the poor souls in the inner cities too, as nuisances rather than people in need. It's all about judgment, not justice. The adrenaline that had kept me going started to wear off, and the bitter cold crept in. I was losing hope fast. No one was going to stop. No one saw me as worth saving. My body gave out, and I closed my eyes, murmuring a desperate prayer. "God, don't let Hannah, don't let my wife, find me like this. Please help Eli, my boy, grow into a strong, good man." I truly thought that was it. My final moment. When I opened my eyes again, I was lying in the back seat of a moving vehicle. Confused, I stirred, trying to figure out what was happening. "Driver. Oh, you're awake back there." I didn't respond right away. "Driver. You're pretty beat up. When I found you, you were mumbling about getting hit by a car?" "Me. Yeah. A hit and run." I explained the whole nightmare, the van full of churchgoers who left me there, the cop who saw me as a lost cause, and the hours I spent in torment. That's when it hit me. I had no idea how long I'd been in this stranger's truck. "Me. Hey, where are we going?" "Driver. Straight to the hospital, man. You don't look great, and there's no time to waste. Could be internal bleeding, brain trauma. Who knows?" Relief washed over me like a wave. "Driver. I've got some ibuprofen if you want something for the pain. It's not much, but it's better than nothing. Hospital's still about 45 minutes out." Desperation clouded my judgment, and I popped the pills without hesitation. I just needed a break from the pain. But within minutes, my eyelids grew heavy, and an uneasy feeling spread through me. Panic gripped me as I sat up and caught a glimpse of the driver in the rearview mirror for the first time. His eyes, they reflected light like an animal's, eerie and unnatural. Then he smiled, and my heart froze. His teeth looked sharp, like needles. My head spun, and my vision blurred as an unbearable weight pulled my eyelids shut. Everything went black. When I woke up again, I was lying in a hospital bed. The room looked pretty standard, just a bed, a small closet, and a door leading to a bathroom. My legs were propped up in a cast, and tubes were hooked into my arm, pumping some clear liquid into my veins. Morphine, maybe? The old tube TV on the wall played reruns of the Andy Griffith Show on loop, and while I didn't know where I was exactly, I knew one thing for sure: the pain was finally under control. That's when I saw him, Graham, the man who picked me up. My heart raced as I hit the nurse call button on the remote over and over again, frantic for help. "Graham. Hey, you good?" He smiled warmly, and this time, his teeth looked normal. just regular teeth. His eyes were a soft, light brown, nothing like the nightmare I remembered. I had to ask. Me. Your teeth, they looked like needles. Graham. What are you even talking about? Me. I saw it in the mirror. Your eyes, they were reflective, and you had hundreds of needle-like teeth. Before he could respond, the doctor walked in. Doctor, you've been through a serious trauma. You suffered a major concussion and lost close to 2 liters of blood. Hallucinations aren't unusual for hit-and-run survivors. That explanation settled me, at least for the moment. I asked if I could use a phone to call my wife, Emma, and let her know what had happened. But the doctor told me that a freak snowstorm had knocked out the phone lines, Wi-Fi, and even the TV service. I glanced out the window and saw the world buried in ice and snow, the storm still raging. How am I able to watch so much Andy Griffith? I asked, gesturing toward the old tube TV in the corner. A nurse chimed in with a smile. We've got a big stash of DVDs, and we figured Andy Griffith was a safe choice for you. The doctor added, the storm's so bad, the staff is staying here too. We've got enough supplies to last a month, so don't worry about a thing. We'll call your wife as soon as the lines are back. For now, just focus on getting better, okay? The first few nights were uneventful. A nurse would come in regularly to reposition me, keeping me from developing bed sores, and they brought me 3 meals a day. The food, though, was strictly plant-based. When I asked for something, anything, with meat or even a glass of milk instead of water, they just smiled apologetically and said they'd run out due to the storm. I wasn't thrilled, but hunger won out, and I ate whatever they brought. Every day, the doctor checked on me, monitoring my progress and drawing a couple of vials of blood each time. Doctor, this is just to keep an eye on things. We don't want you developing any infections or complications. It was after the first week that things started to feel off. The first strange thing was Graham. He came to visit me every single day. At first, I appreciated the gesture. It seemed kind that he'd check on me. But after a while, I found it odd that he was willing to brave the brutal storm every evening to visit. I thought about asking him to find my wife and tell her what had happened, but something in my gut told me that might not be a safe idea. The second strange thing happened late one night. I woke up to the sound of voices outside my door. The doctor and a nurse were talking in hushed tones, but I could still hear them. Doctor, his blood work is nearly perfect. We'll be able to move forward with the treatments soon. Nurse, laughing. Is that what we're calling it now? Treatments? Doctor, he'll do whatever we tell him. We're the experts. Nurse, just keep him grass-fed, and he'll be perfect. The way the doctor said experts made my skin crawl, and that laugh from the nurse, there was something sinister about it. And what did they mean by grass-fed? The word stuck with me, but with all the medications in my system, I convinced myself it was just a bad joke. The real turning point came on the 15th day. I woke with a start to the blaring sound of alarms. Red lights flashed, casting eerie shadows across the room. I could hear frantic shouting in the hallway as nurses and doctors sprinted past, yelling, "Don't let her get out!" I tried to call for someone, anyone, but they ignored me completely. Over the loudspeakers, a female voice barked, "She's outside! North door!" The staff all ran in the same direction, like a stampede, and I could have sworn I caught a glimpse of Graham among them. What was he still doing at the hospital? Before I could make sense of it, a woman burst into my room. She was barefoot, wearing nothing but a hospital gown that clung loosely to her battered frame. Cuts crisscrossed her skin, her hair was tangled, and her wide, wild eyes darted around the room. She was pushing a wheelchair, and before I could even react, she slammed the door behind her. Her. We're getting out of here. Me. Who are you? Her. Irene. Now shut up and get in the chair. Me. Why? What's going on? Why are you running? Irene. Because they're not doctors. Me. What are you talking about? Of course they're doctors. Irene. No, they're not. They're cannibals. Or something worse. Irene. They're fattening us up on a plant-based diet to make us taste better or something. They're going to eat us. Me. You're out of your mind. Irene. Fine, stay here. But I'm getting out. With that, she shoved the wheelchair into the bathroom and darted out of the room, leaving me behind. The alarms blared for a few more minutes. From my bed, I craned my neck to see what was happening and caught sight of a security guard dragging Irene down the hallway, slung over his shoulder in a straitjacket. She thrashed and screamed, her voice breaking. Irene. Please! You have to let me go! They're going to kill me! And then, just as suddenly as it started, the screaming stopped. The doctor walked into my room, looking calm, almost too calm. Doctor. That woman you saw? She's from the psych ward on the top floor. She's been here for months, admitted because she believed she was being stalked by some sort of cannibal cult. Apparently, she managed to steal a nurse's key card and tried to escape. Don't worry, it's under control now. His explanation should have put me at ease, but something about the way he delivered it made me uneasy. He looked pleased. Later that night, the nurse brought in my dinner. On the plate was a tiny square of meat. It looked off. The color was a strange reddish purple, and the smell was faint but unappetizing. Nurse. Good news! We found a few beef steaks in the back of the freezer. There wasn't much, so we're rationing it out, a little treat for the patients. I nodded, thanked her, and waited for her to leave before I touched the plate. I couldn't shake Irene's words from my mind. Maybe she was crazy, but this was too much of a coincidence. I glanced out the window. It was still snowing, day 15 of relentless storms. I'd weathered plenty of harsh winters in my life, but this was different. The snow only ever blew in one direction, always to the right. Never left. It was odd. Unnatural. I threw the meat square into the trash, my appetite completely gone, and turned over in bed to try to sleep. The next morning, the doctor came in to cut off my cast and examine my progress. Doctor. Your right leg is healing nicely, but your left leg, it looks like your body is rejecting the plates and screws. Unfortunately, we'll need to schedule an amputation at the hip. Me. Amputation? Are you sure? My leg feels fine. Doctor. I'm afraid there's no other option. Between Irene's outbursts, the strange meat, the bizarre storm, and now the sudden talk of amputation, I knew I had to get out of there. They fitted me with a new cast, but only on my right leg. My left leg was marked for amputation. I couldn't shake the feeling that this was some kind of trap. I decided then and there to plan my escape. I had one usable leg, so I figured I could endure the pain long enough to reach the wheelchair. I'd have to work fast. Between blood checks and meal deliveries, I'd have a short window to get out of bed, stage a decoy, and slip away unnoticed. It was a risky plan, but I wasn't going to let them take my leg. That night, during the blood check, I managed to pocket the small knife that came with my food tray and hide it inside my cast. After the nurse left, I set to work. At 5 a.m., when the staff usually left me undisturbed, I made my move. Using the knife, I hacked off most of my hair and beard, fashioning a crude decoy. I stuffed the pillows under the blanket, arranging them to mimic my body, and placed the clump of hair where my head would be. When I swung my legs over the edge of the bed, pain shot through me like lightning, but I gritted my teeth and forced myself to stand. My legs wobbled under the strain, but I managed a few agonizing steps to the bathroom. When I opened the door, I expected a typical hospital bathroom, a toilet, a sink, maybe a shower. But the room was empty except for the wheelchair in the corner. No plumbing, no fixtures, just bare walls. It didn't make any sense. Why wasn't there a bathroom here? I ignored the unsettling detail and climbed into the wheelchair. Rolling quietly to the door, I positioned myself behind it and peered through the crack. The hallway was eerily silent. At the nurse's station, one nurse sat with her back to me, typing something into the computer. I checked the clock on the wall. 10 minutes had passed since I'd started. I took a deep breath, steadied my hands, and wheeled into the hallway, moving as quietly as I could. To my right, I spotted the exit sign. Was I on the first floor? I couldn't say, and honestly, it didn't matter at the moment. I wheeled past the nurse's station, gliding by a row of empty rooms. My heart was pounding in my chest as I heard voices coming from the break room. Doctor. His leg's coming off first thing in the morning. Graham. About time. I've been waiting too long for a taste of that meat. Doctor. You really messed him up when you hit him with the car. Our van driver and the cop thought he'd died before we even got him here. Graham. Hey, I was just doing what I was told. Hit the guy and move on. It's not like I want to risk getting caught by a real cop. I'd much rather be one of you doctors than a driver. My mind reeled. Graham hit me? The church van was part of this. Even the cop? It all started to click into place, but there was no time to process. The alarm blared, louder and more urgent than ever. Voice over intercom. He's not in his room. I panicked and pushed myself to wheel faster. The exit was just ahead. My arms burned, my breathing was erratic, and tears blurred my vision, but I kept going. As I burst through the double doors, I glanced back, and froze in disbelief. It wasn't a hospital. It was a massive warehouse. The snow on the ground wasn't piled high as I'd thought, just a thin 3-inch layer. And the storm? Manufactured. Fans mounted on tall poles churned out fake snow, creating the illusion of a relentless blizzard. 16 days of storming had been nothing but a facade. I scanned the parking lot. There they were, the silver sedan, the church van, the cop car, and Graham's truck. My stomach churned. It was all part of the same nightmare. I wheeled to the cop car. No keys. The sedan? No keys. Graham's truck? Nothing. Finally, by some miracle, the keys were still in the ignition of the church van. Voice from behind. There he is! Don't let him escape! Adrenaline surged through me as I climbed out of the wheelchair, wincing with every step. My hospital gown whipped in the cold wind as I forced myself into the driver's seat and turned the key. Screet. CUNK. 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 It wouldn't start. Screet. CUNK. 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 I tried again, panic rising in my throat. Screet. Brum. 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 The engine roared to life. Just as I hit the gas, the passenger door flew open. Graham jumped in. His eyes reflected the light like an animal's. His mouth stretched into a sick grin, revealing those same needle-like teeth. Graham, you've really messed up this time, buddy. He lunged, grabbing me with terrifying strength, and in one swift motion, he threw me into the back of the van. He climbed back, laughing as he hovered over me. Graham, I've got to give it to you, you almost got away. I'm impressed. Then he attacked. His fists came down like sledgehammers, and I was helpless against his raw power. Every hit felt like it would be my last. My body was weak from the low-protein diet, the medications, and my injured legs. Then I remembered the knife in my cast. As Graham bared his sharp teeth and leaned in toward my neck, I reached for the blade. With all the strength I had left, I drove the knife into his eye. His scream was unearthly, reverberating through the van as he staggered back. I didn't wait. I crawled out of the van and fell onto the cold ground. The first rays of sunlight broke over the horizon, painting the eastern sky in gold. I dragged myself forward, inch by agonizing inch, just like I had the night of the hit and run. Behind me, Graham leapt from the van, holding the knife in one hand, his eyeball dangling from the blade. He stormed toward me on all fours, his mouth twisted in rage. But then he froze. A single beam of sunlight hit his hand, and his skin began to sizzle and smoke. He roared, stumbling back, and then darted into the woods like a wild animal. That was the last I ever saw of Graham. I managed to drive the van to the nearest police station, the Beltrami County Sheriff's Department in Minnesota. I told them everything, the hit and run, the fake hospital, my escape. They didn't believe a word of it. Still, they helped me arrange a flight back home to Michigan. I never heard from anyone about the warehouse again, and I never went looking for answers. I was just grateful to be home. So if you're ever tempted to walk home in some quiet little town, do yourself a favor, wait for the next Uber.